Welcome to the trial ground. A disembodied voice proclaimed, complete the super easy extremely simple novice mission to obtain the challenger qualification. If the durability of the main city drops to 0 or if you yourself die, the mission will fail. The voice added, solemnly important reminder, do not casually step into the black mist. The first wave of monsters will descend in 1 minute. The novice mission consists of a total of 3 waves of monsters. Prospective challenger, good luck. Chu Yan muttered, that's it. No other explanations. The inexplicable voice gave no reply. Glancing around, he discovered he was inside a dilapidated thatched hut with nothing but a 1-meter wide wooden bed within. Beside the wobbly wooden door stood a wooden stick that looked fairly sturdy. Gripping the stick in his hand, he gently pushed the door open and rushed outside. A hemispherical transparent barrier blocked off every direction, front, back, left, right, and even the dense pitch-black mist above. The barrier's diameter was roughly 50 meters. Within the barrier, the black soil was utterly devoid of life, not a single blade of grass grew. Aside from the dilapidated thatched hut and the bewildered Chu Yan, there was nothing at all. Glancing back at the hut, the corner of his mouth twitched. They actually call this a main city. Do they even understand what a main city is supposed to be? Before Chu Yan could fully figure out what was going on, a portal suddenly appeared at the edge of the barrier directly in front of the hut. No sooner had the portal appeared than the hut was wrapped in a second layer of golden barrier. Though he knew it was not the time, Chu Yan could not help but complain, seriously, does this shabby hut deserve such a grand double-layered deluxe protective shield? A dog burst out of the portal, a grotesque, hideous zombie dog. Baring its fangs, the zombie dog lunged straight at Chu Yan. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan gripped the wooden stick with both hands and faced it heat. If this was merely a dream, then there was no reason to fear a single dog. If this was reality, then between life and death there was no path of retreat. After a fierce struggle, Chu Yan, panting heavily, stared at the dead dog on the ground. An absurd thought surfaced in his mind, turns out I am still a bit stronger than a dog. The blood-soaked wounds on his legs throbbing with pain dragged his drifting thoughts back to reality. Handling one dog is fine, but any more will be dangerous. The main problem was that this dog had been utterly deranged. Even after being struck by the stick, it still lunged to bite. Its ultimate technique seemed to be even in death it would bite you at least once. Chu Yan cast a glance at the barrier around the hut, then enduring the pain walked back toward it. There was one piece of good news: the golden barrier allowed passage, meaning he could use the wooden door to pin zombie dogs one by one and kill them. There was, however, bad news. The second wave indeed consisted of 2 zombie dogs. Chu Yan stood waiting at the doorway. Yet when the 2 zombie dogs dashed to the side of the hut, they completely ignored him at the door. They leaped up by the window and began attacking the golden barrier, their expressions intoxicated as though savoring some unspeakable delight. You filthy beasts, utterly shameless. Bullying a barrier that cannot fight back. In the brief moment he was stunned, the barrier's durability had already dropped by 5 points. The barrier had only 30 points of durability, and each attack from a zombie dog reduced it by 1. Chu Yan rushed out and wildly swung his wooden stick. Even after beating the 2 zombie dogs to death, Chu Yan still could not calm his rage. He wanted nothing more than to grind their bones to dust. When Chu Yan had rushed out and hammered them with the stick, the 2 zombie dogs had continued to attack the barrier frantically, as if there were an irreconcilable hatred between them and the shimmering shield. Is the barrier made of some kind of delicacy? You're gnawing it like it's a feast. After cursing, Chu Yan suddenly felt he might have just insulted himself as well. After all, the barrier stood outside the hut that was sheltering him. Staring at the barrier's remaining 13 points of durability, Chu Yan fell silent. The novice mission could have been completed far more easily, he reflected. Unfortunately, I didn't discover this kind of aggro mechanism in time. From here on, not only could he no longer rely on the hut for support, he also had to prevent the third wave of monsters from approaching it. He could not simply sit and await death. He had to find a way to keep the zombie dogs away from the barrier. Observing carefully and thinking seriously, Chu Yan suddenly came up with an idea. He tossed the tattered bedding from the small wooden bed onto the floor, then hoisted the bed itself onto his shoulder and carried it to the portal. He positioned the bed in front of the portal, leaving about a meter of space. As soon as 3 zombie dogs emerged, Chu Yan lunged forward, shoved the small wooden bed over and pressed it down hard, pinning them beneath it. The bed frame and the bed itself were fixed together with dense crossbeams, making it difficult for the zombie dogs to squeeze directly through. Each zombie dog was over half a meter tall, taller than the bed itself, so for the moment all 3 were forced flat against the ground, unable to move. Chu Yan held the advantage for now, but as he glanced at the wooden stick in his hand, he hesitated. If only this stick had a sharp point, he thought, I could skewer them in one thrust. As he pondered how to attack, one zombie dog stuck its head out through a gap in the bed frame. Chu Yan brightened. Now that is some cooperative behavior. Summoning all his strength, he delivered 3 rapid blows, killing that zombie dog on the spot. Immediately after, the other 2 dog heads also popped out. After the battle ended, Chu Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. As expected in a fight, one must rely on wit. Just as he moved the bed aside, a sudden thump sounded in front of the portal. Chu Yan was startled. Does the third wave have more than 3 monsters? Turning his head, he saw a wooden chest. As the chest hit the ground, the portal slowly faded away. A mission reward. Chu Yan dropped the bed and walked over to open the chest. Inside was sweet spring water that was truly sweet, not just slightly sweet. Its additional effect: healing injuries. The bottle held 2,000 milliliters, which was not bad at all. Twisting off the cap and taking a sip, he found it indeed very sweet. The healing effect was obvious. Before long the pain from the wounds on his legs had noticeably eased. There was also nutrient bread. Though it had not been baked at any particular ideal temperature, it would definitely fill his stomach. There was a novice armor set made of both iron and wood, far from comfortable but barely capable of withstanding a dog's bite. There was also a novice iron sword, extremely sharp. It could definitely cut through the novice armor. The description even invited him to test it if he did not believe it. Chu Yan was left speechless. The remark was both absurd and oddly convincing. There were also 2 level 1 summoning cards. They assured him they absolutely could not summon a dragon, so he could use them without worry. Even after he removed all the items, the chest did not vanish. It appeared to be reusable. After carrying both the bed and the chest back into the hut, he had no time to examine the other items in detail, for a powerful urge to urinate suddenly hit him. Chu Yan looked left and right but could not find any sort of latrine. The pain during combat had been vividly clear, and now this pressing urge was just as palpable. Both sensations made one thing clear: this was a real world. Therefore he could not relieve himself near the hut. After some thought, Chu Yan sprinted to the edge of the barrier, intending to urinate outside of it. This way he could also test whether anything could pass through the barrier. Sure enough, the stream of liquid passed cleanly, yet Chu Yan was puzzled. Could this area be floating alone high in the sky? Otherwise, why is there no sound of the liquid hitting the ground? Just as the thought formed, a massive furry claw suddenly emerged outside the barrier. At the same time, an enraged roar echoed through the darkness. The shock made Chu Yan force his urine back in an instant. A black panther, which had been lurking at the edge of the black mist, now appeared before his eyes. The ferocious black panther hurled itself madly at the light barrier. Soaked in urine, it was utterly enraged. Yet once Chu Yan realized the panther could not break through the barrier, his tension instantly eased and he quickly regained his composure. Gazing intently at the panther and carefully assessing it, he realized that even with his novice armor and beginner iron sword, he still could not defeat it. After all, the panther's attack speed was far too fast in battle. It would be nearly impossible to land a hit. Panic once again stirred in Chu Yan's heart. After winning the challenge, my own body hasn't grown stronger at all, he muttered. And there's no prompt saying the quest is complete. Perhaps I haven't met the conditions for evolution. This novice guidance is truly terrible. Returning to the thatched hut, Chu Yan checked his spoils of battle once more and decided to try using a summoning card. Congratulations, you have summoned Stone Warrior. Congratulations, you have obtained challenger status. Personal panel unlocked. Regional chat channel unlocked. Congratulations, you have obtained the personal talent True Dominion Fantasy grade. He first opened his personal panel. Challenger Chu Yan. Talent True Dominion. Effect 1 increases loyalty of heroes, pets and servants by 30. Effect 2, none of his own individual attributes can be lower than the corresponding highest individual attribute among all summoned hero units. True increase. Effect 3, his spirit attribute is permanently doubled. Strength 21. 10 explanation: the protagonist's original strength is 10. Stone Hammer's strength is 21, so the protagonist's strength automatically rises to 21, a true increase. Constitution 19. 10 explanation: same as above. Agility 10. 10 explanation: the protagonist's original agility is 10. Stone Hammer's agility is 3, so the protagonist retains his own attribute unchanged. Spirit 22. 11 explanation: the protagonist's original spirit is 11. Stone Hammer's spirit is 3, so the protagonist retains his own attribute, then it is doubled by effect 3. Skills none. Hero Stone Warrior. Evolution points 6. 1 evolution point can increase any of the 4 basic attributes by 1 point. He opened the Stone Warrior's panel. Hero Stone Warrior. Stone Hammer profound grade. Loyalty 90. Summoned heroes start at 60. Loyalty below 60. They may leave below 30. They may attack the challenger, so treat your summoned heroes well. Strength 21. Constitution 19. Agility 3. Spirit 3. Skill Heavy Fist effect deals damage to all enemies within a 3x3 area with a 10 chance to inflict a stun effect lasting 5 seconds. With this True Dominion talent, it seems more cost-effective to spend evolution points on hero units. Pondering his own talent, he casually used up the other summoning card as well. Congratulations, you have summoned Little Treyant. Hero Little Treyant Feng Shaoqi profound grade. Loyalty 90. Strength 10. Constitution 11. Agility 4. Spirit 21. Skill Cultivation effect accelerates plant growth. When cultivating rare trees, there is a 5 chance to trigger an awakening effect, turning the tree into a Little Treyant. This is a little farming specialist, he exclaimed. The moment the Little Treyant was summoned, Chu Yan's spirit attribute jumped to 42. The Stone Warrior's entire body was a bluish gray. Standing 2 meters tall, he looked imposing and robust, obediently standing at Chu Yan's side in silent stoicism. The Little Treyant was truly little, only about 1 meter 20 in height, but its personality was very lively. As soon as it appeared, it peered around curiously and then asked Lord City Master, "Are we going to start planting trees now? Do you know how to plant crops?" "Of course. But I don't have any seeds." "Don't you need saplings to plant trees?" The Little Treyant plucked a twig from its own body and said, "You can grow trees with this." Chu Yan asked curiously, "What kind of tree is that?" A red maple tree. Let me think. Oh right, do the two of you need to eat? The stone warrior said, I eat stones. The little tree ant replied, if I turn into a tree I can live like a tree and need neither food nor water. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. Excellent, perfectly efficient. He had been worried that 2 kilograms of bread and 2,000 milliliters of water would not be enough for 3. After chatting with his two heroes for a while, Chu Yan opened the regional chat channel. At the very top of the chat channel were 4 numbers in different colors: 15 gray, 285 red, 395 green, 305 orange, 1000. Zhang XX brothers and sisters, I beg you please help me. Wang XX, I'll call you dad. Whoever gives me 3 evolution points will be my dad. Li XX brothers and sisters, we've all been thrown here together, we definitely need to help each other. I'm begging for 3 evolution points. Once I finish the novice quest I'll return them immediately. Zhao Tianlong, I beg for 3 evolution points. The favor you grant me today I, Zhao Tianlong, will remember for life. The entire screen was filled with red name players begging for evolution points. Chu Yan stared a bit bewildered and asked, what is going on? Damn, a green tier, big shot. Chu Yan, mighty dad. Please grant me 3 evolution points. The chat was spammed once again. Everyone was asking for help yet no one was answering his question. It was a classic scene, a classic pattern, help please everywhere, no explanations at all. Chu Yan was speechless. Can someone explain the situation in detail? Lin Chuan. Chu Yan checked the group announcement. The first person to complete the novice quest, Hu Juanhao, automatically became the group leader. He has compiled all known information in the group announcement. Chu Yan replied, many thanks. Hu Juanhao's compiled information was very clear. 1. Gray signifies complete death, red foretells imminent demise, green indicates completion of the novice quest, and orange represents those still in battle. 2. On a challenger's first challenge, if they fail or die accidentally, they may attempt the challenge once more at the cost of other challengers paying 3 evolution points. If the second challenge succeeds, all rewards are halved. If the second challenge fails, death is certain. 3. The optimal way to clear the stage: fight alone through the first 2 monster waves, then in the final wave exploit the aggro mechanic by letting monsters prioritize attacking the thatched hut in order to seize victory. 4. Beasts lurk within the black mist and at present challengers have absolutely no chance of defeating them. After reading the announcement, Chu Yan discovered that the chat group also had a private messaging function. He thus consulted Lin Chuan with a strategy written right in the announcement. How did 15 people still die completely? The thatched huts lose durability too quickly. Once the second wave of zombie dogs manages to attack the thatched hut, that bit of durability simply can't withstand the assault of the third wave. Chu Yan then asked, did all the challengers who cleared the quest in one attempt use the method described in the strategy? Not necessarily. After all, those who cleared it in one go had no way to enter the chat group early and read the strategy. Most of us are between 20 and 40 years old. As long as we dared to fight, we could definitely pass. I'm sure you've noticed that the zombie dogs aren't very smart, their combat strength is inferior even to ordinary fierce dogs. Chu Yan agreed. That's true. Zombie dogs never retreat and only attack relentlessly, so our strikes are bound to hit them. Lin Chuan added, moreover, quite a few challengers were already formidable in real life. Hu Juanhao used to be the national Sanda champion. Impressive. After offering his praise, Chu Yan continued to ask, what should we do next? Just wait for the monsters. That's the question on everyone's mind. Many people speculate that we must wait until all challengers have completely finished their novice quests before we can enter the next stage. Chu Yan's own guess matched this, and he then asked, are there many people lending out evolution points? Lin Chuan fell silent for a moment, then replied in a low tone, a total of 29 people initiated a second challenge and 15 of them. The failure rate is over half. So now everyone is extremely cautious and has stopped lending out evolution points. Chu Yan suddenly understood. The quest was ruthlessly cruel and everyone clearly understood how vital evolution points were. Yet not everyone had become jaded with the world and not everyone had lost their humanity. Newly arrived in this unfamiliar place, the descendants of Yan and Huang still possessed basic humanity and conscience. More importantly, as that line from Game of Thrones goes, winter is coming, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. This so-called winter is calamity itself. Therefore those who still have humanity and sound judgment are willing to offer some help. After all, from the savage ages to the top of the food chain, humanity's most fundamental strength has always been unity. At the same time, the brutal disaster had already descended, and what everyone hoped to support were partners who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them and face the catastrophe together. They did not want to squander precious evolution points in vain. Thus arose the current state of hesitation and agonizing indecision. The tedious wait was excruciating. The messages in the chat group were mostly cries for help with no useful information. Other than the initial inquiries upon entering the chat group, the green-named challengers remained largely silent. The challenge results were finally settled. 105 turned red and 200 turned green. After the challenge results appeared, 2 messages in red font automatically emerged in the chat group. The novice task has officially ended. Shall we proceed to the next stage? Important reminder: once initiated, all red-named challengers will face complete death. After seeing this message, the red-named challengers became even more frantic, with some already cursing those who passed as cold-blooded and heartless. Hu Juanhao, from now on anyone who insults others will be muted. Trading for evolution points is prohibited. Furthermore, red-named players are temporarily forbidden from making invalid statements. Those who speak will face the same consequences. Zhang XX, who the hell do you think you are? A bunch of despicable cowards who watch others suffer. Group announcement: Zhang XX has been muted by the group owner and prohibited from trading evolution points. Zhang XX can file a complaint if more than 1/3 of the challengers agree the ban will be lifted. Hu Juanhao, there are 390 red-named players, which indeed exceeds 1/3. However, I advise everyone not to mislead themselves. Anyone who dares to agree, I guarantee they will not receive any evolution points. If you agree, please press 1. 1. The screen was filled with the number 1 pressed by the green-named challengers. Chu Yan also pressed 1 without hesitation, as he despised irrational madmen. As adults, we need to have basic analytical skills. Firstly, the third point in Hu Junhao's group announcement clearly indicates a willingness to help. Otherwise, what is the point of writing this strategy? After all, players who pass do not need to challenge again. Secondly, the recent red announcement indicated that green-named players did not immediately vote to proceed to the next stage. This further demonstrates that everyone is willing to assist. Yet when preparing to help, they were cursed by those seeking help. May I ask who can accept this except for the overly compassionate? Others were mostly just venting, but only this madman was cursing the heavens and everyone who passed. The challengers who completed the task firmly stated their position, and the prospective challengers calmed down. This is not a lawless land for keyboard warriors. This is a trial ground of life and death. Hu Juanhao, 389 people need to retry the challenge, requiring 1168 evolution points. A total of 595 people passed the novice challenge, and if each of us lends 2 points, that will be enough. My suggestion is for everyone to lend me 2 evolution points, and then I will consolidate and pass them on to the red-named individuals. Players retrying the challenge will lose everything upon failure. If successful, they will need to return 6 evolution points to me, and then I will return them to everyone proportionally. Everyone need not worry about me embezzling evolution points. My position as group owner is not unchangeable. If more than half of the players disagree, I can be removed. This can be seen on the chat group's information page. Additionally, those who succeed in re-challenging and do not return the evolution points will face a penalty of permanent mute and prohibition from trading evolution points. At the same time, even if someone does not return the evolution points, I will personally return them based on the number of successful players multiplied by 6, and I, Hu Juanhao, will cover any shortfall. I sincerely hope everyone can help each other. Zhao Jun, I am willing to help, but after opening the panel I used all my evolution points. Zhan Hussein here. There are quite a few people who have done the same. Over 190 have used all their evolution points. Many of the remaining individuals have also spent a few points. Hu Juanhao, I did not consider this thoroughly. I spoke too late. For those with evolution points left, please try to transfer all your remaining evolution points to me. The success rate for the second challenge is around 50. Those who succeed will return 6 points, which likely won't cause losses for everyone. Zhao Qianlong, I will return 10 points if I can't let the group owner mute me and prohibit trading. Sorry, I couldn't hold back from speaking. Many red-named players also expressed that they would return 10 points if successful. Chu Yan lent out all 6 of his evolution points and then stated, for those retrying the challenge, you can try blocking the bed near the teleportation portal. After the zombie dogs come out, press them under the bed. It's easy to solve. Whoa. It can be done like this. Awesome. What a clever idea. Lin Chuan, Chu Yan, how did you think of using the bed? The wall doesn't yield to anyone but you. Chu Yan, it was unexpected. The second wave of monsters attacked the shield, leading to excessively low remaining durability. In a moment of desperation, I thought to try using the bed, and unexpectedly the effect was quite good. Hu Juanhao, thank you, Chu Yan. Everyone can also share their experiences to help others pass entirely. The players who passed the challenge also did not hold back and shared their secrets for success. In the end, Hu Juanhao received just enough evolution points to distribute 3 points each to the red-named players, after which these individuals began their second challenge. The remaining members in the group were all successful challengers, and they began discussing talents, hero skills, and attributes. Are there skill cards in the treasure chest? Aren't there 2 building cards? I thought everyone had city upgrade cards. Why do you have powerful cards while I only have 2 livestock cards? 2 cows, 2 pigs. The cows are fine, but damn, those 2 pigs keep trying to knock down my straw hut. I have seed cards, rice, and 3 types of vegetables. Looking at it this way, the more survivors there are, the better it is for us. In the future, we may need to exchange items with each other to survive better. Lin Chuan agreed. However, I have a question. How do we trade physical items? It seems like we can only trade evolution points in the group. Yun Shan, could it be that we are very close to each other? Hu Juanhao, there is that possibility. If the black mist dissipates, everyone should go around and take a look. Ma Chenli, I have 2 horses. Even if not nearby, I will have to confirm how far away it is when I run off. At this moment, the first individual who succeeded in the second challenge returned to the group chat. Xin Xiushi, thank you all for your help, and thanks to Chu Yan for his combat experience. My talent is spirit plant, and the treasure chest opened a few kinds of seeds. In the future, if everyone buys my food, I will definitely give the best prices. Just after Shinshosher finished speaking, the second player who succeeded in the challenge also spoke. My talent is forging, and the treasure chest opened a crafting table so I can help everyone forge weapons in the future. The third fourth. As more and more individuals succeeded in the second challenge, everyone gradually began to notice the issue. Who you and how those who succeeded once raise your hand if your talents are supportive types. Only 8 people. The group fell into a moment of silence. Yun Shang, those who succeeded in the second challenge are basically supportive talents. Lin Xuan, this also means that if we had just given up those red-named players we might have starved. Ma Qianli, damn. This tactic. Unbelievable. Everyone began to seriously discuss the gameplay of the trial ground, and before they knew it all the players who had retried the challenge returned. While Hu Juanhao was speaking, he suddenly shouted in surprise, "Whoa! Did all 389 challenges succeed?" The others came to their senses equally astonished. Suddenly a red message appeared in the chat group. Group announcement detected that over 300 challengers used Chu Yan's strategy to pass, meeting the conditions for leader rewarded with a pet card. Oh ho! Chu Yan suddenly perked up. It seemed he instantly understood the rules of the crowd enviously teased Chu Yan for his extraordinary luck. Once all those who had attempted the second challenge returned, the next phase was officially launched by unanimous vote. Zhang XX, who had just hurled insults, instantly turned gray, and moments later all 16 gray names vanished from the chat group, leaving exactly 984 members remaining. As the new phase commenced, akin to a game update, several crimson announcements reappeared in the chat group. Group Announcement 1. 1 hour hence the black mist encircling the challenger's main city will dissipate, ushering in daylight, which will last precisely 492 minutes. During daylight, the danger index within 1 kilometer of the light barrier remains below 1. For each additional kilometer beyond that radius, the danger index increases by 1 point. Critical notice: a challenger's maximum survivable danger index equals their highest attribute score divided by 10. Exceeding this threshold renders fatality virtually inevitable, approaching 100 certainty. 2. 1 hour after each day ends, the main city will activate a teleportation gate. On day 1, 3 waves of monsters will appear. On day 2, 4 waves, and so forth, reaching 9 waves by day 7. Each cycle spans 7 days. In the first cycle, the 9th wave will feature a single elite monster. In the second cycle, every day's final wave will include an elite monster, and the 9th wave will spawn a tier 1 boss. In the third cycle, elite monsters will appear in the penultimate wave of each day, while the final wave will feature a tier 1 boss, and the 9th wave will escalate to a tier 2 boss. In the fourth cycle, elite monsters will emerge in the antepenultimate wave, daily tier 1 bosses in the penultimate wave, tier 2 bosses in the final wave, and the 9th wave will ascend to a tier 3 boss. 3. A physical item trading platform has been activated. Transaction fees are levied in evolution points calibrated according to an item's volume, weight, and assessed value. 4. A marketplace has opened, offering only essential items. Currently available are hero teleportation talismans and gate delay talismans. 5. Once the challenge formally commences, challengers shall have no second chance. Tread wisely and cherish every step. After reading the announcement, Hu Juanhao spoke first. So daylight duration correlates directly with our group's current membership. How profoundly wise our earlier decision truly was. When I read point 2, I nearly burst into tears. Thank goodness for point 4. Masters with heroes, please lend us your strength. I'll grow vegetables for you all. Support class players quickly echoed the plea, urging mutual aid. Surely, when venturing out, gather as much timber as possible. I possess a main city upgrade card, the thatched hut upgrade card, to transform it into a small wooden cottage requiring 200 units of timber. Yun Shang, judging from the announcement, we must be widely scattered, certainly so, at least for now. Ma Qianli, looks like I won't be taking my horse for a stroll. Shinshosher Yang Yuanhang, can you craft hoes or similar tools? I need to sow seeds without delay. Yang Yuanhan, yes, I'm already forging shovels and hoes. I'll list them on the trading platform shortly. Lin Xuan, the black mist is beginning to recede. Hu Juanhao, everyone, move swiftly. Chu Yan donned his novice armor, gripped his novice iron sword, and stepped beyond the light barrier alongside his stone warrior and little Treyant. Directly ahead and to the right of the thatched hut stretched open verdant grasslands. Behind lay a dense luxuriant forest. To the left rose an unbroken chain of mountains. After walking a short distance, Chu Yan glanced back and immediately despaired. The stone warrior and the little Treyant lagged farther behind with every step. Neither hero was suited for field deployment. Suddenly recalling a pet card still in his possession, Chu Yan drew it forth to summon whatever creature it might yield. Pet card, this one could truly summon a dragon. Do pet cards bear no rank distinctions? With a tap, a 1 emerald flame wisp materialized before him. Pet flame, spirit, hellfire, caldera, wilderness rank. Status, juvenile. Loyalty 100. Strength 100. Constitution 100. Agility 200. Spirit 300. Skill, great fireball, inflicts massive damage upon a single target. He gazed skyward, speechless. Why did the true sovereignty effect not extend to pets? Were they truly beyond his dominion? Such staggering stats. The disparity left Chu Yan utterly awestruck, his envy verging on cellular dissociation. How many tiers above profound rank is wilderness rank? The gap is simply unfathomable. At present, the sole discernible distinction between pets and heroes appears to be that evolution points cannot accelerate a pet's growth. Feng Xiaoqi wandered idly about, occasionally plucking small herbs. Shi Chui stood motionlessly, simple and steadfast, while Huayu followed Chu Yan in quiet, unhurried steps. Having circled the area without spotting anything valuable, Chu Yan prepared to fell trees. Wielding the iron sword proved arduous. Over a dozen strikes yielded no collapse. Huayu, watching intently, finally spoke, "Let me try." Chu Yan handed over the blade. With a single stroke, the diminutive flame spirit felled the towering tree with a thunderous crash. Sigh, he couldn't even rival a juvenile. Yet the fallen trunk remained whole, unsplit. Must I manually disassemble it? How many players possess such capability? He checked the group chat and soon found useful intel. Surely after felling a large tree, simply drag it beside your thatched hut. The hut will process it automatically. Thankfully, he summoned Shi Chui to help haul the trunk near the thatched hut. A prompt appeared: your main city is under novice protection. Automated timber processing for upgrades is enabled. Confirm decomposition. Automated decomposition is exclusive to the novice protection period. Clearly he must exploit this advantage to stockpile vital resources. Thereafter Huayu felled trees while Chu Yan and Shi Chui hauled them, though hauling lagged behind felling until Huayu joined in the carrying as well. By the time the black mist re-emerged, they had amassed over 4900 units of timber. Chu Yan scanned his inventory for something worthy of rewarding Huayu. Finding nothing, he offered a loaf of bread. "Would you like some?" Huayu shook his head. "I consume only fire spirit stones." Remarkable. Neither hero nor pet required sustenance. How refreshingly low maintenance. As he ate bread and sipped spring water, Chu Yan quietly monitored the group chat. "Suze, is any master skilled in rope making? Please list several urgently. 2 pigs nearly escaped today. Ha! 3 seconds of heartfelt sympathy. How does one ignite fire? Anyone know? There's a great river nearby. I've caught several fish but haven't the faintest idea how to prepare them. Just eat them raw. Sashimi is absolutely delicious. I'm afraid I can't quite bring myself to enjoy that. I prefer boiled fish." Xin Xiushi hesitantly, "Could anyone lend me 3 evolution points? I need to purchase a hero teleportation talisman and a gate delay talisman. I'll repay everyone by day's end." Hu Junhao, I haven't yet repaid the evolution points. I'll transfer them to you all directly. Xin Xiushi, thank you group leader, and thank you all. Lin Chuan, by the way, does lending a hero yield evolution point rewards? Xin Xiushi, yes, it does. When a hero assists elsewhere, 50% of the evolution points earned from monster kills are awarded to the owner. With the fire prison in place, dealing with today's monsters should be a piece of cake, so Chu Yan directly placed the stone hammer in the borrowing area of the chat group. Big brother Chu Yan is awesome. Let's start borrowing heroes right away. Chu Yan, the novice treasure chest yielded 2 summoning cards. Yun Shang, I wonder if today's monsters are the same as the novice quest. Hu Junhao, everyone let's play it safe and not take risks. There won't be a second chance to challenge. Xin Xiushi, indeed. Our auxiliary challengers should wait a bit longer. Let's open the portal after borrowing heroes. Lin Chuan, I agree. Don't be stingy with those evolution points. As the old saying goes, the flowing water doesn't rush ahead, it flows continuously. Ma Chenli, you really know how to talk. After chatting for a while in the group, the portal activated. Today's monsters are indeed zombie dogs, and 3 of them appeared right away. The fire prison stood at the portal entrance, swiftly slashing the zombie dogs with 3 sword strikes. Chu Yan curiously asked, "Why don't you use the fireball?" "They're too weak." "Zombie dog, excuse me, is that polite?" Chu Yan found himself at a loss for words. The fire prison thought for a moment and replied, "There are no fire spirit stones available now. I need to conserve energy." Chu Yan was startled. If the fire prison stays hungry, will it lose loyalty? He quickly checked the panel, still at 100 points. However, he needed to find fire spirit stones quickly. If he couldn't open the treasure chest, he would need to keep an eye on the trading platform. With that in mind, Chu Yan opened the trading platform to check. Iron shovel X3, price 1 evolution points. Can evolution points be traded for such small values? Would X100 price 2 evolution points? While Chu Yan browsed the trading platform, the portal battle had unexpectedly ended, and after the treasure chest dropped, Chu Yan opened it immediately to check. Sweet spring water. The spring water is really sweet. Not just a bit sweet. Additional effect: heals injuries. Just like last time, but only 500 milliliters. Nutritional bread. Although it wasn't baked at 85 degrees, it will definitely fill you up. Similarly, it only weighs 500 grams. Daily toolkit gives you a homely feeling. Inside are a kitchen knife, a pot rack, an iron basin, and several seasoning packets. Primary skill card. There won't be any overpowered skills, so rest assured. After opening the treasure chest, he checked his personal data panel again, and his evolution points had increased by 9. Today he exterminated 18 zombie dogs but only received 9 evolution points, averaging 0.5 evolution points per monster, which is half the reward of the novice quest. The more critical information is that today's food is simply not enough for a day's consumption. Opening the chat group once more, sure enough. Lin Chuan, do you have any surplus food? Help. Today I only opened a bottle of 500 milliliters of water. My summoned heroes are 2 strong Shen-level human warriors and they have been hungry all day. The 2 points of loyalty I managed to increase have now dropped by 1 point. I'm really panicking. Hu Ju and how I didn't even get any water. My hero is a beast warrior and he has also lost 1 point of loyalty. Yun Shang, I only got a small piece of bread. My throat is parched. Ma Qianli, who can suffer like me? The hero I summoned today is a pig-headed warrior and he immediately said he was hungry. But like the group leader, I didn't receive any food today. Chu Yan, the battles of the first week are not difficult, the real challenge is survival. Hu Ju and how did any auxiliary teammates receive food? Shin Xiushi just finished. Thanks to the stone warrior borrowed from Chu Yan. I have 100 kilograms of flour and received a serving card today summoning a chef who is now making steamed buns. I'll put the steamed buns on the trading platform later. As more and more auxiliary players finished their battles, today's food problem was barely resolved. Chu Yan opened the skill card and acquired the skill Thunder Whip effect, can deal twice the mental attribute damage to up to 3 targets. The stone hammer was borrowed twice, yielding a total of 11 evolution points, and Chu Yan couldn't figure out how it was calculated. He allocated all 20 evolution points to Feng Xiaoqi, increasing his mental attribute by 40 points. After a quick dinner of bread and water, his body signaled for a bathroom break. Toilets are a big problem too. Thinking about the toilet issue, Chu Yan headed to the place from yesterday to relieve himself. To his surprise, the Black Panther had returned. The Black Panther began to attack the light barrier as soon as it saw Chu Yan. He intended to change locations but suddenly remembered the fire prison was nearby, so he turned back to the thatched house. Can you fight it? The fire prison wasted no words, stepping out of the barrier and beating the Black Panther nearly to death before dragging it back. The beast can't enter by itself, but the fire prison can drag it in. That's another new discovery. While Chu Yan contemplated this, the fire prison asked, should we kill it? Is Black Panther meat tasty? The fire prison paused, shook its head and said, I haven't eaten it, so I don't know. Wait. Let me ask first. Chu Yan, is panther meat delicious? Lin Chuan, did you catch a panther? Chu Yan, yes, just caught it, nearly killed it. Su Zhe, hurry up and kill it. I'll buy panther meat. Regardless of whether it tastes good or not, meat is meat. Tao Xiuwan, no. The panther isn't dead yet, can you give me the live one? Chu Yan, what do you want a live one for? Tao Xiuwan, for the illustrated guide sealing card. Opening the description, seal a beast that cannot resist and turn it into your pet. Tao Xiuwan, Chu Yan, you can choose anything you want. Trading evolution points is fine too, name your price. Tao Xiuwan sent a whole bunch of illustrated guides, even putting up novice armor. Yun Shang, is there really such a good thing? Hu Ju and how this void path is very powerful. Lin Chuan, indeed. It can better protect the durability of the main city. Ma Qianli, but it's a bit short, only 3 meters long. Chu Yan, let's use this for the exchange. Tao Xiuwan, alright, I've listed it, targeting the Black Panther for the trade. Chu Yan, I can't believe the trading platform can trade live animals. Surely it's possible. I already bought a few live fish during the day. Not long after the trade was completed, Tao Xiuwan shockingly asked in the group, Chu Yan, how did you catch such a strong Black Panther? This trade has benefited me greatly, I will open something good and trade it to you for free. Everyone opened the Black Panther's attribute panel. Pet Black Panther Zuan level. Talent Stealth. Strength 60. Constitution 60. Agility 80. Mentality 40. Skills tier Claw Bite. Yun Shang, so strong. The total attributes of zombie dogs are only in the 30s. This Black Panther has a minimum mental attribute of 40. Lin Chuan, how did you do it, Chu Yan? Chu Yan, I wasn't panicking at first. After looking at Ziyuan's illustrated guide, I panicked. I thought it was just ordinary. The stone warrior knocked it out with 1 punch. Shin Xiushi, what an incredible stroke of luck. I borrowed the stone warrior to defeat zombie dogs, took down 18 and the stun effect only triggered once. Ma Qianli, I can only give Chu Yan 334 points for this round. Full score is 1000, you know what I mean? Hu Ju and how the Black Panther is in its adult stage, does that mean our Shen level heroes have reached their growth limit? When daytime arrived, Feng Xiaoqi woke Chu Yan, allowing the fire prison to roam freely and explore the surroundings. Yesterday I bought 2 axes and brought a stone hammer to chop down trees. Feng Xiaoqi searched nearby for rare flowers and trees to transplant into the protective dome. Players planting grains and vegetables discovered a rule: cultivated plants grow 3 times faster in daylight than in the black mist state. This information made everyone grateful that they had saved the red-named player. While collecting over 1,000 pieces of wood, a major discovery was made in the group. Surely the main city upgrade card is not a one-time use, it is calculated based on energy. A level 1 card has 100 points of energy. If we can build houses ourselves, we can save a lot of energy. Lin Chuan, how so? Surely I chopped down a few appropriately sized small trees and did not immediately dismantle them. Instead I set them up around the thatched house to see if they could serve as pillars. The result indicated that upgrading the small wooden house could save 8 points of energy. Chu Yan, so if we build the small wooden house ourselves, will that be recognized? Hu Juan, how can you build houses? Chen Jian, the small wooden house should be fine, just lacking nails. Yan Yuanhan, I will make nails for you. Chen Jian, sounds good. I will give it a try. The black mist has already begun to spread and the fire prison still has not returned, causing Chu Yan to feel a bit worried. After waiting for over half an hour, the fire prison finally returned, bringing back 2 wild horses, one of which was carrying 2 dead goats. It's still the fire prison. Truly worthy of being a wild level pet, it can even support its master. Bringing the 2 goats back to the thatched house, I confirmed the disassembly and the goats were instantly processed cleanly. Soft goat skins were neatly arranged with chunks of goat meat. Chu Yan silently apologized, I was short-sighted. With your thatched house, not to mention 2 layers of protective domes, even 20 layers wouldn't be worthy of you. The beginner protection thatched house is too powerful. Keeping enough for myself to eat the rest was listed on the trading platform. Today everyone consciously gathered food, so the situation was much better than yesterday. The trading platform had wild fruits, fish meat, wild chickens, wild rabbits, etc. Although the quantities were small, they could solve everyone's basic needs. There was also plenty of water, whether it was river water for washing or drinkable mountain spring water, each basin costing 0.01 evolution points. The reason for this pricing is that the trading platform cannot be free and the smallest unit of evolution points is 0.01. After the portal opened, Chu Yan found that the monsters were still zombie dogs, but there was an additional wave. The 4th wave had 12 of them. The zombie dogs emerged too quickly and both Chu Yan and Feng Xiaoqi helped intercept a few. With the fire prison, Chu Yan's combat should be the fastest. After the battle ended, Chu Yan immediately reminded the group, Chu Yan, the 4th wave has 12 zombie dogs, everyone should try to use every means available to intercept, and if that's not feasible then rent 2 heroes. The 30 durability points of the thatched house cannot withstand several attacks. Shinshosher, I made an interception fence using a wooden bed and wooden sticks, everyone can take inspiration from it. Thank you for the reminder. I will go make the fence immediately. I'm very grateful. I'll make it right away. Opening today's treasure chest, sweet spring water. The spring water is truly sweet. Not just a bit sweet. Additional effect, heals wounds. This time it is only 300 milliliters. Challenger clock, precise timekeeping. With the arrival of daytime, the descent of black mist, and the opening of the portal, these 3 major milestones, the clock will remind you a quarter of an hour in advance. Level 1 main city upgrade card. Hurry up and build the small wooden house. The thatched house leaks water even when it rains. Void Path X3. With this you can teach monsters how to walk proper. Hero Tower, whether it's strong or not depends entirely on what hero is standing there. Clicking on the hero tower reveals a marble slab 10 cm high and 1 square meter in area. Effect: once placed in a designated location, heroes bound to the hero tower can instantly reach it within the main city range. Heroes attacking from the hero tower gain a 50 increase in damage. The hero tower is movable once a day. Heroes can be changed once a week. I wonder if there's a pet tower. The hero tower is really impressive. After the battle, players supporting in the chat group expressed some concern and complaints. Can't we get heroes? Without heroes we won't be able to hold on. Yes, in the future the monster waves will increase and the elites will definitely take longer to fight. And the delay symbol can only last until 3 hours before daytime arrives. Hu Ju, and how everyone stay calm. From the situation over the past 2 days, the challenge area won't push us to a dead end. Lin Chuan agreed. Moreover, I deduce that the first month will focus on enhancing our abilities. Please see this trial card. Trial card: after use, challengers will enter a phantom battlefield to hone their combat skills. Death within the illusion will reward evolution points and skill cards based on combat performance. After discussing the battle at the portal for a while, Tao Shouwen said, Chu Yan, I obtained 3 void paths today, but considering today's situation, we supporting players need this even more. How about I give you a seal card? Chu Yan, sure. You're quite lucky drawing another seal card. Tao Shouwen, having a seal card also requires finding suitable beasts. It's a pity pets cannot be rented, otherwise my Black Panther would help a lot. Ma Qianli, yes, why can't pets be rented? Otherwise the Black Panther could sweep through everything right now. Tao Shouwen, 1 claw for each zombie dog. Today's portal battle yielded a total of 30 evolution points. The 6 evolution points that were lent out at the beginning were returned proportionally by Hu Juanhao, and the group and Chu Yan received 13.75 points. Now combat has become relatively easy. Chu Yan increased the agility of the Stonehammer and Feng Xiaoqi a bit, raising them both to 15 points. He could no longer tolerate their slow pace. Just as Chu Yan finished handling his matters, new messages appeared in the group. Lin Chuan, everyone prepare yourselves mentally. The attributes of elite monsters are similar to those of the Black Panther. Ma Qianli, damn. We need to prioritize nurturing a capable hero first. Hu Juanhao, this news is very timely. I am now focusing on leveling up myself. Because I feel I am quite strong. In the future everyone should prioritize training heroes. At this stage the combat capability of heroes far exceeds our own. Yun Shang, are the rewards for the trial card plentiful? Lin Chuan, no rewards, I was killed instantly by an elite monster. Yun Shang, did you directly fight an elite monster? Lin Chuan, not exactly, I just had bad luck. The illusion is a duel among tens of thousands of people and I ended up right next to an elite monster. Lin Chuan's message cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Daylight returned once again and Huayu took the ceiling card to the left mountain range both to assess the situation and to see if there were suitable beasts to capture. After more than 4 hours there was news in the group about upgrading the small cabin. How much durability does your upgraded small cabin have? It's 60 points. Is your small cabin built yet? I didn't rest last night but it's finished now. The self-built cabin is indeed recognized. However, when I confirmed the upgrade the durability was only 48 points. I still have 36 points of energy on my upgrade card. I can trade it to you and see if it can be completed. Thanks a lot. After a while it can be completed and it only used 24 points of energy. The upgraded small cabin is indeed more beautiful and sturdy than the one I built myself. It seems to encourage us to do it ourselves. Be a little braver and remove the seams. Today I watered the field myself and saved 0.1 evolution points. Do we need evolution points to farm? It's not necessary, but evolution points can have acceleration effects. According to my current planting mode, in 2 weeks the rice will be mature. How could it be so fast normally? Using evolution points to farm is not a loss. At that time we will also use evolution points to buy food. This is how I did it. I completely give up on fighting. Defending against monsters relies entirely on your heroes. Cultivate something stronger. That night Huayu brought back 3 rabbits and a wild deer. Chu Yan kept what he needed for himself and put the rest on the trading platform. Even if it doesn't sell, the trading platform has a preservation function which is much better than storing it yourself. Before the portal arrived he casually upgraded the thatched cottage to a small wooden house. The small wooden house is twice the size of the thatched cottage, much more spacious. He placed 4 void paths in front of the portal and Chu Yan and Huayu waited together for the monsters to descend. The first wave consisted of 3 monsters, but the types changed to zombie dog and 2 dark blue wolf demons. The wolf demons had 8 points higher in attributes than the zombie dog with 4 points in agility. The intelligence of the wolf demons also improved greatly, they knew how to dodge. Chu Yan immediately felt that the difficulty had increased a level today. He opened the chat group and sure enough it was chaotic. Auxiliary players. Please try to rent 2 heroes today. The difficulty is very high. The wolf demons are very fast. Help! I rented Chu Yan's Stone Warrior and the first wave was already approached by a wolf demon near the thatched cottage. I pressed it down hard but got bitten several times before killing it. What about the second wave? Those with void paths should trade them to Shinshoushi. Let's help each other. Right. Those who haven't opened the portal should give their void paths to Shinshoushi. Let's get through tonight first. I put up 2. Put up 3. Thank you. I will definitely repay everyone in the future. The second wave had 6 monsters, 3 of which were wolf demons. Huayu had no problem dealing with them, but for others it was troublesome. He opened the trading platform first and Chu Yan listed 6,000 pieces of wood, then opened the chat channel. I listed a lot of wood everyone buy as needed and make more fences. The second wave has 3 wolf demons. Today's battle will be very tough. But everyone don't panic, prepare quickly. Additionally, I suggest that once our battle is over the void paths we open should first be used to help others. I strongly agree. Once opened they should be listed immediately. I agree. The third wave had 9 monsters, 4 of which were wolf demons. The fourth wave had 12 monsters, 6 of which were wolf demons. The fifth wave had 16 monsters, 8 of which were wolf demons. The combat for the support type players ended swiftly, aided by the experience and assistance from the previous batch of players, leading to an easier victory. While this group of players was spamming the chat, a red font announcement suddenly appeared in the chat group. Group announcement: congratulations to all challengers for successfully completing today's raid mission. Each challenger will receive 984 evolution points. Challengers who did not use the hero teleportation talisman or the teleportation delay talisman will additionally receive 984 milliliters healing potions. Major contributor Hu Juanhao will receive an extra void path x3. Major contributor Chu Yan will receive an extra void path x3 and seal card x1. Ma Chinli overwhelmed with gratitude. I thought I would have to lie down for 7 days. As everyone fervently discussed the announcement's content, Chu Yan was a bit dazed. Did I become the group leader? Strategic group members 11. Group leader Chu Yan. After a moment of thought, Chu Yan invited Hu Juanhao and Lin Xuan into the group. Hu Juanhao as the public group leader was quite diligent, while Lin Xuan was an active member and had helped Chu Yan answer many questions. Strategic group Lin Xuan: what is this? Can we create another group? Why don't I have this feature? Chu Yan: I didn't create it myself, it was a hidden reward from just now. Hu Juanhao: this small group is quite good, should we invite more people? Chu Yan: I was just about to ask you, you know the trading situation best over these days. Have you found anyone uncooperative? Hu Juanhao: today everyone borrowed quite a lot from each other, the situation hasn't been fully tallied yet. During the evolution points exchange, those who said they would pay 10 points all paid 10 points in the end. Those who didn't say at least paid 7 points, and there were no defaults. Lin Chuan, our group has entered a virtuous cycle. Everyone has experienced the benefits of helping each other and no one wants to break the rules first. Hu Ju and how I was most worried the next day, afraid that we were too close together. Chu Yan, same feeling. If everyone is too close there is always the risk of being attacked and perhaps everyone wouldn't be able to cooperate as sincerely as now. Lin Chuan, regardless, everyone has initially built trust. Chu Yan, indeed, do you have anyone you recommend to bring in? Hu Ju and how Yun Chang is good, she was the first to trade evolution points with me, you were the second. Xin Xiushi is also a good choice, she is now fully dedicated to farming and is very active in the group. Chu Yan, how old are you? Hu Ju and how, why are you asking this? I'm 36 years old. Chu Yan, do older men like cute girls? Lin Chuan, hee hee. This time I'm taking Chu Yan's side. Why do both of the people you recommended happen to be around 20 years old? Hu Ju and how, you two are really something. Am I that kind of person? Chu Yan, you're not loyal. Hu Ju and how, what does that even mean? How am I not loyal? Lin Chuan, normal men until they are buried in the ground, all like 20-year-old beauties, you however do not. Hu Ju and how, damn. Enough of this. Besides those two, Ma Qinli is also good, Shirley is fine too. Chu Yan, great. What about Lin Chuan? Do you have any recommendations? Lin Chuan, let's wait and see, no rush. After bringing Yun Chang and the other three in, Lin Chuan is responsible for the explanations. Chu Yan and Hu Ju and how return to the public group to continue chatting. Tang Nianwei, what use does this thing have? Illustrated Guide Connection Talisman. I have this too. Same question. The explanation is just one sentence: connect to another challenger. We are in the trial land, we really rely on ourselves to explore. Now they don't even give detailed explanations for items. Tang Nianwei, I just used it, the person I connected with is Chu Yan. Chu Yan, did you receive any messages? Chu Yan, no. No prompts at all. Hu Ju and how, others don't use it for now. Let's wait and see, we should confirm what effect the connection talisman has first. Ma Qianli, Nianwei, why did you connect with Chu Yan? Tang Nianwei, I borrow Chu Yan's Stone Warrior every day and I thought maybe the connection talisman could directly teleport heroes. Xin Xiushi, I also have a connection talisman, I started to guess if it could connect to teleportation portals. Chu Yan, I also feel it is likely related to teleportation portals, let's wait until tomorrow to see the specific situation. Hu Ju and how, another major discovery. The number of summoned heroes is positively correlated with one's own spiritual attributes. The first one has no requirements, the second one requires over 10 points of spirit and the third one requires over 20 points. This was the hint given when I just used the summoning card. Shirley, why is it so troublesome? My skill is melee and I've never allocated points to spirit. Lin Chuan, exactly. I was all set to go the warrior route, what use do I have for spiritual attributes? Ma Qianli, this is really frustrating. The daily evolution points are simply not enough. Hu Ju and how, there's no way around it. You still have to allocate points. Chu Yan used the summoning card and an Uni and a half-meter tall robot emerged. Hero Mechanical Warrior Mo Chio, Earth Level Leader, Talent Infinite Evolution. Mo Chio's evolution has no bottleneck. Loyalty 90, Strength 60, Constitution 30, Agility 40, Spirit 12, Skill 7, slashes rapidly and continuously, delivering 7 strikes. The first strike inflicts damage equivalent to the strength attribute, with each subsequent damage increasing by 10. Is this a case of good people being rewarded? Mo Chio's attributes are much stronger than Ma Qianli's Earth Level hero. As Chu Yan pondered these thoughts, he asked, do you need to eat? Mo Chio replied in a mechanical voice, I need metal and electric energy. Neither heroes nor pets require food. Chu Yan no longer had any thoughts of taking it easy. Normal food was not in short supply now, but it was difficult to procure food for those in the fire prison. After dawn, Huayu set off alone towards the left mountain range again. Today with Mo Chio the efficiency of tree cutting was much higher. Unexpectedly, just past midday, Huayu returned. Before Chu Yan could ask, Huayu said, I found a village in a secluded valley. A village? Yes, there seem to be over 100 people in the village. Is there a barrier around the village? No. Is it dangerous for me to go there? After thinking for a few seconds, Huayu said, there is danger. There are many wild beasts that I can't defeat, but I can run faster. Now it's impossible to check the specific situation. Huayu is not human, so going alone may not gain their trust. Moreover, a village that can survive in a deep mountain full of wild beasts likely has highly capable villagers. Chu Yan was curious if their village faced the issue of the black mist. Mo Chio has arrived. During dinner in the strategy group. Hu Ju and how should we arrange today? Chu Yan, I suggest that the first batch of over 300 people start first while the others use delay talismans to guard against unexpected events. Yun Shang, I support this. The group that was heavily injured yesterday should wait and confirm the situation before starting. Lin Chuan, I support this one, this way it will be easier for everyone to borrow heroes and resources in case of emergencies. Hu Ju and how, I think the same, let's communicate this in the public group. Public chat group. Hu Ju and how, let's allow about 300 people to start the teleportation portal first and everyone else should wait for the time being. What do you all think? Ma Qianli, I agree, it's better to be cautious. I still want to see my mother alive. Lin Chuan, support. Chu Yan agreed. Yunshang, for safety I express my agreement. Soon everyone accepted this suggestion. The teleportation portal opened. Chu Yan, Huayushir, Chu Yan and Mo Chio stood together waiting while Feng Shaoqi continued diligently nurturing saplings. The first wave, a zombie dog and a demon wolf. Huayu and Mo Chio each easily dealt with one. Chu Yan sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Sure, Chu, use indiscriminate attack. Quick!" Sure Chu happened to be at the end of the void path, heard Chu Yan's words and immediately unleashed a heavy punch, sending a grey leopard flying out while also triggering a stun. Mo Chio rushed over and delivered a finishing blow. Public chat group. Chu Yan, everyone be careful, there are invisible monsters today. Hurry and borrow a hero if you don't have an area attack. Moreover, the invisible monsters are very fast. Damn, I was just wondering why there were only 2 monsters. What the heck? The grey leopard attacks so fast. My durability has dropped by 5 points already. Zhou Chang, what's going on? Aren't the monsters a zombie dog, a demon wolf and a flying falcon? If it weren't for my hero having an archer, I would have been done for today. I need a ranged attack hero. My durability has dropped by 12 points. Bro. 4th row, 5th one. My hero is ranged. Thanks, bro. Who'd you and how aren't today's monsters different for everyone? I have an exceptionally tough and durable giant turtle. Surely mine is also a giant turtle. I'm planning to flip it over to see if I can kill it faster. Damn, oh. That old turtle bites so painfully. What the heck? During the battle, everyone shouted directly. Hearing Shirley scream, Hu Juanhao trembled and said, "Hearing you scream, I wouldn't dare to get close to that giant turtle. Shirley, it really hurts. Damn. Much more painful than a dog bite. Lin Xuan, I sincerely seek advice. What should we do about the burrowing dead rats? Although I killed it with one sword, it still clawed off 5 points of durability. There are still 5 waves to go and 60 durability won't hold up. Chu Yan, do the burrowing rats not follow the void path? Lin Xuan, I don't know if they do or not. I only realized it when it burrowed out. Chen Jian, let's try using fire. There's a protective shield outside the small wooden house so we don't have to worry about fire damage. Lin Xuan, okay, I'll set a circle of fire. Yun Shang, I think I figured out the purpose of the connection talismans. Chu Yan, I thought of that too. Tang Yanwei, try borrowing a hero to open the teleportation portal. Remember to borrow one with area attack skills. Tang Yanwei, alright. 3 minutes later. Tang Yanwei, the monsters are a zombie dog, a demon wolf and a grey leopard that can turn invisible. Chu Yan, just as I thought, can this connection talisman be changed? Tang Yanwei, it can't be changed. Yun Shan, they didn't leave us any loopholes. Xin Xiushir, this is already very good. As long as the ones in front make it through, the ones behind will definitely be fine. 5 minutes later. Lin Xuan, setting fire doesn't work. The dead rats are standing in the fire gnawing at the shield. Everyone think of a way. 2 waves have already gnawed off 12 points of durability. I can't hold on any longer. My durability has dropped by 16 points. The dead rats are scratching and gnawing. Chu Yan, let's borrow a few more heroes, surround the small wooden house and try to kill it the moment it climbs out. Lin Xuan, there's no other way. 10 minutes later. Lin Xuan, the third wave had 3 rats each scratched once and were killed, but we still lost 3 points of durability. I hope we can hold on. Yun Shang, based on yesterday's pattern, the 4th wave will have 4, the 5th wave will have 6 and the 6th wave will have 8. With 18 points of durability you can do it. Lin Xuan, I'll take your good luck. The first batch of battles finally ended with great difficulty. Lu Yaobu, who I only have 1 point of durability left, what will I do tomorrow if I encounter dead rats? This girl is really scared and crying very sadly. Yun Shang and the other girls kept comforting her. The second batch of players opened the teleportation portal, all praying not to encounter dead rats. Regarding the burrowing monsters, everyone really couldn't think of a particularly good countermeasure. Hu Juanhao, the void path is a bit unreasonable. Zhou Chang, maybe the dead rats are also following the void path underground and the flying falcons in the sky indeed follow the route of the void path. Chu Yan, what about the treasure chests? The teleportation portal has disappeared. Are there no rewards anymore? Lin Xuan, I don't have any either, the teleportation portal has completely disappeared. Ma Qianli, the evolution points for today haven't been credited either. Yun Shang, do we have to wait until everyone finishes to receive them? Lin Xuan, the question is how will they be given? They used to drop from the teleportation portal. Hu Juanhao, let's wait and see what happens after everything is over. The second batch of over 300 people passed through safely. Even with the experience of the previous group, there were still over a dozen people whose main city defense durability dropped to single digits. The last batch of players basically all had connection talismans. Hu Juanhao, everyone don't choose the connection targets based on today's situation, tomorrow's monsters might change. Stay calm. Xin Xiushir, let's just get through today first. The dead rats are too scary. I also think we should ensure today first, perhaps tomorrow there will be a better solution. Let's connect to the invisible teleportation portal. This will be the easiest to solve. I agree, as long as the invisible units have area attack skills they can be dealt with. Everyone had this attitude, and Hu Juanhao did not try to persuade further. Due to the advantage of being the last batch, the final group easily achieved victory in today's battle. After everything ended, everyone silently waited for the announcement in the public chat group, hoping for better progress regarding the treasure chest. Congratulations to all challengers for overcoming today's comprehensive challenge. The survival rate of challengers exceeds 90, reaching the tier 3 reward standard. Next, you have two choices. 1. Claim your rewards directly, and in addition to the normal treasure chests, receive an extra 5 evolution points. 2. Enter the disaster cave and endure for 1 hour. Survivors will be rewarded with a bronze treasure chest and an increase of 20 points in mental attributes with guaranteed drops of specified cards from defeated monsters. Important reminder: the disaster cave is a real scenario and death is real. Challengers have 10 minutes to make a choice, as a new teleportation portal has already opened. Those who do not choose will default to claiming rewards directly. Facing real death, the group remains silent. After a while. Hu Juanhao, what does everyone think? Chu Yan, personally, I believe we must go. Group announcements have never been unfounded. Just like the first time we saved a red-named player, every decision we make affects the future. Lin Chuan, I agree with Chu Yan's viewpoint. Yun Shang agree 1. Ma Qianli agree 2. Yang Yuanhong, may I ask, for players like us without heroes or pets, is it really useful to go? Xin Xiushir, I believe it is useful. Perhaps not relying on our combat power, but in other aspects. Just like the current situation, combat-type players help us guard the teleportation portal while we ensure logistics. Although our help is limited now, at least we ensure everyone has drinking water and most of their meals. Tao Shouwan, I agree with Kirshi's viewpoint. Tang Yanwei, we should go. Even if it means standing at the back throwing stones at monsters, we can still help a bit. Zhao Tianlong, let's go. You can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Today's situation is already very dangerous. Although it seems that the trial ground is not trying to eliminate us, this is all based on our continual unity and mutual assistance. Hu Juanhao, those willing to go step into the teleportation portal. We want conduct a pre-battle mobilization. Regardless, life is one's own and the path must be walked by oneself. Lin Chuan, haha, does this count as our first meetup? Sure, lay enough. Who wants to see you, old? Chu Yan, prepare to set off, it's already been 6 minutes. This time Chu Yan brought Feng Xiaoqi along. Although he has no attack, his overall attributes are still impressive, especially his mental attributes. Passing through the teleportation portal, they arrived in a large hall. What the heck? Didn't they say it was the disaster cave? This looks like a castle. Lin Chuan. Yes. You are Chu Yan. Yes. More and more people entered the hall, getting to know each other, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Are you sure you're 21 years old? The petite doll-faced Tang Nianwei looked exasperated. Do I not know how old I am? Should I show you my ID? Ma Qianli chuckled awkwardly. With your appearance, I would believe you're 15. Just look at Yun Shang, she's only 20. Yun Shang asked expressionlessly, are you saying I look old? Ma Qianli. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? Hu Juanhao couldn't watch any longer and patted Ma Qianli's shoulder, asking. Ma Qianli blushed and retorted, uncle, are you married? Hu Junhao's smile faded and he sighed deeply. My daughter is 5 years old, I wonder how she's doing now. Ma Qianli, uncle, I apologize. Hu Juanhao waved his hand, it's fine, I have always believed we can return. Chu Yan smiled, I believe so too. Ha ha ha, we all believe. Lin Chuan asked, is there anyone who isn't here? Hu Juanhao, guess. Uncle, you're really childish. Everyone is here. Our big team is still quite capable. Awesome. Shirley pushed for a long time, but the door remained still. He gave up and asked, are we just here to chat? That's right, nothing is happening here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door rumbled open. A red-bearded dwarf ran in with a hammer, shouting loudly, great. The reinforcements sent by the Legion commander are truly numerous. Chu Yan and the others exchanged glances. There were indeed quite a few who came along with the hero pets. There must be over 2,000 and of various races. Hu Juanhao stepped forward and asked, what can we do to help you? The dwarf replied, those who can fight go left, there's intense combat happening there. Those who cannot fight follow me to the right warehouse, we need to transport shells and arrows for the warriors. Hurry, move quickly. The shells are already running low. Yang Yuanhang suddenly realized, so we really have work to do. Lin Chuan led his hero to run left while shouting, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Chu Yan and the others ran to the left end and discovered a legion of thousands battling various monsters. The warriors were mostly human and dwarf races. Adventurers, on behalf of the Black Rock Legion, I thank you for your assistance. You have not experienced a legion battle, so it is not suitable for you to be on the front lines. Please form combat teams of around 10 and go to those paths to eliminate the escaping monsters. Public chat group. Hu Juanhao teams should strive for balanced combat power. The fastest 50 players to finish the portal battle should not cluster together but lead their teams individually. Understood. Very reasonable. Chu Yan randomly selected 11 people and then led the team into a cave. Going in circles has led us back into the cave. Chu Yan laughed, otherwise it would be a misnomer. Xuewu curiously asked, why haven't we encountered any monsters? Help! Me! What the hell is this thing? Attack quickly! The dozen or so people at the back of the team were almost simultaneously wrapped tightly by a rock-like giant snake, and after a moment the sound of bones cracking was heard. Damn it! I can't cut through it. Chu Yan swung a few swords but found it ineffective, shouting immediately, Huayu! Pull down the giant snake. Huayu's power attribute is 100, so he could easily pull it down. One by one, after pulling it down, he rewarded the giant snake with a big fireball. After a fierce battle, they finally dealt with over 20 rock giant snakes. The cost was 4 seriously injured and 9 heroes injured. Xuewu panted, fortunately no one died. Chu Yan instructed, let's take them back first. Okay. Some members of the team carried the injured comrades on their backs while checking the situation in the group. Lin Chuan, everyone be careful, many monsters are crawling out from the stones, their body colors are very close to the stone walls. Hu Ju and how those seriously injured should return to the hall as quickly as possible. Yun Shang and the healing potions should be used first on the injured, we will definitely have more of these in the future. Chu Yan next let the heroes walk on the outer layer. Ma Qianli were in sync. Our team has already arranged this. After escorting the injured back, Chu Yan led the team to return once more. On the way he checked the loot dropped by the rock snake. Brown crystal rock X47 forging material, food for the stone people. Rock snake guardian card X24, upon clicking use it summons a permanently existing rock snake. The rock snake is a guardian beast and can only operate within the main city area. The rock snake can attack underground. Chat group. Lin Chuan, not bad, the rock snake card makes the trip worthwhile. Ma Qianli, mom no longer has to worry about me encountering dead rats. Yun Chang, it's a bit strange. The general told us about beasts that obstruct escape. If the rock snake was trying to flee, it shouldn't have attacked us. Chu Yan, it is indeed somewhat odd. Hu Ju and how the beast the general spoke of might not be the rock snake. We encountered a fleeing fire monster. As Chu Yan's team arrived at the entrance of the original passage, they encountered a pack of firewolves. De Zhuang. Go die for me. Chu Yan pulled Xuewu aside, calm down. The firewolves could spit fireballs. A wave of collective fireball attacks directly led to the heroic sacrifice of the first two at the front. Only Huayu was immune to the fireball damage. Huayu, throw some firewolves back. Huayu single-handedly blocked the pack of firewolves at the passage while attacking and tossing a few out for Chu Yan's team to kill. One of Xuewu's heroes was also a stone person and thought he could withstand most of the attacks. He had requested to go to the front but unexpectedly fell in battle. Chat group. Hu Ju and how's everyone doing? We've killed a wave of fire leopards and 6 heroes have fallen. Lin Chuan, it's not over yet, we've already lost 4 heroes. The atmosphere in the group was very heavy. This was the first instance of death after the first day, albeit it was just heroes. However, for the solitary challengers in this trial land, their heroes were their closest companions. Heroes are those who can fight to protect you. Chu Yan's team, thanks to Huayu, suffered no further casualties after killing 21 firewolves. The firewolves dropped firewolf guardian cards and flame crystal cores. The team continued forward, and to prevent greater losses, Huayu was allowed to walk alone at the front. The next encountered beast was a fire monkey. Fire monkeys lacked the ability to spit fire but were extremely agile, and their claw strikes came with fire damage. After eliminating 24 fire monkeys, although there were no casualties, both the challengers and heroes in the team were covered in blood. Heroes without blood like Feng Xiaoqi had their bark shredded and their bodies charred. During a brief rest, the girl in the team Feng Xiaoyu began to cry sadly, a ghastly scar visible on her face. Chu Yan sighed and said, don't cry. The place we're in can be understood as a fantasy world. There must be elixirs to restore your appearance. Feng Xiaoyu held back her tears, sobbing, it's not just because of the scar, I'm sad because I don't know how much longer I can live. I get injured every day and I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Xuewu had calmed down and also helped to comfort her, don't worry, you still have all of us. We've always been helping each other. Believe that we can definitely make it. Feng Xiaoyu wiped away her tears and shyly said, thank you for your comfort, I feel much better after crying. Chat group. Lin Chuan, everyone pay attention to the rock wall. There might be a small door. There are good things inside the room. Please check the illustration. Guardian card generates a shield that lasts for a quarter of an hour upon use. Ma Qianli, good stuff. How did you find the door in the rock wall? Lin Chuan, just now I was knocked against the wall by a fireball which directly opened a door. I got 5 guardian cards and over 100 flame spirit stones. Everyone observe carefully, the stone door does leave traces. If there's a protrusion on a flat rock wall, it's worth a try. After reading the group's messages, Feng Xiaoyu pointed in surprise at Chu Yan behind him. Is there a door here? Chu Yan turned to look and nodded, saying let's give it a try. For safety they let Huayu the big boss try. Huayu pushed hard against the protrusion and indeed opened a door. However, this room was not friendly. Inside was a gigantic fire spider. The spider charged and slammed Huayu against the opposite rock wall. Huayu was likely not seriously injured as he got up and rushed to battle the spider. The battle between the two was evenly matched. Chu Yan quickly signaled the team to retreat. An existence that could match Huayu would be able to kill the other team members and heroes with a single blow. Lend me all your evolution points. I'll return them later. No problem, I have 24 points all for you. I have 18 points. I only have 9 points. The team members contributed a total of 134 evolution points to Chu Yan. Adding his remaining 32 points, Chu Yan poured them all into Emocho's agility attribute, unexpectedly promoting Emocho's evolution. Hero Mechanical Warrior Emocho Desolate Level Leader Talent Infinite Evolution. Emocho's evolution has no bottleneck. Loyalty 90, Strength 60, Constitution 30, Agility 20 for Spirit 12, Skill Passive Mechanical Precision Effect. Each attack has a 50 chance to deal critical damage, doubling the damage. Leader's exclusive passive attack damage, always calculated according to the strongest attribute. 7/rapidly and continuously strikes 7 times. The first strike deals damage equal to the strength attribute, with each subsequent strike increasing damage by 10. Phantom strike splits into 2 phantoms lasting for 15 seconds. Freely switch between the body and phantoms, with phantoms dealing 80 of the body's attack. 10 absolute blades attacks 10 times in succession. The first attack deals damage equal to strength, with subsequent attacks stacking on the previous damage. The 10th strike deals 10-fold damage. Feeling his power, Emocho charged forward to fight the fire spider alongside Huayu without waiting for Chu Yan's command. Chu Yan observed the battle, quietly pondering. If a single attribute exceeds 100 points, it becomes celestial level. If it exceeds 200, it becomes desolate level. Can heroes below earth level not reach 100 points in attributes? That's not right. That adult Black Panther, merely mystic level, had an agility attribute of 80 points. It can't be that earth level is only slightly stronger than mystic level, right? Thinking about how Emocho nearly killed the fire spider with one strike, he still couldn't figure out the logic behind it. Emocho's attempt to slay the fire spider was stopped by Huayu. Huayu took out a sealing card. The near-death fire spider did not resist and immediately got sealed. Not to mention the other teammates, even Chu Yan himself was astonished, exclaiming, "Is such a creature considered a beast?" Huayu nodded. Even if it becomes a deity, its essence is still that of a beast. This setting has a hint of Western mythology flavor. After obtaining the sealing card, Chu Yan immediately summoned the fire spider. Pet fire spider, unnamed, heavenly grade talent, gluttony spider transformation, achieving infinite evolution through gluttony. Side effect: instability 50, probability of self-detonation. This side effect has been fixed by the sealing card. No side effects. Loyalty 90, Strength 140, Constitution 240, Agility 160, Spirit 260, Skill Passive Poison Flame. If the target is poisoned or in a burning state, the fire spider's attack will definitely be a critical hit. Web deals damage equal to the target's spiritual attribute, with a 60 chance to inflict burning damage lasting 8 seconds, causing 50 of the spiritual attribute damage per second. Poison stinger deals damage equal to the target's spiritual attribute, with a 40 chance to inflict a poisoning state lasting 16 seconds, causing 50 of the spiritual attribute damage per second. Commander: all spiders below its own level within a range of 1,000 meters will obey commands. 10 strikes quickly launches 10 consecutive attacks. After a critical hit on the first attack, the next attack will double with a maximum single hit damage of 10 times. After reviewing the fire spider's stats, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Fortunately, Huayu and Emocho were not hit. If they were struck a few times with the damage from the fire spider, neither of them would be able to withstand it. The creature panels in the trial land do not display intuitive health attributes, so everyone is unaware of how long each monster's health bar is. Moreover, the combat state during battles is much closer to reality. For example, if a zombie dog's leg is broken, it definitely won't be able to run. If the zombie dog's neck is severed, it will surely die. However, after watching Huayu and Emocho defeat the fire spider, Chu Yan believed that agility attributes determine 2 aspects: speed and evasion. Next, with Huayu the fire spider and Emocho leading the way, Chu Yan's team felt like they were on an outing, effortlessly pushing through. After killing 25 fire leopards and another 18 fire bulls, the team arrived at the end of the passage. This is a spacious cave filled with a large group of monsters, and several figures in black robes are maintaining a gigantic teleportation. Monsters are continuously emerging from the portal. After exchanging glances, Chu Yan knew these were foes they couldn't handle. The team instinctively turned to flee. One of the black-robed figures shouted, "Chase them down, kill them." As Xuewu ran, he couldn't help but sarcastically exclaim, "What kind of task is this? Do we still have a chance?" Chu Yan replied, "Don't talk. Run for your lives. You all keep running, I'll go inform the general." After saying that, Chu Yan began to sprint with all his might. With 204 points in agility, his speed far exceeded that of his teammates. When he found the general, the Legion had already gained a significant advantage on the front line and was steadily pushing forward. After explaining the situation, the general had no doubts and simply roared with a grim face, "Those scoundrels of the evil god cult. We will exterminate them sooner or later." He then commanded half of the army to surround the cave. The moment the general made the decision, everyone heard a voice: "Congratulations to all challengers for exceeding the task. You are about to return." In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan found himself back in his small wooden house. Chat group: Lin Chuan, what's going on? Wasn't it less than an hour? How did we exceed the task? Hu Juanhao, it's good to be back. Today's casualties have already been quite heavy. Fan Xiaoyu. Chu Yan led us straight to the end of the passage. We discovered a lot of monsters and black-robed figures. Yun Shang. Chu Yan, what exactly happened? Chu Yan. After we discovered the cave situation, I ran back to report to the general, and after he made the decision to split the forces we were sent. Ma Qianli, you really are impressive. How did you manage to reach the end of the passage? Chu Yan, take a look at my pet Huay's profile. This was summoned using the pet card that was rewarded to me on the first day. Everyone please help the team more. I suspect that this type of reward might be quite valuable. Hu Juanhao, I admit I'm a bit envious. Lin Chuan, envious to the point of losing teeth. Group announcement. Congratulations to all challengers for exceeding the disaster cave task. Participants will receive 20 points in spiritual attributes, 1 bronze chest, and an additional level 1 summoning card. Outstanding contributor Chu Yan receives a special reward, Legion badge, gaining management rights for the team warehouse. Lin Chuan, what is the use of the Legion badge? Chu Yan, it makes everyone safer. Profile Legion badge. Hu Juanhao 666. You are the only one who can visit anyone now. Fang Xiaoyu, we are indeed safer now. Ma Qianli, big shot, please protect us. Chu Yan, we have 3 teleportation opportunities each day. Let's plan well from now on. Let's strive to reach the end together. Victory is ours. Victory is ours. We will reach the end. 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 The effect of the Legion badge: after the target challenger agrees, the badge holder can teleport with pets to the other party's main city, usable 3 times a day. Hu Juanhao level 2 summoning card, X1 battle set, X1 level 2 weapon card, level 2 defense tower, void path, X10. The bronze chest is really generous. Lin Chuan, could it be that the items obtained from this bronze chest are all the same? Yun Shang, I got the same too. Identical. Completely consistent. How amazing is this? The first time it's happened. Chu Yan, it's quite good. Finally, we've compensated for everyone's losses. Hu Juanhao, this time the losses were truly severe. Our team sacrificed a total of 9 heroes. Lin Chuan, our team lost 12 heroes. Chu Yan clicked on 2 summoning cards in succession, resulting in a prompt. The number of creatures in the main city has reached 10, allowing the main city to upgrade to a stone house. After upgrading, the shield's diameter increases to 200 meters. Chat group. Chu Yan, let's find something for everyone to do. Tomorrow let's all go catch wild beasts. Lin Chuan, what are we catching wild beasts for? Chu Yan informed everyone of the prompt he just received. Ma Qianli, I wonder if catching ants will work. Yun Shang, you can try it first, and if it works let everyone know. Shirley, I'm not sure about ants, but rabbits should be. Chu Yan, I don't think ants will work. Ma Qianli, why not? Chu Yan, the 2 horses I caught know that I am their owner. The ants you catch definitely won't have that awareness. Of course, this is my speculation. Hu Juanhao, so does that mean the captured creatures need to have a certain level of intelligence? Sure, it should be like that. Shirley, has anyone thought about how to obtain stones? I don't seem to have any stones around me. Chu Yan, I don't have any around me either. Zhou Chang, I have plenty of stones around me. In the past the thatched cottage didn't give stone breakdowns. Tomorrow when I gather 10 creatures I'll try to get stones. If it works I can help everyone gather stones. Shuiwu, I also have many stones around me. The public chat group was bustling with excitement, especially among the support players who were joyfully chatting away. Despite their low combat power, they chose to enter the disaster cave at the risk of real death, and to their delight they easily obtained 2 summoning cards, acquiring the heroes they had longed for. Perhaps the true test of this mission was whether they dared to join in. Although the heroes they summoned were mostly support types, they were quite stunning. For instance, Tang Nianwei had 2 heroes, a cute and adorable mushroom sprite of the Xian level and a highly attractive wood spirit of the earth. The chat group had screenshot and recording features. As soon as Tang Nianwei uploaded the pictures of her 2 heroes, a wave of envy erupted. Strategic group Hu Juanhao, this team warehouse is very practical. Lin Chuan, indeed it's extremely useful. Basic trades no longer need to go through the trading platform. Ma Qianli, with the warehouse it feels like the trading platform is unnecessary. Chu Yan, the warehouse still cannot replace the trading platform. Its space is too limited with only 50 slots available. Yun Shang, so the loot from team missions is directly transferred to the warehouse at the end. I was startled when I returned and found everything had disappeared. Xin Xiushi, haha, Yun Shang, were you not much of a gamer before? Yun Shang, I really haven't played much. Xin Xiushi, when we picked up the dropped items there was a prompt. The captain picked up team distribution. At first I thought the items would go to Hu Juanhao or Chu Yan, but unexpectedly it directly activated the team warehouse. Hu Juanhao, the team warehouse helps us tally points so much. At first I was worried about how to distribute the items. Chu Yan, mainly worried about the rock serpent, right? Hu Juanhao, yes, the characteristics of the rock serpent guardian card dictate that the best distribution method is 1 for each person, but the support players did not participate in the battle at all. I was afraid the combat players would have objections. Chu Yan will take a rock serpent guardian card to see how it works. Spending 1 team point he exchanged for a rock serpent guardian card. After clicking to use it, Chu Yan understood how the guardian beast operated. Chu Yan, currently we can only use 2 guardian cards. Pokédex Rock Serpent Guardian Beast. Subordinate Guardian Beast Rock Serpent second tier. The tier of the Guardian Beast corresponds to the main city tier talent symbiosis. As long as the main city exists, the Guardian Beast is immortal. Strength 80, Constitution 80, Agility 80, Spirit 80. Characteristics retain effect. The Rock Serpent Guardian Beast retains all attack skills from its living days. Both illusory and real effect. The Guardian Beast exists between the virtual and the real and does not require feeding. Limitation effect. The number of subordinate Guardian Beasts equals the main city tier. Lin Chuan the Guardian Beast is amazing. I think its value surpasses that of the Earth-level hero I just summoned. Sure lay indeed. The Guardian Beast can automatically grow stronger along with the main city. Hu Ju and how do we set the exchange points? Ma Qianli am feeling sour again. I only have 172 points and Chu Yan you have 2089. Yun Shang how is my 196 points calculated? Hu Ju and how it should be based on combat perform. Shen Xiu sure wow. Are team points that precious? Lin Chuan am shocked. 1,000 pieces of wood can only be exchanged for 1 point. Hu Ju and how that's understandable. The warehouse might evaluate based on the value of the Guardian cards. Chu Yan support players typically only have around 20 points. We need to ensure they can at least exchange for 2 Guardian cards. And our permissions only allow us to modify the initial exchange points for each item. Let's discuss how to set the Hu Ju and how you don't have more permissions. Chu Yan, one extra permission I have over you is the appointment and removal of subordinate managers. Shin Xiushur, how about setting the initial exchange points for the Rock Serpent to 1 point and the others to 10 points? That way everyone can exchange for 3 Guardian Beasts. Any further exchanges would depend on contributing to the team to earn points. Chu Yan, that's a great suggestion. What do you all think? Hu Ju and how agreed. Yun Shang agreed. Ma Qianli agreed too. Sure Lei agreed 3. Chu Yan, it's decided then. Lin Chuan, wait, aren't you all going to wait for my opinion? What if I oppose? Shin Xiushur, does your opposition even matter? According to permissions, Chu Yan can revoke your subordinate manager privileges anytime. By numbers, we 6 have already agreed and the minority obeys the majority. Lin Chuan, girl, haven't you heard the saying? The truth is always held by the minority. Chu Yan, do you hold the truth? Are you sure? Lin Chuan, bro, I was wrong. After making the decision, Hu Juanhao edited a group announcement explaining the situation of the team warehouse and Guardian Beasts, and Chu Yan set the team warehouse to be visible to all. Public chat group Hu Juanhao, don't ask. First read the latest group announcement. Yun Shang, your statement is quite concise. After everyone read the group announcement, they eagerly checked the team warehouse. Shui Wu, do you know what it feels like to win by lying down? After following Chu Yan around for half a day, I unexpectedly have 97 points. Ha ha. Fong Qiao, you same here, winning by lying down. Tang Nianwei, he, I think we support players are the real winners. Thank you Combat Masters for letting us win effortlessly. Zhao Tianlong, I strongly agree with Nianwei's point. We transported some ammunition with no risk and got so many points, thanks everyone. Ma Qianli, extra. Extra. No need to catch ants anymore. Guardian Beasts count as city creatures. Rabbits count too. Shin Xiushur, that's fantastic. We can all catch 2 less beasts. Chen Jian, major discovery. Mud bricks can count as stones. Sure lay ha. There's this good news. Chen Jian, I dug a lot of mud by the ditch to build a stove, and just as I gathered 10 creatures it prompted me that these mud bricks can offset some upgrade energy. Lin Chuan, hahaha, it seems we're going to start playing with mud again as we grow up. Wei Dongqing, I wonder if sand can count as material. I have a big river nearby. Ma Qianli, we can try to bring some back tomorrow. We can also move some stones from the river. After dealing with the warehouse matters, Chu Yan finally had time to carefully check the 2 heroes he had just summoned. The attributes of the stone hammer and fire prison had also changed somewhat. The reminder bell of the clock rang and Chu Yan sat up to see a swirling mass of fog in front of him. When will you be able to speak? The fog, alternating between black and white, emitted a vague sound of yeah and then circled around Chu Yan. The 2 heroes summoned yesterday: Hero Spirit of Light and Shadow. Liuli Mystic Grade Talent Energy Growth. The Spirit of Light and Shadow's growth depends on the energy of the main city with no bottleneck and leveling up. Loyalty 90, Strength 99, Physique 99, Agility 99, Mentality 99, Skill Absorption Effect. The Spirit of Light and Shadow can absorb energy for the main city. Shield Blessing Effect increases the target's energy shield lasting for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Currently a maximum of 2 shields can be maintained. When Liuli was first summoned, it was a yellow grade hero with all attributes at 49 points. Then it instantly became a mystic grade hero with all 4 attributes changing to 99 points. This situation provided Chu Yan with information: yellow grade heroes or pets have a maximum single attribute of 49 points while mystic grade has a maximum of 99 points. Liuli's situation is somewhat similar to that of a guardian beast, but with differences: Liuli can leave the main city range. Additionally, Chu Yan truly couldn't comprehend Liuli's absorption skill. Moreover, Liuli is the first hero that cannot communicate. All heroes summoned by challengers can communicate smoothly except for Liuli. Hero Slaughter Armor Chu 2 Heaven Grade Talon Slaughter is proof of path. Thatched-hut enhancement relies solely on slaughter with no bottleneck and leveling up loyalty 90 strength 100 physique 100 agility 100 mentality 100 skill armor attachment effect. Chu 2 can wear itself as armor on the target, granting the target all attributes of Chu 2. Slaughter Wool Chu 2 does not require skills. Every attack is an ultimate slaughter. Special note: Chu 2 can kill demons of any level. Each kill is equivalent to gaining 1 evolution point. Kills of non-demon beings with levels lower than Chu 2 do not count as effective kills. Thatched-hut's image is a set of pitch-black armor with a blood-red longsword, and the armor is filled with dark fog. The commonality between Liuli and Chu Yan cannot use evolution points to enhance them. In addition to the 2 new heroes, Stonehammer consumes some stones, resulting in an increase in its attribute points. A piece of blue stone can increase Stonehammer by 1 attribute point, but Chu Yan cannot control it. These attribute points are mostly added randomly to strength or physique. Stonehammer's situation indicates that the enhancement of heroes does not rely solely on evolution points. On the other hand, Fire Prison gains 1 free attribute point by consuming a Fire Spirit Stone. The attribute points of pets are entirely under Chu Yan's control and can be added to any attribute. This is also a distinction between pets and heroes. Additionally, Fire Prison can gain 1 free attribute point by consuming a Flame Crystal Core. After communicating with Fire Prison, Chu Yan allocated all its attribute points to agility. He exchanged a bottle of spring water on the trading platform and casually roasted a piece of meat, pinching his nose to eat it, and after finishing the roasted meat he quickly ate 2 wild fruits. The only seasonings were oil and salt, resulting in a strong fishy smell from the meat, making it extremely unappetizing. Many people in the group reported feeling nauseated while eating. There was no choice to survive, he had to eat. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the vegetable growers to mature their crops. The spider purple or flame spider looked at Chu Yan eating meat, salivating. However, Chu Yan couldn't afford to raise it. Let's go hunt in the mountains and you can eat whatever prey you catch. Today Chu Yan decided to check the situation in the mountains himself. He led Mo wear the Chu 2 armor along with Fire Prison and Spider Purple, so they should be able to go further. Even if they encountered beasts they couldn't defeat, escaping should be possible as Chu Yan's agility was quite high. Not long after entering the mountains he encountered a green snake. By the time Chu Yan saw the snake, Spider Purple had already killed it and started to consume it. Next he encountered a pack of wolves. Spider Purple killed 2, Fire Prison killed 2, Mo killed 5, and the other wild wolves fled. 9 wild wolves were consumed by Spider Purple in less than half an hour. Chu Yan was stunned. Are you full? I can keep eating. Opening its attribute panel, its 4-dimensional attributes increased by a total of 16 points, which was terrifying. The growth of a modified body like Spider Purple is indeed fast, but if released into the wild it would be a devastating presence. As he walked further he encountered a nest of wild mountain bees. Spider Purple spat out a web and directly pulled down the beehive to eat. It consumed any animal or insect it encountered. It didn't even spare the ants on the ground. It was too extreme. This modified body originally had a possibility of self-destruction, but now after being repaired it was simply apocalyptic. Stop for a moment, don't eat any more today. We must pay attention to the natural cycle. This was the area around his main city and Chu Yan was genuinely afraid of turning the surroundings into a wasteland. After wandering for half a day, capturing 2 mountain deer and picking some wild fruits, Chu Yan returned on the same path. He had initially thought about checking the situation in the deep mountain village but found it unnecessary. What if the village was full of experts, instead increasing unnecessary risks for himself? It would be better to wait until his strength increased a bit more before approaching. After returning to the main city, Chu Yan carefully planned the route of the void path, trying to make the monsters travel as far as possible. The layout of the void path cannot form a closed loop, meaning that no matter how it circles, monsters must be able to reach the small wooden house. If challengers arrange the void path into a closed loop, then all the void paths will be ineffective. The black fog descended as expected. The teleportation portal opened and there were new changes to today's portal. 1. After challengers kill a wave of monsters, they can choose to summon the next wave of monsters immediately without adhering to the original fixed time. 2. Challengers can choose free mode. The total number of monsters appearing each day is fixed, but there is no restriction on the number of waves. Monsters can appear freely, possibly one by one or all at once. In free mode, challengers receive an additional special treasure chest. The arrangements in the chat group still follow the previous day's method, with the first batch of 300 people opening up first, divided into 3 batches for challenges. Today there are 7 waves of monsters in total, 3691216202490 monsters. After careful consideration, Chu Yan decided to try the free mode. For safety, Sake he specifically rented 4 area attack heroes to prevent too many rats from overwhelming him with a single rock snake. After making sufficient preparations, Chu Yan activated the teleportation portal for free mode. The moment the portal opened, over 20 monsters rushed out: zombie dogs, demon wolves, giant tortoises, hunting falcons, and invisible gray leopards. Everything was present. As a result, Spider Purple cast a large web, capturing them all at once. With the attacks from Fire Prison and Mo, who was wearing the Chu 2 armor, in the blink of an eye the monsters became corpses. The monsters in front fell and the ones behind surged out in droves. Spider Z blocked the portal, capturing every monster in its web except for the burrowing mice, who met their demise at the entrance. The success rate left Chu Yan in a daze. During the disaster in the cave, Spider Z's webs had failed to hit even once against the fire abyss. He had thought its hit rate was quite low, but he never expected it to be so effective when blocking the door. On the other hand, he had also underestimated the strength of the rock snake. A single rock snake effortlessly dealt with all the burrowing mice. After the battle concluded, the borrowed hero automatically returned once Chu Yan clicked to confirm the completion of the task. Today a total of 92 monsters were slain, which meant that the 7th wave had increased by 6 compared to the 6th, not just 4. Just as he was about to share this information with others, he suddenly noticed that Spider Z was preparing to eat the monster corpses. "You can eat monsters too?" Spider Z nodded. "Yes, I can eat." Just as Chu Yan was about to instruct it to give it a try, Luli suddenly rushed over to stop Spider Z from consuming the monster corpses. This scene completely bewildered Chu Yan. "Why aren't you letting Spider Z eat the corpses?" Luli couldn't speak, only letting out a series of yeah sounds. After a moment of thought, Chu Yan replied, "Let Spider Z eat a few and see how it goes." Luli did not stop it again. Spider Z had just devoured a demonic wolf, and soon the last batch of over 20 monster corpses vanished in a flash of white light. The monsters appearing from the portal always followed this pattern, much like the respawning of monster corpses in a game. Some attempted to skin the monsters, but they always found that their actions were interrupted as the corpses vanished too quickly. After several unsuccessful attempts, everyone gave up. When they reopened Spider Z's attribute panel, they discovered that eating a demonic wolf had indeed granted it an additional 5 attribute points. What is going on with these monsters? After pondering for a long time without any conclusions, 2 treasure chests dropped just before the portal vanished, one large and one small. First, he opened the regular treasure chest. Hero's longsword. This sword can accompany a hero for a lifetime because it can consume metal to grow. Level 2 main city upgrade card helps you build a luxurious stone house. Spiritual field vegetable garden, an area of 10 by 10 meters. Even if you lack farming talent, you can still grow a few garlic sprouts. Sky blue stone X10. This stone is not precious to you but is highly valuable to the stone people. Consuming too much can break biological rankings. Then he opened the special treasure chest. Sky blue stone X30. This stone is not precious to you but is highly valuable to the stone people. Consuming too much can break biological rankings. Fire spirit stone X30. I'm so considerate, I know you need it. Super alloy X30. The heroes of the mechanical clan definitely need it. The items in the special treasure chest were all prepared for heroes, so this type of chest could be called a hero's chest. He gave the hero's longsword to Fire Abyss, while Mochio could use the blood-red long knife when donning the 1000 slaughter armor. After organizing these items, just as he was about to open the chat group, he received a vibration notification. There was an emergency. The chat group only vibrated when someone was him. Upon opening it, he saw Yunshang. "Chu Yan, save me." "Hu Ju and how?" "Chu Yan, hurry out." "Chu Yan, on my way." Using the Legion badge, Chu Yan was instantly teleported to Yunshang's main city with Fire Abyss and Spider Z. They appeared in front of Yunshang's small wooden house, but a quick glance revealed that Yunshang was nowhere to be found. In his confusion, he noticed that the battle in front of the portal was amiss. He quickly ran over to slay the monsters and then pulled the seriously injured and barely breathing Yunshang out from the pile of monsters. He removed the faceplate of the battlesuit, revealing Yunshang's pale face as she coughed up blood continuously. He took out a healing potion to feed her, but Yunshang was already somewhat unconscious and most of what she drank was vomited back up. "Chu Yan, besides healing potions, are there any other healing items?" "And Ching, I have a flower fairy hero who can heal. It's already on the shelf." "Chu Yan, everyone quickly take down your heroes temporarily and only keep the flower fairy." "Hu Ju and how is it that serious?" Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone cooperatively took down their heroes and the hero rental interface in the chat group was left with only one flower fairy. Chu Yan turned to Yunshang and shouted, "Wake up quickly, rent the flower fairy." "It's the only hero on the interface." Yunshang tried to respond to Chu Yan but vomited blood again and fell completely unconscious. Fortunately, after a flash of light, a half-meter tall flower fairy with fluttering wings appeared in front of the small wooden house. "Come quickly and heal her." The flower fairy quickly flew over, continuously casting her emerald green healing spells. After 4 or 5 minutes, Yunshang slowly regained consciousness and Chu Yan took out a healing potion to feed her. After finishing a 500 milliliters healing potion, Yunshang's mental state improved significantly. Suddenly the flower fairy spoke, "You still need 5 more of these. Can't you heal her completely?" The flower fairy's little face turned slightly red as she shyly replied, "If it's just me, I can't cure her today. Her injuries are too severe. Her limbs are fractured and every organ has sustained damage." Chu Yan nodded. "All right, I understand." In the chat group, "Chu Yan, we need 2,500 milliliters of healing potions. Ma Chinli, over 300 milliliters already placed in the warehouse." How did Yunshang get such serious injuries? "Last time I lost a leg and an arm, I only needed over 500 milliliters of healing potions." "Hu Ju and how I have more potions, please help put them in the warehouse or trading platform." With many helping hands, they quickly gathered the required amount in just a few minutes. After more than 10 minutes, Yunshang was basically healed. The flower fairy carefully checked Yunshang's body before teleporting away. Standing up, Yunshang was momentarily at a loss for how to express her gratitude and finally simply said, "Thank you for saving me." Chu Yan smiled and replied, "You also saved yourself. If you hadn't rented the flower fairy before losing consciousness, it would have been really dangerous." Thinking of this, Yunshang felt a wave of fear. The situation at that moment had truly been critical. Challengers cannot help others rent heroes. If Chu Yan had rented the flower fairy, she would have only teleported to Chu Yan's main city. On the other hand, the Legion badge only allowed Chu Yan to teleport with his own pets. Therefore, if Yunshang had not rented the flower fairy before fainting, she might not have made it through. Yunshang briefly recounted what had happened to Chu Yan and then reminded everyone in the group, Yunshang, thank you all for your help, you saved my life and I am immensely grateful. Lin Chuan, how did you get such serious injuries? Today's monsters weren't too difficult. Yunshang, didn't you all encounter the skeletal monster with green light in its eye sockets? Hu Ju and how I didn't encounter it. Shirlei didn't encounter it. Ma Qinli didn't encounter it. Only Yunshang encountered it among the first batch that opened the portal. Yunshang was speechless, clenching her delicate fist and taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Just as she was about to explain the skeletal monster's abilities, a terrified scream echoed through the group. Feng Qiaoyui. I saw the skeletal monster Yunshang was talking about. Is it particularly powerful? Yunshang, don't panic, it's not powerful. Chu Yan is coming over right now. Chu Yan was teleported to the front of Feng Qiaoyu's small wooden house and he encountered a skeleton monster face to face. After confirming with a glance, he realized this was a monster he could kill. Huoyu gently swept his sword and a skull rolled a long way on the ground. Running to the teleportation portal, Feng Qiaoyu saw that one of her heroes was already heavily injured amidst the pile of monsters. Huoyu and Spider Z worked together to finish off the monsters. This hero could still walk slowly with his great sword and his injuries were much better than Yunshang's at that time. There are some healing potions left in the warehouse, you can exchange them for him to use. Feng Qiaoyu nodded and exchanged 2 bottles of potions, handing them to her hero. The human warrior hero took 1 bottle and said, with my injuries 1 bottle will be enough to heal me. Feng Qiaoyu sniffed and said, fortunately you came early. Thank you, Chu Yan. Chu Yan turned to observe the corpses of the monsters and said, comparing the situation here with what happened with Yunshang, it can be basically confirmed that the first target of the monsters is the main city's durability and the second target is us, with the hatred values of heroes and pets being the lowest. Feng Qiaoyu humbly asked what was the situation like over with Yunshang. When the skeleton monster switched positions with Yunshang, all the monsters were attacking her furiously, whereas here only half of the monsters were surrounding the hero and the rest were still trying to attack the main city's durability. Feng Qiaoyu also carefully observed the distribution of the monster corpses and nodded in acknowledgement. In the chat group, Yunshang was also explaining the situation regarding the skeleton monsters. Yunshang, the skeleton monster switched places with me. Just as I got into the middle of the monsters, my arms and legs were bitten by them and I couldn't fight back at all. For a moment I thought I would be torn apart by 5 horses. Really, if it weren't for the combat outfit I obtained yesterday, I wouldn't have had a chance to call for help today. Lin Chuan, that was so thrilling. Fortunately, we turned danger into safety. Hu Ju and how with our current strength we can only handle 3 or 4 monsters at most. Even our heroes can't deal with an attack from more than 10 monsters. Ma Qinli, Chu Yan, how's the situation over there? Chu Yan, it's already resolved. Hu Ju and how I saw Feng Qiaoyu exchanged for 2 bottles of potions, how's her injury? Feng Qiaoyu, thank you all for your concern and not injured. The skeleton monster here switched places with one of my heroes. Hu Ju and how, as long as you're safe. Lin Chuan, the second wave is almost over, it seems the skeleton monster has only appeared once. Hu Ju and how, I feel like it will appear again. For those facing the final challenge, if you see a skeleton, call for help as soon as possible. Shen Qiushi understood. Tang Nianwei understood. And Qing understood. Zhao Tianlong very understood. When the third batch of players reached the last wave, Tang Nianwei shouted, a skeleton monster has appeared here. Chu Yan immediately teleported over. Encountering another skeleton again, Huoyu kindly sent him back to the realm of the dead. Running to the teleportation portal, Chu Yan exchanged glances with Tang Nianwei. They both turned to look at the battle in front of the teleportation portal. Tang Nianwei said the guardian monster is really powerful, it truly deserves to be an immortal existence. Chu Yan nodded and replied, your luck is truly remarkable. The one who switched positions this time can be said to be the best outcome. Chat group, Hu Ju and how, Chu Yan, Tang Nianwei, what's the situation now? Chu Yan, Tang Nianwei, record a video for everyone. Tang Nianwei, okay, everyone wait for me a moment. Lin Chuan, what's going on? Is this skeleton monster that weak? Tang Nianwei, please watch the video. Zhao Tianlong, you can only say Nianwei is incredibly lucky. And the guardian monster is awesome. Yunshang, I feel like you're mocking me. Lin Chuan, hahaha, Zhao Tianlong, Missy, that's unfair, I didn't mean it. Chu Yan, you should say slander, she is slandering me. Ma Qinli, haha, that's hilarious. Chu Yan, Yunshang, where were you standing when the battle started? Yunshang, are you asking? Chu Yan, just as you think. Lin Chuan, you two have had enough. I can't stand riddle people, let's get rid of them. Hu Ju and how, Chu Yan, do you think the deciding factor for switching positions is distance? Chu Yan, yes. I asked Xiaoyu, her hero was standing next to the small wooden house to guard against the burrowing rat the farthest from the teleportation portal. Nianwei's situation is similar, she chose to use the guardian firewolf to defend against the burrowing rat. Yunshang, this is indeed a commonality. I chose to stand in front of the small wooden house to guard against the rat. Chu Yan, although there is no factual confirmation now, it would be best for everyone to place their guardian beasts in the farthest position tomorrow. There is also the possibility that it's not the farthest but closer to the small wooden house. Shin Xiushi Chu Yan, are you saying that everyone will encounter skeletons tomorrow? Chu Yan, it's a high probability event. Everyone think about it, nothing has existed in isolation these days. Every abnormal occurrence or when facing a choice has determined future developments. Hu Ju, and how today's situation really requires us to thank the decision we made to participate in the mission yesterday. Chu Yan, yes, if Yun Shang didn't have yesterday's combat outfit she might not have had a chance to call for help. Next, without the Legion badge, even if we call for help everyone would be helpless. Moreover, without the flower fairy hero summoned by Yanqing, even if I arrive I won't be able to heal the unconscious Yun Shang. And most importantly, without the guardian monster obtained yesterday we would surely suffer heavy casualties when facing the skeleton monster. Lin Chuan, damn. Thinking about it now I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. I really can't imagine how terrible it would be if we hadn't participated in the mission yesterday. Ma Qinli, I'm shocked too. Fang Xiaoyu, it's really troublesome for Chu Yan to run around putting out fires. Tang Yanwei, thank you Chu Yan, big. Ma Qinli, Chu Yan is awesome. You guys even mentioned Chu Yan, I could write 2,000 words about him. Chu Yan is awesome. Chu Yan is awesome. When the flood of messages finally slowed down, Chu Yan spoke again. Chu Yan, everyone doesn't have to be like this. Perhaps you all think that what I do yields no benefit like a do-gooder. Actually, I believe I have gained something and it's quite significant. Using gaming terminology, what I do increases my luck. Good deeds are rewarded. This may not necessarily apply in reality, but here in the trial land it definitely holds true. Otherwise why would I be able to obtain a pet like Huayu? Once could be said to be luck, but I caught a heavenly grade fire spider yesterday. The hero summoned with a level 2 summoning card is also heavenly grade. Yesterday many people showcased their summoned heroes in the group. Heavenly grade heroes are not very common. However, Hu Juanhao summoned a heavenly grade hero. Chen Jian also summoned a heavenly grade hero. I don't know much about others, so we'll just mention these two. Group leader Juanhao doesn't need any more introduction. He has always been eager to help us all. Chen Jian guided many people in building their small wooden houses a few days ago, saving a lot of upgrade energy. Shen Xiushi, shocking. Let me share one too. And Xing's flower fairy is a heavenly grade hero. Everyone can check their records on the trading platform. Many people have likely purchased the spring water provided by Miss Xing. Yesterday during the mission everyone saw Xing. Can you imagine this slender girl carrying back 200 L of spring water from the mountains every day? The weight is equivalent to 20 barrels of bottled water in reality. And she sells it so cheaply. Lin Chuan, thank you Miss Xing for your hard work. 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 And Cheng, it's not hard, not hard. With everyone's help I haven't been injured much in battle these days. Zhou Chang also shocked. Zhao Tianlong also summoned a heavenly grade hero. He puts up over 2,000 pieces of wood for sale every day. The price is also very cheap. Everyone rushed to speak, and in the end they found that those who summoned heavenly grade heroes yesterday had indeed provided a lot of help. This help doesn't necessarily mean providing cheap goods. As long as it helps others, that's enough. For example, Chen Jian guided others in building small wooden houses in the chat group. This chapter has ended. Sincerely thank all the readers who have read this far. Thank you. Since the novel is free, I'll write some unrelated content. My writing level is indeed insufficient, making it hard to accurately express the main theme of the novel, leading some readers to feel that the sense of team unity was established a bit too quickly, resembling a moral model for everyone. The logic of the novel is that team members unite through reason and logic, not through high morality. The fundamental building block is reason. In Chapter 3, the protagonist and a player who passed directly killed the shameless young XX who insulted everyone and did not deserve a name, to show that everyone is not boundless in kindness. Next, the protagonist gains a pet card for providing a strategy in the group announcement. The crucial daytime is half the number of team members. The protagonist gave Ma Qinli a summoning card, and after returning it the summoned hero became stronger, including up to now. The protagonist has always gained good things because of his actions in this chapter. Others also received better rewards for providing help. After all this, if all team members can have reason and basic logic, they can analyze how to act in their best interests, so a basic sense of unity emerges, united by reason. Some people say that this kind of setting has a bit of a forced saintly flavor. I really can't help but laugh and cry. Drawing on the basic rules of the real world, how can it be said to be forced saintly? By this logic, there should be hundreds of millions of saints in our country. The borrowed rule is among working friends who gets paid before working. Working for a month and getting paid at the beginning of the next month or even at the end of the next month has been running for hundreds or thousands of years. The next day as noon approached, the chat group became lively again. Shuewu brothers and sisters, take a look at my luxurious stone house. Video. The stone house with 187 remaining pieces of stone already available will have about 400 more available in the afternoon. Everyone do your best. Lin Chuan, wow. The stone house has actually turned into a 3-room one. Shuewu, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and at the far end a bathroom. Without mentioning anything else, just the bathroom alone deserves a perfect score of 100. The upgraded bathroom has a sewage channel made of stone flowing directly beneath the vegetable garden, keeping it very clean. Yunchang is a girl. What I'm most satisfied with is that the stone house now has a bathroom. Ma Qinli is a boy. I'm also most satisfied with the bathroom. Finally, I don't have to run into the woods holding my stomach every day. Shinshio, sure off for the bathroom. I have to work hard to carry sand today. Tang Yanwei, I was digging mud like a little monkey ready to give up, but now I'm full of motivation. For the bathroom. Hu Juanhao, what is the function of the stone tablet in front of the stone house? Shuewu, I was so excited about the bathroom that I forgot the important matters. The biggest change in the stone house is this stone tablet. In the future it will be the bearer of the main city's durability with a durability rating of up to 200 points. Additionally, there is an energy display behind the stone tablet showing a value of 500, though it's unclear how it was obtained. However, touching the stone tablet can heal. Yan Yuanhan, upgrading to the stone house is truly a major update. Zhou Chang, indeed the changes are considerable. My stones are almost enough. I'll upgrade shortly. Chu Yan, envious. Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Chu Yan, eating barbecued meat. Lin Chuan, so leisurely. You're not going to prepare the upgrade materials. Chu Yan, I don't have rivers, ditches or stones around me. Just grass and trees. Hu Juanhao, use a shovel to dig. Mix soil with water evenly and you'll have mud. Chu Yan. Unbelievable. I actually forgot this common sense. No more barbecuing, I'll get to work. Now my 4 basic attributes are all at least 200 points, and digging with a shovel feels like digging tofu. Huayu Mochio and Qian Tu also helped dig. Spider Z was responsible for transporting materials into the energy shield, while Stone Hammer and Feng Shaoqi mixed the soil. In one afternoon we gathered enough materials for the upgrade. When the black mist descended, Chu Yan successfully upgraded the small wooden house into a luxurious 3-room stone house. In the instant the upgrade was successful, I suddenly noticed that Liuli had changed drastically. It now had a clear human form, no longer an invisible mass of mist. I opened its attribute panel. Hero, Spirit of Light and Shadow. Liuli, Earth level talent, energy growth. The growth of the Spirit of Light and Shadow relies on the main city's energy with no bottleneck and level increase. Loyalty 100, strength 199, physique 199, agility 199, spirit 199, skill. Absorb effect. The Spirit of Light and Shadow can absorb energy for the main city. Shield blessing effect adds an energy shield to the target, lasting 3 minutes, cooldown of 15 minutes, currently able to maintain up to 3 shields. Wind blessing effect adds wind wings to the target, lasting 3 minutes, cooldown of 15 minutes, currently able to maintain up to 3 wings. I took another look at the data of the Rock Snake Guardian Beast and its 4 basic attributes changed to 160 points. However, Liuli is a hero unit. This method of enhancement is truly formidable. After the stone house was generated, Chu Yan noticed a difference. The stone house he built should more accurately be called a red brick bungalow. Although the walls are very smooth, there are clearly traces of red bricks. Public chat group. Chu Yan, look at the photo. My stone house and Shuewu's stone house are quite different. Yunchang, I was just about to say that. Look at mine, it's different from both of yours. Hu Juanhao, mine is even more unique. Chu Yan's is a red brick house, Yunchang's has a frosted wall, and mine is a combination of red bricks and stone. Tang Yanwei, look at mine. A frosted and red brick combination. Ma Qianli, mine is a frosted and stone combination. This time the styles of the stone house upgrade are varied. Lin Chuan, pretty good. I prefer houses that have their own characteristics rather than the monotonous small wooden house. Shinshio, sure, aside from stone houses made with a single material being the same, those built with 2 or more materials will have differences. Zhao Tianlong, I've made my decision. I want to use 3 materials at the same time. Shen Jian, major discovery. After this upgrade we can build more houses. I dug the foundation myself and built the walls to a height of 1 person, thus there's surplus energy for upgrading. As I was preparing to put the remaining materials on the shelf, it reminded me that I could continue building the stone house. Hu Juanhao, this is good. Tomorrow I'll continue to work hard and build a few houses for the heroes. Ma Qianli, I want to build a pig pen, a stable. Lin Chuan, the changes this time are truly significant. The biggest benefit is that we are safer now. We don't have to worry about lacking potions when injured. Tang Yanwei, I just don't know how to replenish the stone tablet's energy. Yunchang, after a few days, as long as the energy value changes, we'll naturally figure out the reason. Speaking of the main city's energy, Chu Yan immediately thought of Liuli's talent and quickly opened the door to check the stone tablet's energy. 100 points. After deducting 400 points, the value perfectly matched the total attribute points that Liuli had increased. As he turned to ask Liuli about the specifics, he found that Liuli had already come to the stone tablet. Then Liuli transformed into a cylindrical mist form connecting to the black mist outside the energy shield at the top and swirling around the stone tablet at the bottom. Chu Yan focused intently on the energy value of the stone tablet. After about 5 minutes, the energy value changed to 101 points. So this is absorption. It seems Liuli is an all-round supportive hero. If Liuli's attribute values at each advancement are at the peak of the current level, it indicates that the maximum single attribute for Earth level heroes is 199 points and the total for the 4 basic attributes is 796 points. If this deduction is correct, then the maximum single attribute for Sky level heroes must exceed 200 points. Mo Chio's case is quite unreasonable. When her agility reached 100 points, she advanced to Sky level, and at 200 points she advanced to Desolate level. Could it be the effect of leadership? When the portal opened, Chu Yan glanced at the stone tablet's energy value once more, 109 points. At this moment, the time since Liuli absorbed energy had been just under an hour. It seems like it absorbs 1 point of energy every 6 minutes or 10 points an hour. In a day and night's time there are 24601440 minutes. Daytime is 492 minutes and the time of black mist is 948 minutes. Therefore Liuli can absorb 948,6158 points. The current question is, what is the maximum value of the energy? Can it still increase after exceeding 500 points? To avoid risks, today's battle continued in 3 batches. Chu Yan activated the free mode as usual. The skills of Spider Purple are simply a fantastic way to block the door. Thus today passed quite easily. In the end a skeleton monster did appear, but unfortunately for it, it met a tragic fate. Before it could unleash its skills it was slain by Mocho clad in the 1000 slaughter armor with a single strike. After the battle, with Chu Yan's consent, Spider Purple quickly devoured the corpses of 2 demon wolves, increasing its attribute points by 2 treasure chests dropped. Ordinary chest, heroic gauntlets, the favorite of great muscle warriors, especially those who prefer to argue with their fists. This is quite good. It's very suitable for sure. Chu A. Level 2 main city upgrade card helps you build a luxurious stone house. That's quite thoughtful. Now a stone house is indeed not enough. Chu Yan's situation is somewhat better, but many others have heroes that are human or humanoid and they also need rooms to rest. Servant summoning card. Although most servants lack combat power, they are still indispensable. Thunder Crystal X5 for the mechanical race. It may be more important than metal. Radish seeds. This bag of seeds can grow many large and thick white radishes. Special treasure chest Sky Blue Stone X35. This stone may not be precious to you, but it is extremely valuable to the stone people. Eating too much can even break the biological tier. Fire Spirit Stone X35. I'm just that considerate knowing you need it. Super Alloy X35. Heroes of the mechanical race definitely need it. Yesterday it was just a logical deduction, but today it has been confirmed as a fact. Special treasure chests only yield materials for nurturing heroes. Moving the items to the living room of the stone house, I checked the clock and found that only over 20 minutes had passed. When I came out to instruct Feng Shaoqi to plant the radishes in the spiritual field, I glanced at the steel and found that its energy value had changed to 236 points. Calculating the time, Liuli probably absorbed 14 points. What is the sudden increase of 122 points about? Chu Yan thought for a moment and realized monsters that come out of the portal will convert into steel energy after being killed. Today the number of monsters was 124. Spider Purple ate 2 of them. The values align perfectly. Logically deducing further, there's a high probability that the increase in monster corpses might determine the upper limit of the steel's energy value. The reason Liuli stopped Spider Purple from consuming the monster corpses yesterday should be this. Otherwise, with the ability to absorb energy, there would be no reason for Liuli to prevent Spider Purple from eating the corpses. This hypothesis can be easily verified. It will be proven once the battles of others conclude. After all, before the battle many people's steel energy values were at the maximum of 500 points. After planting the radishes with Feng Shaoqi, many people had already completed today's battles. Public chat group Hu Juanhao. I can't believe how easy it was. Today's battle should be the easiest one, right? Lin Xuan. Today is the 6th battle at the portal plus the one for the newbie task, a total of 7 times. I believe the 2 easiest days were the first day of the official start and today. Ma Qianli agreed. On the first day we merely increased the number of zombie dogs, but we had heroes, so that day was indeed very easy. Today was easy due to our effective countermeasures. We managed to unravel the teleportation of the skeleton monsters. Yun Shang. The steel energy increased by 124 points and the energy upper limit increased by 124 points. Everyone try to construct your stone houses tomorrow. Those who can't gather enough materials can directly purchase them with evolution points. The prices of materials listed on the trading platform are very cheap. Zhao Tianlong. Why should we build them tomorrow? Tang Yanwei. You're so clueless. If the initial energy fixed at 500 points after upgrading to a stone house, wouldn't delaying the upgrade result in greater losses? Zhao Tianlong. Miss, I still don't understand. Xin Xiushi, I think you're doing it on purpose. You just want to talk more with Nianwei. Hu Juanhao agreed. Chu Yan agreed 1. Shui Wu agreed 2. Lin Xuan agreed 10086. Zhao Tianlong. Defamation. Defamation. I'll sue you for defamation. Zhou Chang. I also didn't understand the logic even though I've already upgraded to a stone house. Ma Qinli really didn't understand. Zhao Tianlong. More genuine than a steel needle. Zhou Chang. More genuine than gold. Tang Yanwei. Let me explain simply. Those who upgraded to a stone house today now have a steel energy upper limit of 624 points, while those who upgrade tomorrow might only have a steel energy upper limit of 500 points. This means that those who upgrade tomorrow might forever have 124 points less in their steel energy upper limit. The later it gets, the more they lose. Zhao Tianlong. Damn. I want to upgrade immediately tomorrow. No, I want to upgrade today. My portal hasn't opened yet. I feel like I can still salvage this. Materials in the trading platform and warehouse were instantly sold out. Are there any extra materials, everyone? I still need 87 more. Same request. Still need 14 more. Chu Yan just listed 124 units. Hu Juanhao listed 65 units. Those with remaining materials hurried to list them, but there were still shortages. And Qing digging up the dirt from the yard. I tried it, it works. Hu Juanhao repeating what Chu Yan said. Incredible. I actually forgot this common sense. Everyone, let's take action. Help each other out. Chu Yan also took his heroes and pets to start digging in the yard. To ensure that everyone could upgrade to the stone house today, even the battle batches were divided into 5. While Chu Yan and Hu Juanhao were digging, they arranged the opening times of the portals for others in the chat group. Everyone also borrowed materials from each other to ensure that they upgraded the main city to a stone house before opening the portals. Everyone worked together until there were less than 4 hours until dawn, finally helping everyone successfully upgrade their main cities. After it ended the public chat group, Ma Qianli, I'm exhausted. Truly worn out. I thought today would be easy, but I almost worked myself to death. Tang Nianwei, which dog can get this tired? My back can't even straighten up. Yun Shang, you all chat, I need to sleep. Walking now feels like floating. Lin Chuan, what do you mean sleep? Get up and keep the fun going. The group was already silent. Lin Chuan, everyone went to sleep. Damn, I'm so tired I can't sleep. Shirley, Hu Juanhao just remembered an important message, quick everyone. Hu Juanhao, you better really have an important message or I'll break your legs. Everyone listen up. Everyone lay in bed opening the chat group waiting for Shirley's message. Shirley, transferring the durability of the main city to the steel lowers the difficulty. Everyone must not make it harder for others. I am the counterexample. I thought I was being clever by building 2 walls to protect the steely, but the durability turned into a shield form. I quickly tore down the walls. Everyone understands now, right? Ma Qianli, damn. I was just thinking of building 2 walls to protect the steel tomorrow. Damn it, this action truly increases the difficulty actively. Everyone was speechless and silent. Many people had such thoughts. Who would have thought there was such a pitfall? It's obvious that the steel is small and the number of monsters that can attack it at the same time is not many. But the shield is so large. Too many monsters can attack it at the same time. Transforming the durability into a steel indeed lowers the difficulty, as Shirley said. After understanding the situation, everyone chatted for a while before wearily falling into a deep sleep. The next day after the clock's reminder rang, Chu Yan was too sleepy to get out of bed. However, the heroes and pets were full of energy, inquiring what orders there were for today. Chu Yan thought for a moment and said, if you're not tired, go outside and dig to fill the big pit in front of the door. After saying that, he closed his eyes and fell asleep instantly. When Chu Yan woke up again, it was already past noon. The large pit in front of the door had been filled, and beside the stone house there was a pile of mud bricks. He opened the trading platform and saw a plethora of stone house materials, all priced very cheaply. Those who successfully upgraded their stone houses last night with everyone's help had listed many materials today. After all, being able to build more stone houses now made these materials useful. The situation was just as Lin Chuan had said, entering a stage of positive cycle where no one would deliberately take advantage. On the trading platform, food and building materials were practically given away. If it weren't for the platform's requirement of pricing, everyone could have received them for free. Items with relatively normal prices were non-essential goods. For example, the Tianqing stone and Huoling stone that Chu Yan needed were also available on the trading platform, and their prices were relatively reasonable. After getting up, he routinely bought a bottle of spring water, preparing to roast meat, when he suddenly remembered he still had a servant summoning card that had not been used. May the 3 pure ones bless me. Give me a chef. After clicking to use it, a young girl of about 14 or 15 appeared before him. Chu Yan was speechless. If I were a young master taking care of birds and dogs, I would be really happy to get such a distinctive little maid. But getting a little girl in the trial grounds, I would truly thank you. The little loli stared at Chu Yan with wide eyes and asked in a crisp voice, young master, are you hungry? Chu Yan looked at the girl and silently thought, I was indeed shallow. One must not judge by appearances. Data panel, contracted servant Hua Duor, magical little chef, heavenly grade talent 1. Culinary mastery, whatever ingredients you can find, I can turn them into delicious food too. Heart of culinary pursuit, Hua Duor's pursuit of culinary art is profound. She can advance by crafting spiritual food. Loyalty 90, strength 20, constitution 20, agility 20, spirit 399. Chu Yan took out a few pieces of meat and handed them to Hua Duor, saying, these are the only ingredients I have, and the only seasonings are oil and salt. Hua Duor patted her backpack and replied, I have plenty of seasonings myself. Can your little backpack hold a lot of seasonings? My backpack is quite large. Look. Chu Yan felt a bit stunned. Is this really a servant? Chu Yan didn't even have space equipment yet. Hua Duor's backpack actually had 1,000 slots of storage. Each slot was 1 cubic meter of space. After taking Chu Yan's meat, Hua Duor tilted her head in confusion and asked, you said you could find very precious ingredients, so I followed her suggestion and signed the contract with you, and you are giving me these ordinary beast meats. Are you worried I will waste the ingredients? Don't worry, my culinary skills are excellent. Chu Yan. What's going on? Who is that master? Chu Yan posed the question to Hua Duor, but she was also puzzled. What's going on? I forgot who that master was. So exhausting. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Chu Yan said, "For now these are the only ingredients I have. In the future I will bring you the precious ingredients to prepare delicious meals." Hua Duer didn't think much more and happily responded, saying, "It's a promise." She took the pieces of meat to the kitchen to cook while Chu Yan sat in the living room deep in thought. There was no doubt that this was a real world. That was why the data panel seemed so ambiguous. After all living beings lacked life bars. The existence behind this had created data panels for convenience, helping people like Chu Yan understand. After more than 10 minutes, Hua Duer brought out a plate of delicious food, and as Chu Yan ate, he was so moved he nearly cried. Finally, he was free from the fishy and raw meat life. After Hua Duer finished cooking, she enthusiastically chatted with Hua Yu and Mo Chio, earnestly asking them to help find precious ingredients. After finishing these tasks, the black mist had already started to spread. He took out the meat for Hua Duer to cook and was pleasantly surprised to find that there were small cabbages for sale on the trading platform. When he clicked to purchase, there was a message from the seller: "To allow more people to eat vegetables, please only buy one portion, thank you." He opened the public chat group. "Ma Chinli, thank you, Miss Chiosher." Eating nothing but meat for 7 consecutive days was truly hard to describe. "Lin Chuan, you really are civilized. Let me say it directly, it was excruciating during bowel movements. It felt like having hemorrhoids." "Hu Juanhao, you brat, be careful. There are many young ladies in the group. Tang Yanwei, no need to accommodate us girls." Lin Chuan expressed what I was feeling. Zhao Tianlong, after buying the small cabbage, I ate a piece of cabbage leaf raw and it tasted better than the meat I cooked myself. I'm currently making boiled cabbage soup. Sure, lay impressive. You can even make boiled cabbage. Isn't that dish a national banquet dish? Chu Yan sent 2 small cabbages to the kitchen, and in the end Hua Duer made a big bowl of cabbage soup. Dinner was enjoyed by Chu Yan and Hua Duer together. After savoring the delicious food, it was time for battle. When the portal opened, Hua Duer stood in the center, curiously staring at the portal. Chu Yan chose the free mode. Lin Chuan had seen elite monsters in the illusion trial, and based on his description of the elite monsters' attributes, it should not be difficult to deal with. Today there were a total of 9 waves of monsters, with the total number of monsters being 162. The first batch had more than 30 monsters, and it was easy to take care of them. Subsequent batches had no more than 10 monsters each, and they were quickly slain. Just as he was counting down the remaining 50 or so monsters, they all rushed out of the portal at once. An elite monster appeared. It was a green-skinned orc, somewhat resembling the orc image from the World of Warcraft, but a bit uglier. As soon as the elite orc appeared, it let out a roar, and the other monsters instantly entered a frenzied state. In this state, the monsters attacked stronger and faster, and more than 20 of them managed to break free from the spider's web. The skeleton monster also wasn't killed immediately. It successfully swapped places with the fire wolf guardian beast. The fire wolf was torn to shreds the moment it fell into the monster pile. Then it quickly reformed. Next, the elite orc let out another roar. This time the other monsters did not change, but the stone hammer immediately turned to flee. No, using the term head down and running away is more appropriate. Looking back at Feng Shaoqi, who was diligently cultivating the spiritual field beside the stone house, she showed no reaction. Although they quickly killed all these monsters, Chu Yan's expression grew serious. Public chat group. Chu Yan, attention. Today's battle difficulty is very high. Hu Juanhao, are the elite monsters very strong? Lin Chuan, are they much stronger than the elite monsters I saw last time? Have you already finished the battle? Yun Shang, Chu Yan, you wouldn't have activated the free mode, right? Chu Yan, I indeed activated the free mode. Everyone please hold on, wait until I finish speaking. The attributes of the elite monsters themselves are indeed similar to what Lin Chuan saw, but the elite monsters in the portal can unleash 2 group skills. The first one puts other monsters into a frenzy state, making their attacks stronger and faster with an overall power increase of about 30. The Fire Wolf Guardian was torn apart the moment it was transferred over. The second one puts players' heroes and pets into a state of fear. This skill is even more terrifying. Heroes in a state of fear will flee and panic immediately. The condition to resist fear is a sufficiently high mental attribute. Hu Juanhao, damn. How many points of mental attribute are needed to resist fear? Chu Yan, you've hit the nail on the head. However, unfortunately I do not have accurate data. The mental attribute gap between my heroes and pets is quite large. The Stone Warrior has 3 points of mental attribute and it is still in a state of fear. The mental attributes of the other heroes are too high to be of much reference. Yun Shang, can you resist fear yourself? Chu Yan, this point is also very critical, however I still cannot serve as a reference standard because my talent doubles my mental attribute. Ma Qianli, how do we break the situation? My 7th wave of battle is about to end. Chu Yan, distance. My other hero's mental attribute is also not high. He is a support-type hero, and at that time he stood to the left of the stone house and was not affected. Therefore my suggestion is during the last wave everyone should arrange the hero or pet with the highest mental attribute at the front. The other heroes should stand in order of mental attributes. All heroes with mental attributes below 20 points should be arranged next to the stone house, but be sure to pay attention to the distance and ensure the guardian beast is closest to the monument. Hu Juanhao, a very reasonable suggestion. We must quickly find the mental attribute standard for resisting fear as well as the safe distance. Yun Shang, we also need to rent some heroes. Chu Yan, exactly, you all should rent more heroes. With this arrangement, the battle position will be very close to the monument, which is very risky. Hu Juan, how the last wave of monsters should be 30 according to the standard of 3 elite heroes holding 3, 5 earth level heroes holding 5 and 8 sky level heroes holding 8. Everyone prepare quickly, it's better to have more heroes than fewer. About 10 minutes. Ma Chinli, 39 points of mental attribute will fall into fear. 40 meters from the portal is not a safe distance. Yunshan, 42 points of mental attribute cannot resist. My position is 50 meters from the portal and my mental attribute is 68 points unaffected. Lin Chuan, 49 points of mental attribute can resist fear. 60 meters is not a safe distance. Hu Juanhao, 47 points can resist my own mental attribute is 36 points, 80 meters from the portal and I am not in fear. Shirley, 45 points of mental attribute can resist fear. 65 meters is not a safe distance. Feng Xiaoyu, good news. The resistance value for mental attributes has been determined. 44 points will fall into fear. Chu Yan, great. Next we just need to wait for the confirmation of the safe distance. Shuo, the safe distance should be around 70 meters. One of my heroes stood 70 meters from the portal and his mental attribute is 26 points, so he is not in fear. Zhao Tianlong, I was almost scared to tears. Tang Yen Weio. How come you're so smart today? Zhao Tianlong, miss, this is simple to calculate. When the small wooden house was up, the diameter of the light shield was only 50 meters, there was simply nowhere to escape. Shin Xiushir, I was really shocked. If it weren't for upgrading the stone house overnight yesterday, today would really be dangerous. My forehead is all cold sweat. I swear. I'm sweating all over. I was busy until late last night and I was exhausted, thinking that losing 124 points of energy was no big deal. At that time I was truly ignorant and fearless. I felt the same way. While digging I kept thinking maybe I should wait a couple of days to upgrade since we are support players. I agree. If I hadn't seen everyone busy at that time I would have really given up. I'm a middle-aged lady in my 30s and I still put points into mental attributes. My strength attribute is only 8 points and my hands are blistered from digging. Kaibo, Chu Yan, help. Chu Yan teleported over, immediately seeing several heavily injured heroes in Kaibo's main city, and Kaibo was also covered in blood. The elite monster was covered in blood, like crazily attacking the small light shield outside the monument with its axe, each attack taking away 10 durability. The fire prison rushed up to intercept but was actually knocked back several meters by the orc elite with a single axe. Fortunately, the spider purple web hit once and together with the fire prison they quickly killed the orc elite. Looking back at the monument's durability, only 29 points remain. After observing the battle scene I immediately opened the chat group. Chu Yan, prioritize killing the elite monsters. Hurry! We absolutely cannot let the elite survive until the end. Tang Shinro, Chu Yan, help. Teleported to Tang Xinris main city, and after killing the elite monsters the monument still had 97 points of durability. Tang Xinris' pale face was filled with fear and she explained in a trembling voice, just as the elite monster went berserk it directly repelled 2 heroes, severely injuring 2 heroes, and one charged right to the front of the monument, cutting down 30 points of durability in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chang, what's going on? Damn. I was scared to the point that I had to protect the last dying demon wolf. Chu Yan, when the elite monster is left alone it will enter a berserk state encased in a blood-colored shield. Heroes below the sky level are simply no match for it. Hu Juanhao, quickly kill the elite monster. Chu Yan only has 1 teleport opportunity left. Yunshang, players not in battle, put all sky level heroes on the shelf. Speed up. Lin Chuan, players not in battle should not be stingy with evolution points, quickly rent powerful heroes to kill the elite monsters. Damn. I held down a demon wolf, letting the other heroes attack the elite monster. Damn. It's one pit after another. Do you think I'm a gaming expert? When we play games, don't we always kill the small monsters first before the boss? Damn. Same response strategy. Looking at the 2 remaining demon wolves I was so scared my heart raced. I teleported 2 sky level heroes. The battle is over. The durability is down to 7 points. Don't laugh at me, I was really scared. Bro, no one is laughing at you. I looked at the 14 points of durability and my right hand was trembling so much that I couldn't hold the sword. The first batch of over 300 participants has concluded their battle. Lin Chuan, I feel guilty. The elite monster attributes I conveyed misled everyone. That is to say, the group leader and brother Chuan have no need to apologize. There can be total annihilation even in games, let alone our current survival in the mist. Indeed. Although I lost 1 hero myself, I harbor no complaints and am only filled with gratitude. Without the team's help I would have perished long ago. Haha, I share the same sentiment. Not to mention, without the great ones paving the way I would definitely have drowned today. Lin Chuan, alright, enough sentimentality. Let's quickly start the second batch, there's still a major battle to come after this. Yunshan, yes. Today's portal did not drop a treasure chest. Kaibo, wow. I was so shocked earlier that I didn't even notice this. Zhao Tianlong, right, injured friends, hurry and heal. There is still fierce fighting ahead. Shin Xiushir, last time everyone hesitated but this time they unhesitatingly chose to participate in the mission. Surely on the surface it seems we had two choices, but in reality we had no choice at all. The first batch of challengers has already completed their challenges and the subsequent two batches have finished their battles relatively easily. The group announcement in red font arrived as scheduled. Group announcement: congratulations to all challengers for safely passing the first week. The survival rate of challengers exceeds 80, meeting the standard for initiating team missions. This time the ordinary treasure chest will definitely yield challenge cards, thus all challengers have two choices. 1. Directly receive the treasure chest with an additional reward of 10 evolution points. 2. Enter the real mission scenario Great Wall Defense, whereby the ordinary treasure chest is upgraded to a bronze treasure chest. The spiritual attributes of surviving challengers increase by 20 points and 3 servant summoning cards are rewarded. Important reminder: this mission will last for 3 days and the portal to the challenger's main city will be suspended until the day of return. All acquired items from the mission can be taken back. Please make your choice within 10 minutes. Those who do not choose will be considered as not participating. Ma Chinli, who do you look down upon? Our team's survival rate is 100. Okay. Hu Juanhao, it might not be calculated that way. Our team's current survival rate should be 98. 4. Lin Xuan, I also feel that 98. 4 is a more accurate probability. Yun Shang, after the comprehensive challenge last time the condition for triggering team missions was a survival rate over 90. This time the standard is 80. Does that mean surviving 80 so far is quite difficult? Xin Xiushi, it truly is difficult. If new players face challenges without team assistance, what would the survival rate be? Tang Nianwei 595100010059. 5. Surely if only 595 people survive, the daytime would only last 297. 5 minutes, less than 5 hours. In that case we might not even have enough to eat. Zhou Chang, it's not just a food issue. With the short daytime we won't have enough materials to upgrade the main city. Shui Wu, even if we get through the first few days, a survival rate of 59. 5 won't open the disaster cave. Without this mission the drilling rats and skeleton monsters could wipe out more than half of the people despite their relatively weak strength. But their attack mechanisms are strong. Fang Xiaoyu, I suddenly realized, did the skeleton monsters break the rules? They didn't follow the void path. Chu Yan, read what you just said again. Fang Xiaoyu. Fang Xiaoyu, huh? What's the problem? And Xing, they didn't move. The skeleton monsters did not move. Fang Xiaoyu. Hu Juanhao, injured classmates, how are your injuries? Kai Bo consumed 600 energy points. I am healed. Ma Qianli, wow. A guardian beast requires 20 energy points to reincarnate. Its immortality also has its requirements. Lin Xuan, what if there's no energy? Will they completely die? Yun Sheng, it shouldn't be. But they might need the steel to have energy before they can reincarnate. Chu Yan, let's go. Enter Great Wall Defense. Zhao Tianlong Gagogo. Upon entering the real scene, Chu Yan was transported to a barracks. After everyone had been transported, Chu Yan and the others exchanged glances and silently opened the chat group. Hu Juanhao, what's going on? Did you all choose the first option? Xin Xiushi, Tang Yanwei and Cheng Zhao Tianlong. Xin Xiushi, I chose to enter the Great Wall Defense. Tang Yanwei, I'm at a farm. Where are you guys? I'm so anxious. And Cheng, am in an unfamiliar 20-person team. They say they are going to take care of the injured. Zhao Tianlong, check out my character. I'm going to dig a well. Yang Yuanhang, am in the blacksmith's shop and my task is to forge. Mulan and is teaching me how to use the loom. The so-called combat supplies consisted of a combat backpack for each person. When everyone received their combat backpacks, excitement surged through them. Unable to shout loudly on site, they could only express their feelings in the chat group. Ma Chinli, ha. The combat backpack is a storage gear with 5 compartments. Each compartment is 1 cubic meter. This backpack can be taken back. Why Zhang Mo? Why do this? I want to go to the front line to fight. Zhao Tianlong, don't panic, Xiusha. We will have our chance too. I just obtained a toolbox which is also a storage gear with 5 compartments. And Sheng, I have one too. The captain gave me a medical backpack also with 5 compartments. Lin Xuan, what do you have in your storage gear? Zhao Tianlong, drilling equipment. And Xing, it's all medical supplies with many healing pills and various healing potions, but I wonder if there will be any left. I've been using them to heal the injured. Tang Yanwei, what's in your combat backpacks? Hu Juanhao, 1 compartment is filled with clean water. The 2nd compartment has a lot of food, enough for myself and all hero pets for 3 days. The 3rd compartment contains a tent of flint and some charcoal. Most importantly, several bottles of healing potions. The remaining 2 compartments are empty. The captain said they can hold demon corpses. Mulan, what do we need to store corpses for? Surely for energy. Energy of the stone tablet. Mulan, right. I got so busy weaving that I forgot. Kaibo, can a hero of the Xian level have a single attribute point that exceeds 99? Lin Xuan, so powerful. Did you focus on training 1 hero? Kaibo, isn't that how you train? Lin Xuan, I train evenly. There are too many monsters and 1 hero can only deal with a few, so every hero needs to be useful. Ma Chinli, by the way, how many evolution points have we obtained so far? Has anyone counted? Yun Shang, I have counted. The numbers of monsters in the 9 waves are 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, 20, 26, 32, 38. The reward for evolution points is half of the number of monsters that day, so the evolution points obtained over 7 days are 9, 15, 23, 33, 46, 62, 81. Oh, by the way, elite monsters seem to reward an extra 2 points, resulting in 83 evolution points on the 7th day for a total of 271 points plus 6 points from the novice tasks. The maximum evolution points we obtained from battles is only 277 points. Shinshosher, we auxiliary players need to deduct 3 points, we only have 274 points. Hu Ju and how the single attribute points of Earth-level heroes can exceed 99, we haven't found their limits yet. Surely will Shen-level heroes be eliminated in the future? Chu Yan, not necessarily, there might be hero upgrade cards. After the last comprehensive challenge I haven't opened any hero summon cards since. Do you have any? Hu Ju and how, same here. I also haven't opened any summon cards. Yun Shang, indeed none. Chu Yan's team, a total of 98 people, finally reached a hillside thick with forests. The leading warrior spoke, our defense line is here, everyone can spread out, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters from each other. Everyone quickly dispersed according to the positions discussed in the chat group, hiding in their spots and waiting silently. Half an hour later. Lin Chuan, the demon tribe, has appeared. I have encountered 3 small teams here, each with an elite monster identical to the orc we just faced, everyone be careful. Hu Ju and how, damn it. The elite monster is going berserk right from the start. 4 demon tribe small teams also appeared on Chu Yan's defense line, and the elite monsters indeed unleashed their ultimate moves at the onset. Fortunately, Mo Chio, clad in 1,000 slaughter armor, was present, clearly suppressing their attributes. Mo Chio ambushed and killed one, then restrained the second. The berserk elite monsters have a blood-colored shield and can charge quickly. Both Huayu and Spider Purple cannot establish absolute dominance and can only maintain a balanced fight for now. Yun Shang, don't go head-to-head. The current battle does not have a durability pressure. Make sure to kite. Ma Chenli, I'm already doing that. Without kiting, the berserk elite orc can almost one-shot Xian-level heroes. After everyone worked together to deal with the other demons, Mo Chio also killed the second elite. Everyone teamed up to attack the remaining 2 elite monsters, ultimately resolving the battle without injuries. Feng Xiaoyu, we can pick up the orc's axe. Unlike the instant respawn in the portal. Shuewu, should we deal with these corpses? Chu Yan, yes, let's skin the wolf pelts. Shuewu dissected a demon wolf and discovered a crystal inside its belly. He asked in surprise, is this the legendary demon core? Huayu cut open the orc's belly and also found a demon core, then handed it to Chu Yan. Spider Purple looked at the demon core drooling, and Chu Yan asked, do you want to eat it? Spider Purple nodded. The energy inside the demon core is abundant. Suddenly Chu Yan noticed that many other heroes were also staring at the demon core in his hand. Others also noticed the situation. Kaibo asked his human hero, is the demon core useful to you? The hero nodded and replied, ordinary demon cores are useless, but this orc's demon core is useful. Kaibo became even more curious, can it help you advance? The hero thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, not yet. Once I complete this stage of training, if I have an elite demon core, then I might be able to advance. Chu Yan and the others exchanged glances, and with this information they had enough to make reasonable deductions. In the chat group, Chu Yan, just now when we dug out the orc elite's demon core, we triggered a hero hint. We speculate that when Xian-level heroes reach the pinnacle with all 4-dimensional attributes at 99 points, the elite demon core can help them advance. Lin Chuan, whose hero is so exceptional? Ma Qianli, same question. Our heroes are smart and strong in combat, but their key memories seem sealed, unable to ask anything. Kaibo, my hero. His strength attribute has reached 99 points. He just said he hasn't completed this stage of training yet, but after finishing the elite demon core might help him advance. Hu Ju and how the berserk time for the orc elite is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes they return to normal. That's easy to handle. Zhou Chang, exciting news. At least in this task we can hold out until its berserk ends. Shin Shosher, I wonder what conditions are needed for the main city to upgrade again. If our main city area is large enough, we could also kite. And Chang, is it possible that we need more people? Hu Ju and how the probability is quite high. Xiaosha, what are you doing on the farm? Shin Shosher, harvesting wheat. Let me tell you, the wheat here is actually a spirit plant. Zhao Tianlong, Shin Shosher, have you managed to get any space gear yet? The battles of the 6 combat teams have all concluded with dozens of heroes injured but no fatalities reported. An hour has passed. Another hour has passed. Ma Qianli exclaimed, what's going on? Just one wave. I've been nearly bitten to death by mosquitoes in this forest. Chu Yan suggested, let's start taking breaks in shifts. The demon clan we intercepted should belong to the ambush team, and the likelihood of an attack tonight is much higher. Hu Juanhao acknowledged that makes sense. Most of the monsters we've encountered so far are magical beasts. Magical beasts might be nocturnal just like wild animals. Yun Shan replied, that's very likely. Magic wolves are still wolves. Tang Yanwei chimed in, a pervert is not a wolf. Yun Shang teased, little girl, you're being naughty again. Tang Yanwei retorted, little Yun Shang. How can you call me a little girl? I'm 21 and you're only 20. Yun Shang asked, did you catch any fish in Little Fish Village? Tang Yanwei proudly said, of course I caught some. Don't you know who I am? Here, take a look, my basket is full of fish. Chu Yan inquired, why are you carrying such a small wooden bucket in your left hand? What is it for? For holding bait. Tang Yanwei exclaimed, don't underestimate my little bucket. This is my storage equipment. Ma Qianli expressed curiosity about their storage equipment. Zhu Jian Mulan, I'm suddenly very curious about what your storage items are. Zhu Jian described, my spatial equipment looks particularly large, it's just my big bamboo basket for collecting pig grass. Mulan added, the pocket of this coat is my storage. Zhou Qiang remarked, impressive. How do these people come up with such whimsical designs for spatial equipment? After each team arranged their rest order, everyone began to sleep in shifts. Chu Yan was the first to sleep. Before crawling into the tent, he told Spider Purple, go hunt for yourself. Come back before dark. He added, if you encounter the demon clan ahead, come back promptly. Spider Purple nodded happily, okay, I understand. The sunset cast its final rays and the night began to dominate the world. When Chu Yan crawled out of the tent to eat, Spider Purple raced back from a distance anxiously saying, about 50 demons are running this way and I feel I can't handle the one leading them. What? Isn't it an elite orc? No. Although it's also an orc, it's much larger. I estimate only Mo can take it on. Chu Yan opened the strategic group, everyone get up quickly. This wave of demons has a boss. Hu Juanhao, hurry and notify everyone. Hu Juanhao replied, received. In the public chat group he announced, everyone get up now. The demon clan is attacking. There's a boss among them. Lin Chuan exclaimed, damn, which team encountered a boss? Chu Yan explained, my pet Spider Purple saw it while hunting up ahead. She said she couldn't handle the leader at all. Ma Qianli exclaimed, what the hell? If Spider Purple can't handle it, how can we? Chu Yan reassured, don't panic. It's just that she can't handle it alone. Also, my pet's level is high but its attributes aren't overwhelmingly strong. Take Fire Prison for example, his strength is only 100 points and many heroes' individual attributes are close to that value now. Hu Juanhao added, exactly, everyone stay calm. Execute the pull tactic well. Yun Shang encouraged everyone, don't be scared. We will definitely achieve victory. Ma Qianli admitted, sorry. I was startled awake and caused everyone trouble. Xin Xiushi compared, to make an inappropriate analogy, Chu Yan's pet is like a tiger cub, although its potential is higher at this stage it isn't that strong. When the demon group appeared, Mo immediately charged at the tallest orc boss. Like the previous wave, the elite demons began with their ultimate moves. The first roar granted buffs to other demons followed by a fearsome roar, after which they entered a berserk state. Since the fearsome roar had already been verified during the teleportation, the heroes at the front had their spirit attributes exceeding 45 points. An unexpected result occurred. After the orc boss's roar, over 20 heroes scattered like headless flies. Then the orc boss charged forward. Mo, who was initially running toward it, was taken by surprise when the orc boss suddenly turned and charged to the left. Swinging its giant axe, it instantly killed an hero in a state of fear. Shuewu exclaimed in shock, it can turn, while Chu Yan instructed Fire Prison and Spider Purple to assist Mo and to promptly update the battle situation in the group. He then took the initiative to face an elite orc. Chu Yan's attributes were far superior to those of the elite orc, yet he found himself constantly suppressed in battle. At that moment he realized the drawback of having a mighty pet hero: his own combat skills lagged behind everyone else. After all, in the previous battles others had personally fought for their lives against monsters while he had merely stood aside casting lightning chain. Coming to this realization, Chu Yan focused entirely on battling the elite orc. During the fight he truly understood the significance of spirit attributes, they enhance learning ability. After about 5 minutes Chu Yan was able to match the berserk elite orc in strength. After another 2 minutes, leveraging his attribute advantage, he kicked the elite orc over and seized the opportunity to slice off its head. Then Chu Yan found another elite orc and continued fighting. At this moment he was fully immersed in the battle, rapidly improving his combat level. When facing the third elite orc after only 4 exchanges, Chu Yan seized the opportunity to slay his opponent. At this point the berserk state of the elite orc disappeared and the remaining 4 elite orcs were almost instantly defeated. After another minute only the orc boss remained on the battlefield and Chu Yan charged forward without hesitation to join the siege. The moment Mo saw Chu Yan enter the battlefield, she immediately retreated and Qian Tu flew up to merge with Chu Yan. At the instant of merging, an overwhelming killing intent surged within Chu Yan. Yet his mind remained exceptionally clear. Chu Yan felt as if Qian Tu was guiding him in battle, so he calmed down to earnestly study Qian Tu's combat techniques. After about 2 more minutes, as the orc boss charged, Qian Tu communicated the thought of commanding the fight. Chu Yan did not hesitate, he relaxed his mind and let Qian Tu take over the battle. Facing the charge of the orc boss, Qian Tu stood firmly in place, motionless. At the moment Chu Yan sensed the sharp edge of the giant axe, Qian Tu bent down, gripped the knife with both hands and unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. The lower half of the orc boss continued to run forward for several meters, but its upper half fell to the ground, gushing blood. The battle had completely ended. Fang Xiaoyu stared at Chu Yan asking in astonishment, how did you remain so calm and motionless in the face of the orc boss's charge? Chu Yan did not embellish his response, honestly answering, it wasn't me who fought, it was my hero who fought. Fang Xiaoyu nodded curiously, observing the armor on Chu Yan. The shock that the devastating strike against the orc boss had given to Chu Yan was equally intense. This was true combat skill. Using the enemy's strength to kill the enemy. A stunning strike so effortlessly executed would be difficult to achieve solely by oneself. One could say that being able to slice the orc boss in half so easily with such smooth and even cut surfaces meant that the orc boss contributed 80 of the force while Qian Tu provided only 10 of the strength and 10 of the skill. Seeing the people in the distance gathering, Chu Yan asked, how is the battle situation? Shui Wu replied, 9 heroes have died and 13 are severely injured and unable to move. The healing pills and potions provided by the mission differ from those we obtain from treasure chests. They do not heal instantly. The severely injured heroes say they need a day and night to recover. Chu Yan sighed, saying, at least there are no casualties. Chat group Chu Yan, how is everyone doing? Hu Juan, how only the boss remains and its roar has a terrifying range. 2 of my people are currently in a fear state and are severely injured and unconscious. Lin Chuan, I have 3 severely injured people here. Yun Chang, 2 severely injured people and 1 with a severed arm. Yuan Pang, no problem. I've admired the hero Yanghua since I was little. Even with 1 arm I can still slay monsters. Lin Chuan, brother, impressive. Yuan Pang is mighty. 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 Ma Qianli, brother, just because of your boldness. When there's wine I toast you 3 cups. Sure, lay, definitely. We won't leave until we're drunk. Tang Nianwei, I, a humble lady, will also toast you 3 cups then. Yuan Pang, thank you brothers and sisters for your encouragement. Chu Yan, how's the situation over there with Qianli and Shirlei? Ma Qianli, I lost 14 heroes here but there were no casualties. Shirlei, there are over 20 injured but none are severely injured. Lin Chuan, to be honest, in the mountains the boss's charge is quite restricted. If it were in open ground our casualties would increase several fold. Hu Juan, how I'm worried about that as well. Next week we will face such a boss. Tang Nianwei, used the void path to create circles. Just don't let it charge. Chu Yan, good idea. Moreover, when we face the boss next week our own strength will have increased significantly. What I worry about now is that this might not be the boss. Lin Chuan, big brother, don't scare me. Hu Juan, how Chu Yan, why do you say that? Chu Yan, just a guess. The boss surely can't have the exact same skills as elite monsters, right? Yun Chang, that's a very reasonable inference. This powerful monster seems more like an elite plus. Ma Qianli, damn it. Chu Yan, no need to be too pessimistic. I suspect that the attributes of next week's boss might be of this strength, but it will have some special skills. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Less than an hour after the first wave of 50 demon race battles ended, 6 more teams appeared in the mountains, but fortunately there was no boss. Wearing the Chen 2 armor, Chu Yan, with agility exceeding 400 points, rushed toward the enemies as an orc elite had just let out its first roar before it could enter a frenzy state. Chu Yan swiftly decapitated it. Then letting Qian Tu reattach to Mo Cho, Chu Yan fought the raging orc elite alone, slaying the opponent in 8 rounds. For the third orc elite it took only 3 rounds to slay it. After the battle ended, Chu Yan surprisingly felt a bit unsatisfied. His mind was filled with combat thoughts and he longed to validate them one by one in actual combat. The third wave had only 3 teams. After Chu Yan killed 1 orc elite the battle ended. In the fourth wave, consisting of 5 teams, Chu Yan singularly took down 2 orc elites. In the fifth wave 6 teams appeared and the boss re-emerged. Chu Yan donned the Qian Tu armor, holding his own against the boss. Moreover, Chu Yan felt that such a situation arose because his combat level was not high enough. If he had even half of the boss's combat level he could easily slay the boss. Initially surprised, he thought that when Mo Cho wore the Qian Tu armor he did not have such ease against the boss. Upon reflection he realized that his attributes far surpassed Mo Cho's. Mo Cho currently only had agility exceeding 200 while other attributes were merely in the tens and his mental attribute was a pitiful 12 points. Understanding these circumstances, Chu Yan was not in a hurry to slay the boss. Instead he treated it as a tool, ensuring that its demise would be worthwhile, at the very least allowing him to enhance his combat level before sending it to heaven for its rewards. After the team killed all the other monsters they prepared to come help. Chu Yan shouted, no need to help, you all rest and eat something, preparing to welcome the next wave of demon race. As the battle continued under Qian Tu's guidance, Chu Yan's combat skills improved dramatically. After an hour he was already able to fully suppress the boss. At this moment more demons appeared in the mountains. Chu Yan initially wanted to deal with the tool BOSS but found that this time there were only 2 teams. Instructing others to surround the appearing demons, Chu Yan continued to battle the boss. This wave of combat ended easily and half an hour later the orc boss was already panting heavily. Fang Xiaoyu, Shuiwu and others understood that Chu Yan was honing his skills. Upon seeing the boss in poor condition, Fang Xiaoyu tentatively asked Chu Yan, can we also join the battle? Chu Yan thought for a moment and readily agreed, come on. I'll lead the charge while you all flank. Thus the orc boss dutifully served as a sparring partner for another half hour whenever it attempted to charge and kill others. Chu Yan was always able to intercept it in time. After all, Feng Xiaoyu and others had only a few dozen points in their four-dimensional attributes, and surrounding such a powerful boss was exhausting them within half an hour. When the new wave of demons arrived, Chu Yan mercifully delivered a decisive blow to the bloodied orc boss. This wave of demons consisted of 6 teams. Chu Yan patiently waited for the orc elite to enter a frenzy before provocatively raising his middle finger at one of them. The orc elite charged over, howling. Following thatched-hut techniques, Chu Yan crouched, bent, and executed a horizontal cut. Why did my cut come out at an angle? Looking at the two severed bodies of the orc elite, Chu Yan was very dissatisfied. Clearly he intended to cut it in half, yet ended up slicing from the left waist to the right shoulder. Moreover, the cut surface was not smooth, rather it had a bit of curvature. Qian Tu succinctly replied, "Your knife is unsteady." Having dealt with this wave of monsters, the sky was already faintly bright. After waiting for over an hour, the sun rose and no more demons appeared. Feng Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "The way these demons appear is quite strange. It clearly looks like a real scene, yet it resembles a portal appearing in waves." Chu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps there is a frost army intercepting ahead. They can't appear in large numbers, so they can only launch small group ambushes. Why do the demons in each wave appear in several directions? Look over there. Those villages and small towns should be the logistical support for the Great Wall Guard. They are distributed in various places, so the targets of the same batch of demons should be different. In fact, the demons' purpose may not even be to ambush these villages and towns, but rather to ascertain the specific locations of these places. The supporting players should be distributed in those villages and towns, right?" Chu Yan nodded. That should be the case. During the break, the chat group became lively again. Lin Xuan, healing pills have a huge advantage over healing potions. Players who are unconscious can't drink potions, but you can pop a healing pill into their mouths, which dissolves instantly and can continuously heal them. All the severely injured players in our team have woken up today. Hu Juanhao, indeed, without healing pills these people would be in danger. Ma Qianli, the monument in our main city is also quite good. Even if they are unconscious, just carry them to the monument and have them make contact with it. Yun Shang, there shouldn't be many demons during the day. Let's finish our food and rest quickly. Shirley, we really need to rest quickly. I'm almost falling asleep while eating. Xin Xiushir, finally I got storage equipment. Lin Xuan, I'm curious what it looks like. Xin Xiushir, look at the picture image. Xin Xiushir. Zhao Tianlong, pfft. With that outfit, if you carry that bag, you look like a scavenger. Xin Xiushir, are you looking for death? Next time we meet, I'll make sure to give you panda eyes. Zhao Tianlong, I'm sorry. Let me show everyone my appearance. Image Zhao Tianlong. Ma Qianli, wow. Are you sure this is a real person and not made of mud? Xin Xiushir, I can't help but laugh happily. Tang Yanwei, this is even more abstract than when I was digging mud in the drainage ditch the day before yesterday. After having breakfast, the team rested in batches. They didn't expect the day to be so calm, and until the sun set again, not a single demon appeared. By nightfall, the demons had only appeared in 5 waves with just one boss. The next morning, everyone felt a bit incredulous. Lin Xuan, I feel like something is off. Hu Juanhao, it does seem a bit abnormal. Why not send some fast heroes to scout ahead? Chu Yan, that's a good idea. Spider Ziki has been hunting everywhere. I haven't noticed anything unusual on my end. You all go check the situation in front. Yun Shang, you'll arrange it right away. By noon, everyone exchanged information again. Hu Juanhao, I checked about 4 kilometers ahead and found nothing. Yun Shang, I searched along the hillside to the foot of the opposite mountain and found no abnormalities. Lin Xuan, no abnormalities detected. Ma Qianli, everything seems normal. Shirley, it is indeed normal. But it's too normal, I feel it's even more abnormal. Tang Yanwei, could this mission actually be relatively simple? In fact, it's already quite difficult. If it weren't for Spider Ziki discovering the boss in time, no one would have been able to prepare adequately. Hu Juanhao, looking at the casualties, it's indeed comparable to the disaster cave mission. Ma Qianli, it's a pity we don't have any flying heroes or pets, otherwise we could scout the enemy better. Chu Yan, let's conserve our strength for now. Tonight's battle might be particularly tough. Yun Shang, for now that's all we can do. When soldiers come, they should be met with soldiers. When water comes, they should be blocked with soil. Today Chu Yan was on guard in the morning and resting in the afternoon. After communicating the situation, he opened the tent and lay down to rest. Around 5 in the afternoon, Spider Ziki returned and knocked on Chu Yan's tent. Chu Yan opened the tent and asked, "What did you find?" Spider Ziki replied, "I ordered the spiders in the mountains to help me find prey, and one of the rock spiders relayed to me that it is hiding in a rock crevice and dares not move. There are many monsters in the cave it is in. If it is discovered, it will be doomed." How many is many? More than the number of eggs it lays at once. How many eggs can it lay at once? Chu Yan was baffled. Spider Ziki thought for a moment. Based on its size, it can lay several hundred at a time. It was basically confirmed that they were demons. Even in a group, wild beasts in the mountains find it hard to have such a large population. After Spider Ziki explained the specific location, Chu Yan turned and walked towards the Frost Army soldiers, explaining the situation once he found him. The soldier's expression turned serious as he said, you all should not act rashly. I will report the situation immediately. Chu Yan nodded okay. Hurry. After the soldier left, Chu Yan immediately opened the chat group. Chu Yan, tonight there's a high probability of unexpected situations. If you encounter a large group of demons, don't fight hard, fight while retreating. Hu Juan, how did you detect any anomalies on your side? Chu Yan informed everyone of the specific situation. Fang Xiaoyu, it feels similar to the last time. That cave likely has a portal. Chu Yan, that's what I think too. Yun Shang isn't the most dangerous part, your defense line. Chu Yan, not necessarily. Spider Zeki discovered the anomaly at the edge of my defense line, and the rock spider is still about 1,000 meters away from the edge of the line. Surely the closest to you is my team. Lin Xuan, how long did it take to walk from the barracks to your defense line? Chu Yan, almost 2 hours. Hu Juanhao, so that means it will take at least 4 hours for reinforcements to arrive. Shin Xiushi, can't these legions build a portal? Chu Yan, even if they can build a portal, it will take 2 hours. Lin Xuan, why don't our teams all gather towards you? Chu Yan, there's no time for that either. How long did it take you to reach the defense line? Yun Shang, I took over 4 hours on my side, so it should take more than 2 hours to reach you. Hu Juanhao, anyway, Chu Yan and Shirlei, you two teams need to be extra careful. Other teams cannot let their guard down, there may be more than one such cave. Chu Yan, that possibility is indeed quite. 2 hours later at 7 o'clock in the evening. The night had completely enveloped the forest, and Chu Yan and his team were nervously awaiting the appearance of the demon clan. Suddenly, a figure appeared abruptly beside Chu Yan, startling him into drawing his sword and slashing. However, the newcomer simply extended a finger and gently touched the tip of the sword, stopping it dead in its tracks. The old man with a white beard smiled and said, don't be nervous. I am from the Frost Legion. Chu Yan sheathed his sword, took a few deep breaths, and then curiously asked, can you teleport? The old man nodded. Warriors above the 10th rank can. Chu Yan was taken aback. This was different from what he had imagined, as he thought teleportation was the exclusive domain of mages. The old man sized up Chu Yan and commented, you have the strength of a 3rd rank. But judging by your swordsmanship, you can't even unleash the full potential of a peak 1st rank. Your rapid advancement has left your foundation unstable. Chu Yan. The old man chuckled and said, of course you are still young. There's still room for correction. Having only entered the trial area for about 10 days, there was no need to rush. Chu Yan asked again, do you need me to take you to that cave to check the situation? The old man shook his head, no need. I can sense the portal already. With such a powerful expert present, this wave was assured. Chu Yan asked excitedly, are you going to destroy that portal? The old man shook his head, I don't have that capability. Ah. Are you already at the 10th rank? Take a good look at me. Chu Yan observed carefully and soon realized that the old man's figure was very illusory. It was all because the night was too dark. He hadn't detected the anomaly in time. The old man explained, I cannot leave the Great Wall in my true form. The 10th rank experts of the Demon Clan are always watching me. If they discover and not present, it would be disastrous for the Great Wall. Chu Yan questioned, puzzled, but you easily blocked my sword just now. The old man smiled and remained silent. Chu Yan's expression turned awkward. It turned out it was because he was weak. The old man sighed and said, my illusory clone has little time left. I will carve a formation pattern on your hand. After you kill 10 demons, you will be able to activate the portal. Once the portal is open, the Elven clan will teleport over to support you. Additionally, after the portal is activated, killing 1 demon will allow 1 Elven warrior to be teleported. At the beginning, you still need to protect the portal well. I am counting on you. After explaining the situation, the old man quickly carved the formation pattern on the back of Chu Yan's hand. As he etched the pattern, his form became increasingly ethereal, and the moment the carving was completed, the old man completely vanished, leaving behind a bewildered and confused Chu Yan. Nearby, Fang Xiaoyu and Shuiwu had witnessed the conversation between the old man and Chu Yan and now approached to ask, can we hold the line? Here we go again with borrowing. Yun Shang calculated that she could obtain 271 evolution points in a week. With elite monsters appearing every day in the next round, she should be able to earn around 280 points. Opening the chat group, she first explained the situation. Chu Yan, everyone lend me 280 evolution points. Just 1 point each, don't lend too much, it shouldn't affect you. Next week's battle will definitely be more challenging. Shin Xiushi, the evolution points will be lent by us support players. We are always the last batch to defend the portal, the battles are often the easiest. Tang Nianwei support. Already lent 1 point. Zhao Tianlong strongly support. Already lent 1 point. And Chang lent 1 point. Yang Yuanchang already lent 1 point. Mulan already lent 1 point. Zhu Jian already lent 1 point. 389 support-type players eagerly lent Chu Yan evolution points, and within just over a minute more than 300 points were collected. Chu Yan, that's enough, that's enough. No one else needs to lend more. Sun Yuan, just collect 389 points. 1 point isn't particularly urgent for us, there's no need to return it next week, take your time to repay it, adding more attributes is safer. Luo Feet, yes. Chu Yan, just take it all. If you succeed here, we might even exceed the The value of the extra rewards far exceeds 1 evolution point. That's right. Just take 389 points whenever it's convenient for you. You can repay these evolution points. Support. Fill it up to 389 points. Speaking for myself, you don't even have to pay me back. Just like the brothers mentioned earlier, if there are extra rewards, they are worth much more than 1 evolution point. Agreed. Chu Yan, go for it. I don't care about this 1 evolution point, I'll give it to you. Seeking a wave of extra rewards. Ha ha. Zhao Tianlong, damn. I almost forgot to mention. Chu Yan, no need to pay it back. Spending 1 evolution point for a wave of extra rewards is such a great deal. Ma Qinli, wow, I also forgot about that. Chu Yan, stop talking, I'll give you 1 point directly. Yun Chang, I also want to buy. Hu Ju and How, no more talk. A lucrative opportunity is right in front of us. Must invest. Lin Chuan, done. Just purchased the super value gift pack. Surely if I don't buy this wave, they'll regret it to the point of vomiting blood. Fong Qiaoling, bye. Zhou Chang, Luo Feed's mind is really flexible. Awesome. Must buy a wave. Within 3 minutes, Chu Yan received 983 evolution points. Chu Yan, you all are really putting pressure on me. Hu Ju and How, do your best. The most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety. Do your best. The most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety. Do your best. The most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety. Do your best. The most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety. Do your best. The most important thing is to pay attention to your own safety. Since everyone wants extra rewards, I must put in some effort too. Xian Tu couldn't add points, so he allocated all these evolution points to Mo Chou. Strength 200 points, Constitution 200 points, Spirit 200 points, Agility 383 points. At this moment, Mo Chou's attribute panel: Hero, Mechanical Warrior, Mo Chou, Ruin Level Leader, Talent Infinite Evolution. Mo Chou's evolution has no bottleneck. Loyalty 95, Strength 260, Constitution 230, Agility 587, Spirit 212, Skill Passive Mechanical Precision Effect. Each attack has a 50 chance of dealing critical damage, doubling the damage. Leader's exclusive passive attack damage is always calculated based on the strongest attribute. 7 slashes swiftly and continuously, strike 7 times. The first attack deals damage equivalent to the strength attribute, with each subsequent strike increasing damage by 10. Phantom strike splits into 2 phantoms lasting 15 seconds. Freely switch between the main body and phantoms, with phantoms dealing 80 of the main bonus attack. 10 absolute blades attacks consecutively 10 times. The first attack deals damage equivalent to the strength attribute, with each subsequent attack stacking the previous attack's damage. The 10th blade deals 10 times the damage. Xian Tu gains 1 attribute point for each enemy killed, and the battles of these days have significantly increased his attributes. After adding the points, Chu Yan put on the Qian Tu battle armor and his agility soared to over 900. He ran a bit and nearly crashed into it. In order to quickly adapt to the increase in his combat power, Chu Yan began to run wildly throughout the forest. At 8 in the evening, the demonic host still had not appeared. By 9, the forest lay eerily hushed, broken only by the chirring of insects and the occasional roar of wild beasts. Around 10 o'clock, the scouting spider Zizai came sprinting back and told Chu Yan that a vast tide of demonic creatures was advancing in their direction. Chu Yan murmured, "You take the lead for the battle ahead. Kill 10 of the demons as quickly as you can." Qian Tu answered in the same low voice, "Leave it to me." The silhouettes of the demonic forces had already materialized. At their head stood 5 mighty bosses. Without a trace of fear or hesitation, Qian Tu charged alone into the enemy ranks. What unfolded next left Chu Yan utterly astonished. Is this really me? With these attributes, could I truly be so formidable? When this model of bosses first appeared, they had nearly overwhelmed Mo Chou, who wore Qian Tu's armor. Now Qian Tu was dispatching them with a single slash each. More importantly, Chu Yan noticed that each time a boss was slain, the sigil on the back of his hand leapt 3 notches. Thus when Qian Tu cut down the 4th boss, a white portal opened behind Chu Yan. The moment the portal appeared, 2 elven archers sprang forth. One leapt onto the nearest tree and, firing at the brisk rate of an arrow a second, began to assail the demons. Their kills fed the portal's energy. The more elven warriors that came forth and the more demons they felled, the more elves respawned in turn. The effect rolled up like a snowball. Gradually the elves came to dominate the battlefield. When an elven mage arrived, he performed a maneuver that transferred the sigil on Chu Yan's hand onto a square magic stone. The elven mage said sincerely, "Thank you, noble adventurer." Chu Yan scanned the field and found that the demons left no remains when slain. Their corpses were drawn straight into the portal. He could not help but ask, "Do portals always open at the cost of lives?" The elven mage shook his head. "That is the way of the evil god's cultists. We use spirit stones to open portals. But spirit stones are scarce, so portals are not opened except in emergencies. That is why our relief contingent rode their mounts toward Changcheng. A conventional portal consumes a great many spirit stones. The demons are numerous and therefore reckless. They open portals wherever and whenever they please. A portal on the other side may admit 10,000 demons, here only 5,000 appear." Hearing that, Chu Yan was profoundly shaken. Such is the advantage of numbers. After explaining the 2 portal methods, the elven mage presented Chu Yan with a square translucent stone and said, "This is a gift from Qingkong Fashing. Your mission is complete. On behalf of the Changchun Guard, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to you all. No sooner had the elven mage's words faded than a voice echoed in the minds of Chu Yan and the others. Congratulations to the challengers for exceeding the mission requirements. You will soon return. The instant they returned to their home city, the group chat erupted. Zhao Tianlong, Chu Yan is incredible, he really overachieved. Hu Juanhao, Chu Yan is incredible, he truly overachieved. Chu Yan is incredible, he really overachieved. Chu Yan is incredible, he really overachieved. It was not until a red font group announcement appeared that the flood of messages finally subsided. Group announcement: congratulations to all challengers for exceeding the Changchun Guard mission. Participants receive 20 to Spirit Attribute, 1 bronze chest, 3 servant cards and an additional pet summoning card. Outstanding contributor Chu Yan receives the special reward, a Legion insignia. Team warehouse management privileges have been increased. Lin Chuan can hold multiple Legion insignias. Chu Yan, it's still 1 insignia but its uses have been increased to 6. Ma Qianli, amazing. Is there a double safety option? 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 Hu Juanhao, stop spamming the chat. Let's celebrate the pet summoning card. Zhou Chang, we absolutely hit the jackpot. Luo Feet, no kidding, 1 evolution point buys a pet card. This is a true pet card. Ma Qianli, we really profited, my scalp tingled. Pet cards have no tears, as the description says they can truly summon a dragon. Yun Shang, no more words needed. Chu Yan, I'll transfer another 10 evolution points to you, otherwise I'll feel guilty. Codex entry: Frost Dragon. Pet Frost Dragon Xuan Ning Huangtier. Status: Juvenile. Loyalty 100. Strength 100. Constitution 200. Agility 200. Spirit 200. Skill: Frost Breath. Effect deals massive damage to a single enemy. Shin Xiushi, what on earth did I just see? Ma Qianli, I literally just said that, I had only just finished saying it. Lin Chuan, incredible. It was truly astounding. 15 minutes later, the group chat fell strangely quiet for several minutes. Hu Juanhao confirmed once more, are everyone's pets really Earth grade or above? Shin Xiushi, I can't believe it. Such ridiculous luck. Sun Yuan, mine is Earth grade, but I'm more than satisfied. Earlier, using a level 2 summoning card only produced an Earth grade hero. Chu Yan pets improve rather slowly. All summoned pets are juveniles and currently possess only 1 skill. After glancing at the pet codices everyone posted, he guessed that the vast majority would require specific foods. Yun Shang, yes, but I've never even seen a Frost Spirit Stone. Hu Juanhao, raising pets is indeed a big problem. Lin Chuan, Chu Yan, since you mentioned it, you must have good advice. Chu Yan, tomorrow is the first day of the portal's 2nd cycle. There will be only 3 waves. Prepare thoroughly and choose free mode. The special chest's contents are meant for one's own heroes and pets. Ma Qianli, I see, there's hope. At least during the first 2 days of each cycle it's worth trying free mode. Shin Xiushi, definitely worth it, even renting extra heroes could pay off. Hu Juanhao, by the way, I don't quite understand this bronze chest. The spirit concentrating stone has only 1 line of description. It can absorb energy, how is it used? Chu Yan, place it on the steel, it will replenish the steel's energy. Kai Bo, that's perfect. After I healed myself and the heroes yesterday, the energy was nearly depleted. At the rate of 1 monster per point of energy, it would take a week to fully recharge. Tang Shinro, the spirit concentrating stone arrived just in time. Tang Yanwei, although the chest contained only this 1 item, its value far exceeds expectations. Surely the Changchun Guard mission is all about doubling safety. With Chu Yan's increased rescue count, each of us is assured of sufficient healing energy. Shin Xiushi, and that's not, I brought back 4 varieties of spirit plant seeds so everyone's food supply will be more secure. Tang Yanwei and me, the village chief, gave me a fish pond blueprint. I brought back a batch of fry. And Xing, the captain, gave me a level 1 healing pill formula. Once others grow the necessary spirit herbs, I can craft them. I brought back several spirit medicine seeds. I also brought several spirit herb seeds. Hu Juanhao, the theme of this mission can be summed up in 2 words: safety. Chu Yan sat in the living room gazing at her newly acquired pet, Shui Yu, who stared back with equal curiosity. Pet Shui Ling Shui Mang Wasteland Tier. Status: Juvenile. Loyalty 100. Strength 100. Constitution 100. Agility 200. Spirit 300. Skill: Water Prison Cage. Effect: imprisons a single target for 10 minutes. Up to 3 cages may exist simultaneously. Shui Meng bore a striking resemblance to Huiyu, yet the moment they stood side by side, Chu Yan felt an unmistakable intuitive certainty Huiyu was male and Shui Meng was female. Perhaps their elemental hair formations differed in style. Huiyu's hairstyle mirrored that of Neza during his transformation in the film Neza: Birth of the Demon Child. Shui Meng's hair, by contrast, was an adorable shoulder-length pale blue bob. As the bronze treasure chest materialized, Chu Yan's special chest appeared in tandem. Its contents were Azure Stone, 50 of little value to you yet profoundly precious to the stonekin. Ingesting sufficient quantities may even shatter biological tier limitations. Fire Spirit Stone, 50, so thoughtful, I knew you'd need it. Water Spirit Stone 50 so thoughtful, I knew you'd need. Hyperalloy 50 a true hero of the mechanoids would certainly require this. Even the special chest had upgraded itself. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. The crux lay in sequence. Chu Yan opened the special chest before using the pet card. And therein lay the intrigue. It was as if the special chest possessed prescience, knowing in advance that Chu Yan's pet card would summon Chu Ling. Otherwise, what possible use could Water Spirit Stones hold for her? So much for random draw probabilities, all mere illusion. Long before the card reached your hand, the outcome had already been meticulously ordained. Next, Chu Yan retrieved the item gifted by the Azure Sky Law Sage Spatial Expansion Stone, a consumable that adds 15 slots to your spatial storage equipment upon use. The venerable Law Sage truly was unfailingly considerate. Chu Yan silently expressed his gratitude to him several times over. The Spirit Gathering Stone had already been embedded into the steel, and its spirit gathering speed now surpassed even Lioli's. It generated 1 unit of energy every 3 minutes, precisely double Lioli's current rate. Yet while the Spirit Gathering Stone's efficiency remained fixed, Lioli retained the capacity to grow further. 3 servant cards remained. Reasoning from the precedent of the pet card, Chu Yan concluded that the identity of each summoned servant had long since been predetermined, so no prayers to the 3 pure ones were needed. He simply tapped to activate them. Bound Servant Xiao He Prodigy Steward Heavendeer. Innate talent, peerless administration, capable of governing an empire, flawlessly managing a modest city, posed no challenge. Xiao He's advancement faced no bottlenecks, unless of course your capital city's level proved too low. Loyalty 90. Strength 20. Constitution 20. Agility 20. Spirit 399. Bound Servant Shen Xianwan Wealth Master Heavendeer. Innate talent, wealth that moves heaven. Shen Xianwan could amass enough fortune to purchase an entire empire provided you secured his rear flank with unwavering safety. His level progression knew no limits, entirely contingent on accumulated wealth. For now he reluctantly served as your scribe. Loyalty 90. Strength 20. Constitution 20. Agility 20. Spirit 399. Servant Ma de Traditional Horsekeeper Mystic Tier. Innate talent, equine insight. Ma de possessed exceptional skill in both raising and appraising horses. Loyalty 100. Strength 30. Constitution 40. Agility 40. Spirit 99. Horsekeeper's admonition, young master, I am your true lifelong retainer, not the others. Others are not. Servants collectively denote 2 distinct classes of talent, those like myself, the personal attendants, and the second category known as subordinates or vassals. Subordinates bear the prefix bound on their status tags, making differentiation effortless. Ma Da's stat panel also resolved a lingering question in Chu Yan's mind. After all, whether it was Hua Duer, a petite magical chef, or eminent figures like Xiao He and Shen Xianwan, it seemed implausible they'd descend to mere servitude. In truth, they were defined as subordinates. This distinction manifested elsewhere too. Ever since her appearance, Hua Duer's demeanor toward Chu Yan had never resembled that of a servant. After conversing briefly with Xiao He and Shen Xianwan, 2 middle-aged men, Chu Yan assigned them to share a bedroom in another stone house, becoming neighbors with Hua Duer across the living room. As for Ma Da, he would temporarily share Chu Yan's bedroom. With insufficient housing, constructing additional stone houses remained imperative. Materials were plentiful but upgrade cards were scarce. He hoped tomorrow's treasure chest might yield several. Passing the steel on his return, he noticed its energy gauge was fully charged, unsurprising given Lioli had remained indoors these past 2 days. Yet a puzzle lingered. Why did Lioli continue absorbing energy so diligently even with the gauge at maximum? When ignorance arose, he asked Lioli, your energy is full, won't you rest? Lioli's speech remained halting, not full. Never full. Grow bigger. Grow faster. Does absorbing energy aid your growth? Not me. Me, home grows bigger. Chu Yan grasped Lioli's meaning and turned toward the stonehouse's rear left corner to verify his intuition. Indeed. A gap of roughly 10 centimeters now separated the stonehouse's rear wall corner from the light barrier. When the capital city first upgraded to the stonehouse stage, its rear wall corner had pressed flush against the northern edge of the light barrier, while the daily appearing portal nestled tightly against the southern edge. Lioli's 2 brief statements clarified everything. Strictly speaking, the steel's energy had no absolute full threshold. Its displayed energy value served solely for healing purposes. Surplus energy absorbed beyond that point expanded the capital city's physical area. The faster the capital city advanced in rank, the more rapidly Lioli herself matured. As Chu Yan entered his room to prepare for sleep, he received a notification ping, checking he saw it originated from the strategy group chat. Hu Juan, how Chu Yan, an intriguing item has appeared in the warehouse, take a look. Then let's discuss how best to utilize it. Lin Chuan just received a prompt. Administrator has elevated your permissions. What new authority have we gained? Chu Yan, the current team warehouse features 3 permission tiers. First, appointing or revoking secondary administrators, exclusive to me. Second, adjusting the exchange point cost for the first listed item, we all possess this. Third, newly added post mission, designating specific individuals authorized to redeem particular items. This privilege has just been granted to each of you. Yun Shang, all the demon corpses we collected have transformed into these energy crystals. Do they replenish the steel's energy? Ma Qinli, likely so. The crystal's description reads simply replenishes energy. Within the capital city only the steel operates on an energy system. Surely upon returning from the Great Wall garrison I half expected even our spatial gear to revert to the warehouse, yet only demon corpses, pelts and cores vanished, everything else remained on our persons. Sure, perhaps the team warehouse's logic only reclaims items jointly acquired by the group. Hu Juanhao, that must be the mechanism. Spatial equipment and its contents are individually acquired, no dispute arises. Demon corpses, pelts and cores belong collectively to the team and thus must be redeemed exclusively via team points. Yun Shang, shall we designate redemption rights for this batch of items? Chu Yan, no designation required for demon cores. Pelts should be assigned only to those capable of utilizing them. Energy crystals shall be restricted to redemption by our core members only. Hu Juanhao, so you propose treating energy crystals as strategic reserves, redeemable only by those facing urgent necessity. Chu Yan, precisely. Consider Kai Bo, his steel energy nearly depleted last time. Should he sustain severe injury again and find his steel energy insufficient, we could temporarily authorize him as a designated redeemer. Lin Chuan, understood. We're locking these life-saving resources within the team warehouse, reserved strictly for emergency rescue, never for personal hoarding. Chu Yan, your interpretation is perfectly accurate, that is exactly my intent. I prefer not to gamble on human virtue or vice. Rules provide far more reliable guidance. Yun Shang, I wholeheartedly agree. The wisest approach is simply not to gamble. Hu Juanhao, I concur as well. Were energy crystals freely redeemable, everyone would naturally seek to secure some for personal safety, a perfectly understandable, unavoidable human impulse. Chu Yan, that is precisely the core dilemma. Such thinking isn't wrong, but it risks precipitating tragedy. Yun Shang, indeed. True tragedies often unfold when no one commits a fault, yet catastrophe still ensues. Ma Qinli, you're speaking in riddles again, I'm ready to throttle you. Shirley, timidly requesting clarification, I'm utterly lost too. Xin Xiushi, hopeless pair. Let me illustrate. Suppose energy crystals were freely redeemable, would either of you claim some for yourselves? Ma Qinli, absolutely. Shirley, me too. Xin Xiushi, now imagine this scenario: both of you suffer grievous wounds. After treatment your steel energy depletes entirely. Would you instinctively rush to expend your crystals to restore energy, fearing unforeseen contingencies? Ma Qinli, without question. Surely that's only natural. Xin Xiushi, and there lies the... In truth, once healed you're relatively safe, the urgency to immediately replenish steel energy is far less acute. Yet driven by subconscious anxiety for personal security you'd instinctively consume the crystals anyway. Then an unforeseen crisis erupts. I sustain critical life-threatening injuries. Steel energy proves insufficient even after deploying my own crystals. I desperately need additional crystals to survive, but yours have already been expended. At that moment, however earnest your desire to save me, you remain powerless. I can only await death. Ma Qinli, utterly stunned. I see it now. Keeping energy crystals in the warehouse truly is optimal. Surely I understand completely now. Yun Shang, exactly. To summarize, crystals held in the team warehouse guarantee life-saving utility. Crystals in private hands may out of precaution never reach the critical moment where they're truly needed. Hu Juanhao, this arrangement benefits every member. As this week's events have demonstrated, team missions are indispensable to our survival. And the fundamental criterion for unlocking team missions is survival rate. We must ensure the survival of as many members as possible. Ma Qinli, understood. I support this decision. Surely support. After daybreak, Hua Duor prepared breakfast for 5 people. During the meal, Chu Yan experienced the pressure of food for the first time. No wonder everyone says it takes at least 4 to 5 hours each day to find food to maintain balance. Most of the heroes summoned by people require normal sustenance, and with the intense battles every day they get hungry even faster. Furthermore, the stronger they are, the more they need to eat. After breakfast, Chu Yan donned the Qian 2 battle armor and brought along Emochio, Huayu, Shui Meng and Spider Z to the mountains. Today they plan to check on a village in the deep mountains and hunt for food. While walking, Chu Yan asked Qian 2, so your power is that formidable, capable of defeating the orc boss in an instant? Qian 2 replied, that's because of your attribute enhancement, I couldn't do it alone. Why is it that when Emochio and you fused the combat power wasn't as high? Qian 2 pondered for a moment before saying, actually our team isn't as strong as it appeared earlier. The previous ease was entirely due to attribute suppression. Chu Yan sincerely asked, please share your analysis. Huayu is still in the juvenile stage, like you, still growing, and his combat level is in high. Shui Meng is in a similar situation. Spider Z is a modified being, and before you discovered her she hadn't experienced much combat, so her combat level is also quite low. Emochio can actually be understood as a juvenile of the mechanical race, however she has her own combat system, and with gradual practice she can become very formidable. Therefore, when she wears the Qian 2 battle armor, I want give combat guidance to avoid hindering her growth. You are different, you have no combat experience, and unlike Emochio don't have a clear path for growth, so you can learn my combat methods. Chu Yan contemplated Qian 2's words and asked, aren't Emochio and Spider's skills quite impressive? Qian 2 calmly replied, I don't need any skills. I only pursue a one-hit kill. Chu Yan was stunned for quite a while before sincerely saying, I also like one-hit kills, teach me to fight in the future. Alright. If you're willing to learn, I'm definitely willing to teach. After that, Chu Yan fell silent, deep in thought. Shentu's reasoning made sense. The heroes and pets he summoned weren't particularly strong. Huayu brandishing his sword was just hacking away, lacking any form. On the other hand, facing such a haphazardly attacking juvenile like Huayu, Spider Z actually managed to tie with him, indicating that her combat level was also quite poor. Recalling Mo Cho's combat, she seemed to execute the standard steps meticulously during battles, appearing very stiff. It completely lacked the natural and effortless feeling that Qian Tu exhibited during combat. From the opponent's perspective, the four-dimensional attributes of the Orc Elite were all around 90 points, even increasing by about 50% when enraged. Overall, their attributes were still lower than Huayu's, yet Huayu was only able to tie with the Orc Elite. After calmly and objectively analyzing his own strength, he suddenly noticed that the chat group was very lively. Tang Nianwei, I once thought that making a change required a long process, but now I realize 10 days is enough. Ma Qianli, is Miss Nianwei about to share her life insights? Tang Nianwei, get lost. Today I found a new wild fruit that looked delicious. I climbed a tree, picked one and bit into it. After picking the fruit and climbing down, I felt thirsty and stumbled upon a mountain stream where I lay down and drank to my heart's content. Then I suddenly remembered that I used to think climbing trees was very unladylike and extremely ungraceful. I used to wash fruit several times with starch before eating them. I even avoided drinking tap water, believing bottled water was cleaner and safer. Tang Shinro, I can totally relate. I used to scream at the sight of a cockroach and jump at the sight of a mouse. A few days ago, while resting on the grass in the woods, I casually grabbed a grasshopper and my first thought was whether it was tasty. Furthermore, a few days ago when moles appeared after the rock snake killed them, I looked at the plump rats and secretly regretted not being able to keep them to eat. Shin Xiushi, who says otherwise? Zombie dogs are truly disgusting. I can't even bear to eat them. I've always regretted not being able to eat the magic wolf. After all, dog meat is edible, so wolf meat should be too. And Ching, I used to struggle carrying a 5L bottle of mineral water, resting every 3 steps. Now I can run back to town carrying 20L of water. Yun Shang, I've never really been afraid of cockroaches or mice, however I'm super afraid of pain. I used to tear up over a small cut on my hand the last time my limbs were bitten off. I only had one thought: I want to live. Even after waking, I felt like it wasn't that painful. Zhao Tianlong, I used to be a bit of a neat freak. I couldn't stand even a speck of dirt on my clothes. Now after digging wells and ending up in this terrible state, I don't feel anything. Image Zhao Tianlong. Ma Qianli, haha bro, you're back to your appearance from a few days ago. Lin Chuan, don't you need tools to dig a well? Did you really learn to dig a well in just 3 days? Zhao Tianlong, speaking of which, I have to thank Chu Yan again. The benefits of exceeding the task yesterday included not just a pet card. Because of coming back early, I also brought back 10 unused well rings from the toolbox. Look at this image well ring. This well ring is a magical product inscribed with formations and is very sturdy. All I need to do is dig a hole according to the size of the well ring and drop the well ring, and the rings will connect automatically. Since I'm near a large river, I feel that I can get water by digging just 10 meters. Each well ring is 2 meters high, so with 10 rings I can at least dig 2 wells. In the future, many of our drinking water problems will be resolved. And Ching, the same. The healing pills and healing potions in my backpack were meant to be used up, but since I returned early, I still have 12 healing pills and 8 healing potions. Tang Nianwei, we supporting players should all have similar benefits. I brought back a whole crate of fresh fish and stocked over 100 this morning. Hu Ju, and how many of our combat players also likely have surplus pills, right? Sure, Lei, indeed, I still have 2. Moreover, I also have half a crate of clean water and there's food left. Luo Fi Chu Yan. For the next team task, let's continue to invest. You do your best. Ha ha ha, Sun Yuan, count me in. Mulan, count me in. Chu Yan, what were the summoned servants everyone summoned yesterday like? Yun Shang, a chef, a groom, and a house builder. And Cheng, all 3 of my servants are farmers, but they can all cultivate spiritual plants. Hu Ju, and how Chu Yan, do the servants have any special traits? Chu Yan, the servant summoning card is actually a combination of 2 types of summoning card. Servant refers to the servant, while follower refers to subordinates, generally internal administrative talents, whose label is contracted servant. Yang Yuan Hang, image blacksmith, his label is contracted servant. I thought it was just because he had a high level that contracted was included in his title. Tang Nianwei, I also summoned a contracted servant. I thought the difference between the 2 was loyalty level, but the servant's loyalty is directly 100 while the contracted servant's is only 60. Ma Qianli, my 3 servants also have a loyalty of 100. Lin Chuan likewise, all 100. Chu Yan was also taken aback. Aside from the different labels, loyalty could also be clearly distinguished. After traversing mountains and valleys, I finally caught sight of the secluded village discovered in the depths of the mountains. It is nearly 10 kilometers away from the main city in a straight line, and the journey spans over 20 kilometers. The valley where the village is located is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a lake to the east and a gentle slope to the west that can serve as an exit. The valley is vast enough to build a city, making the small village in the center seem even smaller. As I descended towards the village, I noticed several people standing at the entrance waiting. My first reaction was that there must be a formidable expert in the village. As they spotted us from a distance, upon observing the villagers' expressions, they seemed to harbor no hostility but rather welcomed my arrival. I am Su Yan, the village chief of Qingshan village, and I warmly welcome the chosen one. I was taken aback, pointing at myself and asking me. The chosen one. Su Yan looked at my expression equally stunned and then explained, the sacred tablet has informed me that the chosen one has arrived. It must be you. The sacred tablet. Can you show it to me? This way please, Chosen One. Upon reaching the center of the village I saw the sacred tablet that Chu Yan mentioned. It was still 2 slabs. They looked identical to the stone tablet in front of my stone house. However, when I focused on the tablets I noticed that these 2 slabs differed from mine. The left sacred tablet had no energy readings but had 2 passive skills. Beast King's Majesty. The tablet continuously emanates the aura of a Beast King. Fate's guidance. When the Chosen One arrives, the tablet will provide guidance. The right sacred tablet still had normal energy readings and possessed 1 skill, protection. The tablet can absorb energy to protect the village from the encroaching dark mist. With the absorption rate correlated to the number of villagers, the holy light will safeguard the entire valley, and when the Chosen One appears within a 1,000-kilometer radius, light shall come. After examining the information on the sacred tablets, I keenly noticed someone peeking from the corner of the left tablet. Turning my head, I saw a group of 7 or 8 little children. They were hiding in the corner, curiously observing us. Chu Yan noticed the group of kids too, and with a stern face was about to scold them when I spoke first, saying, "Come here, you few. I have fruits for you." The children wore expressions of anticipation mixed with timidity, and Chu Yan shouted loudly, "The Chosen One has called you over. Why aren't you quickly coming here?" I took out some wild fruits I picked along the way to share with them. As the children ate the fruits, they relaxed and began chattering excitedly. "Wow, this round fruit is so delicious. The Chosen One is indeed as impressive as the legends say. Yes, the Chosen One is powerful. He can bring the sun from the sky. The sun is so beautiful. It's just a bit blinding. Fool. You can only look at the sun in the morning." I was utterly bewildered. What on earth? I can bring the sun. How come I didn't know I was that awesome? To my surprise, Chu Yan also exclaimed in wonder, "I never expected to see the legendary sun in my lifetime." I asked, "Have you never seen the sun before?" Chu Yan respectfully replied, "Your arrival has brought light to us. 10 days ago when the sun rose we had been eagerly anticipating your arrival." I became interested in the history of this village and asked, "Please tell me briefly about the origins of Qingshan village." Inviting me into a house, they served me a bowl of tea brewed with bamboo leaves. Chu Yan then organized his words and began narrating with intonation. "The dark mist shrouds the land and the sacred tablet protects Qingshan village. At 6 o'clock the light of the sacred tablet illuminates the entire valley, and when the clock strikes 6 again the light can only envelop Qingshan village. My grandfather was skilled in horse breeding and my grandmother could make exquisite food. My father could fend off fierce wolf packs. My grandparents had 3 daughters, all of whom married my father. My aunt had 4 children, my mother raised 5, and my younger aunt had 3. I am the 6th among my siblings. When I was 8 years old another sacred tablet tore through the void with over 10 people to arrive at Qingshan village, where they established their families. I got married at 18, and by the time I was 40 my 5th child was born. It was also on this day that my father died in battle, exhausted from protecting the villagers against beasts. I took on the heavy responsibility of village chief and formed a defense team. However, none of us possessed the powerful strength of my father, and we could only passively defend against the beasts' attacks. Fortunately, the following year another sacred tablet flew to Qingshan village, bringing along more than 30 individuals. This tablet did not remain separate but merged with the first, and from then on Qingshan village was never again disturbed by beasts. Both my father's last words and the guidance of the sacred tablet told me the same thing: when the sun rises it is the time for the Chosen One to arrive, and he shall bring light to Qingshan village. I waited for another 20 years and now I finally witnessed the sun rising. Chosen One, will you take us away? I rubbed my forehead, momentarily unsure how to respond. The 2 small stone houses in the main city simply aren't enough. How many people does Qingshan village have now? 293. Really impressive. The facts were already quite clear. This was once a main city too, but after challengers died only 1 hero, a horseman and a cook, survived. The horseman and the cook married and had 3 daughters, all of whom married the hero. The hero had 12 offspring and Chu Yan is the 6th. The 3rd generation of Qingshan village has 12 individuals, and the 2nd sacred tablet brought over 10 people, leading to marriages and further offspring. The exact number of the 4th generation is unknown, but Chu Yan the 6th has at least 5. Then the 3rd sacred tablet brought over 30 more. The little children just now called Chu Yan grandpa, so they should be from the 5th generation. In summary, 1 horseman, 1 cook and 1 hero have through 5 generations increased the population from 3 to 293. On the other hand, it was indeed an unexpected discovery that after the death of challengers others could still survive. While I was contemplating, Chu Yan added, "Chosen One, my father once said that if you have any questions just touch the sacred tablet and you will understand. Touch it." When I first entered I saw the villagers showing immense reverence for the sacred tablet, so I didn't casually touch it, fearing I might offend their taboos. Standing before the sacred tablet again, I placed my hand on it, and at the moment of contact I heard a prompt sound: "Challenger detected. Challenger's main city level is 3, meeting the standards." Detecting the comprehensive strength criteria of the challenger, there is a 70% probability of passing the 2nd week challenge, meeting the standards. Congratulations, challenger. You can choose to spend 500 points of tablet energy to relocate Qingshan village to your main city. Do you wish to proceed with the relocation? Chu Yan did not immediately choose to teleport, but instead spoke, "Village chief, so I can indeed take you away, but the place we are going to is far from what you may imagine." Before he could finish he was interrupted by Chu Yan. "Chosen One, no matter where you take us we are willing to go. I do not want the people of the village to be trapped in this valley for generations. Since my father's death we have been unable to leave the valley. We cannot deal with even a single wild beast outside. Looking at the attributes of the village chief, they were truly normal people with their 4 attributes around 10 points. However, the forests and beasts outside, while appearing normal, were anything but. A single attribute of a black panther was already dozens of points. If it weren't for the imposing aura of the sacred beast king, any wild beast outside could easily annihilate this village. There is a persistent feeling that this world is strange and unnatural. Flora and fauna can survive and even evolve in the black mist, yet these villagers cannot directly harness the energy of the black mist and cannot survive in it for long. Since the village chief made a decision, Chu Yan no longer hesitated. Are all the villagers in the village? Chu Yan excitedly nodded. They are all here. I will instruct them to start packing. When do we depart? Chu Yan smiled now. Ah. Chu Yan blinked and realized that in his line of sight there were only mountains to the east and open grasslands to the south and west. After being stunned for a while, he came to his senses and asked in shock, Chosen One, you can actually teleport the entire Qingshan village in an instant? That is amazing. Chu Yan did not explain but instructed, you go and explain the situation to the other villagers. You must return to the village before nightfall. The teleportation of Qingshan village was quite thorough. Even the fields that the villagers had cleared around the village were moved as well. The entire village landed to the right of the stone house. Boardflowers Xiao He and Shen Xianwan, who were originally very idle, were intrigued and walked over to check the situation upon seeing the suddenly appeared Qingshan village. Chu Yan walked to the stone tablet in front of the stone house and discovered that the energy limit of the tablet had increased by 1,000 points. The 2 stone tablets in Qingshan village had disappeared. Unfortunately, the 3 skills did not come along and simply vanished. The moment Qingshan village was brought back, Chu Yan received a prompt. The number of creatures in the main city has reached 100, meeting the upgrade conditions. Due to the area of Qingshan village exceeding the coverage of the main city's defensive shield, challengers are urged to upgrade the main city as soon as possible. Before the upgrade of the main city, each time the black mist descends, 293 points of energy will be deducted as a condition for maintaining the temporary defensive shield. He earnestly prayed that today's treasure chest would yield an upgrade card, otherwise losing so much energy was truly painful. Lioli absorbs 158 points a day and the Gathering Spirit Stone absorbs 316 points a day. If I do not upgrade for a day, then the Gathering Spirit Stone will be wasted for that day. Fortunately, I obtained Gathering Spirit Stones from the Great Wall Guards, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford them. I bought 100,000 units of stone on the trading platform and took down 100,000 units of wood that I had listed, preparing the upgrade materials in advance. Based on the upgrade materials, it seems this upgrade should bring about significant changes. Upgrading a thatched cottage to a small wooden house only requires 200 units of wood, and upgrading a small wooden house to a stone house only requires 800 units of stone, yet this time the upgrade requires a staggering 200,000 units of materials. Opening the strategic group, Chu Yan informed Hu Juanhao and the others about today's situation. Hu Juanhao, this is truly shocking news. Lin Chuan, the official name of the public chat group, is Regional Chat Channel. At that time it was speculated that there should be other challengers. I just didn't expect that what we encountered first was actually the legacy of other challengers. Ma Qianli, the term legacy sounds a bit strange. Xin Xiushi, it is quite fitting, as these villages are indeed their legacies. Surely a distance of 10 kilometers carries danger, but it is within an acceptable range. Chu Yan, it might not be 10 kilometers. Hu Juanhao, yes. I suspect so too. The exploration distance in 3 directions around my main city has exceeded 10 kilometers, but I have not discovered any villages, and the creatures around 10 kilometers have attributes exceeding 400 points. Yunshang, today I encountered a giant tiger with close to 500 points and attributes around 9 kilometers. It took the injuries of 3 heroes to finally kill it. Chu Yan, Qingshan village is deep in the mountains. The actual distance exceeds 20 kilometers. I think that is a more accurate estimate. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan, what are your thoughts? Chu Yan, I can reach an area around 20 kilometers. Additionally, the refresh point for the Legion badge usage is the clock reminder before dawn. Therefore, if I do not use all my usage times that night, I can reach your main city before the refresh to help you look for villages. Hu Juanhao, I think this idea is good. Lin Chuan, I agree. Chu Yan, I will first help the 6 of you find them and then gradually assist the others. I estimate that in a week or 2 everyone will be able to try looking for them on their own. Who do you decide to start with? Hu Juanhao, first help Qiushi upgrade. Prioritize solving the food problem. Yunshang, I think so too. Lin Chuan agreed. Ma Qianli, why are you so proactive? Lin Chuan, are you afraid we won't consider your opinion? Lin Chuan, see through, but do not say it's still good friends. Shen Xiushi, thank you everyone. Chu Yan, I will wait for you. Lin Chuan, hee hee. Shen Xiushi, hee hee, you big head ghost. Are you looking to die? Lin Chuan, do I not even have the right to laugh? Shen Xiushi, you know what you think I want, expose it. After all, you said see through but do not say it, yet can still be friends. Surely I suddenly thought of something funny. It is about the first ancestor of Qingshan village, that horseman. Perhaps he is quite proud. Ma Qianli, ha ha ha, I get it. No matter how awesome a hero is, he still has to call me dad the horseman, right? Lin Chuan, don't say it, but you're right. Ma Qianli, my cook is 40 years old and weighs 200 pounds. My horseman is in his 30s, thin as a monkey. The last hero summoned was a handsome middle-aged warrior. I feel that if one day I really die, it might be another Qingshan village. That hero would definitely look down on my cook and would only be able to marry her daughter. Hu Juanhao, wanting to be a father comes with great responsibility. Shen Xiushi, nonsense. Can't we change positions? Chu Yan. Lin Chuan. Ma Qianli. Hu Juanhao. Shar Lei. Yunsheng sister, you are too fierce. Xinxiu, what a joke. Sister, I am an emergency surgical doctor. Although I have never been in a relationship, I have seen countless male bodies. Ma Qianli damn shivering in fear. As the dark mist descended, the villagers of Qingshan village began to light fires to cook. The village chief, accompanied by several men, brought a large supply of grain and vegetables to Chu Yan. Hua Duer was quite pleased to see these items, yet she felt unable to showcase her true abilities while merely stirring meat. After dinner, they took a brief rest before Chu Yan and the others stood outside waiting for the portal. The children of Qingshan village were full of energy, running around to play. They were also very curious about Chu Yan and the uniquely appearing heroes quickly gathering around. As the portal was about to open, Chu Yan instructed the village chief to take the children away. However, the villagers still curiously stood aside to watch, discussing excitedly when the portal opened. Then a group of pale skeleton monsters emerged from the portal. The timid children screamed and cried, and many adults showed expressions of fear, retreating in panic. Today, without letting Spider Z cast webs, Chu Yan decided to personally step in and hone his combat skills. There were only 18 monsters according to Qian 2. Based on Chu Yan's current attributes, finishing the battle within 10 seconds would be barely acceptable. The gap in attributes was so vast that even swinging a knife randomly could defeat these monsters. However, Qian 2 patiently guided Chu Yan on how to solve battles with the least effort and the quickest methods. After slaying 10 skeletons, Chu Yan suddenly noticed something was amiss. Why were there only 17 monsters? Moreover, he hadn't seen any special monsters. During this week's cycle, the last wave of monsters always included an elite monster. Could the elite monster be invisible? Or perhaps it had burrowed underground. After communicating with the rock snake, no burrowing monsters were found. He instructed Spider Z to cast webs extensively while letting Stone Hammer release skills along the void path. After hitting the air for a long time, no invisible monsters were discovered. Even after Chu Yan defeated all 17 skeletons, he still couldn't find where the elite monster was. Suddenly, all the shattered bones on the ground flew towards a central bone, and within a few seconds these bones reassembled into a giant skeleton nearly 3 meters tall. The giant skeleton appeared right next to Stone Hammer, who immediately swung a heavy punch at it. However, the giant skeleton felt nothing and continued to stride towards the stone tablet. Chu Yan rushed forward and slashed at the giant skeleton's thigh bone, but to his surprise the giant skeleton merely swayed and continued to advance. Such high defense. Chu Yan's current strike, which could easily cut through ordinary stone, had such an effect on the giant skeleton. Qian 2 spoke, this belongs to a monster with extremely strong defense. Next I will show you how to dismantle. After handing the initiative to Qian 2, he swung his knife so swiftly that the blade was nearly invisible, leaving only a dazzling shadow of. 3 seconds later, the giant skeleton was reduced to a neatly split pile of bones. Not a single piece was severed, all were cut cleanly along the joints. After eliminating all the monsters, Spider Z wanted to eat the bones, and Chu Yan directly nodded in agreement. She hadn't been able to eat much before the refresh. In the chat group, Shirley, I can give this giant skeleton a score of 666 for its resilience. Lin Chuan, we worked together to bring it down, hammering for 2 minutes, and it still struggled to rise. Today's battle was slower for Chu Yan since he fought alone, but it seemed that many others had yet to defeat the giant skeleton. Hu Juanhao use magic. A fireball straight to the heart. Ma Qianli, I don't have any magic heroes. Yun Shan rent 1. My ice dragon easily shattered it after using frost breath twice. Zhou Chang is this week's monster, mainly about defense. One of my heroes used my novice iron sword, and today it actually broke a skeleton. That's quite abstract. Zhao Tianlong, what's so abstract about it? Some knives can even break garlic. Isn't it normal for your sword to break bones? Zhou Chang, I find myself at a loss for words. Shui Wu Zhao Tianlong, a certain brand says to you I heard thank you. Zhao Tianlong indeed thank me. After all, I did help promote him. Isn't that just how celebrity marketing works? What matters is the fame, regardless of good or bad. Lin Chuan, is that you sure? Some celebrities also have to sing a song thank you. For you. Hu Juanhao, brothers and sisters with magic heroes directly open the portal. Today is indeed not difficult. There are only 18 monsters, last week's 9th wave had 38 monsters. Sun Yuan, suddenly so simple I can hardly believe it. Tang Yanwei in the trial grounds, Monday and Tuesday are welfare days. Fang Xiaoyu, indeed some welfare should be given, otherwise the growth of pets is truly concerning. Image Ice Wolf, look at my wolf cub, although it is a heavenly grade pet its height is insufficient to reach the giant skeleton's leg bend. Lin Chuan, haha, that image is really funny, is it climbing up along the giant skeleton's leg? Fang Xiaoyu, yes, it's trying its hardest to climb. Climbing while biting. Although it was out of place I couldn't help but laugh at it. Yun Shang, there are 4 words to describe it, very aptly cute but fierce. Chu Yan, that's 5 words. Yun Shang. You're good at math. As the portal disappeared, Chu Yan eagerly opened the ordinary treasure chest level 3 main city upgrade card. Are you ready to welcome your... Excellent. Chu Yan clicked to use the card immediately after obtaining it. The stone house vanished and the items inside were neatly transported to another stone house in front of it. However, this time it wasn't completed instantaneously, so they continued to check other items. Void Path X5. With this you can teach monsters how to walk properly. Hero Tower strength depends on which hero stands there. Stable building card. Constructing a stable also requires skill. Frost Slow Tower. A magical product, low attack power, but the slowing effect is excellent. Gifted 50 attacks, but in the future you'll have to recharge yourself. Special treasure chest. Sky Blue Stone X20. This stone is not precious to you but extremely valuable to the stone people. Consuming too much can even break biological ranks. Fire Spirit Stone X20. In this, consider it knowing you need it. Water Spirit Stone X20. In this, consider it knowing you need it. Super Alloy X10. Heroes of the mechanical race definitely need it. Lightning Crystal X10. To the mechanical race it may be more important than metal. Today's portal difficulty has decreased and the items in the special treasure chest have also reduced. However, Chu Yan suddenly thought Mocho's treatment is a bit high. She can use evolution points and the super alloy and lightning crystals in the special treasure chest can also increase her attribute points. Is it because Mocho is the leader? Before Chu Yan could ponder over Mocho's question, the castle had already been completed and the three-story castle indeed exuded luxury. The most shocking were the villagers of Qingshan village. Today they were constantly questioning their own eyes. First they were inexplicably transported here in an instant, then they encountered the portal. Just when they were amazed they were terrified half to death by a skeleton monster. Now they saw a castle suddenly appear. Many villagers couldn't help but rub their eyes, looking carefully several times, feeling as if they were dreaming. However, they quickly confirmed one fact: the chosen one was indeed incredibly powerful. In the past some doubted the legends passed down through generations, but today they believed wholeheartedly. The moment the castle materialized, the range of the protected dome expanded and within that area 3 more Qingshan villages could fit. The stone tablet that was originally half a meter high now transformed into a massive stone that looked grand, towering at a height of 2 meters. Upon entering, Chu Yan discovered that the deducted 293 points of energy had actually returned 146 points, which felt quite fair. After touching the giant stone, he received a prompt: Challenger, you can now name your main city. The name will automatically appear on the energy stone. Finally, it looked somewhat like a main city. Without naming it immediately, Chu Yan decided to explore the castle first. The hero's pet subordinates and the true old servant Marta curiously followed Chu Yan to tour the castle. The first floor featured a huge living room in the center surrounded by 8 bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen and a toilet. The second floor near the large balcony housed the dining room, which had a spacious balcony. There were only 6 bedrooms on the second floor, 1 bathroom but larger in size and another toilet. The terrace on the third floor occupied a quarter of the area, thus only having 4 luxurious bedrooms, a bathroom and a toilet. Now there were finally enough rooms and Chu Yan said you can each choose a room you like. Xiaohe was the first to speak. Well, take the rooms on the first and second floors, leaving the third floor for the lord of the city and the future city. Chu Yan was speechless. I don't even have a city mistress yet and you're already arranging a room for her. Huaduo then said I'll choose the room next to the kitchen on the first floor. Spider Z, I want to stay on the second floor balcony. That works. The second floor balcony is not open air and has a roof above just without walls. Shen Tu, I don't need a room, I'll just stay in the hall on the first floor. It seemed Shen Tu indeed didn't need one as he had never been seen lying down. Mocho chose a bedroom near the balcony on the second floor while Huayu and Shui Meng selected rooms on the first floor next to Huaduo. Feng Shaoqi also stated he didn't need a room as he would turn into a tree when resting. According to him, the energy in the main city was increasing and he grew faster when transformed into a tree. Shi Chue also didn't want a room, hoping to rest close to the energy stone. Luli was busy absorbing energy at night and wandering around during the day as if she never needed rest. She hadn't come over at this moment. Xiaohe and Xinxian Wan both chose a bedroom on the second floor, only Marta remained. Marta spoke up, young master, can I stay in that stone house? It's closer to the stable and today the village chief gifted us 2 horses, so I need to take good care of the 4 horses. Hearing Marta's words, Chu Yan remembered he still had a stable building card unused, so he said if you want to live in the stone house, go ahead. I'll upgrade the stable for you. Marta happily led the way and the others followed with great interest. After checking the description of the stable building card, Chu Yan couldn't help but rub his eyes. What is this? A stable actually required 3,000 units of stone and 4,000 units of wood. Looking at the remaining 36 evolution points on his panel, he felt frustrated and wanted to hit himself, blaming himself for being too fast. The tiny bit of evolution points left before had been spent on purchasing materials for the castle upgrade during the day. The 11 evolution points from today's battle reward were immediately declined by others when offered, and then Chu Yan directly added them to Mo Chiu. He quietly accepted the 10 evolution points gifted by Yun Shang, feeling as if he were being supported by a wealthy patron. Just after clicking accept, Yun Shang sent a private message. Yun Shang, I gave you evolution points, you've had 7 or 8 back and forths with me. It would have been better to accept it earlier. I was just about to urge you again. Chu Yan Codex stable building card, this thing really surprised me, I never thought it would require so many materials. Yun Shang, hurry up and build it. Once done, send me a picture, I'm genuinely curious how luxurious this stable will be. Just in terms of stone, it's enough to build 4 stone houses. Chu Yan, alright, give me a moment. After purchasing the necessary materials on the trading platform, he clicked to use the stable building card. 3 minutes later Chu Yan was astonished, his mouth slightly agape. Marta excitedly said, "Young master, I don't want to stay in the stone house anymore, I want to live in the stable." It wasn't that Marta wanted to eat and live with the horses, but there were indeed rooms for grooms inside the stable. A total of 4. The stable was truly luxurious. The nearby stone house was compared to a beggar's dwelling. The area was even larger than the castle, and judging by the design of the stalls inside, it could accommodate around 50 horses. The overall layout was very reasonable, allowing all horses to rush out of the stable at the fastest speed, which was entirely designed for battle cavalry. Chu Yan took 8 pictures of the scenes inside and outside the stable and sent them to Yun Shang. "Yun Shang, I want to live in the stable inside your castle." Chu Yan picture castle. "If it weren't for the castle, I would want to live in the stable." "Yun Shang, I want to live in the castle." "Chu Yan, can you stop being so indecisive?" "Yun Shang, I've made up my mind." Chu Yan decided on what? "Yun Shang, after you help Xiaoshi find the village, come help me, alright?" "Chu Yan, no problem. Just for the 10 evolution points you gave me, I'll prioritize helping you." "Yun Shang, okay. It's a deal." Marta happily moved his belongings into the stable. Today's battle went smoothly and the Legion badge's teleportation was not used at all. He sent Shin Xiaoshi a private message to meet at 925, and Shin Xiaoshi quickly replied that they would not miss it. He told Qian Tu, who was waiting in the hall on the first floor, to wake him up at 920, then went alone to rest on the 3rd floor. Passing by the bathroom, he went in to try it out, but unsurprisingly there wasn't a drop of water. However, when Chu Yan touched the very classic faucet, he received a prompt: "Once there is a well or a reservoir in the main city, the castle will automatically connect the pipes to supply water to the castle." The battle today ended relatively early. The village chief should not have rested yet. Chu Yan went downstairs and headed towards Qingshan village to inquire about the situation. "Where does the village's drinking water come from?" "Lord Chosen One, we used to fetch water from the river in the valley." Chu Yan saw a large water tank in Su Yan's house and asked, "How many days can your stored water last?" "It can last for 2 to 3 days," Su Yan replied, then tentatively asked Lord Chosen One, "Are there no rivers nearby?" Chu Yan did not deceive the village chief and nodded, saying, "There really aren't any, but don't worry, I will find a way to solve the drinking water issue. We believe in you, you are all-powerful." Chu Yan. Has this turned into blind faith? Today they witnessed far too many things they could not comprehend, and in their confusion they could only conclude that Chu Yan was incredibly powerful. After leaving Qingshan village, Chu Yan silently calculated in the worst-case scenario he could only buy water. The price for 1 L of water on the trading platform is 0.01 evolution points. 1 point can buy 100 L of drinking water. Including the villagers of Qingshan village and himself, there are about 300 people who need regular drinking water, meaning at least 3 evolution points are needed, and that only guarantees drinking needs. Although the water required for extreme survival is less, they cannot rely on the bare minimum every day. If it comes to it, he might have to ask for a favor and buy a few magical well circles from Zhao Tianlong. The next day Qian Tu woke Chu Yan up on time. Chu Yan went downstairs and took Huayu Shui Meng and Spider Z to teleport to Shinkirshi's main city using the army badge. Shin Xiaoshi was waiting at the door of the stone house. Upon seeing Chu Yan, he smiled and said, "I made breakfast spirit rice porridge, it's really delicious. Thank you for your hospitality. You're here to help for free, I can't just ignore the meal, right?" As they sat down to eat porridge, Shin Xiaoshi asked, "How many heroes do you have that can scout around?" "If you borrow Mo Chio Qian Tu and Lu Li, they can each check one direction and I will go in another direction." Shin Xiaoshi exclaimed in surprise, "Why, you have a Lu Li who is also so powerful?" "We haven't met this hero yet, have we?" Chu Yan smiled. "Lu Li is purely a support hero, you will understand when you see her later." After placing the 3 heroes in the borrowing area, Shin Xiaoshi spent 6 evolution points to teleport them all over. Lu Li's current attribute panel. Hero Spirit of Light and Shadow, Lu Li Heaven Tier. Talent Energy Growth. The growth of the Spirit of Light and Shadow relies on the energy of the main city. Leveling up has no bottleneck. Loyalty 100. Strength 399. Constitution 399. Agility 399. Spirit 399. Skill Absorb Effect. The Spirit of Light and Shadow can absorb energy for the main city. Shield Blessing Effect increases energy shield for the target, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown 15 minutes, currently can maintain up to 3 shields. Wind Blessing Effect increases wind wings for the target, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown 15 minutes, currently can maintain up to 3. Healing Blessing Effect increases healing aura for the target, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown 15 minutes, currently can maintain up to 3 auras. After Shin Xiaoshi looked at Lu Li's attributes, he said the maximum single attribute of a heaven tier hero is 399 points. Chu Yan replied that should be at Lu Li's attributes after advancement should all be at this level's limit. Lu Li is very powerful. With 3 buffs she is simply invincible. After breakfast, daytime quickly arrived in Chu Yan and the 3 heroes set off in 4 directions simultaneously. Chu Yan went west where the terrain was low hills. Upon reaching a 10-kilometer range, he encountered a beast at the Xian level which chased Chu Yan for 2 or 3 kilometers before giving up. In the 15-kilometer range he did not see any villages here. Earth-level beasts were frequently appearing. Fortunately, their agility attributes were not higher than Chu Yan's, allowing him to easily evade them. At the edge of the 20-kilometer range he encountered a heaven-tier giant tiger. Although its single attribute points were only slightly over 200 after several exchanges, Chu Yan realized he could not easily deal with the giant tiger. Although his attribute points were now the same as Lu Li's, killing the giant tiger would still result in injury. The giant tiger was seasoned in battle, and Chu Yan, having just learned combat skills from Qian Tu for 2 days, saw clearly his own shortcomings in this fight. Since his main task was to find villages, Chu Yan chose not to engage in a life and death struggle with the giant tiger. In the end, he used his speed advantage to shake off the giant tiger. He left Xinqiuxi's main city at 10 o'clock and returned around 1 o'clock. After Chu Yan returned about a quarter of an hour later, Lu Li also returned from the east, having not encountered any villages in both the east and west directions. At 1:30 Mo Chiu returned, having not seen any villages in the south. At 1:45 Qian Tu returned, but the results surprised both Chu Yan and Xinqiushi. About 20 kilometers to the north, what was discovered was not a village but a castle. Xinqiushi asked, could the castle be different? Chu Yan thought for a moment and replied, let's go check the situation first. Xinqiushi nodded, packed his bag and set off with Chu Yan. On the way, Chu Yan asked, are all your heroes support types? Yes, one is a Shen level spirit plant girl and the other is a heaven tier tree spirit. The tree spirit can indeed release a binding skill, but its damage is low and can only be considered a control skill. How many heroes do you usually rent for the portal battles? Xinqiushi smiled and said, if I can grab a heaven tier hero I rent 2, if I can't I have to rent 3. Chu Yan calculated and said, if you rent 3 heroes the evolution points you consume daily are quite a lot. Xinqiushi replied optimistically, it is indeed quite difficult right now. Renting 1 hero costs 2 evolution points, a delay talisman costs 1 evolution point, and renting 3 heroes requires 7 evolution points, but it will get better in the future. Now I sell cabbage and can earn 4 or 5 evolution points daily, and it will be more later. He paused and continued, I wonder if there will be other ways to earn evolution points in the future, otherwise the current evolution points are still cycling among our team members. Moreover, there are losses during the cycle. For example, for the hero borrowing talisman I spent 2 evolution points to borrow, but the person lending the hero can only earn 1 point, while the other point is deducted as a handling fee. Transactions on the trading platform also incur handling fees. Chu Yan spoke up, the total amount of evolution points does increase when the borrowed hero kills a monster. They also earn 0.25 evolution points, but it does not affect the person renting the hero from normally receiving 0.5 evolution points. That's right. Yesterday I earned 11 evolution points and the 2 heroes I rented earned a total of 5 evolution points. During the investigation it is necessary to cover the entire area. Now that the target is determined, they arrived near the castle in less than 10 minutes. Qian Tu returned from Xinqiushi to Chu Yan. Xinqiushi's cheeks flushed slightly as she said breathlessly, this wind-like speed feels amazing. Chu Yan smiled and replied, next time you can rent Qian Tu and experience a battle in the Qian Tu armor yourself. Xinqiushi nodded repeatedly, saying, I want to rent it today. Notify me when you put it up for rent, I want to grab it the moment it becomes available. Alright. Chu Yan, clad in the Qian Tu armor, walked at the front while Xinqiushi followed at the back, and they all arrived at the castle gate. To their surprise, the welcoming party at the castle gate consisted of a group of cavalry. Respected chosen ones, we have been waiting for you. The city lord is preparing a sumptuous lunch. Chu Yan looked at the attributes of the other party and was taken aback. All 4 attributes exceeded 300 points, this was a heavenly level hero. Qian Tu whispered, I can handle it. Suppressing his astonishment, Chu Yan and the others followed the cavalry into the castle. This was a complete castle. The castle in Chu Yan's main city should strictly be called the City Lord's Mansion. The castle had 3 main roads, with the central avenue being a full 10 meters wide, leading directly to the City Lord's Mansion, flanked by various buildings, taverns, inns, shops and more. Judging by the construction of the buildings, this castle should be classified as a level 4 main city. It turns out that a level 4 main city needs to be built to this extent. As they walked halfway down the main road, Qian Tu suddenly reminded them sternly, get out. Now. Chu Yan was startled. Without saying a word, he turned around, grabbed Xinqiushi and ran while shouting, out of the city. At that moment the cavalry leader turned back and loudly commanded, close the city gates. Damn, this is serious. The cavalry immediately launched an attack on Chu Yan and the others. Chu Yan said to Qian Tu, leave the fighting to you. Qian Tu whispered, quickly increase your attribute points. Speed. Chu Yan asked gravely, is the enemy very strong? A true wilderness level. Chu Yan was momentarily stunned and Qian Tu quickly explained, your understanding of wilderness level is extremely flawed. That mage saint from the Great Wall Guard is also wilderness level. What the hell? What? Chu Yan, wearing the Qian Tu armor, was knocked back several meters by a punch, falling to the ground and spitting out blood multiple times. Before being attacked, Chu Yan hadn't even seen the enemy's figure. The enemy resembled a Caucasian nearly 2 meters tall with long brown hair and a very muscular build. After knocking Chu Yan down, the city lord walked towards him with a confident demeanor, smiling mockingly. Chu Yan turned to look at the situation of the others. Mo Chiu was facing the previous cavalry leader, holding her own. Thanks to the buffs provided by Lu Li, Shu Weimang's 3 water cages were crushed by the city lord's energy punches. Huayu, Spider Z and Lu Li were all being suppressed by another warrior wielding a giant axe. Shu Weimang was surrounded by the cavalry, forced to dodge left and right in a panic. As for Xinqiushi, she was already grabbed by a cavalryman by the neck, lifted up in his hand. The cavalryman laughed heartily, saying, "City Lord, what a lovely little beauty. Look at her stubborn and resentful little eyes." While speaking, he gave Shinshosher 2 slaps. The city lord glanced at her and said, "What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect 2 chosen ones to appear." "Ha, city lord, do you need me to go to the energy stone and kill her?" The city lord looked at Chu Yan and then at Shinshosher, sneering, "Perhaps they are a couple, let them be star-crossed lovers. I will show mercy and grant them the honor of dying together." "Ha ha, city lord, you are too kind." Chat group Shinshosher images Chu Yan images Wei Yu video instant battle. Everyone quickly lend Chu Yan some evolution points, I beg you all. In dying, please save Chu Yan. Shirley, what the hell is going on? Lin Chuan, what the hell? Hurry up and transfer evolution points. Chu Yan. Hurry and collect. I've already transferred 13 points. Chu Yan, please lend me some evolution points. Shinshosher, please lend Chu Yan some points. I've already put everything from my backpack into the team warehouse. Even if I die, these items will be worth quite a few evolution points and Chu Yan will definitely return them. Ma Qianli, 21 points transferred. Everyone feel free to lend. Even if Chu Yan dies, Ma Qianli will return these evolution points. Yunshang, shut your crow mouth. Everyone don't worry, I will quickly return the points along with Chu Yan and Shinshosher. 27 points transferred. Shuiwu, feel free to transfer. I guarantee with my reputation, I will help Chu Yan return the points. 9 points transferred. Kaibo, I can't forget the grace of saving my life. 14 points transferred. Don't worry, I will also help Chu Yan return. Feng Xiaoyu, 19 points transferred. No matter what, I will help Chu Yan return. Tang Yanwei, 16 points transferred. I want to say one thing. Chu Yan is our safety guarantee. Hu Juanhao, during the beginner's mission I called on everyone to lend evolution points to let red-named players challenge again. Yunshang was the first to transfer me 6 points and Chu Yan almost simultaneously transferred me 6 points. In the past week everyone has witnessed Chu Yan's help. Lending heroes also brings evolution points as a reward. Chu Yan using the Legion badge is essentially free help to everyone. I assure you that I will also help Chu Yan return the evolution points. 12 points transferred. Luo feed big shots, there's no need to say more. We all understand. Without saying anything else, just 1 point while others can rest after the battle ends. Chu Yan has to wait until all battles are over to rest. Brothers, time is money. 24 points of evolution have been transferred. Everyone understands. 11 points transferred. Everyone understands. 7 points transferred. Everyone understands. 16 points transferred. Chu Yan looked at the messages in the group, holding back tears several times. In less than half a minute he received over 100,000 evolution points. This would make him invincible. Xian 2, how many attribute points do I need for you to be confident? The enemy's 4-dimensional attributes are 840, 850, 800, 800. Your attributes must exceed 900 points each. If Mo Cho's attribute points exceed 800, can she reach wilderness level? Even with 8,000 points she can only barely perform at heavenly level. A tiger cub is just a kitten, even a wild dog can easily kill it. When adding points, 2 abnormal situations occurred. First, when speed reached 799 points it suddenly couldn't be increased further. Only after raising the other 3 attributes to 799 points could he continue to add points. At this time a total of 1,884 evolution points were spent. Second, when reaching 800 points it required 10 evolution points to increase by 1 attribute point. With all 4-dimensional attributes raised to 901 points, a total of 4,080 evolution points were spent. Chu Yan chuckled bitterly in his heart. I thought I would owe around 2,000 points at most, but unexpectedly am in debt for nearly 6,000 points. This is going to take a year to pay off. Mo Cho's latest attribute panel: Hero, Mechanical Warrior. Mo Cho, Wilderness Level Leader, Talent Infinite Evolution. Mo Cho's evolution has no bottleneck. Loyalty 100, Strength 901, Constitution 901, Agility 901, Spirit 901, Skill, Telepathy, Leader Skill. Loyalty maxed triggers. Effect 1, within 1,000 kilometers Mo Cho can accurately confirm your location. Effect 2, when Mo Cho kills an enemy you will gain a layer of shield that lasts for 10 minutes up to 5 layers. Passive Mechanical Precision effect: each attack has a 50 chance to deal critical damage, doubling the damage. Leader exclusive passive attack damage is always calculated based on the strongest attribute. 7 slashes swiftly and continuously, striking 7 times. The first hit deals damage equal to the strength attribute and each subsequent hit increases damage by 10. Phantom Strike, creating 2 phantom images that last for 15 seconds, freely switching between the main body and the phantoms, with the phantoms dealing 80 of the main bonus attack. When Chu Yan finished allocating his points, Shui Mang had already been captured. The other 2 heavenly level enemies were fighting while trying to disturb Mo Cho and the others with their words, "You are heroes, the chosen ones are our common enemy. If you don't want to be enslaved any longer, join us. The Reverse Heaven City is the true home of heroes. Together we will eliminate the chosen ones and march towards a bright future." Mo Cho's loyalty was now maxed out and would naturally not be affected. The loyalty of Huoyu and the others remained unchanged as they continued to fight. At this moment the city lord had walked up to Chu Yan looking down from a height and snorted, "I thought I would have to wait a month until the blood moon descends to attack your main city, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves right to my door. What do you think I should do to thank you?" Chu Yan did not speak while Qian Tu said in a low voice, "Open your mind." After hesitating for a second, Chu Yan agreed to Qian Tu's request, hoping that the loyalty was not a deception. Based on the circumstances of the city lord and what they said, it was not difficult to infer they had killed the previous challengers. They had taken control of the main city. Therefore opening his mind was a huge risk for Chu Yan. However, thinking about it the other way, without Qian Tu he would certainly be doomed today. In the most extreme case, dying at Qian Tu's hands would be better than dying at the city lord's hands. The moment Chu Yan completely opened his mind, Qian Tu truly grasped all of Chu Yan's power. Qian Tu did not speak yet. Chu Yan gained the ability to communicate with him telepathically. The speed of thought was millions of times per second. Qian Tu's first sentence was, "I deceived you before. I actually have skills." Chu Yan check Qian Tu's attribute panel: Hero Slaughter Armor. Qian Tu heavenly level talent. Proof of the way through killing. Qian Tu's enhancement relies solely on slaughter level upgrades. Have no bottleneck. Loyalty 100, strength 261, constitution 274, agility 243, spirit 241, skill armor attachment effect. Qian Tu can wear his armor on the target, granting the target all of Qian Tu's attributes. Will to kill. Qian Tu does not need skills. Each attack is the ultimate slaughter. Life and death together, the only soul contract skill of the slaughter armor. Once activated, if the contractor dies, Qian Tu dies. The slaughter armor will eventually revive and Qian Tu has only one life. Additional effect: the contractor can communicate with Qian Tu's soul. After reading it, Chu Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Tu stood up. His second sentence was, "You define trust with your life and I will repay it with a promise of life." Without waiting for Chu Yan to respond, Qian Tu continued, "Watch closely. The real slaughter." Qian Tu sprang to his feet and instantly swung his blade towards the city lord's left arm. The city lord swung his right fist and disdainfully said, "The struggles of an ant." While fighting, Qian Tu kept instructing Chu Yan on combat techniques. "Why do I not recommend you learn fixed skills? Because many techniques cannot be rigidly applied in battle. This slash is aimed at his left arm. If he attacks directly with his right fist, if our strengths are equal, the result would be mutual destruction. Therefore this slash can only go halfway before needing to retract and swiftly strike downward. The blade's momentum moves from the upper left to the lower and then angles to the upper right diagonally. He does not want to be accidentally injured. So he retracts his fist to prepare for defense. This slash is still a feint. It needs to be executed with the fastest speed to bring the blade above, not aiming to injure but to provoke a defensive reaction from the opponent. When the long knife is above our heads, both hands grip the knife simultaneously. At this angle I can slash from left to right and also from right to left. And the opponent's hands are still in a defensive position in front of his chest. At this moment his neck is the flaw. There was no brilliance, no special effects. Only Qian Tu's effortlessly executed slash. A single strike to kill. After executing this slash, Qian Tu confidently turned and rushed in front of the warrior who was holding Shinshoushi, and before he could react he severed the arm that was holding Shinshoushi. Then he pulled Shinshoushi onto his back and severed his neck with another slash. At this moment the city lord's head had just begun to fall. Next came Qian Tu's performance time as well as his teaching moment. Each time he killed an enemy, Qian Tu would meticulously explain to Chu Yan the significance of each strike and each movement. After slaying 16 cavalrymen, Qian Tu faced a warrior wielding a giant axe. The other party, seeing the city lord's death, was filled with fear but also knew he could not escape, roaring as he suppressed his fear and charged at Qian Tu. Qian Tu continued to teach Chu Yan, "Remember, the will to kill is pure. The will to kill encompasses reason and rejects madness. Those who go mad in slaughter do not truly understand the meaning of killing. The will to kill is a resolve. A resolve to slay the enemy. This resolve may arise from protection, such as the girl on your back. To save her you must kill the enemy. In battle, once you fall into madness you expose yourself to flaws. This slash is his self-destruction. You have been practicing a two-segment slash in the Great Wall defense. Your practice method is incorrect. Why must a two-segment slash bend, stoop and cut levelly? Now I stand upright sideways and cut at an angle. Isn't it still a two-segment slash?" After resolving this enemy, Qian Tu walked leisurely towards the last enemy. This pacing is not for show, it is also a necessity in battle. Increase the pressure on your opponent, causing them to reveal flaws. Perhaps it will yield better results than rushing in. As soon as Qian Tu finished speaking, the cavalry leader turned and fled madly towards the city exit. Qian Tu continued, "Running away from an enemy stronger than you is the most foolish act. Your back is full of flaws." Qian Tu directly used the long knife as a spear and threw it. The long knife pierced through the cavalry leader's back and emerged from his chest. After all enemies were killed, Qian Tu walked over and pulled out the long knife, continuing, "Another use of the will to kill is to sense the killing intent of others. At the city gate I did not sense it, but halfway through I felt it. Now I can sense the killing intent born from hatred. Remember, when cutting grass you must remove the roots." Qian Tu went to the city lord's mansion and killed everyone in the city lord's family, then coldly and calmly continued to eliminate those in the city who held hatred towards Chu Yan. Half an hour later Qian Tu had killed over 300 people. Then he allowed Chu Yan's mind to return to his body. He placed Shinshoushi beside the energy stone and took out a healing pill to feed her. Shinshoushi shook her head. You opened my pouch I just exchanged for a bottle of rapid healing potion. Give me half a bottle of that first. The cavalryman who captured Shinshoushi is a psychopath. Even after Shinshoushi lost the ability to resist, he still broke Shinkyushi's arms. The pain and sweat made Shinkyushi's shoulder-length hair look as if it had been washed with water. Chu Yan opened a bottle and fed Shinshoushi a rapid healing potion. After drinking half a bottle, Shinshoushi felt a slight mobility in his arms and stopped. Then he took a healing pill. After resting for a while, when the pain in his body became bearable, Shinshoushi asked, "What do we do next?" Chu Yan stood up and patted the energy stone. "You'll know how to operate it once you touch the energy stone." Shinshoushi stared into Chu Yan's eyes and asked seriously, "Chu Yan, can you also take this castle back?" "Don't lie to me, I saw the surprise in your eyes. And when you got my bag you paused in surprise as well. Can you tell me why?" After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan sighed and said, "Yes, I can also take this main city back. When I touched your bag just now, it prompted me that the owner of this spatial equipment is still alive, and after killing them it can be obtained." Shinshoushi was stunned for a while before bitterly smiling and saying, "That's truly terrifying news." Chu Yan nodded. "So for now let's just keep this news between us." Suddenly Shinshoushi smiled. "Thank you, young hero Chu, for sparing my life." Chu Yan speechless tapped Shinshoushi on the head and said irritably, "You should be thinking about how to deal with the teleportation portal inside this castle." "Ah. The teleportation portal here can still be opened normally. If I take it back, won't I have to defend 2 teleportation portals every day? You can choose to destroy it. Or give it to me. Can the teleportation portal be separated from the castle? It seems it can touch the energy stone." To confirm, Shinshoushi pressed his right hand on the energy stone and then a transparent circular formation appeared in his hand. "Here, it's for you. Once opened it can't be destroyed again for at least a week." "Thank you." "You're welcome. Let's head back." After the castle was transferred to Shinkyushi's main city, both Chu Yan and Shinshoushi were surprised once again. Shinshoushi smiled and said, "Does this count as gaining something for losing something? I didn't expect that after the castle was transferred back it would directly determine that the main city was successfully upgraded, saving me an upgrade card and a lot of materials." Chu Yan nodded. "The gains are indeed huge. Look at those 2 stables over there. Not to mention the dozens of warhorses inside just one stable requires a construction card, 3,000 units of stone and 4,000 units of wood. Other buildings are surely not cheap either. I wonder how long it would take for my main city to become like this." Shinshoushi nodded, her expression one of amazement. However, when she saw the name of the energy stone she became furious. "This is outrageous, outrageous. What a terrible name, it sounds awful. And I don't even want to live in this castle." Saying this she angrily slapped the energy stone and then her face broke into a smile. "It only costs 1,000 units of stone and 1,000 units of wood to rebuild. This is good. This is good." Shinshoushi hurriedly rebuilt the Lord's mansion. While waiting for the building to be completed, Shinshoushi sincerely asked Chu Yan, "Do you need anything?" Chu Yan, not being polite, directly replied, "There are 3 wells in this castle. Can you give me the one near the Lord's mansion?" "No problem." Shinshoushi ran over, cancelled the well and handed Chu Yan 8 brown circular discs the size of incense plates. "This is the magical well circle, but you have to dig the well yourself." After accepting it, Shinshoushi continued to ask, "Look at these buildings and tell me what else you want. Hurry up, all buildings can revert to their raw material forms within half an hour after the castle has just been transferred." Chu Yan shook his head. "No need, having the well is enough." Shinshoushi, not pretending to persuade, further turned and ran to the open space in front of the Lord's mansion, packing all the items that were originally in the Lord's mansion into a bag. Then she handed the bag to Chu Yan. "This is your loot. Don't refuse. The enemies you killed should rightfully belong to you." Looking at the serious Shinshoushi, Chu Yan took the loot directly. It was indeed reasonable to accept these items. The Lord's mansion was regenerated and the energy stone became blank. Shinshoushi immediately named her main city Choushi City. Chu Yan grinned. Shinshoushi glared at Chu Yan. "I just want to ask you, is this name nice?" "It's nice, take a picture and show everyone. The group is waiting for our news." Public chat group. Machenli Chu Yan Shinshoushi, what's the situation now? Shinshoushi, ding ding ding. Picture Choushi City. Look at my main city, is it big? Is it beautiful? There are restaurants and taverns galore. Yunshang, as long as it's safe. Hu Juanhao, where's Chu Yan? Chu Yan, I'm here, I'm also in Kirshi's main city. Lin Chuan, congratulations on returning safely. Congratulations to Choushi for acquiring a castle. Shinshoushi, let me show you the video of Chu Yan's miraculous reversal. After receiving the evolution points from everyone, Chu Yan directly transformed into a battle god, taking down one enemy with each strike. Video Chu Yan's battle. The group was silent for 2 to 3 minutes before it erupted in excitement. Machinli blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. So damn cool. Lin Chuan, wow. Especially after saving Miss Choushi, the scene of carrying someone with one hand while slashing down enemies with the other was so exhilarating. Hu Juanhao Chu Yan. What did you do before? Forget about the attribute points with your combat skills, I believe you were the world's best soldier. Zhao Tianlong, the group leader, is right. This isn't a movie. Honestly, if I had Chu Yan's attribute points, I'd still be just slashing around. Tang Yanwei, it's really magnificent. The feeling of killing one person every 10 steps and leaving no trace is overwhelming. Yunshan, same question. Chu Yan, how do you have such high combat skills? Chu Yan, you've all seen my hero in the hero catalog. Qian 2, the one fighting in the video, is Qian 2. I myself am just a bystander. Feng Xiaoyu, Qian 2 is too strong. Xuewu, indeed, although the attributes are not particularly high, his combat level is truly unmatched. Compared to my hero, Qian 2 is simply incomparable. And Cheng Chu Yan Xinxiushi, what are the requirements for upgrading the castle? Is it necessary to seize it? Tang Yanwei, right, what are the conditions for upgrading the main city? Chu Yan, as long as the number of creatures in the main city exceeds 100, that's enough. Next, I'll tell everyone some details, so listen carefully. This information concerns everyone. Chu Yan organized his thoughts and began speaking. The evolution points collectively transferred to me total 13668, of which 5964 have already been spent. The reason so many were consumed lies in the attribute points allocated to both ourselves and our heroes. All 4 core attributes must reach exactly 799 before further investment is possible. Moreover, starting from point 810 evolution points are required to increase a single attribute point, a steep escalation. This is our first critical update. A 10-fold increase. That's brutal. Exclaimed Hu Juanhao. Lin Chuan added, leaving aside the implications beyond 799, the very requirement to raise all 4 attributes to that threshold is deeply problematic. Fully upgrading all 4 attributes demands approximately 3200 points. At our current rate, 300 points per week or 1200 per month, it would take 3 months just to elevate a single hero. Chu Yan continued, the remaining evolution points cannot be immediately refunded. I ask you all to hear me out fully first. Xinxiushi interjected, let me explain instead. Yesterday Chu Yan encountered a secluded village deep within the mountains. Its inhabitants, survivors of fallen challengers, were remarkably hospitable toward us and voluntarily requested to accompany him back. Thus Chu Yan has already upgraded his main city ahead of schedule. Today Chu Yan arrived at Xinxiushi's main city, originally intending to assist in locating another such village, only to discover a fortress instead. Fortresses, unlike villages, harbor profound hostility toward challengers, a fact requiring no elaboration. Within the fortress we uncovered a dire revelation. 1 month from now the blood moon shall descend, and the fortress will launch an assault upon our main cities. Whether this 1-month countdown begins from the moment of our initial challenge or from today is unknown to us. What? Exclaimed Ma Qianli. Who could possibly withstand that? Lin Chuan swore this threat dwarfs even the portal danger. Shirlei murmured honestly. I feel utterly hopeless. Hu Juanhao asked Chu Yan, what is your assessment? Chu Yan replied, our empirical data remains too scarce. I cannot yet determine the true strength surrounding each of our main cities. Nevertheless, our most urgent priority is to rapidly identify settlements near every main city. Villages in most cases will prove amicable. Fortresses, by contrast, are almost certainly hostile. Villages arise from the descendants of surviving heroes and servants, challengers who failed but endured. Fortresses emerge when heroes slay challengers and crown themselves sovereigns. Zhou Qiang voiced unease, I'm terrified, so are heroes walking time bombs among us. Chu Yan responded firmly, never think that way. Do not harbor suspicion toward your heroes. Their intelligence is profound, they are sentient beings. The moment distrust arises within you, they will sense it unmistakably. Trust the loyalty stat implicitly. Hu Juanhao affirmed precisely, we must never unjustly doubt our heroes. After all, human relationships are reciprocal. Zhao Tianlong added, the highest emotional intelligence is authenticity. Yun Shang urged, let's set aside philosophy, for now focus on locating settlements. Chu Yan clarified, relying solely on me is unsustainable. Even if I exhaust all 6 daily teleportation uses exclusively for scouting, assuming the 1-month deadline begins today, I could only assist 180 individuals. Hu Juanhao cautioned, you cannot allocate all teleportations this way, if an emergency arises we'd have no rescue capacity left. The group's mood grew increasingly somber. Chu Yan countered, no, I can utilize all 6 teleports. For emergencies rely on Mo Chio. Her compendium entry reads Mo Chio. Hu Juanhao, please pin Mo Chio as the top listing in the hero leasing zone. When I teleport myself I can carry only my pets, whose summon forms are invariably juveniles. Thus nearly every problem I can resolve Mo Chio can resolve as well. Ma Qianli asked Chu Yan, where did you acquire so many evolution points? Chu Yan replied, my innate talent possesses 2 effects. First, designate one of my heroes to share attribute points with me. Second, as previously disclosed, my spirit attribute is permanently doubled. Hu Juanhao observed, deploying Mo Chio as an emergency responder effectively mitigates risks from portal combat, even Qian 2 could serve similarly. Yet your teleport quota remains insufficient. Chu Yan affirmed, therefore I can only address the fortress threat directly. Locating settlements must fall to others. This brings us back to the evolution point allocation dilemma. We must urgently cultivate a cohort of heroes capable of reconnaissance. These heroes will scout settlements. If a village is found, each of you may then lead other heroes there to facilitate relocation. Of course, villages may still pose unforeseen dangers, and other settlement types may exist entirely. Therefore, all initial contact will follow coordinated protocols with me standing ready to intervene at any moment. Yun Shang acknowledged this is indeed a viable solution. Hu Juanhao added, I endorse this proposal, let us vote given its universal impact on evolution points. Lin Chuan declared, I support it. Losing a few dozen points matters little, but a fortress assault would cost us Chu Yan proposed, I'll transfer 1000 evolution points to you now. Hu Juanhao, distribute them equally 1 point per person. Those who agree with this plan should decline the transfer, those who dissent may accept it. Hu Juanhao confirmed, agreed. 5 minutes later he reported image evolution points. Result confirmed, 983 points were unanimously declined. Next we must decide which heroes to enhance. Chu Yan specified only celestial tier heroes qualify. Raise their agility to 399. Reconnaissance requires no combat, only speed. Hu Juanhao queried Chu Yan, how long does a single reconnaissance run take? Chu Yan replied, approximately 3 hours per direction. 10 minutes later. Hu Juanhao calculated each person requires 4 reconnaissance heroes, capable of covering 3 main cities at maximum. With Chu Yan's 3 additional heroes we now possess 64 celestial tier or higher heroes. Dividing them into 16 teams we can survey up to 48 main cities per day. Fortunately, even with only 20 days remaining, full coverage is achievable, provided the number of fortresses remains under 120. Tang Yanwei, Tang Shinro and Lui Yao each echoed, I pray likewise. Hu Juanhao concluded, time is critical, let's begin this afternoon. After finalizing reconnaissance rotations with Hu Juanhao and others, Chu Yan returned from Shinxiushi's main city. He entrusted the magic well ring to Mo Chiu, instructing her to excavate wells near Qingshan village alongside other heroes and pets. Alone in the fortress hall, Chu Yan sorted through Shinxiushi's gifts and reflected quietly upon the day's revelations. One detail remained undisclosed even from Shinxiushi: Desolation tier soul card upon use the target unlocks the hero template and may ascend unimpeded to Desolation tier. Celestial tier soul card 2 upon use the target unlocks the hero template and may ascend unimpeded to Celestial tier. Earth tier soul card 4 upon use the target unlocks the hero template and may ascend unimpeded to Earth tier. Mystic tier soul card 20 upon use the target unlocks the hero template and may ascend unimpeded to Mystic tier. Yellow tier soul card 33 upon use the target unlocks the hero template and may ascend unimpeded to Yellow tier. These 80 soul cards represent the spoils of Qian Tu's slaughter of over 300 adversaries. How long can these messages be kept a secret? Although aside from Chu Yan no one can reach the main cities of others, they can still meet during team missions. Killing others allows one to obtain their storage equipment. Killing other heroes grants soul cards. The fact is, attacking others is not without reward, in fact it can yield immense benefits. If everyone were to learn this information, would they still trust Chu Yan to teleport to their main cities? On the other hand, would Chu Yan dare to go to others' main cities? The Legion badge can only teleport pets. It cannot teleport heroes. Opening the bag gifted by Shinxiushi Sky Blue Stone X473. This stone is not precious to you, but it is extremely valuable to the stone people. Eating too much can even break biological ranks. This is quite good. The stone hammer has taken off. Fire Spirit Stone X4. I am so considerate, I know you need this. Water Spirit Stone X102. I am so considerate, I know you need this. This is Water Dreams Earth Spirit Stone X32. I am so considerate, I know you need this. Wood Spirit Stone X47. I am so considerate, I know you need this. Gold Spirit Stone X421. I am so considerate, I know you need this. These 3 types of stones currently have no use. Void Path X18. With this you can teach monsters how to walk properly. Stable Building Card. Building a stable also requires skills. In Building Card can earn a lot of small coins. Brothel Building Card X3. Building the building isn't hard, but you need to recruit people yourself. What the hell is this? This is the trial ground. What do I need to build a brothel for? Residential Courtyard Building Card X12. Many hands make light work. Warhorse Summoning Card X11 can summon 2 war horses. Summoning war horses isn't hard, the tough part is being able to raise them. Maid Summoning Card X12. A wave of beautiful maids. The castle instantly turns into a paradise. After seeing this, Chu Yan was speechless. Why are the drops inside this castle so indecent? Perhaps this is also a form of punishment. Tempting those heroes to fall. Really, it is not without such possibility. Heroes face significant penalties after killing challengers. The most direct consequence is the teleportation portal. The challenger's teleportation portal operates on a 7-day cycle with a maximum of 9 waves of monsters. The underlying logic is still to cultivate challengers to grow, although the process is quite arduous. However, the hero-led teleportation portal has no cycle. The number of monster waves will keep increasing. On the 8th day 10 waves of monsters, on the 9th day 11 waves of monsters, and this will accumulate. If heroes cannot defeat the monsters, they can choose to reset starting from day 1. However, once a reset is chosen, the strength of the monsters increases, the treasure drops are halved, and the evolution point rewards are also halved. After the first reset, evolution points become 0. 25 points per monster. After the second reset, it is only 0. 125 points, and so on. More importantly, the hero-led teleportation portal does not drop hero summoning cards, pet cards, servant cards, or main city upgrade cards. All this information serves as a hint regarding the teleportation portal diagram. The reason these heroes slay challengers is that a challenger can reset the teleportation portal once without loss. Simultaneously, the energy stones will be restored. After slaying 10 challengers, the castle lord will obtain challenger status and the punishment mechanism of the teleportation portal will disappear. The castle that Shinshosher obtained has already been drenched in the blood of 5 challengers. Thus the earlier brothel building cards and beautiful maid cards may indeed be a means to corrupt heroes. In order to minimize the survival difficulty of the next batch of challengers. After handing the sky blue stone to the stone hammer, the big stone hammer happily flipped over several times. A profound hero can have a maximum single attribute of 99 points. If the stone hammer cannot break through to the earth level, he won't be able to use all these sky blue stones. In just an hour, the stone hammer had consumed enough attribute points to reach 396 points and then sought Chu Yan for a magic core. The stone hammer felt that the combination of the sky blue stone and the magic core had a high chance of breakthrough. Chu Yan directly helped him exchange for a magic core from an orc BOSS as Chu Yan's team points exceeded 5,000 with no place to spend. After the stone hammer consumed the magic core and a few pieces of sky blue stone, he leaned against the energy stone and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the wasteland leader dug a well, speeding up significantly. Within just a few minutes, the well was completed and Mocho, Luli and Qian Tu were also rented out to scout the gathering place. Scouting the gathering place is a time-consuming task and won't yield quick results. The group is discussing another matter. Feng Xiaoyu, our heroes have emotions, they also get tired. Especially for heroes who are frequently rented out after fighting in their own main cities, they have to continuously battle in other main cities. In this case, the extra evolution points they earn should best be used to enhance them. I've tested it and the results are great. One of my heroes has a loyalty of 77 points now and he can't wait to go out and earn evolution points every day because he knows that what he earns is all his. Sure, lay damn. Do we need to understand management knowledge for survival challenges? I'm done. Hu Ju and Hao Qiaoya's advice is something everyone can try out. No matter what, we must treat our heroes as living beings. Not machines. Zhou Cheng Pokédex Qingwen Mastiff Group Leader, my hero is really not human. Ma Qinli, can it talk? Zhou Cheng, this is indeed very miraculous. It can talk. Ma Qinli, has it ever said it's not a human but you are a dog? Zhou Cheng expression speechless, damn you. I've been very good to dog brother, okay? I feed it barbecued meat every day. Lin Xuan, you can stop right there. With our level of barbecuing we are about to vomit from eating it ourselves. Do you think dog brother would like it? Sun Yuan Pokédex Whitebrow Spirit Monkey, everyone look at the loyalty of my hero, it's 87 points. Tang Yanwei, any tips? Sun Yuan, find the hero's interests. My monkey can brew spirit wine but I currently have no materials, it's quite idle. Once when I took it into the mountains to gather wild fruits, I accidentally told it 2 chapters of Journey to the West. Since then it has to listen to a few chapters every day and its loyalty has been rising rapidly. Now it has reached 88 points. Just today after finishing 2 chapters its loyalty increased by another point. Hu Ju and Hao, this is also a good direction. Tang Shinro, I also have a situation here. My first hero was a male human warrior and later I summoned a female elf mage. Every time during battles I arranged the elf mage to stand next to the human warrior and now the loyalty of the human warrior is already at 81 points. About 3 hours later the results of the first batch of 16 main city scout teams appeared. 11 villages and 5 castles. When Hu Juanhao spoke this news his tone was extremely grave and everyone felt a suffocating pressure wash over them. Nearly 1/3 of the castles. There is at most 1 month left and at least less than 20 days. Except for Chu Yan, anyone else facing the assault on the castles would only find a dead end. Hu Juanhao felt heavy-hearted and didn't know how to comfort everyone. Chu Yan, don't panic. Remember what we have said. Team missions are the eternal truth. Are we really not going to encounter any team missions next? The last 2 team missions rewarded us with our regiment's badge. Hu Juanhao, yes. Everyone lift your spirits. Do not give up. Shin Xiosher, we still have each other. As long as we unite as one we will surely overcome all difficulties. The current situation is far from reaching a dead end. This morning what kind of difficulties did Chu Yan and I face? Chu Yan was knocked back 10 meters by the castle lord's punch, lying on the ground spitting blood. I was choked and slapped dozens of times and the enemy even broke both my arms. After I fainted from the pain I was beaten awake again. Other heroes of Chu Yan were either barely holding on or captured after being seriously injured. In such dire circumstances with everyone's help Chu Yan successfully brought me back alive. So, we can definitely do it. We can conquer all enemies. Yun Shang, don't men have a saying? Ma Qinli, did Miss Yun Shang mean when a person dies birds fly to the sky but if they don't die they live for 10,000 years? Yun Shang, yes, you really are quite clever. Lin Xuan, hahaha, that makes sense. When a person dies birds fly to the sky but if they don't die they live for 10,000 years. After 18 years another good man emerges. When a person dies birds fly to the sky but if they don't die they live for 10,000 years. After 18 years another good man emerges. Everyone's spirits finally lifted. Hu Ju and Hao Chu Yan, what should we do now? Should we approach the villages first or deal with the castles first? Chu Yan, no rush on the villages. Today is a bit rushed, let's handle the castles first. Oh, by the way. Moving the villages may have many problems. First, if we do not upgrade the main city in a timely manner, energy points will be deducted based on the number of villagers each time the black mist descends. Second, upgrading the main city requires 10000 units of stone and 10000 units of wood. Third, the village facilities are incomplete. After moving there will be issues with water, food and housing. These are all possible issues. The Qingshan village I moved was originally adjacent to a small river, but when it reached me it had no water. If it weren't for Qiushi giving me a well from her castle, I would have had to buy water for the villagers every day. Hu Ju and Hao, these are indeed major problems. Next, everyone will need to hurry and produce stone and fell trees. Chu Yan, will handle the castles first. Xiaoyu, you start. Feng Xiaoyu, thank you. Chu Yan, you can teleport. Ma Qianli, bro, what place am I in? Tang Yanwei, am second anyway. Ma Qianli, then I'm third. The three little pets would get beaten too, so I didn't bring them. When we reached Feng Qiaoyu's main city, let her borrow the Qian 2. Then let Feng Xiaoyu wear the Qian 2 armor and Chu Yan prepare to set off with Feng Xiaoyu. Feng Xiaoyu paused for a moment. Aren't we bringing other heroes? Chu Yan, no need, having Qian 2 is enough. Alright. After spending half an hour they finally arrived near the castle. This journey with a clear purpose took half an hour. Chu Yan realized that dealing with the castle would take longer than expected. The first time I took Shin Xiushi to the castle I only had to consider the journey and at most face some careless beasts which wasted a bit of time, but it was only a 10-minute trip. This time obviously not. Feng Xiaoyu needed to wait in the back. Any beast in this area posed a deadly threat to Feng Xiaoyu. I needed to address the hidden dangers around and find her a relatively safe spot. Ultimately it took half an hour before I could begin dealing with the castle issues. After wearing the Qian 2 armor once, Feng Xiaoyu was as amazed as Shin Xiushi. Here on a grassland, while I was trying to hide Feng Xiaoyu, a group of cavalry was already rushing over from the castle. Feng Xiaoyu exclaimed, they sensed us from so far away. Chu Yan was a bit confused too. This castle lord was quite reckless. Had they lost all basic etiquette? As the cavalry approached it was discovered that they were a bunch of brutes, no wonder they were so savage. The cavalry captain was a bear man who saw Chu Yan and the others and roared, catch this pair of dog men and women. Let the castle lord see our strength. Feng Xiaoyu clenched her fists in anger and Chu Yan couldn't help but laugh with exasperation. He turned to Feng Xiaoyu and said, you just wait here. With only one heavenly grade hero, Qian 2 would help Chu Yan hone his skills, and Chu Yan did not refuse. Taking advantage of his speed he swiftly killed 8 cavalrymen before engaging in battle with the bearman captain. After a fierce battle of over 30 rounds, Chu Yan hit his opponent 3 times, but he himself was hit 6 times. Chu Yan thought of a joke, so close. So close to success. Damn it, it was always this close. And this close was far beyond what he had imagined. After another intense battle of 40 rounds, Chu Yan gripped his long knife tightly, tilting it upwards. The bearman captain was cleaved in half from between his legs. Qian 2 was quite satisfied with this. This is battle. This is slaughter. The position is not important at all. What matters is that you killed the enemy and you're still alive. Chu Yan calmly replied, I understand. With the final strike, Chu Yan took advantage of the bearman's tall stature, sliding between its legs swiftly, and with a sweeping motion he accomplished his decisive strike. The posture was quite humiliating. The result was spectacular. This is life and death combat. Surviving is the true path. After killing the enemy, Chu Yan walked single-handedly into the castle. The layout of this castle was very similar to Shin Qiushi's castle, so when Chu Yan reached the main avenue he saw a group of people standing by the energy stone from a distance. Qian 2 said, he'll take care of the rest. Battling against the wild level doesn't have much benefit for you right now. Chu Yan relaxed his mind. Qian 2's meaning was easy to understand. It would be ridiculous for a primary school student who hasn't even mastered basic arithmetic to learn calculus. The castle lord was a green-skinned orc and the other heavenly grade hero was a human warrior. But it didn't matter. It was all just a matter of one strike. Oh, actually there was a difference. When slaying the castle lord, Qian 2 used to faint. Apart from these 2 experts there were also 12 martial artists in the castle, all of whom were slaughtered by Qian 2. Then Qian 2 killed over 700 in one breath. After finishing, Qian 2 explained, this castle practices slavery. These slave owners also harbor great hatred for you chosen ones. Chu Yan, I think your killings are justified. After all, they are all brutes. Should we kill all the remaining brutes? Just leaving the humans is enough. Qian 2 shook his head. The remaining ones are halfworks, they are also slaves. Chu Yan, alright, I trust your judgment. Chat group. Chu Yan, Feng Xiaoyu enter the city. Feng Xiaoyu, oh, we'll be there soon. As Feng Xiaoyu raced into the city, the others in the group began discussing the recent battle. Lynch 1, it's been exactly 1 hour since we set up. Is it really this easy? Feng Xiaoyu video. Chu Yan's battle, the castle is indeed very hostile towards us. As soon as we got close they sent cavalry to attack us. Hu Ju and Hao Chu Yan, you fought this time right. You've made great progress, especially with that final killing move, it was so cool. Ma Qianli, the bear's egg is smashed. That slash hit me right in the heart. I'm blown away. Zhao Tianlong, I've learned it. That move is really stylish. Tang Nianwei, have you really learned it? Tang Xinro, haha, Chu Yan, it's almost 4 o'clock, it seems we can only deal with 2 castles today. Hu Juanhao, no rush, take your time. After Fang Xiaoyu touched the stone tablet to transfer the castle, she immediately rebuilt the main city, continuously complaining during the reconstruction, Beast Soul City, what a pain in the neck. It's such an awful name. Then she turned to Chu Yan and said, what buildings do you need? Hurry up and tell me, I can't refuse you, I must give you something. Chu Yan thought for a moment and said, how about a well? I'm really short on water over there. Okay, just wait a moment. Chu Yan received 12 magical well rings. After putting them into his spatial bag, Chu Yan said his goodbyes, I have to hurry and deal with the next castle. You take care of yourself. After teleporting to Tang Nianwei's main city, he borrowed the 1,000 Butcher as usual. Just like before, Tang Nianwei put on the 1,000 Butcher armor and led the way with Chu Yan closely following. Chat group Fang Xiaoyu, picture Xiaoyu City, my castle looks quite nice with a sharp roof. Ma Qianli, Qiushi City and Xiaoyu City can't compare to my future Qianli City's grandeur. Zhao Tianlong, brother Qianli, now you've got me fired up. Tianlong City is also very imposing. Hu Juanhao City has a strong heroic feeling just from the name. Tang Nianwei, when my castle is finished I'll call it Nianwei City, how poetic. Yunshan City is also Linchuan, my main city will be called Wangchuan City, specifically for sending our enemies to their graves, it's quite fitting. Shirlei, mine is called Four Stone City. Zhou Chang, that's such a rustic name. Shirlei, what's yours called? Little Chang City. Zhou Chang, seriously, are you guys addicted to mocking me? My main city is called Zhou Xingchen City. Luo Feet, speaking of which, what is the name of Chu Yan's main city? This is the first castle. Chu Yan, I haven't thought of a name yet, why don't you guys help me come up with one? Ma Qianli, let's call it First City. It's quite fitting. Hu Juanhao, that's not bad at all. Chu Yan, how about we go with that? Chu Yan, don't be so hateful. Linchuan, how about we call it Qian Butcher City? That sounds intimidating to the enemies. Chu Yan, I prefer not to name it after a single hero, what if the others feel a bit upset and lose some loyalty? I'd be in trouble. Shen Xiushi, that's definitely something to keep in mind. And Qing, let's call it Chu Yan City. Chu Yan, if I were a girl I would definitely choose this name. And Shang, it does sound a bit feminine. The castle near Tang Nianwei's main city was right next to a big river. Standing by the river, Chu Yan and the others spotted the enemies staring at them from the opposite bank. Chu Yan chuckled and said, are all the castle lords we encounter this straightforward? I thought they were all as hypocritical as the first one. Tang Nianwei asked, how do we get over? You don't need to cross, there's a river here and you're safe standing on the opposite bank. After finishing his sentence, Chu Yan put on the 1,000 Butcher armor and jumped directly into the river. With over 900 points in individual attributes plus the boost from the 1,000 Butcher, what does having over 1,000 points mean? When he first arrived he only had 10 points in individual attributes. Although Chu Yan couldn't fully unleash the power of 1,000 points, his physical qualities were strong, allowing him to swim faster than a dolphin while wearing armor. As he emerged from the water, Chu Yan swiftly slashed and killed an enemy, eliminating 9 foes in just 2 to 3 minutes. Am I being underestimated here? All the enemies were low-level minions with only a few points in attributes, none of them were capable fighters. After slaying the 4 enemies guarding the city gate, Chu Yan headed straight towards the castle lord's mansion. There was no one beside the energy stone. Upon pushing open the castle's large door, he was shocked to find a lavish banquet laid out in the lord's mansion hall. What the hell? Upon seeing Chu Yan enter, the castle lord exclaimed in surprise, not bad. Within just 10 days you've managed to kill my guards. A heavenly level powerhouse sitting at the lower end of the lord's table stroked his beard, agreeing it is indeed unexpected. The energy stone detected the 2 chosen ones had come alone, and I thought those guards would easily capture you. The castle lord remained calm. Kid, who gave you the courage to brazenly barge in here alone? Chu Yan felt a bit confused, communicating with the 1,000 Butcher in his mind. Can they not see my strength? The 1,000 Butcher replied, your talent is quite extraordinary. In our eyes, including those of Mo Chiu and Huayu, your attribute points have changed, but they are far from the level you claim. However, that Qing Kong Fa Shang mentioned your strength is at the 3rd tier, and to be honest I'm very curious about what your attributes look like in his eyes. So that's how it is. This point wasn't mentioned in the talent description, was it? Could it be that my talent is deceiving me? Have I been stagnant all along? But wait. I can indeed feel my strength increasing. Noticing that Chu Yan didn't respond, the castle lord was furious. Seize this arrogant fool. First whip him 300 times, then behead him and pour his blood over the energy stone. Chu Yan glanced at the foolish castle lord and quietly released his mind. To capture the thief, first capture the king. The 1,000 Butcher easily struck down the castle lord's head with a single blow, killing 2 heavenly level foes and wiping out everyone in the castle hall in less than 2 minutes. After the slaughter, the 1,000 Butcher couldn't help but say this might be the easiest wild level kill I've ever made. Easier than killing a chicken. After his reflection, the 1,000 Butcher continued to advise Chu Yan, this teaches you a lesson, never underestimate any opponent. You must go all out each time you strike. Chu Yan humbly listened. I understand. Even when catching a rabbit, a lion uses its full strength. The thousand butcher nodded and continued. That's enough, the city is now safe. Chu Yan blinked. No need to kill anymore. The warriors have already been eliminated. There are a group of beautiful maidens behind the hall, you can go see if you want to kill them. Now the chat group notified Tang Yanwei to enter the city as Chu Yan pushed open a door. My goodness. No wonder this castle lord is so useless. With 4 to 5 dozen charming beauties, even the strongest body would be drained. It turns out beautiful maidens can indeed corrupt heroes. Tang Yanwei, dripping wet, rushed into the lord's mansion and also saw a room full of enchanting maidens. She stood there with her mouth agape for several seconds before speechlessly saying, this castle lord knows how to enjoy life. Tang Yanwei gazed at the name of the main city after relocating the castle, exclaiming, does the city lord not feel embarrassed? Beauty City. Truly, I don't even know how to mock it. After deciding to rebuild, Tang Yanwei also planned to gift a building to Chu Yan. With enough wells, Chu Yan momentarily couldn't think of what he wanted. Tang Yanwei questioned suspiciously, you don't want a brothel, do you, but are too embarrassed to say it? If you want it, I'll give it to you along with a bunch of beauties from the city lord's residence. Chu Yan frowned, saying, come on. You deliver it. Let's see how you hand them over to me. Tang Yanwei exclaimed in shock, you really want that? Chu Yan, you can't fall from grace. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yan earnestly asked, can you really send those maidens away with me? Tang Yanwei looked at Chu Yan with disdain. Of course. They can go along with the brothel building. Chu Yan nodded. All right then. I want the brothel. Tang Yanwei stared at Chu Yan in silence. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Chu Yan explained, your place is a castle with over 1,000 inhabitants. My Qingshan village has less than 300 people. There are many eligible bachelors inside. He then succinctly explained the situation in Qingshan village. Chu Yan continued, do you understand now? The population in Qingshan village is mostly related by blood, with no outsiders, they are marrying within close kin. Tang Yanwei nodded. This is indeed a matter of fortune and misfortune intertwined. Relocating the village is simple, but the subsequent issues are truly numerous. You first need to be a well digger, and you also have to deal with their marriage issues. After packing the people from the brothel, it became a mini brothel with the little figures still vividly lifelike. However, because they possess life, they couldn't be stored in the space bag and could only be traded through the trading platform. After resolving Tang Yanwei's castle issues, Chu Yan teleported again to Ma Qianli's main city. After arriving, the same operations ensued and Chu Yan and Ma Qianli dashed towards the castle. Someone in the group tagged him and Chu Yan opened the chat group. Tang Yanwei, Chu Yan, you ran too fast just now. I forgot to give you the things from the city lord's residence. Here are the spoils from your defeated enemies. I've packed them and placed them on the trading platform designated for you. Remember to buy them. Feng Xiaoyu, Chu Yan, mine too. I already put it up on the trading platform an hour ago. Remember to buy it, it's only 0.01 evolution points. Lin Chuan, Ma Qianli, you better hand it over on the spot. The trading platform has handling fees. The prices of the two ladies are 0.01, but when Chu Yan buys, he has to pay 0.11 evolution points. Ma Qianli got it. Look at my name. Ma Qianli. It's all about speed. Zhou Chang, everything fast. Ma Qianli, get lost. I can be fast when I need to be and very persistent when I should be slow. Yun Shang, Chu Yan. You actually wanted a brothel. Zhao Tian Long, wow. Is it that explosive? Hu Ju, and how good fellow. Let me take a look. Sure, lay front row to watch. Tang Shinro, I'm here to join the excitement too. By the way, is there really such a thing as a brothel in the trial land? Chu Yan, Tang Yanwei explain. Tang Yanwei expression pitiful. Chu Yan forced me to give him a brothel and even insisted on taking away the 40 or 50 maidens from the city lord's residence. Lin Chuan, awesome. Chu Yan, very good, strong kidneys. Chu Yan, Tang Yanwei. Tang Yanwei, ha, I was just joking. Everyone shouldn't underestimate the brothel. This is actually another issue of village existence. The specific reasons are as follows. Got it. When everyone relocates villages, they really need to prepare for all aspects. Luo feet, damn. Can I say that cheap goods are never good? Hu Ju, and how this is just one village of Chu Yan and two fatal problems have already appeared. Unsheng, these problems are indeed hard to solve. Yun Shang even sent a private message to Chu Yan. Yun Shang, Chu Yan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so excited to say that directly in the group. Chu Yan, no worries. Your words made the group come alive. Yun Shang, I'm glad you're not angry. Be careful. Chu Yan, with Qian Tu here, I'm very safe. If I really encounter danger, I'll borrow some evolution points again. Yun Shang, this time you really are the most dangerous. I mean, if real danger occurs, everyone won't have any evolution points left. Chu Yan, oh no. I forgot about that. Don't worry, I'll be careful. If I can't win, I can still run away. Due to the previous two incidents, this time when they were quite far away, Chu Yan let Ma Qianli climb a tree to wait. He donned the Qian Tu battle armor and walked towards the castle. As he approached the castle gate, Chu Yan couldn't help but feel his heart race. This is truly human instinct. The three women standing in the front row were simply too beautiful. Especially the one in the middle. Countless words and verses flashed through Chu Yan's mind, and in the end he could only think of a line of poetry to describe it. The beauty of the six palaces pales in comparison. The woman on the left had shoulder-length short hair and a strong facial structure exuding a kind of handsome beauty, yet her expression was quite late. The woman on the right was beautiful, but she was simply too cold. Describing her as an ice-cold beauty was incredibly fitting. Upon seeing Chu Yan, the short-haired beauty said lazily, "Sister, there's a man. Should we kill him?" The woman in the middle remained silent, staring intently at Chu Yan. Chu Yan felt confused under her gaze. Xian Tu transmitted, "She is of the Shura tribe." What the heck? The legend is actually true. I witnessed the legend. In the legend, Shura men are ugly and fall into the abyss, while Shura women are stunningly beautiful. It turns out to be true. At least Chu Yan confirmed that Shura women were indeed beautiful. After reflecting on this legend, the rapid heartbeat he felt upon first seeing her had calmed down, but upon hearing Xian Tu's words, Chu Yan immediately picked up on the implied meaning. "Do you have a connection with the Shura tribe?" Xian Tu responded, "The killing battle armor is the sacred armor of the Shura tribe." Chu Yan asked, "Don't tell me you can't act against the Shura tribe. If that's the case, I'm running now. Without you, I definitely can't handle an expert at the void level." Before Xian Tu could respond, the Shura woman spoke, "Sacred armor master, if you are willing to follow me, I can make an exception and let this man." Xian Tu countered, "Why do you harbor such hatred towards men?" The Shura woman inhaled deeply several times without speaking, while the short-haired woman beside her lazily remarked, "Sister Ing Luo follows the sacred contract to assist the chosen one. The first chosen one, upon seeing my sister, has persistently clung to her." After hearing the words of the short-haired woman, Chu Yan felt a headache. Have these challengers never seen a woman before? The trial grounds are certainly not meant for enjoyment. What a talent! Using medicine. With the thought and ability to concoct a few healing pills, wouldn't that be delightful? Xian Tu listened attentively to Ing Luo's story and calmly said, "You cannot say that apples are bad just because you have eaten a few rotten ones, nor can you claim that all eggs are rotten just because you've encountered a foul one. Your killing intent is no longer pure. If you cannot correct your issues in time, you will remain forever at the initial stage of the wasteland. For the Shura clan, the most important thing is to understand why you kill." Ing Luo pondered for a moment and said, "Thank you for your enlightenment, Lord Sacred Armor. You may leave." Xian Tu shook his head, "We came here because we need this city. If anyone obstructs, just kill." Ing Luo drew her long knife and said, "Please guide me, Lord Sacred Armor." Xian Tu drew his sword to engage, and in one exchange Ing Luo's knife was knocked away. Chu Yan teased Xian Tu, "You went easy on her. You could have killed her in an instant. By doing this, is your killing intent not also impure?" Xian Tu replied, "You are mistaken. I had no intention of killing her." After answering Chu Yan's question, Xian Tu coldly said, "Pick up your knife. Come again." Ing Luo bent down to retrieve her long knife and engaged once more. Just as Ing Luo raised her knife, Xian Tu's blade was already pressed against her throat. Xian Tu sheathed his sword and said calmly, "Your killing intent is now rife with flaws." Ing Luo looked ashamed. After observing seriously, Chu Yan reviewed the duel between Xian Tu and Ing Luo and suddenly realized Xian Tu was using all of Ing Luo's techniques. They were truly identical. But each time he arrived faster. While Chu Yan contemplated the battle, Xian Tu transmitted, "I should be able to persuade them to sign a contract with you. Of course, the decision lies with you." Chu Yan did not respond immediately, instead reflecting on the pros and cons. Before encountering this castle, he thought the heroes would always be hostile towards challengers. Yes, Ing Luo and her companions also hold hostility. The difference is that the information he gathered from them indicated that the challengers provoked trouble first and the heroes responded afterward. Chu Yan never believed the challengers were perfect or just. In fact, there must be trash and scum among the challengers. After all, in his own team there is still a disgusting oddity like Zhang XX. Therefore, it is not hard to understand that a previous challenger might be a brainless fool controlled by his lower half. While pondering these thoughts, Chu Yan asked, "Is the Shura clan considered your kin?" Xian Tu replied, "The Shura sacred armor is the faith of the Shura clan. The Shura sacred armor once shattered and perished. I was born from the slaughter armor, which was restored and reforged in the trial grounds. Of course, since my birth I have had my current combat power, which is undeniably due to having inherited the battle legacy of the Shura sacred armor." Chu Yan understood the reason for Xian Tu's leniency and asked, "So is what you're doing now a return of this grace?" Xian Tu did not deny it. "Yes. This is indeed my selfish desire, please forgive me." Chu Yan suddenly laughed. "Is it not normal for sentient beings to have selfish desires? Moreover, I suddenly feel that your selfishness is the best reason to persuade me." Because it was a soul communication, Chu Yan clearly felt Xian Tu's confusion and incomprehension. Chu Yan sighed and explained, "Xian Tu, have you considered our relationship? You are currently very important to me, but what about me to you? What can I bring you? My life experiences and rationality tell me that the most basic logic of cooperating with others is to first ask yourself, what value do you have for others? Only a fool would naively ask others what help and value they can provide for themselves. So what value do I have? You can evolve and grow through killing. You don't need the evolution points I provide. To put it bluntly, right now you want nothing from me. Of course, there is one more crucial point. No matter the reason her not attacking first is her fortune. Gen 2 firmly replied, your trust is worth my effort. Chu Yan chuckled, in this regard you have already offered equivalent trust. Let's not discuss this topic anymore. You go persuade them. If they are willing to surrender, I can accept. Gen 2 added, if their strength poses any threat to you in the future, I can easily slay them. I will definitely protect your safety. I believe you. Gen 2 thought for a moment and added, I also believe you are not the kind of person who would use poison. Chu Yan. Then Gen 2 looked at Ing Luo and said, the castle, we must take it. You can sign a contract with Chu Yan. I still say you cannot deny all men just because you met a man with poor character. Ing Luo and her companions turned to look at their castle, their expressions complex and melancholic. Gen 2 continued, I can guide you in your cultivation. Ing Luo's eyes brightened, Lord's sacred armor. Is that true? Gen 2 nodded, it's a promise. Ing Luo nodded, all right, I will follow you. But the short-haired woman's pretty face fell, sister. Ing Luo turned to give the short-haired woman a reassuring look and then asked Chu Yan, hearing by is unwilling to sign a contract with male chosen ones, do you have any female friends? Chu Yan nodded yes. There are still 984 of us in this batch, many of whom are women. We have already undergone 2 team missions. Next time when there is a team mission, Miss Ting Bai can join me and freely choose her preferred chosen one. Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, Ing Luo and her companions revealed surprised expressions, the ice-cold woman showing her first change in expression. Ing Luo incredulously asked, you still have 984 people? Are you sure? Gen 2 verified for Chu Yan, indeed it is 984 people. After exchanging glances, Ing Luo exclaimed, in the 273 years since I entered the trial grounds, after 10 days with a survival rate exceeding 90%, you are the first. Gen 2 did not let them waste words, the black mist is about to descend. Ing Luo nodded, you go to shift the main. Chu Yan suddenly thought of a question, it won't be me shifting the main city. After you enter a building I will take you to my main city. Ing Luo frowned and asked, what do you mean? The closest main city to you does not belong to me. Ing Luo said in surprise, so you are here to work for free? Chu Yan replied with a smile, so how do you think we managed to survive 984 people? Ing Luo did not speak further. The chat group notified Ma Qianli to come over. When Ma Qianli ran over, he was stunned to see Ing Luo and her companions, and after a moment he said in shock, Chu Yan, what's going on? Are there heroes of the castle who are willing to surrender? Are you conquering them with love? Chu Yan was genuinely exhausted. Just as Ma Qianli finished speaking, he was kicked several meters away by Ting Bai. Seeing Ting Bai wanting to kick Ma Qianli again, Chu Yan hurriedly stopped her. You all hurry up and prepare. The black mist is really coming. Ing Luo and her companions turned and walked towards the Lord's mansion. Ting Bai's kick was not heavy and Ma Qianli quickly got up. Chu Yan looked at him and said, go shift the castle first. In an instant, when the castle shifted to Ma Qianli's main city, the Lord's mansion suddenly disappeared, transforming into a miniature model like a... Ma Qianli stood dazedly in the wind as if he had been hit in a vital point, and after a while he mournfully said, brother, you can't screw me over like 1467 energy points. My steel is simply not enough. I just received a notification due to castle abnormalities. Challengers must upgrade the main city within a day. The first day will not deduct energy points, tomorrow it will be doubled. Chu Yan was speechless, thinking the 3 women really hold grudges. The second thought, one must be cautious with their words, one cannot speak without restraint. Moreover, it was unexpected that at the moment the castle shifted, Ing Luo still retained control over the main city. Turning to Ma Qianli, he complained, counted, are you conquering them with love? That's a total of 9 characters, and the cost of that could be a loss of 1467 energy points. Isn't that sour? Ma Qianli, with a face full of distress, said, damn. It turns out that having a loose tongue has its consequences. Chu Yan merely teased him, then patted Ma Qianli's shoulder, saying, don't worry. There's still a day of buffer time. Someone in the team will definitely have energy upgrade cards, and I will make sure to help you buy one. Ma Qianli had calmed down, now waving his hands, saying, I can handle it myself. After saying this, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. We are castle owners now. The glory of Qianli City will surely be magnificent from today onwards. What a complete middle schooler. Chu Yan placed the Lord's mansion on the trading platform for his own purchase and returned to his main city. Beside his castle, he clicked to use another castle. Ing Luo and her companions along with 121 people walked out and immediately asked Chu Yan, how will you arrange for my subordinates to reside? Chu Yan replied, after today's battle at the teleportation portal ends, I will purchase materials to construct a batch of stone houses and residences. Ing Luo nodded and then pointed at Chu Yan. He immediately agreed to the contract. The ice-cold beauty followed suit and contracted with Chu Yan. After the contract, Ing Luo handed Chu Yan a spatial equipment. Chu Yan glanced at Qian Tu, thought for a moment and said, you can keep it, you have more subordinates. After confirming that Chu Yan was not joking, Ing Luo put it away. Opening their attribute panels, Hero Shura Ing Luo Wasteland Level Talent Purity. Ing Luo has dedicated herself to martial arts, greatly increasing the probability of breaking through bottlenecks. Loyalty 60, Strength 824, Constitution 847, Agility 898, Spirit 816, Skills, Passive Killing Intent, Boiling Effect enhances killing intent level, which promotes level advancement. Heart of Slaughtering Luo requires no skills, every attack is ultimate slaughter. Hero Human Race Nanji Wasteland Level Talent Ultimate Nanji can always turn the ordinary into miracles, greatly increasing the probability of breaking through bottlenecks. Loyalty 60 Nanji has been saved by Ing Luo twice during life-threatening situations. Her loyalty will always match Ing Luo's strength 689 constitution 742 agility 788 spirit 799 skills. Passive Frost will effect increases spell damage by 50. Ice Spear unique skill. This is the ultimate that Nanji pursues. Ordinary mages have only one Ice Spear, but Nanji has thousands. Chu Yan looked at the charming and smiling Ing Luo and truly wished he could stab her. What does 60 points of loyalty from a hero mean to Chu Yan? It means that this hero's base loyalty is nearly 30 points. This could threaten the red line for challengers. However, one's talent is indeed powerful. Compulsively raising their loyalty to 60 is deemed acceptable. Moreover, Ing Luo's voluntary surrender of her storage equipment is also a point in her favor. Rationally considering, this loyalty value is quite reasonable. A female hero who almost faced assault now signing a contract with another male challenger. If she had no reservations, then Chu Yan would truly have to question her sanity. After all, how many years of mental blockage must a woman endure? How brainless must she be to be completely devoted to another man after experiencing such an ordeal? Every time he sees a plot where the protagonist saves a woman about to be assaulted and she immediately turns to him with affection, Chu Yan feels embarrassed enough to want to dig his toes. Isn't it awkward to write such a brainless character? Moreover, the main reason for accepting them is still to give Qian Tu some face. Ing Luo lets match some images. Welcome everyone to provide images for the characters. As the portal was about to open, Chu Yan suddenly felt that capturing Ing Luo and the others had other values. The portal that was dismantled from the castle was something others dared not take, so Chu Yan now had 4 portals in hand. Now with 3 wilderness-level heroes along with Ing Luo's escort team, Chu Yan prepared to open all 4 portals directly. However, he first discussed with Qian Tu, "I want to open 4 portals." Qian Tu's response was succinct, "I will vow to protect you at all costs." Qian Tu agreed, and naturally Ing Luo would not object. After handling the portal situation, Chu Yan opened the chat group and after just a few glances felt like he wanted to crush Ma Qianli, that dead dog. Ma Qianli imaged 3 beautiful ladies. I feel so pitiful. The 3 beauties in the castle are all eager to follow Chu Yan, and they moved the Lord's mansion away while I still have to continue upgrading the main city, gaining 1467 points of energy a day. Brothers and sisters, if anyone opens a level 3 upgrade card today, please sell it to me. Otherwise energy penalties will continue to double. Tang Yinwei, are these 3 beautiful sisters for real? As a girl I say I can. Tang Xinro, at first glance I felt like I was falling in love. They are so beautiful. Especially the one in the middle. Zhao Tianlong, am convinced. Chu Yan is my true god. Chu Yan, Ma Qianli, are you looking for death? Hu Ju and Hao Chu Yan, what's going on? Can the castle still be obtained in this form? Will the castle heroes surrender? Chu Yan, the girl in the middle, is named Ing Luo from the Shura tribe. Qian Tu is the sacred armor of the Shura tribe and she came to follow Qian Tu. Lin Chuan, are there stories between heroes? Chu Yan, this is indeed a new discovery. Zhou Chang, no matter how you say it, Chu Yan, the 3 are stunning beauties. Chu Yan, would you like a hero with 30 loyalty points? Hu Ju and Hao Wao. Chu Yan, don't scare us. Chu Yan, I'm not joking with you, Ing Luo's loyalty is indeed 30 points. I even have to wear Qian Tu's armor while sleeping. Xin Xiushi, so pitiful. Yun Shang, are you sure you don't have the thought of dying under the peony and still being spirited? Chu Yan, I want to live well, not to become a ghost. The story of these 3 people is like this. Moreover, Ing Luo's talent is called purity, which indicates something simple. Ing Luo married the martial path she pursued. Tang Yinwei, there really are such exceptional challengers. Xin Xiushi, amazing. Luo feat dying without injustice. Ma Qianli, indeed not unjust. Chu Yan, if anyone opens a level 3 upgrade card today, please sell one to Ma Qianli, thank you. Hu Ju and Hao, no need to say. Lin Chuan, no problem. Chu Yan, Hu Ju and Hao busy with fighting and didn't check the group. How did the second batch of exploration results turn out today? Hu Ju and Hao, 12 villages, 4 castles. Chu Yan, the current probability is hard to confirm, only when we explore 1 or 200 main cities will we have a more accurate ratio. Hu Ju and Hao, I think so too. The arrival of Ing Luo and the others must be the happiest for Hua Duor. Ing Luo and the others quite like Hua Duor and gave her a lot of precious ingredients. Hua Duor happily prepared a sumptuous dinner. When Chu Yan tried the dish in the middle, he looked at Hua Duor in surprise. Spiritual food, can it also increase attribute values? Hua Duor proudly said, if spiritual food didn't have this capability, why would it be called spiritual food? Another way to increase attribute points. Eating 1 meal increases 3 points of constitution. This method of enhancement truly resonates with me. At 7 o'clock all 5 portals opened simultaneously and there were countless skeleton monsters. Today there are 4 waves of monsters with 29 skeletons from each portal. Qian Tu instructed Ing Luo and the others to intercept them, then let Chu Yan, Huayu Shui Mang, Mo Chou and Spider Z slowly kill them. Mo Chou. In any skill the standard is not necessarily the best. What suits you is the best. Emocho listened carefully to Qian's advice, constantly trying to kill monsters in the quickest, most labor-saving way. Although Huiyu and Xu Meng were both suited to be mages, Qian too still earnestly guided them in their close combat abilities. For spiders, Qian too guided her inherent hunting instincts, improving her skill accuracy. As for Chu Yan's requirement, it was 3 words: keep the knife steady. Simply put, when you think about where to cut the knife and your hand accurately strikes there. Chu Yan patiently practiced the basic stances of the long knife, chop, slice, flick, block, etc. And he must learn to master his own strength and exert his power. The group was still ridiculing the monsters of this week. Sure, my novice iron sword broke too. Ma Chinli, I'm almost falling asleep from all the chopping. Chu Yan, please treasure the monsters of this week. There may not be such a good opportunity in the future. Hu Juanhao. Chu Yan makes a very valid point. As someone who knows a few moves, I suggest everyone take this opportunity to practice their combat skills well. Yun Shang, today I didn't let the ice dragon breathe, I'm slowly chopping away. I speculate that the difficulty of the portal monsters this week may not be very high. The real survival difficulty lies on the castle side. The existence of monsters this week is to help us hone our skills. Lin Chuan, the analysis is very reasonable. I'll start practicing too. Chu Yan, everyone can humbly consult their heroes. Perhaps it could also improve their loyalty. The difficulty of today's monsters is not high and the probability of needing support is very small. Chu Yan is not in a hurry, slowly practicing with the monsters. It wasn't until nearly midnight that the battle ended. Chu Yan was so tired that he could barely hold his knife, while Huiyu and Xu Meng were so exhausted that they sat on the ground, each gnawing on a spirit stone to recover their strength. Emocho silently recalled today's battle. Suddenly Emocho waved the long knife quickly at the air, and while doing so she kept running. As she ran, Emocho sparkled with lightning. Whether it was her bodus movement or her attacks, there were leaps of lightning. Chu Yan opened Emocho's attribute panel in surprise and carefully looked at it twice but found no changes. When Emocho finally stopped, Chu Yan asked, "What was that just now?" Emocho replied, "It's a kind of improvement in combat skills that we mechanical tribe call lightning state." At that moment the portal slowly began to disappear, but Chu Yan received an unexpected prompt. 5 treasure chests are about to appear simultaneously. Would you like to upgrade to bronze chests? Such good fortune. It must be upgraded. Before the portal disappeared, 2 treasure chests dropped to the ground. Chu Yan did not open them but directly carried the 2 treasure chests back to the castle to prepare for sleep. Today was too exhausting and there were too many things to check. The loot packages given by Tang Nianwei and Fang Xiaoyu were still unopened. Let's just wait until tomorrow to look at them. For now it's time to sleep. The next day at 5:45, Hua Duo arrived at the 3rd floor to wake Chu Yan for breakfast. After getting out of bed and washing his face, Chu Yan still felt a bit drowsy as he walked to the 2nd floor. From 6 in the morning until midnight the previous day, it was either fighting or on the way to the battlefield. I was truly exhausted. Seeing Ying Luo and the others having breakfast in his castle, Chu Yan curiously asked, "Ladies, what made you come here for breakfast?" Ying Luo looked up and replied softly, "The only reason I didn't give you a beating is out of respect for Lord Saint Armor. You are such a gluttonous liar. I also lazily complained last night. Our guard team's ladies fought tirelessly at the teleportation portal until late night, only to have to rest on the ground outside. You really are something." Xiao He and Shen Chenwan immediately stepped in to explain for Chu Yan. Feeling somewhat guilty, Chu Yan realized that failing to keep his promises was entirely his fault. Thus Chu Yan sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry. It was my oversight. After breakfast I will arrange for the construction of the houses." Ying Luo looked somewhat surprised. "No wonder Lord Saint Armor is so satisfied with you." Nanji also chimed in. "Not fulfilling a promise and sincerely apologizing is a million times better than making excuses." After finishing breakfast, Chu Yan took out 12 residential courtyard construction cards and purchased a few level 2 main city upgrade cards from the trading platform. Handing them to Xiao He, he instructed, "The building materials outside are sufficient. Plan the construction of the houses." Xiao He nodded and accepted the task. Chu Yan then took out the brothel building and Ying Luo and the others looked at Chu Yan with a peculiar expression. Xiao He and Shen Xianwan were somewhat confused. There was only a small village in the main city and they were already equipping a brothel. Ignoring everyone's expressions, Chu Yan handed the brothel to Shen Xianwan and said, "Later find a place to put this building, then take the ladies inside to Qingshan village for matchmaking with suitable men." Shen Xianwan was a bit dazed and laughed. "Am I going to be a matchmaker now?" Ying Luo looked stunned. "Your idea is really unique." Chu Yan briefly explained the situation in Qingshan village and then humbly asked, "How do the residents in your city acquire them?" Ying Luo replied, "Naturally, through reproduction." It turned out that it was similar to the situation in Qingshan village. This method was too slow. Capturing people was much quicker. After the others left, Chu Yan opened the loot from Feng Qiaoya's main city. The most he received was various spirit stones with over 200 fire spirit stones. Then there were in building card X3 can earn a lot of small money. Brothel building card X4 building it is not difficult but you need to recruit people yourself. Residential courtyard construction card X11 more people more power. Warhorse summoning card X9 can summon 2 warhorses. Summoning them is easy but raising them is the challenge. Maid summoning card X20 a wave of beautiful maids. The castle instantly transforms into a leisure house. Upon opening the loot from Tang Nianwei's main city, the majority was still various spirit stones. What remained was residential courtyard construction card X14 more people more power. Warhorse summoning card X20 can summon 2 warhorses. Summoning them is easy but raising them is the challenge. Maid summoning card X42 a wave of beautiful maids. The castle instantly transforms into a leisure house. This was even more exaggerated, there were actually 42 maid summoning cards. Adding the 20 or so from the brothel, that silly city lord had summoned 70 maids. Yet there were still 42 unused maid summoning cards. Summing it up, there were a total of 12, 20, 42, 74 maid summoning cards. This was simply incredible. After careful consideration, Chu Yan understood why there were such loot. Heroes cannot obtain pet cards, so all the spirit stones for nurturing pets remained unused and were stored. Warhorse summoning cards could be retained, possibly because they couldn't afford to raise them. As for the final maid summoning cards, the more they enjoyed, the more they were given. That silly city lord was the best example. I wonder if there are male maid summoning cards. If there are, that would be fantastic. Combining pairs quickly increases the population. Chu Yan currently has over 300 soul cards, with 3 of them being of the wild grade. Opening yesterday's special treasure chest, there were still 5 types of stone: sky blue stone, fire spirit stone and water spirit stone, each with 150 pieces, in both super alloy and thunder crystal with 75 pieces each. Not bad. Fire prison and water dream can grow rapidly. Inside the bronze treasure chest there was only one item: building upgrade card 30000 energy points, enough to construct 3 castles. Very practical. This is a universal building upgrade card. Opening the chat group Ma Qianli, yesterday I opened a level 1 summoning card, and after using it I summoned a human swordsman, but his level was only yellow grade. I originally thought it was worthless, but this morning he asked if he could follow me to learn swordsmanship. I replied that I would see his level first, then I was beaten like a dog. The best I managed was to block 3 of his moves. Now I'm really a bit confused about the attribute points. My total attributes are over 130 while the swordsman has less than 80 points. The result is heartbreaking. Lin Chuan, same confusion. I also asked my hero to teach me martial skills and I was beaten to the point of questioning my life. Surely the past is hard to recall. Almost got beaten, silly. Hu Juanhao, group leader, you understand martial arts, can you explain what's going on? Hu Juanhao, I do have some guesses. Everyone can refer to our pets. My pet is a wild grade cub, it can't defeat my earth grade hero that I've been training. Thus our attribute points in a sense are akin to the level of pets, representing potential rather than strength. Yunshang, the rewards from the 2 team tasks were both 20 points of mental attributes, which are extremely important as they greatly enhance our learning abilities. Hu Juanhao, indeed. To be honest, even if I retain my original attributes, if I return to Blue Star I would be confident in winning the Global Sonda Championship at over 30 years old. Xin Xiushu, the existence behind the trial land has always been guiding us to improve our mental attributes. Initially restricting the number of heroes we could have is a testament to that. Tang Nianwei, so it is telling us that what matters most depends on ourselves, not relying on heroes. Hu Juanhao, Nianwei's conjecture makes a lot of sense. We have a huge advantage, there are no bottlenecks in improvement. Lin Chuan, looks like we really need to work hard to improve our combat level in the future. Chu Yan, Ma Qianli, has the main city been upgraded? Ma Qianli, the upgrade is complete. Yesterday Miss Lui Yao got an upgrade card and sold it to me at a low price. Hu Juanhao, Chu Yan, what's the plan for today? Chu Yan, first let a batch of people go to contact the villages while I wait for rescue. With 6 hours remaining in the day I will start handling the castles today. I will handle 6, so arrange the order. Hu Juanhao, no problem. The contact with the villages went smoothly and all 8 main cities successfully transferred the villages to their territories. The problem is that 5 of the main cities do not have level 3 upgrade cards. Hu Juanhao, I have a suggestion, let's put all the level 3 upgrade cards in the team warehouse for unified arrangement. This ensures everyone can upgrade their main city as soon as possible. Our team warehouse has a built-in evaluation mechanism that is very fair, no one will suffer losses. Although it seems the points are not very useful now, they will definitely have a use in the future. Tang Nianwei, points are really scarce right now. After upgrading the main city, one more main city guardian beast can be added. I'm in a dilemma about how to gather the 100 points. Ma Qianli, I almost forgot about the guardian beasts. At this stage guardian beasts are the strongest, with all 4-dimensional attributes at 320 points, making them simply invincible. I need to hurry and buy one. After resolving the upgrade issues of the main city, Chu Yan officially began managing the castle. The first 2 castles were straightforward, leaving the sky-level opponents for Chu Yan to practice on while the savage-level Chen Tu was handled. The third castle was in Tang Xinris main city. When Chu Yan arrived at the castle gate, the city lord and 2 sky-level heroes respectfully welcomed him. Chu Yan meticulously examined the attributes of the city lord 3 times, confirming that this city lord was indeed a talent like Xiao. In his mind he asked Chen Tu, is there really no savage-level hero in the city? Chen Tu replied, there truly are none. I can now accurately sense the existence of savage-level heroes. At this moment the city lord also respectfully said, esteemed chosen one, would you like to inspect our castle? Sure, take me to see. The city lord led the way, taking Chu Yan on a tour of the castle. The castle housed approximately 700 residents, making it the least populated castle Chu Yan had seen. Moreover, the types of buildings in the city were quite limited, mainly consisting of residences. After the tour without any danger, the city lord and others led Chu Yan to the energy stone waiting for the transfer. Chu Yan asked what happened before. The city lord patiently explained the entire process. After Tang Shinro arrived and saw the scene in the city, she initially thought she encountered a situation like Machianless, but instead found a contract servant, 2 sky-level heroes and 1 earth-level hero, along with 3 profound-level heroes proactively signing contracts with her. As a result, Tang Shinro said with a distressed expression, "Chu Yan, my spiritual attributes are insufficient. I can only sign 1 more contract." Chu Yan rubbed his forehead and said, "I have already returned my evolution points, let's borrow some from the group and I'll explain the situation." Tang Shinro nodded. "Chu Yan, thank you." In the chat group, "Chu Yan, I encountered a new situation near Tang Xinris main city castle. This castle, like an ordinary village, is willing to voluntarily surrender. There are now 6 heroes and 1 contract servant who need to sign contracts with Tang Shinro. She still requires 60 evolution points to enhance her spiritual attributes. Everyone please help. Tang Shinro, I will repay it as soon as possible." Hu Juan, how is there such a situation? Tang Shinro, I transferred 15 evolution points to you yesterday. Ma Chenli, I only have 3 points left, I transferred it over. So there are castles willing to surrender. Chu Yan, the reason for having Tang Shinro sign the contract immediately is to confirm whether what they said is true or not. If their loyalty is sufficient, it can be basically confirmed that they did not deceive us. After all, there is a significant difference between castles and villages. The people in the village are mostly ordinary, while the castle has 2 genuine sky-level heroes with all 4-dimensional attributes close to the sky-level limit of 399 points. If they are feigning loyalty when the castle is transferred and they suddenly turn against us, it would truly be a disaster for everyone. Shen Xiu, sure, it's still you. Your considerations are truly thorough. Tang Shinro, Chu Yan, all contracts have been signed and the loyalty is unexpectedly high. The city lord has 78 points and the 2 sky-level heroes also have 70 points. Chu Yan, in that case what they said should also be true, but this news is very unfriendly to us. Lin Chuan, Chu Yan, just say it plainly. I've already gotten used to it. It's really smooth sailing, but I'm the one who's truly worried. Chu Yan, this city lord is not a hero but a contract servant. This castle has existed for less than 100 years. Their original chosen one died in a duel. After the transfer portal appears, dual monsters will emerge which are invincible outside the dual space. They are immune to all damage. They can only be killed within the dual space. However, only we challengers can enter the dual space. Heroes, pet servants and city residents cannot enter. Once challengers enter the dual space, if they are killed by the monsters, they can resurrect on the spot. However, each resurrection results in a loss of 1/10 of the main city's durability. When the durability is fully consumed, the challengers lose their ability to resurrect. If killed, they die. Sure lay, wow. Wow. When will these monsters appear? Ma Qianli Dam. Can this be rescued? For example, can you Chu Yan come over and kill the dual monsters? Chu Yan, dual monsters will start appearing after the main city upgrades to a castle. As for whether rescue is possible, that is still unknown. Once encountered, I will first test it out. Hu Ju and Hao Sai. Right now we are truly in a dilemma. If we don't upgrade the main city, we will face castle attacks. If we upgrade the main city, we will encounter dual monsters. Yun Shang, now we have more reason to deduce the risks of this week's transfer portal battles won't be too great. Most will likely be low attack, low speed and high defense skeleton monsters. This week is meant for us to improve our combat levels. If we don't meet the standards, we will be abandoned by the trial grounds. Zhao Tianlong, the pressure is immense. Xiao Cylon, I already have 3 skills. One is spiritual rain technique, another is acceleration growth, and the last one is tilling technique. None of these skills have attacks. What should I do? Chu Yan, what I encountered today is the legacy of combat type players. Perhaps you supporting players will not encounter the dual space. Tang Yanwei, it's very possible it may test our support abilities. Hu Juanhao, in any case, this information has already sounded the alarm for us. We must be prepared for the fact that dual monsters cannot be rescued. After Tang Shinro transferred the castle, she also chose to rebuild the city lord's mansion. After all, challengers all want to name their own main cities. When rebuilding the city lord's mansion, Tang Shinro was somewhat taken aback. What was transferred were merely some furniture and similar items without any other spoils. However, she quickly thought of the reason and turned to ask the former city lord, aren't gems and cards in your possession? The city lord unhesitatingly handed a spatial equipment to Tang Shinro. Tang Shinro looked at it and asked in surprise, the spatial equipment only has 2 slots. The city lord was taken aback and replied, has your spatial equipment exceeded 2 slots? It's only been a few days. This spatial equipment was obtained by our former city lord after 2 expeditions, and that was after 2 months. Tang Shinro directly shared 1 spatial slot with Chu Yan filled with a pile of spoils. After accepting it, Chu Yan sighed and said, I feel undeserving of the spoils here. After all, you could have successfully received the castle on your own. Tang Shinro shook her head and said, seriously, there is nothing inappropriate. Without you, we would certainly not dare to approach the castle alone. Chu Yan did not say more and continued to teleport to the next main city, proceeding to handle the next castle. The following 3 castles did not present any special situations. They were all transferred to the challengers' main cities after slaying the enemies. Before the arrival of the Black Mist, Chu Yan returned to his main city. Today's exploration of the gathering place revealed unexpected circumstances. Yun Shang reported that there were no villages or castles within a 20-kilometer radius of his main city. Hu Juanhao stated that they had surveyed a total of 48 gathering places around the main cities, finding 33 villages and 14 castles. The only anomaly was Yun Shang's situation, where no gathering places were found. Xin Xiushi noted that the probability of encountering a castle was slightly over 1/4. But what should be done about Yun Shang's situation? Should we relocate some population to her? Tang Yanwei agreed, saying that this was a feasible solution. Within half an hour of relocating the castle, there was significant operability. They could use buildings to facilitate the population transfer. Lin Chuan asked if it was possible that the gathering places near Yunshang were farther away. Hu Juanhao confirmed that such a possibility existed. Let's wait and see the exploration results tomorrow. There were 5 waves of portals tonight, all filled with skeleton monsters. The difficulty of this week's portals was indeed not high. Once the battle began, no one in the group spoke. The news of the decisive battle against monsters hung like a sword over everyone's heads, driving them to desperately improve their combat capabilities. Chu Yan fought until 1 a.m., dragging his fatigued body back to the 3rd floor of the castle to sleep. The next day he woke up promptly at 6 a.m. and went to the 1st floor hall to open yesterday's treasure chest. The special treasure chest held no surprises, containing the same items as before, but each item had increased by 10 pieces. The 2 items that Emochio needed had a total quantity equal to the other 3 items. The bronze treasure chest contained 1 item, the Infernal Longsword, a divine blade tailored for the Azura clan. For someone who constantly wanted to kill me, I had to give her a long sword. Just as Chu Yan intended to put it away, Qian Tu said, "This sword is perfect for Ying Luo." No matter what, he had to give face to Qian Tu. After breakfast, Chu Yan went to find Ying Luo. On the way, he opened her attribute panel and found that her loyalty had increased by 6 points. He didn't notice what triggered it and planned to see if giving the long sword had any effect. After giving the infernal longsword to Ying Luo, he heard Bai Qing teasingly say, "Little Chu Yan, you're quite impressive. Your gift hit the sister's heart directly. I have high hopes for you." Then she was sanctioned by Ying Luo. After leaving Ying Luo's castle, Chu Yan immediately checked Ying Luo's and Nanji's panels again. Indeed, loyalty had increased by 10 points. Not bad. That's somewhat conscientious. In the first 2 hours of the morning, the group arranged for 2 batches to contact villages without any accidents. Just as Chu Yan was preparing to handle the castle, the exploration team discovered an unexpected situation. And Chang reported, "I'm about to cry from fright." Ma Chenli asked, "Really? I just want to know, what if our team fails to promptly discover the castle issue? How do we resolve the situation within Qing?" Hu Juanhao replied that ultimately it depends on whether the team is united enough. After all, the ratio of castles is relatively low, and if others are willing to help, there is still a chance. If fighting alone, death is almost certain. Yun Shang exclaimed, "I'm drunk. I thought of a saying, the dry die of drought and the wet die of flood." There were no villages or castles around Yunshang's main city, and Qing had 3 castles and 1 village nearby. Lin Chuan wondered if the current range of the main city could accommodate 3 castles. Chu Yan stated that it could hold at most 1 castle plus 1 village. Xin Xiushi asked what the upgrade conditions for the next level of the main city were. Ma Qianli said it definitely couldn't rely solely on population. The number of people we relocated to the castle had exceeded 1,000, and there were various buildings, yet the upgrade prompt still hadn't triggered. Tang Yanwei inquired about how to handle the situation within Chang. Xin Xiushi suggested that Chu Yan could bring back a castle. Shirlei asked if he could also take away castles from others' main cities. Ma Qianli addressed Chu Yan, saying, "Big brother. Thank you sincerely." Lin Chuan added, "Chu Yan, your character is guaranteed. You only have 1 village but could resist the temptation of 1 castle after another." Xin Xiushi remarked that everyone could consider him as having a small-minded heart but large ambitions for others. Some may have objections to giving the spoils of the castle to Chu Yan, but now everyone can make comparisons. In terms of the value of 1 castle, that little bit of loot is truly negligible. Hu Juanhao affirmed everyone understands. The earlier few have also set a good example. Tang Yanwei chimed in, "I haven't set an example. I asked Sister Qiushi how to do it and then followed the trend. Everyone has played games to some extent. Shouldn't the drops from killing monsters belong to the killer?" Zhao Tianlong interjected, "I won't pretend to be cool. Anyway, I can't do what Chu Yan does." Chu Yan stated, "Actually, I suddenly found a logical problem. Those who possess castles owe the village players a favor." Ma Qianli confessed that he was slow-witted and asked Chu Yan to clarify. Chu Yan replied, "Since you asked, let me use you as an example. You can obtain a castle because I am currently temporarily stronger. My strength comes from the collective effort of the entire team providing me with enough evolution points. Key point. It's everyone. Do you understand this simple logic? It's as if 983 friends collectively helped me become strong. As a result, I turned around and gifted you a luxurious castle while giving someone else a village. Think carefully, don't you owe the person who got the village a favor?" Xin Xiushi nodded, confirming, "What you said is correct. Viewing our team as a whole, the evolution points we gave to Chu Yan are the investment capital. All the castles and villages found together represent the common profit. However, some received castles while others only received villages. Ma Qianli understood, saying everyone invested 10 units of currency in Chu Yan, resulting in me earning a 100-unit dividend while some only received a 10-unit dividend. Hu Juanhao affirmed that's the logic. There's nothing wrong with it. Normally villages are easier to conquer but yield lower returns. Castles are difficult to conquer but yield higher returns. However, the current situation is that obtaining a castle is easier than obtaining a village. Fang Xiaoyu reacted with a mixed expression, acknowledging it really is like that. Those acquiring villages have to run over and transfer with great apprehension. Meanwhile, we castle holders can simply follow Chu Yan to benefit effortlessly. Chu Yan pointed out that players transferring villages face various issues: lack of water, food, housing, and upgrade cards. I believe these difficulties should be proactively assisted by players with castles. We are not gods and cannot achieve absolute fairness and justice, but for our team to progress quickly and far, each of us must learn to empathize and express gratitude. We should not take many things for granted. Earlier Lin Xuan mentioned that I could resist the temptation of castles because I constantly remember how my current strength came to be. As long as I think of the number 13,668. In less than a minute. 13,668 points. I can suppress the greed in my heart. Hu Juanhao praised, well said. Everyone should also remember the number 13,668. These evolution points were almost everything we each possessed back then. This is proof of our team's unity. Lin Xuan declared our slogan is 13,668. 13,668. 13,668. 13,668. In the trial ground, every day is fraught with the danger of death. Everyone is like a tightly wound spring, and it is essential to encourage each other from time to time. After calming down a bit, Lin Xuan, what about the second castle that Chu Yan brought back? We can't just leave it abandoned, can we? Chu Yan, dismantle it. Buildings can be packed within half an hour of being relocated. Hu Juanhao, that's a good idea. Since we mentioned earlier that players in the castle have an advantage, let's not talk about the earlier castles. Those who acquire castles later should pack some buildings as compensation. After all, the village has a fatal issue: population growth. We all know the dangers of interbreeding, yet most villages face this problem. Lin Xuan agreed. And Qing support. Sure, lay no objections. Zhou Chang approved. Chu Yan, the lord's mansion of the other castle, will be given to Yun Shang and the other buildings will be distributed uniformly. Is that acceptable? Yun Shang. Yun Shang, thank you. Chu Yan, alright, I will first deal with the issues here within. After teleporting to Encheng's main city, the castle was quickly dealt with. Upon returning, Encheng swiftly packed all the buildings of the castle, evenly distributing the population among them. After accommodating over 100 people in the lord's mansion, a trade was designated for Yun Shang. Then the two hurried to the second castle, resolved the situation, and returned to find Encheng packed 2 buildings for the trading platform. Chu Yan went alone to the last castle while Encheng led several heroes to the final village. After Chu Yan killed all the heroes of this castle, a red font group announcement was unexpectedly triggered. Group announcement detected that several challengers have conquered and subdued 10 castles of rebellious heroes, successfully triggering the team task Rebellious War. Detected that the team survival rate exceeds 35 with a real survival rate of 98. For surpassing the standard by double the Rebellious War task upgrades. Detected that the task trigger time is less than 30 days, adjusting the real time exceeding the standard by double the Rebellious War task upgrades again. Challengers, please make your choice within 24 hours. This task is unique. Once abandoned, it cannot be triggered. The Rebellious War is a real combat scenario with abundant rewards, including but not limited to a large population, war horses, building, spiritual fields, summoning cards, etc. Surely, seeing that 35 figure made my heart race. Does this mean that during normal circumstances surviving 35 when the castle attacks is already quite good? Lin Xuan, it is indeed frightening. However, are we not making things harder for ourselves? Can we still complete the upgraded task? Hu Juanhao, I'm also considering this issue now. Yun Shang, the way to activate the task is through team voting, where the minority obeys the majority. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan has handled 12 castles right. Those who surrendered don't count as rebellious, do they? Tang Xinrou, my heroes certainly don't count as rebellious, right? Xin Xiushi, Chu Yan, what about those 3 beautiful sisters? It seems they all killed the original chosen ones, right? Chu Yan, their punishment is indeed the lightest. The penalty mechanism of the teleportation portal fully resets after a month. It's much better than other castles. That's why they have 3 wild level, 4 heavenly level, and 20 earth level. Ma Qianli, wow. Their power is so formidable. Didn't you just take off directly? Chu Yan, they won't listen to my commands. Aside from the 3 heroes, the other 24 are not hero units, they are subordinates cultivated by the 3 of them, only obeying their command. At first I didn't realize how impressive these 24 guards were. When I did, I was drenched in cold sweat. Without Qian too, I truly couldn't defeat them. Tang Nianwei, this castle is probably the strongest one, right? Ma Qianli, you almost met your end. Ma Qianli, I almost wet myself. Chu Yan, no, actually when we truly face an attack from the castle, Ma Qianli is the safest. They have never actively attacked other main cities but have always been targeted by other challengers who attempted to capture them. Shen Xiushi ha. Men. Tang Nianwei ha. Men. Yun Shang Ha. Men. Tang Shinro Ha. Men. Hu Ju and How cough cough cough. Everyone, let's not stray off topic. Let's discuss the task first. Chu Yan, speaking of something outside the task, everyone should treat their heroes a little better. The situation with Ing Luo and the three of them also indicates that if challengers bring about their own demise, the actions of those heroes will not be deemed rebellious. Yun Shang, it's a bit contradictory. If a hero kills a challenger, their loyalty must be quite low. The summoned heroes start with a loyalty of 60 points, and if their loyalty decreases, it must be due to the challenger's unsatisfactory actions. So why are some deemed rebellious while others can be exempt from certain punishments? Lu Lishuan, perhaps the nature is different. I'm planning to find an opportunity to kill one of my own heroes. Lin Chuan, what the heck is going on? Is that hero's loyalty really that low? Lu Lishuan, his combat level is the lowest, so I've mainly trained stronger heroes and now his loyalty drops by 2 points every day. I must deal with him, otherwise who knows when he might deal with me. Strike first to gain the advantage. Zhou Chang, will killing a hero incur a penalty? Hu Ju and How Lu Lishuan, why not hold off for a bit? What if there is a penalty? Let's wait and see if he will leave. Lu Lishuan, he just won't leave. Now he only has 48 points of loyalty, yet he still pretends to act normal every day, showing me utmost respect on the surface. Ma Qianli, the smiling tiger, is indeed quite dangerous. If it comes down to it, just kill him. After Chu Yan relocated the main city, he packed 3 buildings each containing 120 people and placed them on the trading platform. Ing Luo looked at Chu Yan as he returned with a castle and ambiguously asked, "Are you planning to sweep all these castles in one go?" Chu Yan calmly replied, "You 3 have not been deemed rebellious. Those deemed rebellious naturally deserve their fate." Ing Luo retorted, "Don't the chosen ones ever reflect on themselves?" Chu Yan glanced at her. "Why are you so naive? We are already enemies in life and death, why consider these things? Besides, any grudges should be attributed to the previous challengers who unjustly oppose us. They should be the ones reflecting on themselves." Ing Luo, angered by Chu Yan's description of her as naive, wanted to draw her sword to strike him. Chu Yan continued, "Qian Tu's lesson for you is truly very reasonable. It's a matter of right and wrong." Ing Luo suddenly laughed. "Lord Qian Tu asked me to guide you in combat practice every day. When do we start today?" Chu Yan was speechless and turned to Qian Tu, who answered calmly, "It's quite good for Ing Luo to guide you. I find that my guidance has drawbacks." Chu Yan neither agreed to Ing Luo's combat guidance nor paid attention to the discussions in the group. After managing his main city, he hurried towards the 4th castle. Using the same tactic, Sun Yuan climbed a tree to wait while Chu Yan went alone. The welcoming party at the city gate was quite extravagant, and the city lord treated Chu Yan with utmost respect. Qian Tu transmitted, saying, "A bunch of useless trash, you go and kill them." Chu Yan responded with exasperation, "Qian Tu, I feel like you are indirectly calling me trash too." Qian Tu was taken aback for a moment. "You humans really have complicated thoughts." Chu Yan felt he couldn't bear the mockery from Qian Tu alone, so he posted the city lord's attributes in the chat group. Chu Yan image city lord's attributes. How are these attributes? Sun Yuan, damn. Chu Yan, run. Everyone quickly give Chu Yan some evolution points. Help. Ma Qianli, what the hell? The danger level of the castle is too high. 8 points have been transferred. Yun Chang, Chu Yan, run. Wait until the points are added before fighting. 9 points have been transferred. Hu Ju and How Chu Yan. Ensure your safety. 7 points have been transferred. Chu Yan was momentarily stunned and received several thousand evolution points. Chu Yan expression speechless. Everyone stop transferring points. I am not in danger. This city lord is actively surrendering. Lin Xuan, you can't be serious. This powerful city lord is really going to surrender. Chu Yan, really, although I know he is acting, he does it so well. More sincere than the city lord Tang Shinro met. Everyone please watch the video. Video castle, look at how grand the welcoming ceremony is. Sun Yuan, wow, this is really grand. There must be hundreds of people here to welcome us, right? Xin Xiushi, how can you be sure the city lord is acting? Chu Yan, Shen Tu said they are a bunch of useless trash and told me to kill them. Tang Yanwei, I feel like I received a critical hit of 10000 points. Ma Qianli, it's like a knife stabbing back and forth in my heart. Lin Chuan, at a loss for words. How can a city lord with all attributes above 1100 points be considered trash? What does that make my attributes, which don't exceed 50 points in any category? Chu Yan, since Qian Tu said this, it means the city lord is just like us. All attributes rely on points and his inherent strength is not high. Since the city lord can add points like this, it means he has killed more than 10 challengers and exempted himself from all penalties. Sun Yuan, I curse his entire family, curse his ancestors for 18 generations. This old schemer is thinking of killing me in my main city. Chu Yan, that's the logic. However, I'm curious why he wants to do this. Could it be that killing challengers in their main cities offers other benefits? Sun Yuan, big brother, are you thinking of trying it out? Chu Yan, not trying today. I'll first test his loyalty. Chu Yan asked the city lord to sign a contract first, and the city lord showed no hesitation. After signing, the city lord's face was filled with terror as he shouted loudly, "Kill him. Hurry and kill him." Chu Yan smiled brightly, sincerely thanking him. I really appreciate this. Once the battle began, Chu Yan realized that the combat level of this group was truly lamentable. They couldn't even match his own self, who had trained under Qian Tu for just a few days. Qian Tu's consciousness transmitted an explanation. Decades of pampering have turned these people into something worse than pigs and dogs. The City Lord's attribute panel: hero, human race, demon, AK, mountain, desolate, level, talent, battle, roar, enhances ally combat power, fraud, chain effect. AK can independently and at any time absorb all attribute points of the contract target. Rule: penalty reverse once loyalty is maxed. Effect: absorb without any attachments. Loyalty 100, strength 1120, constitution 1124, agility 1120, spirit 1136, skill disguise. Rule based passive: AKS disguise cannot be seen through until loyalty is maxed. Adjustment: rule based skill: AK can freely adjust his loyalty. Rule: penalty cannot be adjusted after maxed. Mutual slaughter: rule based skill: AK can cause all targets with attributes lower than his own more than 2 targets to fall into chaos and slaughter each other. Demon's blessing: rule based skill: AK can designate an enemy target, making it the strongest in combat power within half an hour. Although Chu Yan was happy now, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. One could only say AK was too clever for his own good. He probably adjusted his loyalty to at least 70 points to gain Chu Yan's trust. As a result, he encountered Chu Yan's talent. If AK hadn't made this smart move, Chu Yan would have truly fallen. Moreover, the rules might also vary in strength. Just like the Constitution being above ordinary law, with ordinary law being above regulations, at least AK is currently completely suppressed by Chu Yan. Loyalty was forcibly changed to maxed by Chu Yan's talent, the fraud chain reversed, and now Chu Yan's evolution points were rapidly increasing every second. Additionally, AK's skill mutual slaughter was also ignored by Qian Tu's rules. Qian Tu's possession state was just a set of armor and was not deemed a target. So now Chu Yan was all alone. As for the final demon's blessing, Chu Yan couldn't wait for him to buff himself. Through AK's panel, Chu Yan understood the reason why this group of people with lamentable combat levels could defeat the portal monsters. AK's last 2 skills were simply an unbeatable combination for defending the portal. Buff a minion with demon's blessing, then execute mutual slaughter, then just sit back and watch the show. While Chu Yan fought, the group was anxiously waiting for news. Sun Yuan: big shot, what's the situation now? Yun Chang: are they really that weak? Chu Yan: don't overexert yourself. If you can't win, just add points. Ma Qianli: brother, quickly tell us the current progress. Chu Yan: video, live battle, don't worry, they are really weak. The group notified Sun Yuan to come and relocate the castle, while Chu Yan sent another ambiguous message: Chu Yan, Lu Lishuan, never casually slay your own heroes. Just now the city lord and his group rushed to sign contracts with me, their loyalty all above 50, clearly indicating they were about to betray, so I slayed them all. As a result, I received a notification telling me that I had killed heroes with loyalty above 30 and the next portal would spawn 70 elite monsters. Who'd you and how? Damn. Brother, can you hold on? Chu Yan: even borrowing heroes must hold on. If I can't hold on, I'm finished. Lu Lishuan: Chu Yan, thank you so much, I'm shocked. Does more loyalty mean more elite monsters? Chu Yan: yes. Lu Lishuan: illustrated guide heroes, this damn thing, when loyalty drops to 30 you'll slay him. Ma Qianli: brother, we can't see your hero's loyalty. Lu Lishuan: ah, there's this setting. Shinshoushir: loyalty can only be seen by us challengers, heroes can see their panel but it shows no loyalty. Yun Shang: what we say means something different to the heroes. Tang Shinro: yes, what we call group tasks the heroes understand as expedition. It's probably a language issue. Lin Chuan: isn't this just the great Huaxia language? Please, after eating instant noodles when it's convenient, go to the restroom again. Ma Qianli: damn, I can't look at instant noodles anymore. Hu Ju: and how this speculation is very likely. When we say task, it probably sounds like expedition to the heroes. Tang Nianwei: by the way, how do you say battle against rebellion? Hu Ju: and how? Chu Yan: since you're here, what do you think? Chu Yan: do we have a choice? An unexpected situation arose today and I can only handle 5 castles. Based on the exploration of the past 2 days, the number of castles is between a quarter and a third. Even calculating at the lowest quarter, there are nearly 250. If it's a third, it exceeds 300. Obtaining new legion badges is imminent. Moreover, getting just 1 more is far from enough. To be safe, we can only assume there are less than 20 days left before the castle's attack. Dividing 300 by 20 days means handling 15 castles per day, which is the effect of 5 legion badges. This means we need at least 3 more. Additionally, time is running out. 3 more definitely won't be enough, especially since I just used 20 days as the divisor. Yun Shang: indeed, there's no choice now. If we don't push hard, the result will be facing the attack of the savage level heroes. Chu Yan stopped paying attention to the group chat and teleported from Sun Yuan's main city to the location of the next castle. The last castle of the day was just killing and killing. By the time I transferred back to the main city, the black mist had already begun to appear. When Chu Yan returned to his main city, Water had already prepared dinner. Having just finished dinnering, Luo came over with a smile to guide Chu Yan in cultivation. Sister, the battle at the portal is about to start. Calling me sister won't work. Just use the energy stones to heal before the battle, hurry up. Today's monsters are particularly formidable. I know the mechanism of the portal. Today there are only 5 waves of monsters. How formidable can they be? Today there are 70 elite monsters. 70. Why don't you say there are 700? It's true. Yinglua, putting aside her doubts, asked seriously, has the portal mechanism changed? At this moment Qian Tu reacted, is this the punishment for killing that city lord? Why did you first sign a contract with him and then kill him? Chu Yan answered half-jokingly, one of my teammates wanted to kill one of his heroes, so I wanted to see if there would be any punishment. Yingluo asked sensitively, why would he kill his own hero? Chu Yan tentatively said because he saw that this hero had very low loyalty. Yingluo frowned, can he sense the hero's malice? What could the specific reason be? Heroes indeed can't hear the word loyalty. This hero is too weak compared to his other heroes, he has never trained this hero. Yingluo and Qian Tu fell silent. Chu Yan then asked Yinglua, have you encountered heroes from other castles? Why do you ask this? I want to know the reasons why heroes kill challengers. The challenger you encountered indeed deserved to die. But there should be other reasons, right? After all, not all heroes possess the stunning beauty like yours. Yinglua shot Chu Yan a glance, hee to know the news, you flatter me for being beautiful. Where did the momentum of scolding me indiscriminately go this afternoon? Chu Yan. After Yingluo teased him, she sighed and said there are many reasons. Power, beauty, the hatred caused by unexpected disasters. What are the specific situations? For example, if you were to form a guard squad in the future, who would you appoint to lead it? Also, for instance, Ting Bai, her original chosen one, and another male hero both fell in love with Ting Bai, resulting in a falling out and the hero killing the chosen one. The key is that Ting Bai was very wronged as she was punished for not protecting the chosen one. This is an unexpected disaster. Heroes can't stay by the chosen one's side all the time. Ting Bai remained calm and eventually came to my castle. But not every hero can remain calm. Those who lose their cool will start to harbor hatred towards all chosen ones. After hearing this, Chu Yan sighed, the heroes I summoned are still the best. Feng Shaoqi is a trencher, Chui is a stone man, Imochio is a robot, Qian Tu is a holy armor, and Luli has no fixed form. The remaining two little ones, Huiyu and Shui Mang, are very happy with food. Spider Z is even more satisfied when there's food. After hearing this, Yingluo said expressionlessly, are you discriminating against me and Nanji? Chu Yan turned to Qian Tu and said, Qian Tu, you see, it's not just us humans who have complicated thoughts. The Shura clan's thoughts are also very complex. Qian Tu was speechless. Involving the holy armor, Yingluo also fell silent. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but just then Huiyu and Shui Mang walked over and Shui Mang chirped Chu Yan, I'm out of food. You finished 200 spirit stones. Shui Mang, still not understanding shyness, earnestly nodded, all fit? Not at all. We can go without eating for a long time, don't worry. Huiyu, who hadn't eaten for the first few days, understood a bit more and spoke up. Chu Yan took out a bag of loot and poured it out, putting the fire spirit stones and water spirit stones into two small bags and handing them to the two little ones. Then pointing at the brothel building card and maid card, he asked Yinglua, do your heroes' treasure chests drop these things frequently? Does it happen often? It takes dozens to hundreds of years to get just this much. Why do you think it's a lot? Many times our heroes' portal treasure chests are empty. Chu Yan was shocked, so tragic. Otherwise, how would you new chosen ones have a way to survive? Under normal circumstances it takes 10 evolution points to increase one attribute. After reaching the savage level it takes 100 points to increase one attribute. Our tenfold increase starts counting from 400 points, not 800 points. What's even more frustrating is that point allocation can fail. Point allocation can fail. Ting Bai was so angry she cried. After her agility reached 399 points, she wanted to add to 400 attribute points, needing 100 evolution points at once. Ting Bai failed 6 times, wasting 600 evolution points. This logic makes sense. I was wondering why these heroes are so useless. After decades and hundreds of years they still maintain this level. After the portal opened, a group of skeletons emerged. Chu Yan counted there were 45 skeletons in front of each portal with no other monsters in sight. No elite monsters emerged. They should appear only after all the normal monsters have been defeated. Fortunately, it seems to leave a way out for the challengers. The monsters were not strong, allowing everyone to chat casually in the group. Machinli, Chu Yan, take a battle video and let us see the scene with 70 elites. Chu Yan, video battle scene. The elite monsters haven't appeared yet. I guess I have to finish off the normal monsters first. Zhao Tianlong, what am I seeing? 5 portals. Sun Yuan, the boss is indeed the boss. Chu Yan, are you planning to open more? Chu Yan, opening more would be suicidal. Zhao Tianlong, there are portal activation stones in the team warehouse that I put in. There are currently 10. Anyone who wants to try can exchange for 1. But let me make it clear first, opening multiple portals cannot affect the normal rescue attempts. Rescues should only be for emergencies. Zhao Tianlong, no, I need just 1 portal. Shin Xiushi, Chu Yan, are your heroes just watching you fight alone? Chu Yan, yes, they help me tank the monsters, preventing them from escaping. Everyone should try to fight on their own as well. Since there are still 70 elite monsters today, Chu Yan opted for a quick resolution, skipping any special training. After more than an hour, the normal battle concluded. Then 70 orc elites charged out from the portal, confirming his suspicion that the boss they encountered last time was not actually a boss. Chat group, Chu Yan, video battle during the Great Wall defense. It indeed was not a boss, just an elite. Hu Ju and how aren't you afraid? Chu Yan battling Luo Battleting by one hit each. Looks like I don't need to rent heroes anymore. Although they want to beat me up every day, I must say their combat power is truly strong. Lin Chuan, let's kill this pretentious dog. Ma Qianli, take this brick. Tang Niwei sisters are really both beautiful and fierce. What does it mean to be overly joyous? Chu Yan quickly experienced that. After Ring Luo finished off the orc elite, she cheerfully said, come on, since we finished early today we still have plenty of time tonight. I'll teach you how to fight properly. Half an hour later, Chu Yan was healed by the energy stone 3 times. Ing Luo really used her sword on herself. In her words, without experiencing pain how can one make a profound memory? The training effect was indeed good. Even Xian too praised, I used to forget about the energy stone. Such training is closest to actual combat and the best. Chu Yan fighting skeletons is what actual combat is. Xian too, you celestial chosen ones indeed have exceptional advantages. Your progress during serious practice is too fast. The current skeletons are no longer suitable opponents for you. In future portal battles, resolve them quickly and then let Ing Luo guide you. Ing Luo smiled brightly after hearing this. Once again she lifted Chu Yan to the energy stone. Chat group Chu Yan video battle practice. Tang Niwei, would you like your beautiful and fierce sisters to guide your combat? This is the 4th time. Hu Ju and how is this real? Chu Yan, just look at the energy values of the energy stone. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan, why not rest them? Chu Yan, then give them to you. Ma Qianli, well, that's not out of the question. Chu Yan, how did I not realize before that you are a masochist? Lin Chuan, damn, she really is attacking. So brutal. Tang Niwei shivering. Shinxiosher, is the training effect good? Chu Yan, indeed good. The first time I was beaten the whole time, the second time I blocked 1 hit, the third time 2 hits, just now the tip of the sword pierced her left hand and although she only bled a drop it still hit. Yun Shang, I encountered a dual monster. Video monster. Chu Yan, what luck. You were the first to encounter the swapped skeleton last time too. Wait a minute, there's one more portal left today, I'll check the situation to see if I can rescue. Yun Shang, okay, hurry up. After teleporting to Yun Shang's main city, I found she was being beaten back relentlessly. Dual monsters are not a new type of monster but can be any monster that turns into a dual monster. Dual monsters are invincible outside, immune to all damage, and continuously chase after challengers. Because they don't get hurt outside, they force the challengers into dual space using hit-for-it tactics. There's still a chance of victory in dual space, but if you don't enter you will definitely die. After hitting the dual monster, Chu Yan received a prompt asking whether to enter dual space. Then Chu Yan was teleported with a giant skeleton to a 2-dimensional space the size of a football field. Yun Shang and others could clearly see the battle but could not enter. Upon entering the dual space, Chu Yan received a prompt challenger, will you choose to increase the monster's strength or decrease your own strength? Important reminder, 1 inside the dual space, if killed by the enemy you can revive without injury as long as your durability is not exhausted. Suicide will result in complete death. Important reminder 2, after a challenger wins they will directly leave the dual space. So this is the meaning of the Chu Yan naturally chose to decrease his own strength. No matter how many attribute points, if he couldn't utilize them they would be useless. On the other hand, monsters can exert their full strength regardless of any attribute points. After battling alone, Chu Yan discovered that the giant skeleton's combat power was not weak. The reason everyone thinks it's weak is that a group of people can bring it down and hammer it into the ground. Alone under equal attributes it is not easy to take down the highly defensive giant skeleton. After about 10 minutes Chu Yan found the secret to defeating the giant skeleton, but instead of choosing to kill it he opted to let it kill him. After reviving in less than 3 minutes he successfully killed the giant skeleton. The dual space disappeared and upon exiting Yin Shang said without waiting for Chu Yan to ask, my energy stone's durability hasn't changed. I understand now, I will go back and confirm. Returning to his main city he discovered that his city's durability had indeed dropped by 1/10. Clearly the rescue in dual space means using one's own life to save others, and it may not even be successful. If the rescuer fails, will the dual monster continue to exist? This test Chu Yan could not verify. I believe no one would want to test it. In the chat group Yun Shan, the dual space can be rescued but the rescuer's durability will decrease. So the dual space is not suitable for rescue. Chu Yan, Yun Shan, you're wrong. Or rather not entirely correct. Because we cannot ascertain whether rescue is truly possible. Yun Shan. I understand. We cannot test whether the dual monster will continue to chase the original challenger after the rescuer's main city durability drops to 0. Chu Yan, right, that's a very important point. Additionally, in the dual space the challengers and monsters have identical attributes. Either according to the higher attributes or the lower ones. At this stage it's best for us to go with the lower attributes. The lower the attributes the more advantageous it is for us. Finally, I want to say everyone should work hard to improve their combat skills. For the moment I cannot assist in rescue in the dual space. Under this mechanism my combat power is not high, the strength I display outside is actually Qianta's strength, not my own. Hu Ju and how I completely understand. Within the dual space mechanism Chu Yan, you might not even be able to defeat me. Chu Yan, that's the point, many people might even be stronger than me. Of course everyone should not panic. I have a hypothesis that the dual monsters will not suddenly introduce a new type of monster but will let us get familiar with them for 2 or 3 days before challenging us. Yun Shang, I strongly agree with this hypothesis. Hu Ju, and how this setting might just be the purpose of the dual monster's existence. The purpose of the trial ground is to unite us while allowing each of us to grow rapidly. Lin Chuan, the purpose is accurately summarized. Everyone must strive. After everyone's battles had ended, they began to deliberate the campaign against the rebellion. Tang Nianwei asked a question before they began. Tang Nianwei, Chu Yan, I just watched the video of you getting beaten again. When my sister carried you to the energy stone, I thought I saw characters on the boulder. What is the name of your main city? Chu Yan, Ma Qinli hit the nail on the head. Ma Qinli, it's really called First City. So imposing. Shin Xiushi, it sounds nice. Hu Ju, and how awesome. Chu Yan, for those who want to name their main city, do not delay. You must carve your preferred name within 24 hours, otherwise the main city will receive a serial designation: First City, Second City, up to the 984th city. Yun Shanga, is that how your main city name came about? Chu Yan, screenshot historical hint: the chat group's personal page shows the history record. Tang Nianwei, challenger, because you did not name your main city within 24 hours, the main city automatically generated a serial name. Chu Yan, what name did you originally intend? Chu Yan, I hadn't decided, and when I woke the name had auto-generated. Since it generated itself, I never thought about it again. Hu Ju, and how get to the point, when do we start the team task? Chu Yan, now. Lin Chuan, not sleeping. That might work, sooner is better. Ma Qianli, let's do it. Begin the expedition. Zhao Tianlong, move out. Shi Lei, let's get to work. Zhou Chang, do not hesitate, hesitation leads to defeat. Hu Ju, and how, all right, begin the vote. Half a minute later, a red font group announcement appeared. Group announcement: challengers, the campaign against the rebellion officially begins. 10 minutes later, teleportation will commence. Please select the hero's pet servants and residents you will send to the battlefield. During the task, the main city's portal will be suspended. Lin Chuan Ga. Could you give me a little respect? Sun Yuan, brother Chuan, I understand, your feelings are mine as well. Tang Nianwei, I only took a sip of water and suddenly it announced that the operation had begun. Not even giving me a chance to move my hand. Chu Yan, your hands are really quick. I haven't even scrolled back through the messages yet. Hu Ju, and how you can vote via the group announcement. Chu Yan, let's rename our edited group announcement so it won't be confusing. Hu Ju, and how call it group notification. Chu Yan, fine as long as it's distinct. 10 minutes later, Chu Yan, accompanied by Mo Qiuqian, Tu Luli Hui Shui Meng Jiju Ziying Luo Nanji Ting Bai and Ing Luo's for Skytier commanders were teleported into a hall that resembled the scene from the disaster cavern. Team members arrived one after another and chatted amicably. In truth, when people meet during a team task, they are often cheerful. It is like finding old acquaintances in a strange land. Ing Luo, Nanji and Ting Bai drew a great deal of attention. Many who stood near Chu Yan felt shy to speak with him because of the three of them. Chu Yan turned and asked, do you have a favorite? Ting Bai retorted, is your enemy among them? Chu Yan, what are you trying to do? Ting Bai glared at Chu Yan, I certainly want choose your enemy. I don't want to be at odds with Sister Ing Luo or Sister Nanji. Go ahead and choose, there's no enemy at the moment, Ting Bai said, observing carefully. Chu Yan asked casually, why must you pick a female challenger? Ting Bai, you can sleep beside her, protect her closely. After saying this, she chuckled and asked, are you implying you could do this? Chu Yan shook his head, I wouldn't, don't say nonsense. Ting Bai snorted, if I hear you've been bothering Sister Ing Luo or Sister Nanji, I'll come and beat you. Chu Yan replied calmly, you can't come over. Ing Luo smiled, so you're planning to bother Nanji and me. Chu Yan called Qian Tu, do something. Qian Tu said nothing. After Ing Luo fell silent, Chu Yan continued, Ting Bai, you're ill. Ting Bai, are you insulting me? Chu Yan, no, psychological stress syndrome. Ting Bai, psychological stress syndrome. What does that mean? Chu Yan, it means you are particularly afraid of encountering another unforeseeable calamity like last time, so your subconscious insists you must find a challenger who can protect you closely. Ting Bai understood Chu Yan's meaning and said with some melancholy, perhaps. Ing Luo suddenly asked Chu Yan, among the situations of voluntarily leaving, slaying a chosen, and failing to protect, which do you think is punished most severely? Chu Yan glanced at Ting Bai's melancholy expression and surprised said, it can't be that failing to protect is punished most severely, can it? Ing Luo nodded, congratulations, you are correct. Do you find it interesting? Chu Yan explained in detail. Ing Luo, in any of these cases the shared punishment is that the difficulty of increasing attribute points becomes 10 times greater, and when attempting to break level limits, point allocation can fail. Ing Luo continued, but only in the case of failing to protect will attributes be locked for 3 years. During those 3 years no evolution points can be obtained. Chu Yan, must the hero personally perform the killing of the chosen to count? Ing Luo nodded, yes, they must personally participate in the slaying. Even if a hero intends to kill the chosen, if they have not attacked before the chosen dies, it will be judged as failing to protect. Chu Yan, why is there a difference between villages and castles? In Luo, after the chosen dies, if the survivors can keep the main city's durability from dropping to 0 for 7 consecutive days, the killer is judged the city lord. If they cannot, the portal vanishes completely. Where the portal disappears, the energy stone monument will alter, providing only survival safeguards and no martial advancement. Chu Yan. So in those places where portals vanish, heroes who can traverse the wastes may find another path, but those who cannot will slowly perish. In Luo, correct, you understand perfectly. Chu Yan, I have another question. For example, if the challenger dies inside the dual space, will the hero still be punished? In Luo drew a deep breath and answered yes. It is still considered failing to protect. However, in such cases there can be other exemptions to punishment for killers who successfully appeal, as I did. The portal has a chance to be reset. Chu Yan, appeal. How does that work? In Luo, after killing the chosen, we have a single opportunity to appeal. If the appeal succeeds, there are varying degrees of punishment exemption. Chu Yan side heroes truly have it rough. If the challenger is inept and dies in a duel, the hero is implicated as. In Luo suddenly laughed. In that case, the hero does bear responsibility. Chu Yan, what responsibility? In Luo, for failing to properly train the chosen to raise their combat level. In Luo, that's why I so diligently guide you. Chu Yan's mouth twitched. Are you sure you aren't just using that as an excuse to beat me? In Luo, tell me, has your combat level improved rapidly? Chu Yan had no answer. At that moment, Chu Yan recalled something Ma Qinli had said. The hero Ma Qinli summoned had the next day voluntarily asked Ma Qinli to teach combat techniques. Perhaps heroes truly possess that inclination. Ting Bai suddenly interjected. Most heroes are willing to instruct the chosen, but many chosen themselves refuse to study hard. On that point, you are not bad. Chu Yan suddenly thought of a problem. Feng Xiaoqi and Shi Chue, those two never took the initiative to teach me combat. In Luo gave Chu Yan a sidelong look. Heroes also have to assess whether their combat style suits the chosen. Would you ask Feng Xiaoqi to teach you how to cultivate spirit plants? Chu Yan said nothing further, quietly digesting the knowledge he had gained that day. While Chu Yan was contemplating, Ting Bai suddenly pointed to the crowd and said, that little girl looks good. She catches my eye. What is your relationship with her? Following Ting Bai's direction, it was revealed that the person he was pointing at was Xin Xiushi. Chu Yan asked, you can't be choosing her just because you two have similar hairstyles, can you? Will you answer my question first? I have a good relationship with her, but she is a supportive player, just to clarify. Ting Bai asked curiously, what do you mean by a supportive player? In Luo also looked at Chu Yan with curiosity. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan explained, it's a term we coined for our team, dividing players into combat types and supportive types. A supportive player refers to someone whose talents and skills lean towards logistical support for challengers. Even the heroes and pets they summon are of this type. Take the girl Ting Bai chose as an example. Her talent is spirit cultivation and she is exceptionally skilled at growing food, vegetables and spirit plants. Then her heroes, a spirit cultivation girl and a plant spirit, are both focused on nurturing spirit plants. Do you understand what a supportive player means now? In Luo asked in surprise, then how does she handle battles at the teleportation portals? Chu Yan was taken aback by the question and retorted, haven't you seen Mo Chio and Luli teleport away? Xian Tu chimed in, I didn't explain clearly. In Luo asked me why you can move around freely, and I told her it's because you have the unique item, the Legion badge. Chu Yan thought for a moment before asking, haven't you ever seen the hero teleportation rune before? In Luo shook her head, Ting Bai shook her head, and even Nanji rarely shook her head. Chu Yan briefly described the situation in his team. In Luo said, I heard the chosen one at that time bragging that the survival rate on the first day of the survival challenge was only 75, yet he succeeded. Then a week later it was less than 50 and he was still alive. Ting Bai succinctly added, for my batch the initial survival rate was just over 50. Nanji said, less than 60. It turned out the hero teleportation rune was not guaranteed to exist. What are the conditions for activating the hero teleportation rune? It likely still depends on the survival rate. Chu Yan speculated that a very high initial survival rate might be required. The challengers In Luo encountered couldn't be determined. The challengers Ting Bai and Nanji encountered had such a low survival rate, indicating that the team had simply given up on the red-named players right away. The reason might not entirely blame the green-named players. For instance, if a bunch of red-named players are fools like Zhang XX, the green-named players are highly likely to abandon rescue out of anger. In Luo suddenly realized, I was always puzzled why your main city only grows some radishes. It turns out there are others helping to provide. After understanding Shinkyushi's situation, Ting Bai happily said, then I will choose her. Supportive players are relatively easygoing and I am very satisfied. Chu Yan took Ting Bai to Shinkyushi's side and said, Joshir, Ting Bai wants to go to your main city, you two should sign a contract. Shin Xiushi was taken by surprise by the sudden joy, exclaiming in astonishment, Sister Ting Bai, do you really want to come to my main city? Ting Bai's tone remained lazy, is that okay? Shin Xiushi nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, yes yes. If you come, Sister Ting Bai, I will cook delicious food for you every day. Ting Bai directly initiated the contract request and didn't forget to tease Chu Yan, make sure to learn from Kyushi's attitude. Chu Yan ignored her and turned to leave. After Shin Xiushi completed the contract, she was still overly excited, looking at Ting Bai not knowing what to say. The chat group instantly exploded. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan, what's going on? Sister Ting Bai didn't sign a contract with you. You really let her go. Lin Chuan, I'm so jealous I'm turning into a lemon. Shirley's sister Tingbei's cool image of slaying monsters is still lingering in my mind. Hu Juanhao Shinxiushi, are you happy? Shinxiushi, I'm happy. I'm so excited I don't know how to speak. I also have a heroic level now. Chu Yan shared the news he just learned with everyone and explained Tingbei's situation. Tang Shinro, no wonder. After receiving the main city, the two heavenly great heroes took turns guarding the gate of my castle at night, and they have been seriously guiding me in battle these past 2 days. However, they didn't tell me the specific reasons, only vaguely indicating that there are more heroes in the castle who are hostile to us, advising us to be extra careful. Yun Shang, what do you all think? How high must the survival rate be for the hero teleportation rune to appear? Tang Yanwei, I feel it should be at least over 90. And Qing heroes are really difficult, especially with the penalties for inadequate protection. It feels unreasonable. Hu Juanhao, is it possible this is increasing the difficulty for us? After all, the penalties for killing challengers are much less. Chu Yan, that is possible, but heroes themselves wouldn't know about such penalty mechanisms in advance. Shinxiushi's sister Tingbai is so pitiful. I will treat her well. While everyone was chatting, the hall's large door opened and a team of warriors walked in. The leading captain said, heartfelt thanks to you, brave adventurers participating in the expedition. The Lord of Hero City has willingly fallen into depravity, choosing to collaborate with the demon race and betraying the entire continent's beings. In this battle we must eliminate this heinous traitor. The Silver Wing Legion and the Storm Legion have been attacking from the front for several days. Your task is to use the path we have opened to penetrate deep into the rear of Hero City, disrupt the enemy's judgment and destroy their logistics. Please remember, your task is not to fight the enemy, so please skillfully avoid their encirclement. The Expeditionary Army looks forward to your glorious return. After announcing the mission, the captain led Chu Yan and the others to collect war supplies. The 5-slot space bag contained items even more abundant than when guarding the Great Wall. After collecting the regular supplies, the captain handed Chu Yan 3 runestones individually, saying, I sense you have the Legion Honor badge. These 3 void barriers are for you. Using them will create a hidden space that lasts for 3 days. There are still innocent beings behind Hero City. You can rescue some within your capacity, and how to use them is up to you. With the preparations complete, the captain led Chu Yan and the others out under the cover of night. After the captain led a team of warriors away, Chu Yan and the others prepared to cross the river. Lin Xuan was the first to speak, saying, let my hero Zhanggu test the depth of the river. Zhanggu, a giant hero nearly 4 meters tall, stepped forward into the river upon hearing Lin Xuan's words. Nanji instantaneously arrived on the opposite bank of the river. Under the dim starlight, everyone caught sight of a figure on the other side. Hu Juanhao, standing beside Chu Yan, asked in shock, can Sister Nanji teleport? Without answering, Chu Yan turned to Ying Luo. Ying Luo explained, after reaching this place I feel my strength has increased and I can also teleport to the opposite bank or even further. Then all the heroes expressed that their powers had been enhanced to varying degrees. Ma Chenli's eyes widened as he said in confusion, why don't we feel that way? Chu Yan thoughtfully asked Mo Cho, can you teleport? Mo Cho shook her head shyly, saying, I can't do it. The river was not deep, the middle was just about a meter. Everyone crossed the river while chatting in the group. Shinxiushi, Chu Yan, I heard Sister Bai say she can also teleport, but not as far as Sister Nanji. She can barely cross this 10-meter wide river. Your attribute points are higher than Sister Bai's. Can you teleport? Chu Yan, no. Mo Cho has high attribute points too, but she can't either. Lin Xuan, why is this? Chu Yan, to put it bluntly, it's because I am too weak. I can't unleash my full power. Yun Shang, our attribute points are equivalent to the latent energy within our bodies, which we need to learn to utilize gradually. Sister Bai is someone who can fully unleash her power. Shirley, it seems the suppression in the trial ground is very strong. Hu Juanhao, without such strong suppression we wouldn't be able to play at all. Given the situation here, how can we deal with the ruins level? Chu Yan, indeed, facing Ying Luo here, even if I wear the Qian 2 battle armor I wouldn't be able to defeat her. Tang Yanwei, so the ruins level is that powerful. Chu Yan, when we were at the Great Wall the people in my team had seen the projection of the Qing Kong Law Saint teleporting to my side. Qian 2 said he is a ruins level. However, the Qing Kong Law Saint himself said his strength is at the 10th level. Fan Xiaoyu, if the Great Wall's defense and this mission are from the same world, the Qing Kong Law Saint seems to be stronger. His teleportation distance is quite far. Shuewu, 399 points is the limit for the heavenly level. Exceeding 400 points means ruins level. The lord of the castle encountered by Sun Yuan had over 1100 points, still a ruins level. The gap in strength at this level is indeed vast. Tang Shinro, moreover, 800 points should be a significant watershed for ruins level. Chu Yan's Zinris deduction is very correct. Just now Nanji said she can only teleport once in a short time with a maximum distance of about 15 meters, while Ying Luo can teleport over 100 meters at once and can do it continuously. Ma Chenli, the ability to teleport is just too cool. I wonder when we can do it. After everyone crossed the river, they soon discovered the so-called small path. Hu Juanhao, it's ridiculous. This can't be considered a road, it's just some markers guiding us forward. Yun Shang, this actually makes more sense. If there were a clearly defined road, Hero City would definitely have made preparations. They quickly advanced through the mountains and forests until dawn, finally reaching the foot of the mountain on the opposite side. Everyone was exhausted. Hu Juanhao led the team to stop in a dense forest, saying, let's eat something, then we'll rest here for a few hours. After eating, Chu Yan lay down on the ground to sleep while Ying Luo ran off on her own. This woman, who usually maintains her elegant demeanor, now experiences the joy of teleportation like a little girl with a new toy. While traveling at night, she kept teleporting back and forth. He was woken up again by Ying Luo. Sitting beside Chu Yan, Ying Luo said cheerfully, "In a world where one can teleport, scouting is so convenient." Chu Yan turned to look at her beads of sweat forming on his forehead and teased, "Are you sure you didn't scout the enemy situation while practicing your teleportation?" In a good mood, Ying Luo didn't mind Chu Yan's teasing, eating her food while saying the enemy is violently requisitioning food, with squads of soldiers barging directly into villagers' homes to loot. So brutal. Hero City doesn't care about the villagers' lives. Do they know they are going to fail? Ying Luo shook her head, saying the information from those soldiers indicates that the frontline battlefield is currently in a stalemate. Hero City is not at a disadvantage. Even now, the violent requisition of food by Hero City won't lead to villagers starving, as the crops in the fields will be ready for harvest in about half a month, allowing the villagers to pull through. Hearing this news, Chu Yan immediately understood a key point of this mission. He turned and smiled at the others, saying the auxiliary-type player's task is coming. Xin Xiushi reacted quickly, responding, "Cutting off the supply." Chu Yan nodded yes. "You all can hasten the crops in the fields and then harvest them." Hu Juanhao stood up to arrange the plan. Combat players will kill the enemies requisitioning food and retrieve the supplies. Auxiliary players will harvest the crops in the fields from the rear while also looking for suitable places to open the void barrier to relocate the villagers. The progress on the first day was very smooth. With the ambush and Ying Luo scouting, the team reaped a bountiful harvest. However, several issues also arose. Strategic chat group: Lin Chuan, "I thought a 10-slot backpack would be big enough, but unexpectedly I filled 4 slots in just one day." Yun Shan, "We burned the food that couldn't fit." Hu Juanhao, "What's our next move?" The commander that Chu Yan killed said that there are large troops stationed at the granaries ahead, and if these soldiers do not return on time, the enemy will definitely send troops to check the situation. Ma Qinli, "Guerrilla warfare, we all understand. The instructor's policy: advance when the enemy retreats, retreat when the enemy advances." Chu Yan Shanli is correct. We definitely need to engage in guerrilla warfare from the rear, so heading southwest is better. That area is mountainous, not conducive to a large-scale enemy encirclement. Hu Juanhao, "If we engage in guerrilla warfare, our current team is too large, making our target too obvious." Chu Yan, "Exactly, and we must interfere with the enemy's line of sight from multiple directions to keep them unsure of our real positions." Yun Shang, "This will require splitting off a portion of the elite team to advance in other directions, covering the main forces heading southwest." Xin Xiushi, "Just right, we have concentrated on training a batch of strong heroes for scouting the castle." Chu Yan, "Good, let's divide these people into several small groups for surprise attacks and harassment." Hu Juanhao, "All right, we'll go arrange the groupings." Chu Yan, "I'll act alone. I plan to go ahead to check the situation in the big city." Having determined his course of action, Chu Yan set off alone under the cover of night. When he was halfway to his destination, the spider Zizi suddenly became inexplicably agitated and then dashed northward, leaving the team. Ying Luo exclaimed, "I'll go check the situation," and vanished in an instant. Chu Yan, however, received a series of notifications: the sacred contract is being interfered with. Abnormal species summons temporarily isolating the contract. The sacred contract is being corrected. Enhancing pet contract. Activating pet contract shared vision and soul communication capabilities in advance. Core abilities of the pet contract are being interfered with. Initiating level 1 alert, activating star marker. Star marker activation failed. Activating the pet contract's barbaric growth mode activation successful. Initiating the pet contract's holy soul state initiation successful. Task correction. Task level changed to cosmic level. Task concluded. After Chu Yan's personal notifications, the chat group also displayed a red font announcement: group announcement challenger. Due to abnormal task scenes, this task has officially ended. All current gains will be returned, rewarding 20 points in spiritual attributes, 1 heavenly hero evolution card and 1 hero exclusive weapon card. Outstanding contributor Chu Yan receives Legion Badge X2. Teleportation, grant additional reward, pet supplies package X1. Teleportation completed, all challengers will automatically return. A handsome middle-aged man appeared before Chu Yan, threw him an item and exclaimed, "Latercomer, this is a welcome gift, hope to see you again soon." Without time to examine the item in his hand or respond, Chu Yan was transported into a small dark room. In the chat group, everyone was puzzled and confused. Ma Qinli, "What the hell?" I returned inexplicably and a beautiful woman was teleported to me, tossing me a servant card. Lin Chuan, "What I got was a sunny young man who gave me a level 2 weapon card." Yun Chang, "The one who appeared before me was a cute girl with twin ponytails and she unexpectedly gave me a pet card." Hu Juanhao, "I also received a servant card and he said, 'Latercomer, thank you.'" Shirley, "I got a level 2 weapon card. The other party said thank you so much." Cosmic level task. Xin Xiushi, "I received a level 1 summoning card. So the ones who were teleported here are challengers just like us." Tang Nianwei, "Definitely. I received 5 warhorse summoning cards. These items, which are very precious to us, were given to us so readily, indicating their immense strength. Surely the tasks we couldn't complete made them so happy. They must be much stronger than us." Hu Juanhao, "Ha. What's up with Chu Yan? I can't even him." Yun Chang, "It's true. We also can't privately message him. Ma Qianli, a reasonable assumption is that he must have discovered something which caused the current situation. He isn't still continuing the task right. Lin Chuan, it's not impossible. After all, Chu Yan's strength is greater. At this moment Chu Yan was the most bewildered. He found himself in a spherical void space, able to see the scene below, but others seemed unable to see him. The middle-aged man who had just thrown him a level 2 summoning card appeared to be communicating with his team. From his perspective, Chu Yan had already been teleported away. After about 10 minutes the middle-aged man left with his 4 heroes using teleportation. With a broader view, Chu Yan estimated that their teleportation distance exceeded 1,000 meters. What level of power do they possess? Is it at the anomaly level? Or even higher? In the space Chu Yan could do nothing. His heroes and pets seemed to have been teleported back to the main city, leaving him alone and lonely waiting. Eventually he fell asleep. When the notification sound rang, Chu Yan realized he had returned to his main city. It was already daytime and Qian Tu, Mo Chiu, and Luo and others were present. Chu Yan briefly explained his previous situation, staring blankly at the deep blue ping-pong ball-sized glass orb in his hand. A voice echoed in his mind, Chu Yan. I can talk to you without opening my mouth, can you hear me? Chu Yan responded, I can hear you. Try to see if you can enter the pet space. I can. I also know that I can quickly recover from injuries after entering. As soon as Xu Weimeng's words fell, she dove into the glass orb. Huayu curiously teleported in as well. Ing Luo asked in surprise, what is this thing? Why can Xu Weimeng and Huayu enter? After explaining to the heroes, Chu Yan took out a huge pet egg covered in azure patterns from the pet space. Placing the pet egg next to the energy stone, he chose to deduct 2,000 points of energy. The pet egg shattered and the void dragon cup, which was initially only over 1 meter long, grew to 4 or 5 meters in just a few seconds. Opening its attribute panel, Pet Void Dragon Starfall Anomaly Level Status Growth Phase Loyalty 100 Strength 410 Constitution 420 Agility 600 Spirit 530 Skill Void Dragon Flame, dealing damage to the target's soul. Void Shuttling. The Void Dragon will accompany its flight with void jumps. Void Switching. The Void Dragon can freely switch between 2 forms. Its physical form is immune to all magical attacks and its physical attacks are 50 immune. Its ethereal form is immune to all physical attacks while magical attacks are 50 immune. This was a compensation for Chu Yan, the strength of which exceeded his expectations. After all, Zizi did not disappear, it merely transformed into a pet egg and fell into slumber. Seeing the level of Starfall and the mention of Cosmic Level Task in the previous notifications, it can be inferred that the testing grounds level must be Cosmic Primordial Heaven and Earth. As for whether there is anything above Cosmic, it cannot be known at this time. Ing Luo looked at Starfall and excitedly said, Starfall, can you take me for a flight? Heroes, pets and servants belonging to challengers are aware of each other's existence. Thus, even though Starfall had just emerged, it recognized Ing Luo. It did not refuse Ing Luo's request and directly took her soaring into the sky. Chu Yan and the others looked up at Starfall's flight, which performed void shuttles every 2 to 3 seconds, each shuttle covering a distance of at least 500 meters. In the blink of an eye, Starfall and Ing Luo's figures vanished from sight. After about 10 minutes, Starfall returned with Ing Luo. After getting down, the excitement made Ing Luo's face slightly flush, her expression reminiscent of a little girl experiencing a merry-go-round. However, her mature image in Chu Yan's mind was completely shattered. Qian Tu suddenly transmitted a message. The normal lifespan of the Azura race is close to 2,000 years. Proportionally, Ing Luo is still younger than you. Chu Yan was speechless. What significance does the proportion hold? Qian Tu replied, it still holds significance. The psychological age of longevity species indeed requires a long time. After returning to the main city, the items rewarded from the mission automatically appeared in the backpack. Considering the combat pressure from the 5 portals, Chu Yan handed the hero-exclusive weapon card to Nanji. This is for the hero's personal use, allowing them to obtain any kind of evolvable weapon they desire. Nanji accepted it and said sparingly, thank you. However, Chu Yan noticed that both Ing Luo and Nanji's loyalty had increased by 10 points, reaching 87 points. When did it increase by 1 point again? Last time he checked, it should have been 76 points. What happened in between? It was perplexing. But an increase is a good thing. Now it was finally close to meeting the basic loyalty standard. In reality, 87 points of loyalty was genuinely 87 points. At this moment, Chu Yan faced no risks, but in his heart he felt that 90 points was the only acceptable standard for him. The Heavenly Grade Evolution card was used on Feng Shaoqi. Shirchuei had a large amount of sky blue stone to consume, and the sky blue stone itself had the effect of breaking through levels. The remaining pet resource pack opened to reveal Void Crystals X20. Quite good, just that it was used as a teleportation anchor point, safely obtaining 20 pet food materials without risk. Finally, Chu Yan took out the level 2 summoning card gifted by the middle-aged uncle, hoping to summon a powerful hero. Unexpectedly, Ing Luo suddenly spoke up saying, can I use this summoning card? Chu Yan asked in surprise, you can use the summoning card? Ing Luo nodded, yes, all heroes can. What's the difference between a hero using it and a challenger using it? Ing Luo did not hide, heroes can specify summoning heroes they know. At this moment, Qian Tu also conveyed, saying the overall strength of the Shura clan is quite strong, and with me here they have an advantage over other races. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yan handed the summoning card to Ing Luo. Upon checking her loyalty again, it increased by 5 points, reaching 92 points. There had already been some gains. Whatever hero was summoned would be left to fate. The summoning card disappeared and a complex and brilliant teleportation array appeared on the ground. From the summoning array walked out a little girl about 7 or 8 years old holding a gigantic scythe taller than herself. Chu Yan was left speechless after seeing the attribute panel. Hero Shura Lizzie Joe grade talent destiny level up without limit. Anyone who kills Lizzie must die. Loyalty 90, strength 245, constitution 148, agility 335, spirit 264, skill passive death judgment effect. Any attack by Lizzie has a probability of triggering instant death. Death incarnation Lizzie does not need skills. Every attack is an extreme slaughter. This talent. Truly against the heavens. Is this little girl the daughter of the heavenly Tao? While Chu Yan was in a daze, Lizzie happily hugged Ying Luo and chirped, sister, I've finally met you. Ying Luo lovingly rubbed Lizzie's little head. Chu Yan finally came back to his senses and after thinking for a long time could only dryly say, Ying Luo, thank you. Ying Luo smiled, then suddenly sighed and said, the decision made in a moment of impulse, now I'm a bit regretful. But Lizzie, despite her small stature, declared loudly, sister, I will protect you. I've wanted to come to the trial land for a long time. Qian Tu spoke up, no need to regret. Every place has its dangers. At least the trial land allows for the fastest growth. Lizzie turned her head and looked, her little face filled with shock. Lord, holy armor. Qian Tu nodded, then shook his head. The holy armor has long since perished. I am merely a newly born spirit. You can call me Qian Tu. However, Lizzie said seriously, the holy armor is the holy armor. You are indeed Lord Holy Armor. Finally Lizzie approached Chu Yan, inspecting him while circling around with her scythe, nodding like a mischievous little ghost, saying, you are the chosen one who contracts with me. You are quite good. You have an eye for talent. Haha, the inexplicable childlike innocence struck at Chu Yan's soul. After organizing his gains, he opened the chat group. Chu Yan, Hu Juan, how has today's castle order been arranged? Hu Juan, how, you're back. Did you continue doing tasks over there yesterday? Chu Yan, no, I didn't continue the tasks, I was just an observer. The people who teleported in Afterward walked relying on teleportation, covering distances of over 1 kilometer each time. Do you think I could participate? Ma Qianli, damn. 1 kilometer at a time. Those challengers can do that too. Chu Yan, yes, it seems they haven't even used their full strength yet, it's just normal travel. Tang Nianwei, the task suddenly interrupted yesterday, did you trigger some plot? Chu Yan, right, when I was halfway there the pet contracts on me were interfered with and became invalid, then the task was corrected. Lin Chuan, what the hell? The enemy is that strong. Hu Juanhao, Chu Yan, it seems we overlooked something earlier. Chu Yan, what is it? Hu Juanhao, expression wry smile, it's about the duration of daytime. Even with enough military badge uses we can't handle too many castles each day. Taking other people along plus finding them safe hiding spots and accounting for battle time, the average processing time for a castle is between half an hour to an hour. Chu Yan, I was wondering why it was so quiet in the group today. When did you all discover this issue? Shin Shosher, last night everyone was quite happy to see that you obtained 2 military badges, however after factoring in time everyone started to worry. Tang Nianwei, Chu Yan, do you think we still have a chance to help everyone deal with all the castles? Chu Yan, don't worry. It will definitely be possible. Video Void Dragon, 1 kilometer in a few seconds. From today on we will handle a castle in 20 minutes. Hu Juanhao, please arrange the order of today's 12 castles for me. Zhao Tianlong Dam. The Void Giant Dragon. So cool. Ma Qianli, awesome, 1 kilometer in a few seconds. This speed. Chu Yan, just now you lied to us saying you didn't continue the tasks, doesn't your conscience hurt? Yun Shang, exactly, strongly condemn him. Chu Yan, it really wasn't from a task. Yesterday Spider Purple was the most affected, now it has directly turned into a pet egg and is dormant. This was summoned as a compensation reward. Hu Juanhao, that's exaggerated. The pet contract was interfered with to such an extent. Chu Yan, it's indeed a bit terrifying. At that time Spider Purple was completely out of control. Yun Shang, it seems that the enemies we will face in the future are unimaginably strong. Tang Shinro, this is inevitable, other challengers taking on our tasks easily give us quite precious items, without a doubt we are still in a child's play stage. Hu Juanhao, Chu Yan, I've organized it and will send it to you privately. A total of 12 castles. Chu Yan got it. Lu Yiyao agreed to teleport. Upon arriving at Lu Yiyao's main city, Lu Yiyao had already borrowed the Qian Tu. Clad in the Qian Tu battle armor they boarded the Void Dragon together. In less than 3 minutes the Xingyun crossed 20 kilometers and approached the castle. Not only Lu Yiyao but even Chu Yan, who experienced such an exaggerated speed for the first time, was utterly shocked. As Xingyun flew to about 10 meters above the ground, Chu Yan leaped down while Lu Yiyao stayed on the back of Xingyun. With Xingyun, those who followed felt much safer. The dozen or so people in front had climbed trees, too afraid to make a sound, for any beast within this range could easily slay them. The lord of this castle was rather reckless, and Chu Yan encountered a cavalry squad approaching before he even reached the castle gate. After personally defeating a small soldier, Chu Yan severely injured the captain without delivering a fatal blow. Next, Qian Tu took over the battle to confront the wild-level castle lord. Chu Yan communicated through thought, saying, Qian Tu, do not kill him, just injure him severely first. Qian Tu replied irritably, I understood your intention a while ago. Aren't you afraid of other punishments? Chu Yan calmly replied, where there's a will there's a way. Well, think of a solution when other punishments arise. As long as you're aware. While Qian Tu was fighting, Chu Yan was attentively watching and learning. After Qian Tu severely injured the castle lord, Chu Yan sighed. In fact, in the trial grounds, the extreme speed of a wild level hero isn't much slower than teleportation. At least in my eyes, they both seem to appear in an instant. Qian Tu rarely made a witty remark. There is an essential difference between the two. Place a wall in between and the hero with extreme speed will crash into it, while one who teleports will not. Your reasoning is quite sound. Not directly killing the enemy, Chu Yan realized that a ground-level warrior was also a hero, meaning there were 4 heroes in this castle. Throwing the 4 heavily injured individuals together, Chu Yan spoke, my main city currently needs a lot of heroes. If you are willing to sign a contract with me, I can overlook the past. Follow me and you can grow even faster. Now make your choice. The 4 heroes suppressed their inner excitement, eagerly signing contracts with Chu Yan. He. Although he had anticipated that the heroes of these castles would likely agree to sign contracts under such circumstances, after the results appeared, Chu Yan realized he slightly underestimated their cleverness. They truly think of themselves as ignorant fools. Of course, it could also be because the heroes did not know that challengers could see loyalty levels. It is a very simple logic that castle heroes who are defeated would agree to sign contracts. Because it is the most beneficial to them. First, they can avoid death. Secondly, having already killed the challenger, they do not care about killing Chu Yan as well. For now, they can feign cooperation with Chu Yan to quickly gain strength. Later, they can find an opportunity to eliminate Chu Yan and regain their status as castle lords. Moreover, regaining the title of castle lord would yield even greater benefits. With their current strength, they could withstand many waves of the first round of the portal. They could make a substantial profit in evolution points before the punitive reset of the portal. Unfortunately, Chu Yan could clearly see their loyalty levels. 71 points, 75 points, 79 points, 75 points. Subtracting Chu Yan's talent bonus leaves 41 points, 45 points, 49 points, 45 points. This clearly shows that these individuals are already prepared to find opportunities to kill Chu Yan in the future. After the contract was signed, Chu Yan smiled sincerely and said, thank you all. Then with a smiling face, he swiftly executed the 4. After their deaths, the 4 wore bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend Chu Yan's reasoning and why he took such an extra step. Challenger, you have killed a contracted hero with loyalty higher than 30 points. As a penalty, the next portal will spawn 41 elite monsters. Challenger, you have killed a contracted hero with loyalty higher than 30 points. As a penalty, the next portal will spawn 45 elite monsters. Challenger, you have killed a contracted hero with loyalty higher than 30 points. As a penalty, the next portal will spawn 49 elite monsters. Challenger, you have killed a contracted hero with loyalty higher than 30 points. As a penalty, the next portal will spawn 45 elite monsters. 4 consecutive notifications made Chu Yan overjoyed. This is not a punishment. This is clearly a reward. 180 elite monsters. Each monster gives 0.5 evolution points, and each elite monster grants an additional 2 evolution points. That's a total of 450 evolution points. During the Great Wall Guard, Yun Chang had calculated that a single portal rewarded only 271 evolution points in the first week. He notified Lu Yao to come down and relocate the castle, then used the castle's portal to return to Lu Yao's main city. Lu Yao acted quickly, packing 2 buildings each housing 150 people, placing them on the trading platform, designating the buyers as Hu Juanhao and Chu Yan, then rebuilding the lord's mansion. Before Chu Yan left, he handed over the usual spoils of war packed in a bag. Chu Yan did not go directly to the next main city but first returned to his own main city. Finding Ing Luo, Chu Yan asked, if over 2,000 elite monsters appear, can you handle it? Ing Luo's beautiful eyes widened. Are you crazy? Do you really think of punishment as a means of reward? Ing Luo was smart and guessed Chu Yan's actions without asking about the process. Chu Yan waved his hand. Don't just focus on the risks, calculate the rewards first. If we calculate based on 2,000, killing them would yield 5,000 evolution points. In one night, Lise could have wild level attribute points. This means that as long as Lise works hard at cultivation, she can smoothly attain wild level strength. Don't you want that? Even if it's for you, it could add 500 attribute points. You all say the trial grounds are dangerous, but the stronger the strength, the smaller the danger. With her sister's growth at stake, Ing Luo became concerned. She earnestly analyzed the possibility of defeating 2,000 elite monsters. After a while, Ing Luo sincerely said, if it were in the wilderness, let alone 2,000, even double that, Nanji and I leading our escort team could kill them all. But now we are in your main city, we cannot stop so many monsters. The main city's durability is too low. The risk is very high. Unless you borrow enough heroes. How many heroes do we need to borrow? For heavenly level heroes, 40. We can borrow Tingbai while others handle the interception. I Tingbai, Nanji and you, the 4 of us will surround the energy stone to slay the approaching monsters. Okay, that's quite cost effective. Borrowing 40 heroes costs 80 evolution points, and buying them 40 delay talismans would only cost another 120 points. Ing Luo nodded. Then you can proceed. Il carefully examine the terrain, design a void path and prepare for battle. In the next castle, Chu Yan proceeded with the same method and the number of elite monsters to be punished had reached 2040. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred in the last castle. The city lord welcomed Chu Yan at the city gates accompanied by 5 heroes. Upon checking the heroes' attribute panels, he discovered that there were 3 elite heroes and one was a young little boy. Chu Yan communicated through sound asking Xian Tu, can we defeat them? Should I bringing Luo along? Xian Tu replied speechlessly, are you blinded by bloodlust? They are most likely genuinely surrendering. I don't sense any killing intent. Chu Yan scratched his head, indeed I seem to have lost my composure. I'll sign the contract first to see how it goes. The city lord is of the elf race, a genuine handsome man. The other elite is his wife, also an elf known for her stunning beauty. The last elite elf, a young boy, is presumably their son, also recognized as a hero unit. The other 3 heroes include a celestial-level minotaur warrior impressively built, a celestial-level human female assassin whose masked face obscures her beauty yet possesses an alluring figure, and lastly a terrestrial-level gnome mage. To avoid any hidden demons, Chu Yan specifically verified with the Eye of Truth and found nothing unusual. He requested to sign the contract first and the elf city lord showed no hesitation. After all 6 heroes signed the contract, the one with the lowest loyalty, the young elf boy, had 90 points while the highest, the elf city lord, reached an impressive 95 points. He notified Lin Chuan to come and transfer the main city. When Lin Chuan arrived and assessed the situation, he asked in surprise, did they voluntarily surrender? Chu Yan nodded and handed him an elite soul card, saying originally these heroes should belong to you, but... Lin Chuan interrupted, saying what you are doing is the most prudent way. If you truly give this to me, I might panic. If they betray us, I might not even have a chance to call for help. You don't need to feel embarrassed. I'm speaking from the heart, not only I but everyone feels this way. The situation with Sun Yuan really scared everyone. Chu Yan laughed, saying you're refusing without even looking at what I handed you. Are you sure you don't want to take a look before making a decision? I worked hard to obtain it. If you don't want it, someone else will. Lin Chuan finally took the card, read the explanation and was stunned, exclaiming, what? You could obtain such a divine card. You during the rebellion war, you definitely weren't just a bystander. Chu Yan did not explain, just accept it. We can't cultivate too many heroes. Lin Chuan did not refuse further and patted Chu Yan on the shoulder, good brother. I'll remember this favor. After transferring the castle, Lin Chuan, in addition to the 2 buildings listed on the trading platform, gave Chu Yan a residential building to accommodate these heroes. Upon returning to his main city, Shao, he happened to be at the Lord's mansion. Seeing Chu Yan return, he asked, Lord, do you still have residential building cards and housing upgrade cards? Chu Yan opened all the spoils he had received over the past few days, found the residential building card and along with the energy upgrade card handed them to Xiaoyi, saying, I'll buy enough building materials. You and Xianwan can arrange it yourselves. Thank you both for your hard work these days. Xiaoyi smiled and replied, it's not hard work at all. Xianwan and I finally have something to do, we are more than happy about it. Compared to other players who were struggling to manage their main cities, Chu Yan with Xiaoyi and Xianwan hardly spent any effort managing. The 2 talented individuals effortlessly managed the main city in an orderly fashion. After Xiao, he left Chu Yan purchased the residential buildings from the trading platform, bringing the 6 elves back to the castle to let them choose their rooms. He carefully reviewed the attribute panels of the group hero elf Anno Morningstar elite talent wind control Anno's arrows. The farther the distance, the higher the damage. Arrows at maximum distance can deal 10 times the damage. Loyalty 95, strength 825, constitution 823, agility 902, spirit 812, skill passive child of the wind effect. Anno can condense wind element arrows without needing ordinary arrows. Armor piercing. Anno fires 3 consecutive arrows after the first 2 hit the same target. The third arrow ignores the enemy's defenses. Arrow intent archery returns to its original essence. Anno's wife is named Jialan Ningyue and her attributes are slightly weaker than Anno's, but the difference is insignificant. The main distinction is that Jialan is a crowd control archer who can shoot up to 7 arrows in one shot. She can also condense elemental arrows, specifically ice element arrows, which have a slowing effect. Their son is named Luochuan Morningstar. Although he is elite level, his attributes are only in the 10s. The Minotaur warrior is named Lei Jiaoshueti with attributes all at 399 points except for agility, which is slightly over 360. The human female assassin is named Nicole, whose attributes are all at 399 points except for her spirit attribute, which is 390. Nicole possesses a powerful talent where killing enemies can increase her chances of breaking through to a higher level. The final gnome male mage Eric has all attributes at 199 points, proficient in water, fire and arcane magic with luxurious skills, however his expression is always downcast. After Anno and the others confirmed their rooms, they approached Chu Yan. Anno handed Chu Yan a spatial equipment which Chu Yan also accepted, saying, just give me the spirit stones and building cards. He then asked, were you all in the same main city before? Anno nodded yes. Our previous chosen one died in the duel space. He was extremely obsessed with spells and only wished to learn them during the third encounter with the duel monster. The enemy was a berserker capable of charging multiple times and his spell level could not match Eric's, leading to a defeat in the duel. Eric has long felt guilty about this, believing it was his failure to educate properly. He also thinks he dragged the rest of us into punishment. Chu Yan laughed and asked, so you all think it's his fault for not learning well, right? Nicole suddenly retorted, do you think it's correct to focus on learning advanced crowd control spells when you can't even manage to cast a fireball? Anno explained Nicole joined our main city the latest, and when she first arrived her attributes were only half of that chosen one, but every time he failed to cast a spell Nicole had her dagger at his throat. We all suggested he first master Fireball, Ice Arrow and Repulsion Ring because Eric could easily kill that kind of berserker with just those 3 spells. Chu Yan nodded. If that's the case then it's indeed not Eric's fault. As the chat reached this point, Luo walked in smiling charmingly and said tonight's battle might be quite late, we have just enough time to start today's battle practice. Before Chu Yan could speak, Luo continued, if you don't want to practice then I don't want to battle tonight. Chu Yan gritted his teeth and said, practice. I can't wait to practice combat with you. As long as you keep being this proactive. During this battle practice Chu Yan was watched by Nuo and others. 10 minutes later a bloodied Chu Yan was placed beside the energy stone by Luo. Luo Chuan's pale face was filled with fear as he weakly asked, Father, is Chu Yan going to die? And Nuo gently rubbed his little head and smiled, saying, the energy stone in the chosen one's main city can heal wounds rapidly. Chu Yan will recover soon. Luo Chuan paused for a moment and then asked, why can't our energy stone heal wounds? Jia Lan explained, that's why we came here. Luo Chuan suddenly became cheerful, saying, yes, if it can heal wounds we won't be afraid of monsters. Chu Yan subconsciously glanced at Luo Chuan's loyalty panel, noticing that his loyalty had surpassed his father's, reaching 96 points. Children are truly innocent. Battle training is not necessarily better. The longer it lasts, fatigue inevitably leads to diminishing returns. Moreover, it is best to have time for reflection after a battle. Therefore, practicing for an hour each day is currently quite suitable for Chu Yan, and Qian too has suggested the same. After Chu Yan fully recovered, he glanced at Luo's loyalty. He must find the reason for the increase in her loyalty. As a result, he really found it this time. Both Luo and Nanji's loyalty had turned to 93 points. Damn it. Even after beating me up, their loyalty increased. Objectively speaking, this can be considered killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, this might be the fastest way to increase loyalty among heroes. Moreover, Luo was indeed sincerely guiding Chu Yan in battle. Her approach mirrored the way Qian Tu taught her. She would use Chu Yan's moves to counter him first and then defeat him. After each exchange, she would incisively point out the shortcomings in Chu Yan's attacks. Chu Yan's own progress was swift. Today he had managed to strike Luo 7 times. Chu Yan seriously suspected that Luo had been infected by Ting Bias. She too was extremely afraid of Chu Yan dying unexpectedly. Not just Luo. The loyal castle heroes all had this issue. Because after Chu Yan finished the battle practice, the loyalty of Nuo and the others all increased by 1 point. Chu Yan was taken aback. Do heroes who have experienced the protection failure punishment all have a bit of psychological stress disorder? The increase in loyalty among Nuo and the others was clear. They believed that Chu Yan's practice method was correct. As Hua Duo had prepared dinner, Chu Yan asked the 6 of them while heading to the restaurant, are you all very afraid of the challenger dying? And Nuo answered seriously, the main reason we are willing to come to the trial ground to help the chosen one is to quickly improve our own strength. However, after experiencing punishment, our rate of improvement is slower than it was in our homeland. If punishment occurs, it will be meaningless for us to come to the trial ground. So we are indeed very worried about the chosen one dying. Chu Yan then asked Yu and Jia Lan who summoned whom. And Nuo paused for a moment and then replied, I summoned Jia Lan. Have you already learned about this summoning method? Why don't the heroes directly tell us? And Nuo asked, puzzled, aren't you afraid? For example, the relationships between heroes are very close. I know that in a few castles this has been the reason for heroes to turn against the chosen one. Heroes will only take the initiative to mention it when they confirm that the chosen one doesn't mind. Chu Yan didn't know what to say. Is it really necessary to play those power games in the trial ground? It doesn't seem necessary. This is a world dominated by martial prowess. Forget it. Regardless of what others think, Chu Yan believes that strength is more important. Bringing back his wandering thoughts, Chu Yan replied, Luo has already brought her sister to the trial ground using this method. If you have powerful friends or relatives who want to come to the trial ground, let me know in advance. If I have a summoning card, I'll give it to you. And Nuo and the others sincerely expressed their gratitude, and then their loyalty increased by another point. Suddenly Chu Yan thought of something. When Mo Chio's loyalty was full, he activated telepathy. When Qian Tu's loyalty was full, he triggered life and death together. Do heroes with full loyalty all possess incredibly powerful skills? As he sat down to prepare for dinner, he suddenly remembered that he forgot to communicate with others in the group, so he quickly opened the chat group. Chu Yan, I need to rent 35 heroes above heaven level for tonight's portal. Xin Xiao sure must rent Ting Bai. Hu Jun, how help arrange it, I'll cover the cost for the portal delay symbol. Hu Jun, how damn, what have you done this time? Xin Xiao sure, what's going on? Such a big deal. Yun Shang, how many portals did you open? Chu Yan, the portals are still 5, but there are 2040 elite monsters today. Ma Qian Li, holy crap. You're really awesome. Surely this is simply against the heavens. Did you consider the last punishment as a reward? Tang Yan Wei, Chu Yan, I'm deeply impressed. You really know how to play. Lin Chuan, now I understand what the regret in your eyes meant when we met back then. So you were preparing to take action when you realized they were genuinely loyal, right? Chu Yan, after today's battle I can return everyone's evolution points. Tang Xin row 2040 elites each worth 2.5 evolution points, a total of 5,100. My goodness. We only earn 300 in a week, it would take us 17 weeks to earn 5,100. Zhao Tianlong, the vision is expanding. With Chu Yan's level, future team tasks will always exceed expectations. Fong Qiaoyu looking forward to it. Sun Yuan full of expectations. Hu Jun, how it's arranged I've placed you in the front row, remember to record the video, I'm very interested in such battles. Yun Shang, I also look forward to the battle video. After the portal opened that night, the normal 6 waves of monsters almost died as soon as they came out. After dealing with the normal monsters, a bronze treasure chest and a special treasure chest with upgrades dropped. Today's special treasure chest contained more void crystals while the others were the same as before. The bronze treasure chest still had one item, a 30000 energy upgrade card, which he conveniently handed to Xiao He. The elite monsters began to appear after in Nua's rapid triple shot the elite orc was unscathed. Chu Yan rushed forward to engage with the elite orc and then entered the duel space. Facing such an elite orc alone is still quite risky. Last time he managed to beat the elite orc while wearing the Qian 2 armor. In addition to the added attributes, the armor's defense was also extremely high, which is why Chu Yan was not afraid of being attacked. Unfortunately, this time the duel space has higher rules. The duel space recognizes Qian 2 as a hero and excludes him from entry. Unlike the demon encountered last time, whose rule skills equated to Qian 2's armor rules. This elite orc, mistaken for a BOSS, possesses the most unscrupulous and terrifying skill. Its charge can turn. Damn, it can charge sideways. It's a bit similar to the intercept of the old man in World of Warcraft. I estimate that its turning charge is a combination of 2 skills. In any case, wearing a combat suit, Chu Yan couldn't withstand 3 charges that could turn, and he was killed once in 3 minutes. Revived in place, Chu Yan stood up and began the second duel. He mentally reviewed the battle with the Great Wall Guardian. The last battle took place in a dense forest where the uneven ground severely limited the charge of the large orc elite. Now in the duel space, the ground is so level that even a spirit level can't detect any error. Chu Yan was able to analyze these differences, and the heroes outside the duel space could do the same. Understanding such distinctions led to the worried expressions on the heroes' faces. As the second battle commenced, Chu Yan focused intensely, holding his breath and watching the enemy's charging movements. He observed while pondering. Regarding the skill of charging, Chu Yan had come to his own understanding. Strictly speaking, anyone can execute a charge. A charge involves unleashing one's maximum speed and extreme coordination of the body, allowing one to use their utmost strength to attack at the moment they approach the target. In gaming terms, it's like performing advanced maneuvers such as flash, double flash, and big flash with ease and precision in a 5v5 match. The situation was already unfavorable. He could not passively defend according to the enemy's rhythm. He needed to establish his own tempo. Run. Run at his fastest speed, faster, even faster. He ran wildly along the outermost circle of the duel space. The circular path meant he was constantly sprinting on a curve which tested his body's balance and coordination. The challenger's advantage lies in their ability to think and utilize all terrain. Meanwhile, the portal monsters were overall rather dim-witted. By remaining patient and observing carefully, he noticed their attacks had a somewhat programmed quality, or in other words, they lacked adaptability. He ran even faster. Every second, Chu Yan surpassed his own limits. He lost count of how many laps he had run, but he felt that this primal outdoor exercise was one of the best ways to adapt to his own strength. Within the duel space, all one could see was Chu Yan's fleeting afterimages. The orc elite could not lock onto him to charge. During his subsequent runs, Chu Yan attempted to continuously slash with his long knife while sprinting at high speed. His overall movements became increasingly coordinated. Once again, at the closest distance to the orc elite, Chu Yan had a moment of inspiration, deviating from the edge trajectory and accelerating toward the orc elite. In a fleeting moment, his long knife effortlessly sliced across the orc elite's waist. Chu Yan's running motion hardly paused. After returning to his original path and completing another lap, he executed the same technique again as he passed by the orc elite. This time there was a difference. At the moment he approached the orc elite, he leaped using the force, and his long knife swept across the orc elite's neck. After the attack, Chu Yan stopped running. He sheathed his bloodless long knife, turned around, and stood still, silently watching the orc elite. The orc elite, seeing Chu Yan standing still, attempted to charge. Unfortunately, at the instant it moved, its body was cleaved into 3 pieces. To Chu Yan's surprise, he suddenly heard a notification: Challenger, congratulations on mastering your exclusive skill, please name it. Name it. Let's call it Instant Slash. Then a group announcement appeared in the chat group. Announcement: Challenger Chu Yan successfully learned the exclusive skill Instant Slash, rewarding the challenger with the exclusive weapon Instant Splendor. The challenger's exclusive weapon requires no conditions and automatically adapts to the challenger's level. Video: Instant Slash. Lin Xuan, wow, what an extraordinary slash. Ma Qianli, wow, what an extraordinary slash. A chorus of echoing voices filled the group. After Chu Yan emerged from the duel space, Qian 2 commented, very good. Although others did not speak, their expressions were quite satisfied. Chu Yan knew the heroes were even more pleased. Even the pets and servants were satisfied. Because just now all those whose loyalty had not reached full value gained a little. Elite monsters continued to surge from the portal, leaving everyone too busy to talk. After 2 minutes another dual monster appeared from a different portal. Chu Yan unhesitatingly took the initiative to engage, easily resolving the battle in one go. Returning to the Spirit Stone, he joined the Ingla sisters to slay the approaching monsters. Ingla asked, could there be more? Chu Yan nodded, I suspect there are 3 more. This might be one of the greatest crises of multiple portals. Sure enough, as anticipated, 5 dual monsters appeared from all 5 portals. Upon seeing the actual results, Chu Yan immediately informed the rest of the team. Chu Yan, attention. After opening multiple portals, if dual monsters appear, each portal will spawn one. Everyone should assess the risk before making a decision. Hu Jiu and Hao Wow. Did you encounter 5 dual monsters today? Chu Yan, yes. The portal in the team warehouse had been exchanged several times. Renting more heroes can indeed handle regular monsters, but dual monsters must be faced alone. Everyone needs to be cautious. Lin Chuan, I've silently returned the portal talismans to the warehouse. Hu Jiu and Hao, I've already opened mine. Chu Yan, you're fine. After all, you have a foundation in martial arts. Hu Jiu and Hao, I'm very anxious. Sure, Lei am somewhat despairing. Yun Shine, the portal talismans have been exchanged 11 times. Has anyone else opened theirs? Su Zai, I've already opened mine. What to do? Chu Yan felt helpless upon seeing this situation. Perhaps today his extensive renting of heroes to defend against elite monsters inspired others. Then he calculated and realized opening an additional portal was quite cost-effective. The atmosphere in the group was somewhat gloomy. The 11 exchanged portals ultimately returned 5. This means that 6 portal talismans have already been used. Chu Yan, let's practice martial skills diligently. The key to my skill enlightenment is running. Extreme running on curves, continuously slashing while running. I found that this simple exercise can effectively excavate and adapt to one's attribute strength, which everyone can refer to. Additionally, actively seeking advice from one's heroes is beneficial. The specific reason is our heroes are very willing to guide us in improving our combat levels. Hu Jiu and Hao, Chu Yan's suggestion is excellent. Everyone should think about the video Chu Yan sent last time. At that time we were just joking about missing less brutality. Now everyone should see Chu Yan's effort. The 3 team tasks have already accumulated 60 points of mental attributes. The high mental attributes significantly enhance our learning efficiency. Plus we have the energy stone that can recover rapidly. Everyone, don't be afraid of hardship or pain. Give it your all. The trial ground requires mutual aid and equally demands self-reliance. Let us encourage each other. Shin Xiushi, when Sister Bai returns, let her cut me. Yun Shan, yes. With such exceptional conditions, if we don't strive, we really do injustice to ourselves. After the battle concluded, Chu Yan promptly returned the borrowed hero. Upon checking his acquired evolution points, he was surprised to discover that the 2040 elite monsters had awarded him 5,600 points. He carefully recalculated the evolution points gained from defeating the demon AK, confirming that this wave of elite monster rewards indeed amounted to 5,600 points. It was evident each dual monster rewarded 100 evolution points. The rewards were truly generous. Today's regular portal yielded 6 waves of monsters totaling 132. Combined with the additional 2 evolution points from the elites, he could only acquire 68 evolution points. In contrast, a single duel directly awarded 100 evolution points. This was on top of the additional calculations. For instance, the dual monster killed by Chu Yan rewarded 1 point initially, an extra 2 points for being elite, and an additional 100 points for the duel, totaling 103 evolution points. Suddenly Chu Yan heard another notification. After listening, he fell silent for a moment before reopening the chat group. Chu Yan, I have good news. After defeating the dual monster, there was an additional reward of 100 evolution points. Yun Shang, right. I forgot to tell everyone about this. I also received 100 evolution points last time. Lin Chuan, that's a lot. Ma Qinli, after seeing the evolution points, I'm even more eager to encounter dual monsters. Hu Jiu and Hao, it's indeed great news. Tang Nianwei, the rewards exceeded expectations. After everyone digested this news, Chu Yan continued. Chu Yan, I have a piece of news that is both good and bad. Image notification conditions for the next main city upgrade. The main city's intelligent beings must exceed 2,000, defeat 100 elite monsters from the portal, kill 10 portal monster bosses, and the challengers must achieve 5 dual victories. Additionally, one of the core advantages of a level 5 main city, unlocking the main city's guardian and core guardian beast, though there was no notification regarding the main guardian status. However, the core guardian beast can transform into the challenger's guardian armor outside the main city before the main city's energy stones are depleted. The guardian armor will protect the challengers from all damage. Hu Jiu and Hao shocked. The core guardian beast is incredibly powerful. Yun Shan, truly strong. Chu Yan, I have completed 2 of the upgrade conditions, hence the trigger of the notification. The upgrade conditions for the level 5 main city, currently the most challenging for us, are the last 2. The hero castle will not have dual monsters, which explains why the highest level of gathering places we encountered was the castle. On the other hand, the final condition also means that in order to upgrade to a level 5 main city, each of us must complete the duel challenge on our own. This is something others cannot assist with. Ma Qinli, let's practice fighting. We have no choice. Lin Chuan, let's give it a shot. Half an hour later. Hu Jiu and Hao, amazing. I'm honored to be the third person to encounter a dual monster. Chu Yan, a giant skeleton. Hu Juanhao, yes. Chu Yan, this is truly not good news. Yunsheng, Chu Yan, are you Chu Yan, there's a high possibility, let's wait and see. At least all the dual monsters we have encountered so far are elite monsters. 10 minutes later. Hu Juanhao, I underestimated the giant skeleton. When we were mobbing it outside I thought it was weak, but when fighting it alone I realized it's quite strong. During the first battle I was caught by it due to a mistake and it killed me instantly. In the second attempt I managed to defeat it, but let me tell you, dying was really painful. WCTYD. Chu Yan, it indeed hurts, but you get used to it. Lin Xuan, you can get used to this. Chu Yan, I've died twice already. Moreover, during the battle with Ing Luo I was also severely injured each time. Honestly, after a few attempts you get accustomed to it. Also, on the edge of life and death progress is much faster. Hu Juanhao, that's true. Just now I felt that my combat level has improved significantly. Ma Qianli, impressive. Yun Shang, this is an inevitable process, I just died twice. I barely managed to defeat the giant skeleton on the third attempt. Tang Yanwei, little sister Yin Shan, what incredible luck you have. You encountered the teleporting skeleton first. You were the first to encounter a dual monster. Now it's even more terrifying, there have been 4 dual monsters in total and you alone have faced half of them. Yun Shan, call me sister. Tang Yanwei, I'm older than you. Yun Shang, you look like a little girl. Zhou Chang, can't the dual space be a bit bigger? It's too unfriendly for ranged attacks. I regret learning archery. I've already died 3 times. Chu Yan, to all the students learning ranged attacks, make sure to practice your fundamentals. Yesterday in Nua and a few others mentioned. I think it makes a lot of sense. Tang Shinro, timely reminders. I need to practice the ice spear technique well before talking about it. The chat group gradually fell silent. Chu Yan knew everyone was waiting for Zhou Chang's news. A quarter of an hour passed. Zhou Chang, Chu Yan, you were right. Understanding comes faster between life and death. After dying 8 times, luckily, I achieved victory. In the end, it was with a knife that I killed it. Out of the first batch of 300 challengers, 7 encountered dual monsters and the most unfortunate one died 9 times before achieving victory, but fortunately there was no real death. The giant skeleton is relatively simple. The strength of this elite monster is actually not as formidable as the smaller orc elites that appeared last week. Had Chu Yan encountered the larger orc elites today, it could have resulted in a tragic incident. The second batch of 300 people started the battle at the portal. Half an hour later. Suze, perhaps this is fate. If I die, I hope it teaches everyone a lesson not to be greedy. Act within your limits. Hu Juanhao, if you give up first, it's really over. Let's give it a shot. Fight until the final chapter. Zhou Chang, brother. Don't give up. I've never practiced with a knife yet, I still managed to kill the monster with one. Duelists progress the fastest. Really? Don't give up. Tang Yanwei, believe in yourself. You can do it. And Xing, believe in yourself. You can do it. Everyone in the group, even while cheering Suze on, was also encouraging themselves. Close to an hour later. Suze Yuan Pang, from now on will be the one-armed hero duo. Yuan Peng, brother. Victory is what matters. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Lin Xuan, you two are the leading the way duo. Suze, thank you all for the encouragement. Just now I died 9 times in the first duel and won. In the second round with no retreat I fought desperately and defeated my opponent at the cost of losing my left arm. Suze ultimately survived and everyone was genuinely happy. The group became lively again. The reason Suze found himself in such a situation was that he lacked the certainty of defeating the dual monster. Otherwise he could have let the monster kill him again, respawning unharmed and then slaying the monster. It was precisely because he lacked confidence that he didn't dare to gamble on the final victory. This is the cruelest rule of the dual space. After victory there's no healing or restoration for you. About 10 minutes later. Liang Bin, by the way, will there be skills for dental implants in the trial ground? Ma Qianli, did your teeth fall out? Liang Bin, in the dual space I lost 3 teeth. Everyone upon hearing this instinctively wanted to laugh but felt it was inappropriate. Surprisingly, Liang Bin was quite open-minded. Liang Bin, everyone, if you want to laugh then laugh. Just celebrate my survival. After all, it took the cost of losing a few teeth to defeat the enemy after dying 6 times. Hu Juanhao, brother, this mindset is commendable. The second batch of 6 duels left 2 players incapacitated. The final batch mainly consisted of support players. The first to encounter the dual monster was Yang Yuanhang. Yang Yuanhang, haha, a mere skeleton monster. Watch as I smash its skull with my great iron hammer. Then Enxing also spoke up. Enxing, the dual monster I encountered is also a little skeleton, I can take it down. There was an obvious disparity in treatment. Tang Shinro, is it too late to switch to a support player now? Lui Yao, same question, I also want to plant flowers and vegetables. Among the combat players many girls were turning green with envy. Suddenly a roar echoed through the group chat. Shinshio, sure, damn it, what the hell? Why is my dual monster a giant skeleton? Is there no law here? Yunshang's sister, calm down. Watch your image, you just cursed. Shen Qiushi, I can't stand this anymore. Chu Yan hazily speculated. Chu Yan, probably because of the duel. Hu Ju and how I agree with this speculation. The duel mechanism should have assessed our battle strength. Kyushi's current situation must have been judged as a combat player. In less than 3 minutes. Shen Qiushi, damn it. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? So what if it's a giant skeleton? It can still be stabbed to death by me. Tang Yanwei, oh wow Qiushi, you're really amazing. You resolved the battle so quickly. Hu Ju and how I bow to you. I spent 6 minutes on the first duel monster. Yunshang, impressive. No need for more words. Time proves the answer for you. Ma Qinli Qiushi, how many times did you die? Shen Qiushi, can't you wish for me to do well? Chu Yan, did you pass on the first try? Shen Qiushi, of course. Sister Tingbai taught me well. Before entering the dual space, Sister Tingbai provided me with a clear strategy. Lin Chuan, I envy those with older sisters. At this moment, Chu Yan had just repaid his debt of 5,964 evolution points and arrived at Yingluo's castle to allocate points for Lizi. Hearing Shen Qiushi's words, he immediately said to Yingluo, why can't you learn from Tingbai? Before Qiushi entered the dual space, Tingbai could devise a strategy to defeat the monsters while you only know how to attack me with a knife. Yingluo looked at Chu Yan and smiled, saying, is it my fault? Why don't you reflect on your charm and why you couldn't keep Ting? I respect personal choices and destinies. Yingluo spread her hands, then there's nothing I can do. When the three of us relied on each other, Nanji was responsible for combat and Tingbai was in charge of devising strategies. Tingbai is particularly adept at this. What about you? Yingluo smiled beautifully. Come on with me, being the eldest sister, do I still need to work? Chu Yan was at a loss for words. You're absolutely right. Starting tomorrow you focus on fighting monsters and I'll take care of watching the show. I'm the city lord now, so I naturally can't work. Yingluo nodded, no problem. You conserve your strength and after I finish off the monsters we'll battle for another hour. Chu Yan. Can't argue with her, really can't argue with her. It feels like she has two mouths. The little girl Lizi sat beside, captivated, and giggled endlessly after seeing her sister's victory. Don't lower yourself to the level of a child. Open Lizi's attribute panel to start allocating points. Lizi immediately noticed and exclaimed repeatedly, wow. In the trial ground the improvement in strength was too rapid. Chu Yan rebutted, no matter how high your attributes are, if you can't utilize them you're still a novice. At this moment Yingluo suddenly spoke. Chu Yan, Lizi's single attribute should be raised to a maximum of 799 points, there's no need for more. Even with 799 points Lizi would take a long time to truly master this power. Chu Yan followed Yingluo's advice, spending 2,204 evolution points to raise all of Lizi's attributes to 799 points before stopping. Then he sighed, still Chen too is formidable. He can effortlessly unleash most of my strength. Hearing this, Lizi seemed to receive praise herself and proudly said, of course. At the same level Lord's sacred armor can take down 10 of them. With plenty of evolution points left, Chu Yan raised Nanji's attribute points to 810. Previously when I raised Emochio to 900 points I didn't see any reaction from Emochio, only an increase in loyalty to the maximum. But now after Nanji's 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 800 points, a dazzling ice blue glow instantly appeared on her body, her hair and clothes lifted without wind. After 2 or 3 minutes Nanji finally calmed her energy fluctuations. Seeing Chu Yan's face full of curiosity, Yingluo explained, although our heroes have sealed many memories we still understand the basics of cultivation. The trial ground displays strength through panel attributes, which should be for the convenience of you chosen ones. Our normal cultivation steps are Chi spirit and body energy is Chi spirit is Shin and body is Ti. First sense the energy and form a cycle within, then open the sea of consciousness and condense spiritual power, finally mix Chi and spirit to enhance physical attributes to the greatest extent. Once Chi spirit and body are fully cultivated the three energies merge, achieving overall unity. At this point warriors can easily fly and leap through the void. What is Chi spirit and body? Isn't this just essence Chi and spirit? Chu Yan asked, what's the difference between 400 points and 800? Yingluo replied, according to normal cultivation methods 400 points mark the beginning of the journey towards the unity of the three elements, while 800 points signify the basic fusion. Don't think that merging the three energies is easy for normal warriors, many spend their entire lives without completing this path of martial art. Nanji, who rarely spoke, said, just like your left hand is also part of your body but you cannot wield it as skillfully as your right hand. Yingluo nodded, that's roughly the meaning. When the three energies in a warrior's body merge, one careless move can lead to an explosion obliterating the warrior. Chu Yan nodded, I understand. Each of the three energies has its own temperament. Yingluo's eyes brightened, that sums it up nicely. After a pause Yingluo continued, you chosen ones might not understand why your attribute points are so high yet your combat power is so weak. Let me explain using the steps of cultivating the Sea of Consciousness. It's the easiest to understand. The Sea of Consciousness exists within each of our bodies. Even ordinary people have a Sea of Consciousness. However, when a warrior opens their Sea of Consciousness they can manipulate objects in the void using their spiritual power. Ordinary people cannot do that. In fact, the initial spiritual power within a warrior's sea of consciousness is not greater than that in an ordinary person's sea of consciousness. Some ordinary people even have more spiritual power in their sea of consciousness than warriors. The difference is that they cannot utilize it. The attribute points of you chosen ones, at least in terms of spiritual attributes, represent the spiritual power in your sea of consciousness. Having high spiritual attribute points merely indicates that you have a larger total amount of spiritual power in your sea of consciousness. However, as long as you haven't opened your sea of consciousness, this enormous spiritual power cannot truly be utilized by you. Chu Yan sincerely thanked her. Thank you for your patient explanation. Ying Luo playfully pouted. That's a thank you without any sincerity. If you really want to thank me, then allocate some points to me. Chu Yan was speechless. Sure. I'll give you the rest. When he came out of Ying Luo's castle, Chu Yan was completely drained with not a single evolution point left on his panel. Today's tuition was indeed expensive. As the clock struck 6, the day arrived punctually. After having breakfast, Chu Yan immediately began to manage the castle. The first 6 castles had provided him with exactly 1,200 elite monsters, and he was preparing to head to the 7th castle. Chat group Hu and How Chu Yan. Today I discovered 2 strange gathering places. One has a large number of stone houses and some other buildings, but I did not see the 3-story lord's mansion. The second castle appeared very eerie. The entire castle looked extremely luxurious, yet from the nearby high mountains not a single figure could be seen in the city. Tang Nianwei, oh my. Are you telling a ghost story? Ma Qianli, it is indeed a bit chilling. After hearing it in broad daylight, I feel a shiver down my spine. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Yan replied in the group. Chu Yan, the order for today has already been arranged. I will continue to handle the remaining tasks. Schedule these 2 places for tomorrow. Hu Ju and How sure. We will first deal with these 2 anomalies tomorrow. Teleporting to the 7th main city, Wang Jingwei had already rented Qian-Tu, and Chu Yan donned the armor of Qian-Tu, taking him on the Void Dragon to the castle. Once again encountering the respectful lord's team, Chu Yan communicated telepathically. Qian-Tu, how do you feel? Qian-Tu replied, I truly do not sense any killing intent, and there are no other wasteland-level beings in the city. After answering Chu Yan's question, Qian-Tu immediately added, each chosen one's ability is limited. The number of heroes you can cultivate is fixed. Rather than cultivating a multitude of mediocre individuals, it is better to focus on developing a select few. Furthermore, if you neglect to nurture your heroes, they may turn against you. Ying Luo and Anua have both told you that the reason heroes are willing to come to the trial ground is to enhance their own strength. Chu Yan said, I understand. Currently I have 4 pets. Huayu Shuemeng Zizuzi and Yunqing Zizuzi is temporarily asleep, and even when awakened it's the easiest to care for as long as there's enough food. The 2 little ones in Yunqing can also be managed due to my activation of the free mode. The number of heroes has reached 13. Shirchue Feng Xiaoqi Emocho Liuli Qian Tuing Luan and Jilizi Anua Jelan Lei Jia Nico Eric and Luo Xuan. Although Luo Xuan is still a child, he is a genuine wasteland level raw material. Moreover, if cultivated, Anua and Jalan will surely maintain a high level of loyalty out of gratitude. Shirchue has not yet awakened. He is actually fine, as raising him is like caring for a pet with the Tianqing stone. Feng Xiaoqi, the little Trent, is the easiest to satisfy. When Chu Yan gives him 2 saplings and a small plot of spiritual field, his loyalty skyrockets to 97 points. He transforms into a tree every night to grow on his own. Now having increased by over a dozen attribute points during the day, he diligently cultivates the spiritual field, finding joy in his work. Liuli is also doing well now with a loyalty of 95. She wanders aimlessly during the day, but when nighttime comes she adds a buff during battles and then returns to absorb energy. Most importantly, her growth does not rely on evolution points. Emocho and Qian-Tu's loyalty has already reached maximum. As Qian-Tu said, there is no risk now. The remaining heroes all require Chu Yan to maintain good relationships. Additionally, if there are ample evolution point resources, cultivating Ying Luo's guard team would also be a good choice. With Qian-Tu around, Ying Luo and Lizi are the easiest to nurture relationships with. As long as Ying Luo has high loyalty, her guard team can be utilized by Chu Yan. In recent days, the young women of the guard team have been fighting with all their might. Moreover, Chu Yan still has a bunch of soul cards with no place to use them. Using soul cards to cultivate direct descendants would definitely be better. For an ordinary person, Chu Yan gives them the chance to reach the sky in one step. If their conscience isn't eaten by dogs, their loyalty should be pretty high. So for now there is indeed no need to recruit more heroes. Yesterday the contracts with Anua and the others were a bit impulsive. However, cultivating Anua and the others is actually quite suitable. Their combat style perfectly complements the lack of ranged capabilities in Chu Yan's team. After realizing this, he opened the chat group. Chu Yan, Wang Jingwei, heroes of the castle want to surrender. Do you want them? Just to clarify, I cannot eliminate all risks. Furthermore, I will not evaluate or give advice. Everyone must make their own decisions. Hu Juanhao, please inform everyone that if Wang Jingwei does not want them, others can also buy them back through construction. In the future, when encountering heroes willing to surrender, if there are no special circumstances, I will not contract them. Everyone can discuss how to handle this matter. Tang Nianwei, I don't believe you. Chu Yan, don't you feel embarrassed? Yun Shang, ha ha ha. Nianwei reacts so quickly. Chu Yan, do you dare say you didn't contract the heroes from the first 6 castles? Lin Chuan, that Chu Yan. Truly heartless. Ma Qianli so brutal. Hu Juanhao it's hard to bear. Tang Xinro faster to turn against you than to turn a page. Fang Xiaoyu he. Chu Yan next time please film a live video for us. I feel those heroes must have died with their eyes wide open. Lu Yao naturally they died with their eyes wide open. I estimate they all have puzzled and incredulous expressions. Chu Yan don't interrupt, no idle chatter allowed now. Let's discuss the main issue. Hu Juanhao don't you know how to take the lead? You just follow the crowd. Hu Juanhao expression speechless, you can't target just me. Alright, let's indeed discuss this main issue first. What does everyone think? Yunshang Tang Xinro, how are those heroes of yours? Tang Xinro quite good. The original lord according to Chu Yan's words was a talent of high quality and he managed the main city exceptionally well. Because he can continue to manage the main city, his loyalty has increased the fastest, now reaching 88 points. The other two heroes are both heavenly level, however my master is also a heavenly level frost mage and she is almost inseparable from me. Since I diligently practice spells every day, my master's loyalty has now reached 90 points. It is quite unexpected I also have the opportunity to rent heroes for a counterattack. Lin Chuan Xinro made a good point. We are not too worried about heavenly level heroes. What we fear the most is when wasteland level heroes suddenly turn against us. In such cases only Chu Yan and Xiao Shi's heroes can handle it. Ma Qianli, the key is that these three beautiful sisters are too proud. Xin Xiao Shi I also have no way. Listening to Sister Bai, she chose me to make things easier. Apart from Chu Yan's main city, she is unwilling to teleport anywhere. I can't force her to go. What if Sister Bai gets angry and directly kills me? Tang Yanwei he Xiao Shi sister, your last sentence sounds like a little coward. Xin Xiao Shi, what nonsense, I'm just being sincere. Yunshang Qian too is willing to teleport, but he must cooperate with Chu Yan and Chu Yan cannot teleport at will. Sun Yuan, therefore I absolutely refuse. Until I cultivate a wasteland level hero who grows alongside me, I wouldn't want the castle's wasteland level heroes even if they were given to me for free. Surely this is a case of being bitten by a snake and being afraid of the rope for 10 years. Sun Yuan, my life is priority. Who can guarantee that these castle heroes haven't killed challengers? Even if they say the original challengers died in the duel space, can that be trusted? Anyway, I feel that as long as they've killed a challenger once, they can do it again without batting an eye. Aren't we like that ourselves? Many things become more acceptable after doing them once. Everyone is currently quite rare about the heroes of the wasteland level, but Sun Yuan's words calmed their restless hearts. Chu Yan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, Ma Qianli, Lin Chuan Tang Xinro, when you three touched the energy stone, was there any special reminder? Ma Qianli, what do you mean? Lin Chuan, no. The energy stone directly fused with the steel. Tang Xinro, not at all. After touching the energy stone, I was only reminded how to operate the transfer of the castle. Xin Xiao Shi, this is serious. Sun Yuan, you may have been right. The castle of submission cannot determine whether what the heroes said is true or false. And Qing, I understand now. For example, the castle energy stone where Chu Yan killed those heroes will tell us how many challengers' blood has been poured onto the energy stone. Sun Yuan, I'm panicking. No joke, I'm really scared. I definitely don't want a castle giving a submissive hero a chance to redeem themselves. Hu Juanhao, your statement might just be the correct answer. Lin Chuan. Yunchang, I think so too. If the hero chooses to submit, then there's no need to inform the challengers of this information, otherwise the challengers will certainly have a thorn in their hearts. Tang Yanwei, exactly. Once we confirm that they have indeed killed challengers, we cannot get along with these heroes at all and there will inevitably be a defensive mentality. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan, big brother, are you panicking? Chu Yan, why would I panic? Chen Tu was with me during the day and guarding downstairs at night. Other people need to be very close to attach armor, and I haven't even tested the limit distance for attaching armor myself anyway. Within the main city range, as long as I think about attaching armor, Qian Tu can penetrate into me. As long as I wear the Qian Tu battle armor, even if all other heroes in the main city turn against me, I can still kill them all. Ma Qianli, when you heard Bai was going to hit you, you didn't even react. Then you heard Bai couldn't defeating Luo in the ending. Luo couldn't take a single move from Qian Tu, so why should I panic? Shen Xiaoshi, Ma Qianli. Be honest. What did you do to anger Sister Tingbai? Sister Tingbai just said she wanted to hit you. Say it out loud and I promise not to kill you. Ma Qianli, I really didn't provoke her. At that time I ran over and was kicked away by Sister Tingbai. If it weren't for Chu Yan stopping me, I would have continued to be beaten. Yunchang, Chu Yan, can you tell us what happened? Chu Yan, this guy when he ran over didn't even look at the strength of the three of them and blurted out, Chu Yan, what's going on? To directly conquer with love. You tell me, if he doesn't get beaten, who does? Especially since Tingbai herself is particularly sensitive to this matter. Two one-sided men. Tingbai didn't look at either of them and as a result they provoked each other, leading to Tingbai suffering an undeserved disaster. Shen Xiaoshi, deserved. Ma Qianli, can I propose something? Today you let Sister Tingbai borrow your body for her to hit you once. Ma Qianli, Shen Xiaoshi. Want your conscience hurt doing this? Shen Xiaoshi, it's not like I'm letting you get beaten for free. If Sister Tingbai beats you and your loyalty increases, he'll give you 10 big cabbages. Even if it doesn't increase, I'll still give you 2. Think about it, how precious are big cabbages now. Plus we still have energy stones to recover, so what are you afraid of? Chu Yan gets cut into a bloody mess every day, but isn't he still lively? And Chu Yan gets beaten without any other gains. After hearing Shin Kyushi's terrible suggestion, Chu Yan felt something was off. At this moment Ma Qinli was tempted. Ma Qinli, are you serious? Shan Qiushi. Shin Qiushi, can I lie to you? I've already designated 2 cabbages for you. 0.01 evolution points. Prepaying 2 cabbages, it's fair to all. Ma Qinli, alright, I accept this condition. It's just getting beaten right. It can also enhance combat experience. Lin Chuan, Ma Qinli, I disdain you. You're so easily bought. Shin Qiushi, don't let this kid profit too much. Ask Sister Tingbai if she's willing to hit me. I only need 9 cabbages. Ma Qinli, damn you, this is outright robbing business. Lin Chuan. I finally get to eat some big cabbages, is it easy for me? Hu Ju and how, enough guys. Where did the topic go? Shin Qiushi, let me say one last piece of nonsense. Ma Qinli, there are no more big cabbages. Sister Tingbai said she's too lazy to hit a rookie like you, it's meaningless. Chu Yan, can you take a hit? Sister Tingbai said you have been progressing quickly these past 2 days and she wants to hit you. Chu Yan, let her wait for me. After I finish the battle at the teleportation portal today, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Yesterday I was able to hit Luo several times. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Shin Qiushi's Sister Tingbai said she's looking forward to it. Ma Qinli, Chu Yan, if you're a man, record a video. I want to witness how you get beaten. I mean how you beat up Sister Tingbai. Chu Yan, get lost. Stop talking nonsense, let's talk about the heroes. The heroes are still waiting at the city gate. Hu Ju and how, right. The risks of the heroes have already been clearly communicated to everyone. Now everyone can decide for themselves. Wang Jingwei, you have the priority choice. Everyone, if Wang Jingwei doesn't want it, those who want it speak up in time. Wang Jingwei, I want to try the loyalty first. Chu Yan, then come over. After Wang Jingwei came over, the city lord and 2 celestial heroes along with 1 profound hero immediately signed a contract with Wang Jingwei. Wang Jingwei 69.71.71.68 points, can I take them? Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I've already answered earlier. Hu Juan, how logically it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Jingwei, Tang Shinro, how much loyalty did those heroes you had back then? Tang Shinro, the city lord, had 78 points and the 2 celestial heroes both had 70 points. Wang Jingwei, Chu Yan, big shot, what about the heroes you recruited? Chu Yan felt a bit helpless, wanting them or not. If they were scared, let me just take them out directly. Although the castle heroes may kill challengers, they can't be judged all at once. What if it's the challengers who caused it? More importantly, my own situation cannot be used as a reference. I've already made it very clear Chu Yan isn't afraid of them turning against him. If they dare to turn against him, Chu Yan can kill them. But still he answered. Chu Yanning, Luo and Nanji are both 30 points and Tingbai won't sign a contract with me. They also have a super strong guard team that hasn't signed a contract with me. Lin Xuan, although it's the second time hearing this, I still have to say Chu Yan, you are really bold. Ma Qinli, awesome. Lu Lishuan, I'm impressed to the core. A hero with 48 points makes me feel like I have a thorn in my back every day. Wang Jingwei, I think the loyalty is acceptable. I'll start transferring the castle. After transferring the castle to Wang Jingwei's main city, he also immediately rebuilt the castle and packaged 2 buildings onto the trading platform. When preparing the spoils for Chu Yan, Wang Jingwei said, Chu Yan, my pet needs water spirit stones, I'll keep this one, can I give you the rest? Chu Yan took the bag and didn't mind losing a few dozen water spirit stones, wouldn't make a big difference. He nodded and said no problem. This kind of spoils had never been clearly stated to belong to Chu Yan, it was just to see if everyone was self-aware. Chu Yan felt that not being explicitly stated also had its benefits, at least he could observe the character of others. Wang Jingwei's behavior was not considered a betrayal of his teammates. When Chu Yan was transported to the 8th main city and had just donned the Chen 2 battle armor, he received a private message. Shin Qiushi, I harvested the cabbages today, I will put them up for sale soon. This can't be traded by specification, hurry and grab it. Chu Yan, thank you. Food indeed cannot be traded by specification. Our team has come this far with great difficulty. Shin Qiushi, I mean that too. Because he was waiting to grab cabbages, Chu Yan did not act immediately. Yunwan timidly asked Chu Yan, is there anything else we need to prepare? I brought healing pills and potions here, take this first. Chu Yan paused for a moment and casually asked, how old are you? Yunwan softly replied, I just turned 20 but I look young. She does indeed look young. This girl has a similar appearance to Tang Yanwei. However, their personalities are vastly different. Tang Yanwei is quite lively while Yunwan is timid and shy. It's been several days since we arrived at the trial area, yet she is still like this. Chu Yan curiously asked, do you usually fight monsters by yourself when the portal opens? To this Yunwan firmly replied, yes. I can already defeat small skeletons now. Although I was the last one to complete the novice task. Fortunately, with such an attitude she should be able to survive. At least when it came to monsters, Yunwan's eyes were very determined. After chatting for a bit, Yunwan handed the healing pills and potions over to Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled and shook his head saying, I'm here to grab cabbages, you should also be ready to grab some, Chosher will be putting them up soon. Yunwan nodded okay. A minute later the cabbages were officially put up for sale, with one cabbage being 4 portions, not just one. After the sale, Shin Chosher asked Hu Juan how to help notify everyone in the group. The result. Chu Yan was left in shock. Chat group: Chu Yan, what the hell? How did you practice your hand speed? You didn't leave me a single piece. Ma Chenli, I grabbed a quarter of a cabbage. Private message: Shin Chosher, you didn't manage to grab any. You're so dumb. Chu Yan, I really tried my best to grab it. If I can't grab it, then forget it. There are some vegetables in Qingshan village, mainly pumpkins and loofahs. After closing the chat group, turning around, he saw Yunwan holding a quarter of a cabbage. Yunwan smiled and said, Chu Yan, didn't you grab any? I can give you this one. Chu Yan shook his head, you should keep it. Yunwan pushed the cabbage into Chu Yan's hands. You eat it, I planted a lot of gray cabbages, look over there. I have a lot of vegetable seeds, it's just that the land is too small right now. And the first seeds I got were gray cabbage seeds. Gray cabbages have low yields and there's very little I can sell, but I have enough for myself. I often make cabbage soup here, take this and let me give you a basket of gray cabbages. Turning to look at the vegetable patch nearby, there were indeed quite a few gray cabbages, so Chu Yan accepted the generous gift. Xingyun brought Chu Yan and Yunwan to their destination in less than 2 minutes. Chu Yan smiled and said, the castle near you is quite similar to the Qingshan village I encountered there, both in the mountains with only about 10 kilometers in straight line distance. He instructed Xingyun to stop with Yunwan midway up the mountain while he walked alone towards the castle. The lord of the castle personally welcomed him at the gate. Chu Yan, speechless, communicated with Qian-tu saying, what's going on today? Are we encountering another surrender? Qian-tu's tone was somewhat heavy. This castle is a bit strange. There is only one earth-level hero and one profound-level hero, yet the population in the city is almost 2,000. That's too abnormal, you should be cautious. Chu Yan's expression also turned serious. With such hero combat power levels, it is impossible to achieve this level. Looking at the lord's panel, he realized that this was a contract servant. Standing next to the lord was another contract servant, and their status was clearly higher than the two heroes. The lord expressed his willingness to surrender. Chu Yan bluntly asked, could you explain how you defend the portal? The lord smiled and said, I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness, let me directly prove it with facts, please forgive me, esteemed chosen one. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yan was pulled into a closed space where he faced the earth-level hero and the profound-level hero. Dual space. No, Qian-tu was still with him. Just as he was thinking about it, the lord dismissed the space. The lord continued, this is the reason. Chu Yan nodded, indicating his understanding. Challengers can view the panels of other targets, but they can only see the basic 4-dimensional attributes. The heroes and pet illustrations the challengers send in the chat channel allow others to see the skills, but they cannot see the loyalty level. Moreover, even if it is the skills of heroes and pets, challengers can choose to hide them. Challengers renting other people's heroes can only see the 4-dimensional attributes, and when that hero arrives at other challengers' main cities, they are immune to all attacks except for the monsters at the portal. Chu Yan silently analyzed the situation. This contract servant was too strange. Xiao Yishin, Qianwan and Hua Duer all had no skills. If it's due to the castle, then the lord that Tang Shinro encountered also had no skills. Of course, it may be that there are skills, but Tang Shinro didn't mention them. Moreover, wanting to kill this lord is quite difficult. This combat space feels even more impressive than a duel space. It can pull in a large area. 1-by-1 duel. This large area is truly quite exaggerated. The lord can pull everyone within the main city into the combat space. Then these people will take turns to duel Chu Yan. What's even more absurd is that the power suppression only works on enemies. Take that earth-level hero for example. If Chu Yan's strength is higher than his, Chu Yan will be lowered to his level. If Chu Yan's strength is lower than his, assuming it's profound level, then the earth-level hero can normally duel Chu Yan without any limits on his strength. This also means that if Chu Yan really wants to kill him, he must wipe out this castle. Precisely because this skill is too overpowered, the doubts are even more. Chu Yan asked, with your abilities, the strength of these two heroes shouldn't be so low, right? The lord was continuously questioned, but he did not get angry. He said to the earth-level hero, go, let the chosen one guide you. The earth-level hero stepped forward respectfully saying, esteemed chosen one, please guide me. Unable to gauge the enemy's details, he directly let Qian-tu take action. To be honest, Chu Yan did not understand how the two fought. They flailed around for over 10 times, and then Qian-tu pointed his knife at the chest of the earth-level hero. The earth-level hero had a face full of admiration. Esteemed chosen one, you are truly amazing. Chu Yan felt quite confused. Fortunately, Qian-tu's telepathy resolved Chu Yan's doubts. This hero is almost invincible among earth-level heroes. After the battle between the earth-level hero and Qian-tu concluded, the city lord stepped forward and handed 3 cards to Chu Yan. The city lord continued, my ability should be considered quite strong. Chu Yan shook his head saying, you are too modest. It's not just strong, it's exceptionally strong. The city lord chuckled in disbelief, my lord the chosen one, please take a look at the cards and perhaps you will think differently. These 3 cards, not to mention the detailed instruction manual, made Chu Yan want to give them a thumbs up. After Chu Yan finished reading, the city lord continued, "My lord the chosen one, we are sincerely submitting to you. We four have walked together for nearly 200 years. We are not just brothers but closer than brothers. Fourth brother's strength is still at the profound level he must break through soon, and you can see the reason without asking. Chu Yan still had one doubt with your abilities. Why weren't you recruited by previous chosen ones?" The city lord did not elaborate this time but vaguely said, "Only you are suitable. To be precise, the earlier a chosen one arrives at our castle the more suitable they are." Chu Yan looked at the city lord and after a moment of contemplation tentatively said, "Perhaps I am not suitable either. My main city already has several true abandoned level heroes." Upon hearing Chu Yan's words, the faces of the city lord and his companions changed drastically. At this point Chu Yan had mostly confirmed his suspicions. At this moment another contracted servant made a final plea, "My lord the chosen one, your wisdom is truly remarkable. Please give us a chance. My talent is harvest. I can significantly increase crop yields, which should be of great help to your main city." Chu Yan replied, "Sorry. My main city is indeed not suitable for you." The four looked dejected. Chu Yan pointed at the city lord and said, "However, I can offer you another choice. Follow me. I will send the other three to another main city. You three are better suited for that city. Let me be clear, if anything unexpected happens I will kill you directly. Next it will depend on your choice." The city lord said excitedly, "Can you really reach other main cities?" "Wait." After Yunwan approached and saw that the city lord and his companions were still there, she directly said, "Chu Yan, I don't want the heroes of the castle. Let's ask others." The city lord and his three companions were left speechless. Are these chosen ones really that powerful? To disdain the castle's heroes so much? Chu Yan said, "Don't worry. You first sign contracts with the other three excluding the city lord." Yunwan, like a whipped dog, nodded in agreement. "Oh, okay." After signing the contracts, Yunwan looked at Chu Yan in shock and said, "Chu Yan, that..." Just as she said 4 words, Yunwan paused again and chose to privately chat with Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the loyalty of these 3 people is all 95 points. How is it so high? Chu Yan is the talent of that contracted servant Harvest. Yunwan, yes. Harvest can increase yields by 30 to 50 and he has 2 skills, one being rain magic and the other accelerated decay. Both are farming. Chu Yan, quite suitable for you. What about the other 2 heroes? Yunwan, the earth level hero, is particularly skilled with a gun and the profound level hero is a swordsman. Chu Yan, how many heroes did you have before? Yunwan, 2, 1 earth elemental and 1 Treyant. Chu Yan, next you can temporarily train these 2 new heroes. Let me put it this way, they are virtually invincible at the same level. Yunwan, really, are they that powerful? Chu Yan, yes, you can also train seriously with them, their fundamentals are quite Yunwan, oh, I understand now. Chu Yan, let's go to transfer the main city. A loyalty of 95 points should prevent any unexpected incidents. Currently even the heroes of the players do not have many that can reach this value. The city lord also took the initiative to sign a contract with Chu Yan. After the contract was completed, Chu Yan looked at the city lord's panel and gave him a half smile. The city lord awkwardly said, "I must have embarrassed myself in front of the chosen one." Chu Yan shook his head and said, "No, your abilities are indeed very suitable for me. Let's go first to transfer the main city." After Yunwan completed the transfer of the main city, the first thing she did was to rebuild the city lord's mansion, and then she suddenly looked dumbfounded. Chu Yan. The city lord immediately understood and handed Chu Yan a small bag. "My lord, the spoils from before are all in these 2 space equipment." After receiving it, Chu Yan said to Yunwan, "You can keep busy, I am heading to the next main city. Please send the city lord back for me later." Yunwan nodded repeatedly, "Okay, I understand." Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the following 4 castles. Moreover, a few big wise ones appeared with loyalty reaching directly to 89 points. They were truly precise on the mark. They only gave 59 points loyalty, not a single point more. "Since you don't want to give it, I will send you on your way." These wretched beings are fundamentally different from Eng Luo and the others. When they surrendered, they were already prepared for a future ambush, while Eng Luo and the others were thinking about running away with Qian too. Moreover, the most important point, the city lord that Tang Xinro encountered cooperatively took out the storage equipment after Eng Luo arrived at the main city. He also proactively handed over the storage equipment, as did Eng Nuo later. Had they surrendered yet still refused to hand over the important resources of the castle? Are they planning a rebellion in the future? But those big wise ones were different. When Chu Yan asked for them, they were reluctant to give. So they can't even act the full play. How could they survive more than 1 chapter? Of course, thanks to these big wise ones, just 4 main cities directly contributed 1060 elite monsters to Chu Yan. The total number of elite monsters today is 2,260 more than yesterday. Upon returning to his main city, Chu Yan released the city lord from the building. Opening his attribute panel, contracted servant Yuni, war strategist, heaven level talent, unmovable as a mountain. Yuni is very stable, loyalty 98, strength 40, constitution 40, agility 80, spirit 399, skills, battle space effect, can pull any targets from both sides into the battle space within the main city range. The battle space only suppresses the enemy's strength without affecting our side. The battle mode is unknown. The side with exhausted personnel loses. Cost: after killing an enemy, the affiliated force must kill a portal monster of the same level, the enemy's real level, to recharge the battle space. If not completed within 30 days, the user will lose a certain amount of lifespan. Conflict. The portal monster itself serves as an equivalent for recharging the battle space, so using the battle space to defend the portal violates the principle. As punishment, killing portal monsters within the battle space cancels each other out. Recharging times do not increase or decrease and no evolution points drop. Finally, the trial land deems you too weak and throws you a few battle training cards. Clearly the real logic of the battle space is if your force does not rely on the battle space to kill a portal monster, the battle space can help you deal with an enemy of the same level. That enemy must not be a portal monster. The slogan of the battle space is no nesting dolls allowed. Therefore the four brothers of Uni were too weak in strength, only able to use the battle space to defend the portal, thus unable to gain even evolution points. However, the effects of the battle training cards are exceptional, which is why the combat level of those two heroes is significantly high among their peers. But no matter how high the combat level of these two heroes is, the awkward problem is right in front of them: their levels are truly too low. What good is being invincible at the same level? Can the limits of the profound level defeat the abandoned level? The portal monsters of the castle are inherently stronger, they can't defeat them and can only use the battle space. The battle space has no evolution points, they cannot improve. Monsters are getting stronger and they can only continue to use the battle space. An endless vicious cycle. Under normal circumstances, by the time the Chosen One discovers their castle, it is often a month or even 2 months later. By then the Chosen One would at least have heaven-level heroes. Why would they waste evolution points training an unfamiliar profound-level hero? And since the four of them have such a good relationship, they can only wait. So when they saw Chu Yan, they thought he was most suitable. Because they felt that in just over 10 days the heroes of the Chosen One were still very weak. Even if they were heaven-level, they had not yet grown. At this moment these two heroes are indeed formidable. It can be said that now Yunwan alone with her two heroes can defeat 90 of the people in the team. They are beings that even Xian Tu cannot eliminate with a single blow. Xian Tu kills the abandoned level with a single strike. When encountering that Earth-level hero, it took several moves to achieve victory. Weapon combat entirely depends on combat awareness and skill. Chu Yan introduced Yun Yi to Xiao He and Xin Xianwan, and between the three of them a sense of mutual admiration quickly arose. Upon returning to the castle, they found many girls helping Hua Duo prepare a grand feast. "Is everyone in Yingluo Castle gathering here for a meal today?" Yingluo hurriedly said upon seeing Chu Yan. "Chu Yan, you need to bring Ting Bai over. We went hunting in the mountains today and found a lot of delicious food." Chu Yan replied expressionlessly, "I can't bring him over." Yingluo stared at Chu Yan. "Ting Bai is coming to help you defend against elite monsters, you can't spare a meal for him." Little girl Li Si made a face greedy. Chu Yan sat down and took a sip of water. "Think about yesterday and then think about how Ting Bai would get here." Yingluo opened her mouth but immediately understood Chu Yan's meaning. Then she exclaimed in surprise, "Don't tell me we can't rent a hero today. That would be quite risky, especially since those monsters will attack spirit stones crazily." Chu Yan teased Yingluo with a smile. "That's what I was worried about. This is the punishment for being impulsive." Yingluo ignored his teasing and began to seriously consider strategies. Opening the chat channel, he privately messaged Shin Xiaoshu, "Chu Yan, lend me some evolution points." "Shin Xiaoshu, what have you done this time? Isn't it enough for me alone? Although I earned some selling cabbages today plus my stock from the past 2 days, I only have just over 100 points. Chu Yan, that's enough. It's for renting a hero. I accidentally used up all my evolution points yesterday. Shin Xiaoshu, you really know how to push it. I never dare to use them all. I lent you 126 points. Chu Yan, thanks. I'll make it an even 130 and return it to you. Shin Xiaoshu, he, the little lady thanks you in advance. Chu Yan placed Ting Bai in the rental area. Shin Xiaoshu, it's not even dark yet, are you that eager to get beaten up? Chu Yan, she misses her sister. She insists on coming for dinner. Shin Xiaoshu, alright, she's already listed. While Yingluo was still deep in thought, Ting Bai walked in from outside lazily smiling at Chu Yan. "Little Chu Yan, I heard you said you would teach me how to behave." Upon hearing Ting Bai's voice, Yingluo froze for a moment, blinked and quickly realized that she had been tricked by Chu Yan. Then Yingluo and Ting Bai joined forces to express their intention to thoroughly instruct Chu Yan in battle. Chu Yan grabbed his sword and walked outside. At the entrance he ran into Anua and the others who were also eager to watch him train. Yingluo drew out her long sword and asked, "Are you ready?" Chu Yan shook his head. "Wait, let me try this first." Opening a combat training card, Chu Yan was instantly pulled into a two-dimensional space similar to a duel arena. Upon entering, he received a prompt: "Challenger detected." The challenger's real combat power is at the early stage of Earth level and the armor state is at the early stage of Heaven level. The training space rejects hero armor and prepares to strip it away. Successful stripping. Challenger, please select an adaptive combat mode or invincible experience mode. Xian Tu had already been teleported outside the training space. Chu Yan thought for a moment and first chose the invincible experience mode. After selecting the mode, another Chu Yan appeared opposite him. As Chu Yan was sizing up the other, he suddenly felt dizzy, and in the midst of intense pain he felt as if he were flying, catching a glimpse of a headless corpse in his vision. Then he remembered that was himself. Had he been killed by another Chu Yan? When he regained his composure, Chu Yan found himself safely standing in the original place and the battle training space vanished. Chu Yan retorted in disbelief, "Damn it, invincible experience mode, so it makes my opponent invincible." Several heroes were quite interested in this card. Ying Luo eagerly asked, do you have more? Chu Yan handed her one. Then turning around he looked around, he hadn't seen an assassin in the trial ground yet, so he gave one to Anika. You should try it. Anika nodded and used the combat training card. When Chu Yan turned back he saw Ying Luo's face in shock. Poking Ting Bai's arm, Chu Yan asked how many moves. Ting Bai, unusually serious, replied in disbelief, 2 moves. After coming back to her senses, Ying Luo didn't feel discouraged but instead said with excitement, so I can be this strong. Chu Yan glanced at the 2 slots of storage space belonging to Yuni and found dozens of cards inside. He took out a dozen, smiling. Yuni still has stocks, anyone who wants to experience should give it a try. The heroes all came to take a card to enter the training space, and even Xian too took one in to experience it. And Nua and 5 heroes chose the adaptive combat mode. Although the battles were fraught with danger, they managed to hold on for a while. Ting Bai and Xian too both chose the invincible experience mode. Ting Bai, like Chu Yan, was defeated in 1 move. Xian too really impressed Chu Yan. Even after half a minute it was still an even match. On the other hand, in the adaptive mode, Lei Jiao was the first to come out, followed by Jiao Lan, who faced a bit of a disadvantage. The space was too small for her area attacks and many times she had nowhere to dodge. Eric was the third to come out and Nua was the fourth, and Aika managed to last the longest. By the time these 5 had exited, Qian Tu was still battling in the invincible experience mode. And Nua said in disbelief, when I saw you wearing Qian Tu's armor I felt I might not be able to win, but I didn't expect the difference to be this huge. 10 minutes later the battle space disappeared and Qian Tu and his shadow were indistinguishable in the outcome. When Qian Tu emerged he had an additional card in his hand. At that moment Xiao Hixin, Xian Wan and Yuni returned together. Seeing the card in Qian Tu's hand, Yuni asked in confusion, can the combat training card be reused? Qian Tu shook his head. This isn't a combat training card, it's a combat insight card. After explaining, Qian Tu handed the card to Ying Luo and then turned to Chu Yan, saying this isn't suitable for you. Yesterday you grasped your own combat mode, you should continue moving forward. This card reflects the Shura clan's combat style similar to Emocho's Machine Clan combat mode. A fixed combat insight isn't the best choice for you. Chu Yan nodded, I understand. Ying Luo prepared to give the card to Li Si, but Qian Tu interjected, use it yourself. Li Si won't understand it yet. Hearing Qian Tu say this, Ying Luo decided to use it herself. After using it, Ying Luo closed her eyes and stood quietly to comprehend. Ting Bai said to Chu Yan, there's still more than half an hour, let's get started. Chu Yan showed no sign of timidity, pulling out his sword to battle Ting Bai. Ting Bai's weapons were 2 short swords with very tricky moves. 10 minutes later Chu Yan was dragged by Ting Bai to the side of the spirit stone. By the time dinner was ready, Chu Yan had been healed by the spirit stone 4 times. Ting Bai chuckled, it seems you can't teach me how to behave. Chu Yan truly wanted to slap himself. How could he forget the rules of renting heroes? Battling with Ting Bai was truly one-sided humiliation. She is currently a rented hero, so Chu Yan's attacks against her are completely ineffective. After dinner Chu Yan said to Luo Chuan, do you want to fight monsters? Luo Chuan nodded, I do, but I can't defeat the skeleton monster. You will be able to fight soon. Once the portal opens, you and Li Si along with Hua Yu and Xu Wei Mang will each take charge of a portal. Little Luo Chuan stared blankly at Chu Yan. Can we really defeat them? Yes. With Uncle Yuni's help you definitely can. Little Luo Chuan clenched his fists. Alright, I will help fight the monsters. Before the portal opened, Chu Yan activated another portal. Yuni stood guard with the 4 little ones in front of a portal while the heroes rented by Chu Yan had also taken their positions. Just before the battle began, Chu Yan suddenly thought of something, opening the chat channel to privately message Yunwan. Chu Yan, you start the battle directly. Don't worry if anything unexpected happens, just rent Mo. Yunwan, oh, I understand. The 2 heroes said they could definitely hold their ground. Chu Yan, I just want to see their abilities, send me a video later. Yunwan, okay. After the portal opened, around 30 monsters appeared from the first wave of 6 portals. Over at Yuni's side they directly drew the monsters and the 4 little ones into the battle space. Luo Chuan was the first to charge into battle. And Nua was pleased to see her son's actions, while Jiao Lan as his mother felt somewhat worried. Yuni smiled and said, don't worry, they are safe. In the battle space our units can switch freely. Luo Chuan, being only 4 or 5 years old, soon became tired and breathless, then Li Si switched him out. Jiao Lan felt reassured upon seeing this. Monsters continued to appear from the portal and Yuni continued to pull them into the battle space. Chu Yan asked, is there no limit to the number of targets you can pull? No. As long as it compensates for the charging times. How are battle training cards reward? Killing 10 normal monsters rewards 1 card, 1 elite monster rewards 1 card, and 1 boss rewards 3 cards. Just as they were discussing this, someone in the chat group privately messaged Chu Yan. Upon opening it he saw Yunwan. Chu Yan. Video battle, these 2 heroes are incredible. 1 monster per second. Then I encountered a dueling monster today, a little skeleton which took me 3 minutes to defeat. After watching the video, Chu Yan replied, Chu Yan, the heroes are indeed powerful, you can train those 2 if you don't have other combat heroes. Yunwan, yeah, I have saved quite a few evolution points. I will exchange 1 magic core for Ling Ran, who is a sword. Chu Yan, good. Based on the dueling monsters the difficulty you face hasn't increased, which is good news. Yunwan, yes, I am also afraid of encountering elite monsters. However, Ling Ran started guiding me to practice swordsmanship today. Chu Yan, study well. Yunwan, I will. After closing the chat channel, the normal monsters from the portal had already been eliminated. The elite orc monsters began to appear, with the first monster being a dueling monster. Chu Yan suddenly asked curiously, Yuni, what will happen if you pull the dueling monster into your battle space? Yuni shook his head. I haven't tried it yet. The battle space is something I suddenly comprehended after taking over the castle. Should I give it a try? Sure. You try pulling it in. After Yuni attempted, he exclaimed in surprise, I can't pull it in, it says there's a space conflict. Chu Yan nodded. I see. Once in the dueling space, Chu Yan did not choose to quickly kill the monster but instead used it as a practice target again. The orc elite charged in various directions while Chu Yan ran around randomly without any fixed route. As time passed, he became more familiar with the charges and realized it was just that. After another 10 minutes, Chu Yan was fully aware of the orc elite's charging patterns. Once he figured it out, he discovered that the seemingly unpredictable and elusive turning charges were not that impressive. In fact, Chu Yan could now accurately predict the endpoint of the opponent's charges, realizing that the orc elite had a few fixed patterns for its repeated charges. After another 10 minutes, Chu Yan noticed that the flashy turning charges of the opponent were actually full of flaws. Such charges were even less intimidating than straightforward charges. Especially when turning, there would be a slight pause. This was simply a fatal point. When the orc elite used its turning charge again, Chu Yan seized the opportunity and kicked it at the moment of its pause. The orc elite was kicked away. Chu Yan extended his middle finger at it, beckoning. The orc elite roared and stood up to continue charging. After accurately catching the orc elite's turning charge flaw 3 times, Chu Yan completely lost interest in such monsters. He charged straight towards it, and in the moment they brushed past each other, his long knife slashed diagonally, splitting the orc elite from its left waist to its right shoulder. As soon as he stepped out of the dueling space, another dueling monster came out from the second portal. Chu Yan re-entered the dueling space, this time emerging after just 5 seconds. A total of 6 dueling monsters appeared today, and the last 5 were nearly defeated by Chu Yan in an instant. After the battle, he gained a total of 6,720 evolution points. According to their agreement, he returned 130 evolution points to Shinxiushi. After the rented heroes left, Chu Yan increased Lei Zhao and Nike's attribute points to 399. An unexpectedly remarkable situation occurred after a brilliant flash of light around them. Both Lei Zhao and Nike simultaneously broke through to the wilderness level. While others' expressions were of surprise, Lei Zhao and Nike looked dazed. And Nua excitedly waved her arm. The first city truly is our destined place. This unexpected breakthrough caused the loyalty of a Nua's group of 5 to reach a consistent 99 points. While raising their attribute points to 799, Chu Yan thought to himself, it seems that reaching 100 points in hero loyalty is quite challenging. He spent over 3,200 points on the 2 of them and then raised Feng Shaoqi's attributes to 390 points. He couldn't reach the heavenly level limit because Feng Shaoqi would also add points to himself, leaving him some opportunities. After Niko and Lei Zhao came back to their senses, they gratefully thanked Chu Yan. Chu Yan looked at the still sleeping Stonehammer and asked with some concern, have you experienced anything like this with Stonehammer? And Nua smiled and said, don't worry. When Jialan broke through to the wilderness level, she was in seclusion for more than 2 weeks. Hearing this, Chu Yan felt relieved. He then looked at Eric, whose loyalty was at 99 points but his emotions remained low. Chu Yan thought for a moment and said, Eric, too many challengers have perished. Every castle I handle means at least 1 challenger has died. You need not feel Chu Yan tested the soul card on the hero, deciding to show off a bit. Ah. No, it was to reveal his prowess in front of others. Moreover, today Lei Zhao and Nai could just happen to break through to the wild level, creating a fitting atmosphere. Thus Chu Yan spoke, you have felt guilt for the previous challenger and your teammates for over 100 years. Now that you fight for me, you must forget the past and look towards the future. If you remain immersed in past guilt, could it lead to my unexpected demise in the future? Remember, all that has transpired is merely a prologue. Where the heart desires, the feet shall follow. Today I will grant you a new life. Help you become wild level. As soon as Chu Yan's words fell, 2 brilliant flashes of light erupted from Eric. This light signified a rise in rank distinctly different from the power-enhancing light that Nanji exhibited. Eric was stunned as if struck by lightning, unable to comprehend how he suddenly became a wild-level hero. Lei Zhao and Naiku were equally dumbfounded. They automatically filled in the gaps in their minds, attributing their breakthroughs to Chu Yan. Consequently, the loyalty of Lei Zhao and Naiku and Eric instantly soared to a full 100 points. Indeed, full loyalty must trigger formidable skills. Lei Zhao Frenzied Guardian Effect. Lei Zhao fights within a 1 km radius, infinite charge. Each attack has a chance to trigger trample. The closer to you, the higher the attack, reaching a maximum of 5 times his original attack. Anika Killing for defense effect. Anika fights within a 3 km radius, infinite invisibility. The closer Aniku attacks to you, the higher the chance of a critical hit. Eric Spatial Star Mark Effect. Eric will etch a star mark on you, allowing him to teleport to your side without distance limits. The closer he is, the more teammates he can carry within 1,000 kilometers. Eric can instantly bring 5 teammates. After awakening, Eric intuitively etched a formation pattern on the back of Chu Yan's left hand and detailed the explanation to him. There are still over 1,800 evolution points left. I added 1,400 points to Eric, leaving the rest for now. Eric has reached 799 and needs 2,400 points, still short of 1,000, which can only be bought tomorrow. Once everyone's mood calmed down, Luo curiously asked, "Can you help our heroes level up at will?" Chu Yan shook his head. Naturally, not everything must come at a cost. The clevering Luo did not press further. Yuni's expression was rather conflicted. However, loyalty actually increased by 1 point to 99. Chu Yan looked at him and smiled, saying it is essential for Lei Miao and Ling Ran to maintain their current levels. They cannot break through too quickly. I will help them when the opportunity arises for your sake. Yuni performed a solemn bow. "Thank you, City Lord." Though Yuni did not ask directly, Chu Yan noticed the confusion on his face and began, "Since everyone is here, let me tell you about our challengers." About 10 minutes later, everyone had a rough understanding of the basic situation of this rather unique challenger team. Yuni chuckled wryly, "This afternoon while wandering the city, I thought our main city was going to demolish some buildings for farming." Chu Yan replied helplessly, "I want to farm too, but there simply isn't enough usable land. The more teleportation portals open, the larger the reserved area must be." Ing Luo's escort team used to be cavalry, but now they had no horses. A stable occupies a significant area, and in the future another stable would need to be built. All of this is necessary for battle preparations, so there truly is no space for farming. Then Chu Yan explained the last out to Yuni. If our challengers are deemed combat players, they start fighting elite monsters, while support players only need to deal with small skeletons. Do you understand? Yuni suddenly understood. I get it. That little girl still can't handle elite monsters. Ing Luo curiously asked, what kind of strength will be reclassified as combat players? Chu Yan immediately laughed. The specific standards are still unclear, but heroes with strength like Ting Bai will definitely be reclassified as combat players. Yesterday Xin Xiushi encountered an elite monster. Ing Luo shook her head and laughed. Poor little girl. At that moment the four little ones suddenly shouted, "Chu Yan, how do we open this chest? Carry it over. I almost forgot about the treasure chest." First I opened the special treasure chest, distributing all but the Stonehammer's Azure Stone directly to the corresponding individuals. After opening the bronze treasure chest, Chu Yan held an electronic watch with a hint of helplessness. Although this item was indeed useful, it simply did not match the prestige of a bronze treasure chest. Fortunately, there were exactly 50 of them. Forget it, what comes out of the treasure chest is unpredictable. The heroes eagerly put the watches on their wrists. Then Chu Yan discovered a fascinating feature of the watches. The watch on Huai's wrist was red, while Shui Mang's turned ice blue and Qian Tu's melded into his armor. The surprise came when Mo Chio wore the watch. Because after wearing it, the watch disappeared right on Mo Chio's hand. Then whenever Mo Chio wanted to check the watch, a highly technological projection dial would appear above her wrist. Finally, while exploring the watch's functions, Mo Chio suddenly said, "Chu Yan." Chu Yan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" At that moment everyone sensed something unusual. Each person's watch lit up. Shui Meng curiously tapped the dial and the dial echoed Chu Yan. Following that, as everyone tapped the dial, all around the energy stone was filled with Mo Chio's voice. The entire space resonated with Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Listening to it, Chu Yan felt a sense of horror. It resembled a scene from a horror movie where a name is continuously called out. In the end it was still Chen Tu who spoke. It seems this contains a long-distance sound transmission talisman. Everyone can communicate with their minds without speaking. After the voices stopped, Chu Yan understood what this was. It was a chat group. Exclusively for the challengers, heroes, pets and servants of the first city. The challengers chat group also communicated through thoughts with the chat channel residing in the challengers' minds, which can be opened or closed. When expressing their thoughts, accurate text would automatically generate and challengers could choose to add voice. However, unlike WeChat, which has a voice input box, it supplements language on top of the text. Everything said would have a text record. Understanding what was going on, Chu Yan spent a few minutes teaching the others how to use it. Then a group of people stood face to face, yet they chatted enthusiastically in the chat group. Chu Yan remained silent. He only wanted to complain. He only wanted to give a bad review. The instructions for the reward items were truly poorly made. It was likely the product of a factory producing shoddy goods. Chu Yan was about to open the public chat group to check the status of the teleportation portals when he inadvertently glanced at the energy values on the energy stone. After silently calculating, he realized that the monsters dealt with in the battle space didn't even count towards the energy stone statistics. The 100 or so monsters that the four little ones had painstakingly defeated had not raised the energy value limit at all. Since his teleportation portal had dropped a treasure chest now merged into a bronze chest, Chu Yan was unsure whether the sixth portal had dropped a treasure chest. So he inquired with Yuni. Yuni replied, treasure chests will still drop, but the items are rarely obtained. Ing Luo and Nua curiously asked about the probability of empty chests. Yuni shyly said, on average there will be an item that can be obtained once a month. And Nua sympathetically remarked, that's indeed unfortunate. On our side we can obtain items half of the time in a month. Ing Luo thoughtfully said, it seems that the penalty for inadequate protection is still less severe in terms of treasure chest drops compared to defeating the chosen ones. And Nua asked, in your original castle was the probability of obtaining items from treasure chests even lower? Ing Luo nodded, in a month we could only obtain items about 10 times. And Nua analyzed, perhaps the biggest penalty for inadequate protection is reflected in the 3-year attribute lock. Hearing this, Chu Yan keenly sensed that this was a crucial point. From the reward probabilities of the treasure chests one could roughly judge whether the hero had lied. If the castle hero chose to surrender, the challenger would be unable to determine whether the hero had defeated the challengers. Now one could judge from this point. Assuming Inua did not lie, it meant that the treasure chest reward probability for heroes with inadequate protection was 50, while after Luo defeated the challenger and successfully appealed, the treasure chest reward probability was 13 or 33. This is the temporary situation. Having more data for comparison would be more accurate. After discussing the treasure chest situation, Luo suddenly said, "A couple of days ago my life lock suddenly opened and I couldn't figure out." And Nua also looked puzzled. "The day after we arrived at the first city I felt like my life lock opened." How amazing. It seems that the first city is indeed special. Luo somewhat disagreed. "I arrived at the first city earlier, but I didn't have this feeling before. However, after Lizzie arrived on the second day, she suddenly felt this way. I initially thought it was because of helping Chu Yan summon heroes, but Nanji's lifelock also opened. More importantly, Lizzie's lifelock also opened the next day." And Nua shook his head. "It definitely isn't because of summoning heroes. I didn't feel the lifelock opening after summoning Jelan before." Chu Yan, feeling somewhat confused, asked, "What is a lifelock?" Luo teased, "After the lifelock is opened we can move. In the future, if you make us angry, we want fear leaving the first city." Chu Yan was speechless. "Can you at least explain the reason to me?" And Nua began to explain. "Young master, the lifelock serves as both protection and limitation for heroes within the main city range. Their lifespan will be extended." Another new discovery. Chu Yan pressed, "Please elaborate." It seemed this issue was somewhat complex and Nua was organizing his thoughts. Yuni spoke up. "Lord, let me explain using Lingran as an example. Under normal circumstances, a yellow grade status does not increase lifespan. For the mysterious grade, the human lifespan limit is 200 years. When Lingran first arrived in the trial ground, he was already over 40 years old, and now he is nearly 300. If Lingran hadn't broken through his level, he would only have about 50 more years to live, which is why we are particularly anxious." Chu Yan exclaimed in surprise, "A lifespan increase of double?" Yuni nodded. "If in the main city of the Chosen Ones it indeed doubles. If in the hero's castle, based on Lingran's situation, it increases by about 70. Chu Yan seized the key point and asked, "The point Nua just emphasized was main city range, meaning the hero must stay within the main city range all the time?" Yuni answered, "Yes, within the main city range." "Then if I send Imochio, Luli and the others running around, will it damage their lifespans?" And Nua responded, "No. Imochio acts under your orders, and in such a case going anywhere will be considered as within the main city range." "What if they act on their own?" And Nua replied, "In the case of having a contract with the challenger, there will be no punishment within 10 kilometers. Exceeding 10 kilometers will trigger a prompt asking whether we decide to leave our chosen one. If they choose not to leave, for every kilometer beyond 1 year of lifespan will be deducted. If they choose to leave, the contract will be dissolved. The hero will regain their normal lifespan with no other penalties. At this point they can teleport out of the trial ground or choose to find another main city themselves. Finding another main city on their own requires the hero to face all dangers on the way, and within the Black Mist the lifespan flow rate doubles." At this moment Nanji suddenly spoke. "The doubled lifespan flow rate in the Black Mist has a 2-month exemption period." After Nanji finished speaking, Imochio realized another matter. "My lifelock seems to have opened a long time ago." Luo was taken aback by this and then woke up Feng Shaoqi, who had turned into a small tree. "Shaoqi, has your lifelock opened?" Feng Shaoqi looked a bit confused and after thinking for a while replied, "Yes, it has. But I just want to plant trees and farm at home, not to run around." Combining the situations of Feng Shaoqi and Imochio, Luo, Nanji and Nua felt they had found the correct answer. Luo felt somewhat treated differently by Chu Yan, looking at him with some grievance, just staring without speaking. Chu Yan felt quite wronged. The reason was now clear. It was determined by loyalty. When a hero's loyalty exceeds 90 points, their lifelock will automatically open. The logic is equally simple. At that level of loyalty, heroes are highly likely not to abandon their challengers and leave alone. Thus the trial ground grants heroes greater freedom, allowing them to fully exercise their initiative and cooperate with challengers to build the main city. Of course, the real reason cannot be revealed to Luo. After a slight contemplation, Chu Yan replied, "The lifelock was not opened by me. It should be related to your acceptance of the main city and your trust in me. In the trial grounds, positioning heroes are meant to advance and retreat together with the challengers. Therefore, the higher your compatibility with the main city and challengers, the greater the freedom you obtain. This is the reward the trial ground grants you." Luo seriously contemplated her journey and agreed with Chu Yan's statement. Chu Yan suddenly discovered a benefit of the castle heroes: they know more. The heroes were in high spirits today, and Chu Yan, filled with curiosity, was eager to explore the unknown information, not bothering to check the battle situations of other people's teleportation portals. Nicole informed Chu Yan that heroes' pets and servants have only one chance to enter the trial ground, so very few heroes choose to leave it, as the trial ground represents limitless possibilities. Other heroes explained the reasons. The usually quiet Lei Jiao spoke up, "My skill, fervent guardian, can only be comprehended in the trial ground. The trial ground can also enhance the hero's talents and increase the probability of breakthrough levels." Yuni expressed that for a short-lived race like humans, the trial ground's lifespan being doubled is already quite attractive. Although Anuai and Luo are long-lived races, the rapid improvement of strength in the trial ground is a deadly temptation for them. Ing Luo made a direct comparison for Chu Yan using evolution points. After a hero follows the chosen one evolution point can increase one attribute. After 799 points it changes to 101. Without the chosen one the difficulty increases tenfold. Outside the trial ground their improvement speed can be estimated based on their own progress and the difficulty should be about 8 times that of following the chosen one. Chu Yan asked if the chosen one dies can the heroes not leave voluntarily. Ing Luo answered they can but they have to wait 5 years. Then what are you after? Why not leave after 5 years? Wouldn't your strength improve faster if you left? You said back then that you wouldn't actively attack the challenger's stronghold and you weren't keen on surrendering. As he spoke Chu Yan suddenly stopped exclaiming in shock. You choose to fish for law enforcement. Ing Luo asked in confusion, what does fishing for law enforcement mean? Chu Yan looked at Ing Luo and Anawa calmly saying you didn't actively kill the challengers but you passively killed them when they attacked your stronghold. When they attacked your castle you would kill them. Ing Luo did not deny it. You finally figured it out. We have already killed 4 chosen ones. Anawa straightforwardly added, we have killed 3 chosen ones in our stronghold. Oh my. Chu Yan realized that he had been a bit naive. Heroes can gain the qualification of challengers by killing 10 challengers. How could these heroes not be tempted? Chu Yan remained silent for a long while. In order to break the awkwardness Yun Yi weakly said, our stronghold has never killed a chosen one. We are truly preparing to surrender. Chu Yan retorted him speechlessly, you can't even kill. Your skills are just bluffing. Yun Yi chuckled awkwardly. Ing Luo seeing Chu Yan starting to speak continued with a smile. Active attacks require killing 10, passive counterattacks only require 5. How is active and passive determined? Within 8 teleportation portal cycles as long as the stronghold takes action against the chosen ones it's considered an active attack. After that it's judged by location. If the battlefield is in your main city it's an active attack. If it's in our stronghold it's a passive counterattack. Chu Yan pressed on. The first lord I killed said that a month later when the blood moon rises he will attack our main city. What does that mean? Ing Luo replied, after 4 teleportation portal cycles the blood moon will rise. During the illumination of the blood moon the stronghold can Chu Yan rubbed his temples. So can we challengers survive? It's all up to luck, right? How could we withstand the stronghold's attack with the surrounding time? Anawa laughed and said, not really. The chosen ones are the ones favored. The protective shield will last for a year and within that year it becomes a different form of dual space. If there are 5 heroes among the chosen ones in a main city then the attackers from the stronghold can only send in 6 people. The 6 attackers will automatically match the challengers and heroes of the main city according to their strengths, with both sides having identical attribute values. For example, when my stronghold attacks the main city it will match the strongest hero's attributes in that main city. A year later if the chosen one's main city still exists the stronghold's heroes can move freely during the day. However by then we would likely be hunted down by the chosen one's main city. Fortunately I have never encountered such a main city. Ing Luo added with a smile, the duration of the blood moon is also another form of limitation. The blood moon during the 5th cycle lasts only 1 hour and when it disappears the protective shield restores invincibility. The stronghold must set off to the main city, launch an attack and return to its own stronghold within an hour. If the blood moon disappears and the attackers are still in the main city they will fall into an extremely weakened state, almost certain death. Nanji added again, your team has also completed a long expedition. The blood moon time will decrease by 5 minutes. Chu Yan exclaimed in surprise, expeditions have this effect. Our team has already completed 3 expeditions. Anawa and Ing Luo were both astonished. In less than 2 teleportation portal cycles you have already gone through 3 expeditions. Mo Chio spoke up, I indeed participated in 3 expeditions. Chu Yan then raised a crucial question, can't the stronghold set off early before the blood moon appears? Ing Luo seized the opportunity to disdain Chu Yan, fool. We were just discussing the life shackles heroes following the chosen ones have such great restrictions, would there be no penalties once they reach the stronghold? Instead Anawa explained in detail, the activity range of stronghold heroes is only within a 2-kilometer radius of the stronghold, exceeding that incurs extremely severe penalties. Chu Yan noticed that there was a distinct fear in Anua's tone when he mentioned extremely severe. He tentatively asked, could it be that the life flow rate is increased to 10 times? Ing Luo replied impatiently, if it were only 10 times the flow rate would the chosen ones have any way to survive? Just think about it, even if the flow rate is 10 times, if I spend a day attacking the main city it would only reduce my lifespan by 10 days for us long-lived beings. Is that a significant impact? That's quite logical. Nicole directly told Chu Yan the answer, exceeding 2 kilometers deducts 10 of the maximum life value every minute. No matter how long the lifespan, after 10 minutes one must die. If in a state of black mist it doubles again, dying in 5 minutes. We are like prisoners. Tightly restricted within the stronghold. It has been a long time of darkness. Within a 1000 kilometer radius of the stronghold, when there is no chosen one's main city, a shield identical to that of the main city will appear outside the stronghold, and beyond the shield is eternal black mist with no daylight ever. Chu Yan felt a bit horrified. He exclaimed, to spend decades or even hundreds of years like this, how can you maintain such a normal mindset? It's simply a miracle. Ing Luo smiled and said, because there is still hope. The chosen ones will appear frequently. Originally if I kill one more I would have achieved great success. Chu Yan ignored her, suddenly feeling that Ing Luo's mentality was somewhat abnormal. Anawa had a different answer, the most important reason is that there are still things to do. every day dealing with battles at the teleportation portals and being able to clearly feel one's own progress. Chu Yan suddenly thought of an extremely unreasonable point. He asked when the challengers upgraded the main city to a stronghold the population should have been several hundred, right? After hundreds of years, how come the stronghold's population is still so small? Anua explained, after the chosen ones die the population of the main city is also teleported away. Our main city at that time was left with only a dozen people. In the teleportation portals there will be rewards such as servant cards and maid cards which then slowly multiply. Ing Luo sighed. The existence of our strongholds is just to serve as sharpening stones for you chosen ones. Of course, if the knife is too brittle the sharpening stone can also break the knife. Today's information has been too overwhelming. Chu Yan felt that his brain CPU was almost overwhelmed. After roughly sorting through the previous messages, Chu Yan glanced at Ing Luo and then at Anua. If it weren't for their high loyalty he would have wanted to don the 1,000 butcher armor and slay them. The castle heroes are truly dangerous. Ing Luo caught Chu Yan's gaze and cleverly asked, are you suddenly puzzled about why we surrendered? With his thoughts exposed, Chu Yan did not deny it and bluntly asked, I truly do not understand. I won't mention your excuse of the 1,000 butcher for now. And Nua, what about you? You just need to kill 2 challengers to succeed, why make such a choice? And Nua replied, firstly I can't win. My martial arts intuition has always been very accurate. Secondly, your appearance is quite early, which is a significant advantage. Showing up this early indicates your strength and your chances of surviving for a long time are high. Moreover, what Jinyi considers applies to us as well. Appearing early with your other heroes not being strong increases our chances of being nurtured. Lastly, Jialan and I have a child. I always said that the chosen ones are the true favored ones because our heroes can never truly qualify as chosen ones. Even if I passively retaliate and kill 5 chosen ones only, I can enjoy the benefits of your chosen ones. My wife's son and teammates only reduced their benefits from a punitive 10-fold to 5-fold. Thus, considering all of this, I made a choice that is more advantageous for us. It has proven that this choice was correct. My 3 closest friends broke through to the wilderness level in just a few days, and that little guy Luo Chuan can safely begin his martial arts practice within the combat space. Chu Yan smiled, saying, your answer is very persuasive, especially since you mentioned the first point. I believe what you said. And Nua also smiled and replied, thank you for your trust, young master. Yuni suddenly interjected, why do you all refer to the castle lord as young master? And Nua and the others were momentarily stunned and replied, the lady Huaduer calls him that, so we followed suit. Chu Yan waved his hand, saying, you can call me whatever you like, calling me by name like Shui Mang or Huayu is fine as well. Then he focused his gaze on Ing Luo. Ing Luo smiled charmingly, are you planning to interrogate me? Chu Yan shook his head, no need. I can guess your reasons based on Ing Nua's response, which are 4-1. You can't win against the 1,000 butcher 2. The guidance of the 1,000 butcher is very appealing to you 3. For Nanji and Ting by 4. You've long had the thought of bringing Lise over. Ing Luo did not deny it, your guesses are basically correct. Speaking of the 1,000 butcher, Chu Yan felt that the 1,000 butcher was truly a mystery. Turning to the 1,000 butcher, he asked in confusion, 1,000 butcher, you have no need for skills, possess a long lifespan and have exceptionally strong strength with no bottlenecks for breakthroughs, why did you choose to come to the trial land? The 1,000 butcher fell silent for a moment before responding, I am a hero just like Luli, we did not come from outside to the trial land, we were born in the trial land. The sacred armor of the Shura clan has already fallen silent, I awaken my spirit in the trial land. No wonder. The 1,000 butcher and Luli are indeed special, they cannot gain points. They are unlike all other heroes. Today's news greatly shocked Chu Yan. Emochio, the 1,000 butcher and Luli were also equally amazed. The somewhat silly Emochio suddenly exclaimed, so the chosen ones died and our heroes still have other paths. Hearing this, Chu Yan nearly spat blood in disbelief. Ing Luo laughed so hard that she trembled, patting Emochio, should we team up to kill Chu Yan and become the castle lord ourselves? Emochio shook his head, no, I will do my utmost to protect Chu Yan. If he dies and I am still alive, I will leave the trial land. What nonsense! Is that even human language? I'm still doing just fine. Looking at Emochio, Chu Yan suddenly thought of something and said, do you think when I am pulled into the dual space can Emochio cast a shield on me? Emochio blinked, I'll try it tomorrow. Chu Yan nodded, feeling quite hopeful about this. Ing Luo glanced at the time on her watch and suddenly said, it's still early, I suddenly want to go out for a stroll tonight. Jialan was the first to agree, I also want to go out and take a look tonight, I didn't expect the life shackles could be lifted after being in the trial land for so long. Chu Yan asked in surprise, going out at night? If the life shackles are lifted, aren't you afraid of the black mist? And Nua kindly explained again, if the total of the 4-dimensional attributes exceeds 400 points you can resist the erosion of the black mist. For us heroes, once the life shackles are lifted the punitive mechanism no longer applies. Chu Yan recalled the time he had Huayu capture that black panther. Huayu obeyed his command to enter the black mist, thus exempting him from the black mist penalties. At the time he thought it was merely because the time in the black mist was relatively short. Ing Luo and Jialan hit it off immediately and prepared to have Meteor take them away. Nicole spoke up, be careful tonight. Jialan waved her hand, well, be cautious. After the two rode off on the dragon, Chu Yan asked, what is the greatest danger outside tonight? Nicole teased Chu Yan, who knows, maybe as soon as you step out of the light shield you'll find a bunch of wilderness level beasts outside. Chu Yan gasped in shock, are they going out to have fun? Nicole laughed heartily. Just kidding. The probability of that is very low. However, the greatest danger tonight is chaos. The danger index is chaotic. The danger index range set during the day based on distance is completely ineffective at night. This explanation was clear and easy to understand, but Chu Yan curiously asked, what if there really is a wilderness-level beast outside our main city right now and it doesn't leave during the day? Nicole shrugged. It won't matter. Chu Yan looked skeptical. And Nua laughed and added, it would just die and then it would be absorbed by the earth like portal monsters. With the conversation with the heroes temporarily at an end, Chu Yan finally had the time to open the public chat group and Ching Mei Yu, how are you? Are you feeling better? Hu Ju and Hao bro, just reply if you're feeling better. Ma Chenli, I believe Mei Yu can definitely make it back safely. Mei Yu just woke up. Thank you all for your concern. The flower fairy is treating me and I also took a healing pill. I should be fine. Lin Xuan, good to hear. It seems he encountered a dual monster. Mei Yu was one of the few who opened a portal initially. After flipping through the previous records, he roughly understood the specifics. Reviving at full health and state after dying in the dual space is possible, but if injured during victory, one must resolve it themselves. Mei Yu was severely injured the first time with the energy stone nearly depleted. After slaying the second dual monster, he was injured again, but fortunately he had borrowed the flower fairy from Enqing before losing consciousness. With the healing pill and the flower fairy's treatment, he managed to save his life. Now the battles from the first two batches of portals have all concluded and there have already been 127 instances of dual monsters today. The trial ground has always been cruel, but many challenges can be faced together. Now entering the personal test phase, there will always be those who are flustered. Chu Yan was merely browsing through the information and did not speak. After about 20 minutes, Ing Luo and the others suddenly received a notification in the first city chat group. Ing Luo, Chu Yan, the meteor has returned. You and Qian to hurry here. Jia Lan and Nua, get everyone ready and come over soon. And Nua, what danger have you encountered? You two protect yourselves first. Jia Lan, we are hiding on the side. Video cloud pattern spirit horses, over 100 of them, currently surrounded by a pack of rending galehounds. If we can capture them, it would be 100 times better than summon war horses. And Nua, that's great. Well, definitely catch them. Chu Yan opened the video and saw the appearance of the cloud pattern spirit horses, their pure white coats running gracefully and lightly, and he instantly fell in love. After the meteor returned, Chu Yan donned the armor of Qian Tu, prioritizing bringing Thunder Horn along, who was a group attack type hero and a weapon for team battles. Upon arrival, Qian Tu said, I'll take over. There are many wild level rending gale hounds among them. After leaving the battle to Qian Tu, Chu Yan carefully observed these beasts. They indeed resemble the prairie beasts from Blue Planet, but their size is much larger. Ordinary rending galehounds are even more ferocious than lions and emit irregular blood-colored energy all over their bodies. Jia Lan quickly moved around the perimeter shooting arrows while Thunder Horn rampaged through the pack of rending galehounds. The cloud pattern spirit horses attempted to flee and Ing Luo shouted as she chased after them, we traveled thousands of miles to rescue you and you want to run away. Do you have no conscience? Chu Yan listened with a dark expression. Are you reasoning with a bunch of horses? The scene that left Chu Yan stunned appeared. The cloud pattern spirit horses indeed stopped but still moved restlessly in a small area. While fighting, Qian Tu transmitted his voice explaining beasts with spirit in their names have already transcended the category of wild beasts. They are collectively referred to as spirit beasts. The most notable feature of spirit beasts is that they can understand our words. Though the rending galehounds are stronger, they are still wild beasts. That's not entirely accurate. Calling them demon beasts would be more appropriate. There's one crucial difference between demon beasts and spirit beasts. Look here. Qian Tu then swiftly cut a rending galehound in half at the waist and extracted a black orb the size of a chicken egg. Continuing, he explained the demon core of demon beasts is located in the abdomen while the spirit core of spirit beasts is in the brain and it's white. Demon beasts are more common in the wilderness whereas spirit beasts are relatively rare. Is it because spirit beasts have weaker combat power? Spirit beasts are indeed weaker in the early stages because their attacks rely on innate skills and early spirit beasts have less energy, making it impossible for them to attack continuously, and their innate skills also require practice. However, ferocious spirit beasts are quite strong in the early stages. Do demon beasts not have innate skills? Very rarely. Demon beasts primarily enhance their physical abilities while spirit beasts enhance their intelligence first, followed by their physical form. Thus in the early stages demon beasts are generally larger than spirit beasts. While Chen Tu was imparting knowledge to Chu Yan, Eric arrived with a Nuan Nicole, Nanji, Emocho and Lise. For the first time Chu Yan saw Nanji's ice spears numbering in the thousands. My goodness. Who would believe this is a single target skill? With a casual wave, dozens to hundreds of ice spears were unleashed as the front spears just left, another batch followed behind. And Nua exemplified what it means to be a true archer, standing farthest away and shooting the most distant targets. One wild level rending galehound was shot through the head by an arrow and died instantly. The most astonishing was Lise. At that moment, two wild level rending galehounds charged towards Chu Yan and Lise threw her sickle like a boomerang, nearly grazing one hound's leg. As a result, that rending galehound calmly succumbed on the spot. The bizarre scene left even Qian Tu momentarily stunned. Who could withstand that? Can this trigger instant death? Among the heroes who came here, if one were to be selected for the least visually appealing combat style, it would definitely be Nicole. Chu Yan didn't even see her figure, only those inexplicably dead hounds proving Nicole had been there. If a selection were made for the most visually appealing, it would definitely be Mo Chiu. Sparks of lightning surrounded her, sweeping away all darkness in her path. Ing Luo did not engage in battle at all and kept communicating with the leader of the cloud-patterned spirit horses. After over 200 rending galehounds were slain, Ing Luo successfully persuaded the cloud-patterned spirit horses to follow Chu Yan and the others back. And Nua and the others skillfully skinned and extracted the demon cores. Simultaneously they chatted and laughed. Ing Luo, in the past we could only stroll out during the blood moon, this time in pure darkness it's truly a different experience. Jialan, during the blood moon we were basically always in battle as the wild demon beasts went insane, attacking anyone they saw. Chu Yan, so you guys were not just watching the challenger's main city during the blood moon. Nicole, our anticipation for the blood moon is even stronger than for the daytime. After recalling the mechanism of the blood moon, Chu Yan sighed. I thought about it carefully. Even if the main city's protective shield has dual space properties, the attackers still hold a significant advantage during the castle's assault. Take you guys for example, even if you were suppressed to the same attributes as the main city heroes, you would still be stronger. Ing Luo, you should at least give us some breathing room. It can't always be you who holds the advantage. What do we have to look forward to? Then just go back. And Nua, young master, you didn't fully grasp what I said. Chu Yan thoughtfully considered in Nua's words and found a key point. Are you referring to pets? And Nua, correct. If a chosen one has 5 heroes, the castle's attackers can only have 6 people enter. Even if that chosen one has 10000 pets, only 6 can enter. Ing Luo, for example, just now if you sealed a wild level rending galehound, what you summon would still be wild level. Then if your highest hero is heavenly level, when I lead the attack I become heavenly level while you have a wild level pet in your main city. Moreover, even if they are just pet cubs, as long as the emotional bond is well cultivated, there will still be surprises. What surprises? I won't tell you for now. Just know that pets are important. Looking at Ing Luo's expression of if you ask me I'll tell you, Chu Yan restrained his curiosity and refrained from asking further. Just as she said, knowing that pets are important is enough. No wonder the pets summoned by everyone are quite powerful. When everyone's heroes are generally mystic level or earth level, the summoned pets are at least earth level. Above heavenly level pets almost account for half. However, Chu Yan still had a doubt. What about the support players in our team? They can't fight at all. This question left in Nua and the others utterly dumbfounded. Ing Luo, in your situation over the years I've truly never heard of it. Nicole, I've never thought there would be a completely supportive chosen one in all these years. And Nua, maybe you are the answer. Ing Luo, yes. And Nua's deduction is very reasonable. You are the key to solving the problem. I suggest you help the support players first. After riding the cloud pattern spirit steed back to the main city, Chu Yan built 2 stables to accommodate over 100 cloud pattern spirit steeds. The members of the Ing Luo guard team were overjoyed, each selecting their favorite spirit steed to foster a bond. Chu Yan casually used several warhorse cards. Comparing the attributes, the cloud pattern spirit steed had attributes that were more than double those of the summoned warhorses. Moreover, the cloud pattern spirit steed could continue to grow. Li Si had also taken a liking to a little spirit steed, showing it great affection. However, after bringing the cloud pattern spirit steed back, Chu Yan was troubled. What do they eat? Are they easy to care for? Ing Luo replied without hesitation, don't worry, we will take good care of them. The one who was the happiest about bringing back the spirit steeds was Marta. From the moment he saw the herd of spirit steeds he couldn't stop smiling. Once the cloud pattern spirit steeds settled in the stables, a team task was unexpectedly triggered. Public chat group announcement: Challenger Chu Yan successfully captured over 100 spirit beasts, triggering the immediate team task Spirit Beast Crisis. Challengers have 15 minutes to make a choice. There is no penalty for abandoning the task. Accepting the task will yield a large amount of pet resources, a chance to obtain pets, and a reward of 20 points in spiritual attributes. Important reminder: this task is a real scenario. This task takes a considerable amount of time. All challengers should make their choices in a timely manner. Failure to do so within the specified time will be considered an abandonment of the task. Hu Ju and Hao Chu Yan, over 100 spirit beasts. Are you going for a beast taming route? Tang Yanwei, are they the same type of pet? Lin Chuan worship. Big brother, how did you manage this late at night? Yun Shang, no wonder we haven't heard from you tonight. Chu Yan, Tang Yanwei, spirit beasts are not pets. Illustrated guide: Cloud pattern spirit steed Lin Chuan, why not take a careful look at the edge of your main city's protective barrier? You might just spot a pile of wasteland level monsters. Tang Yanwei, wow, such a beautiful horse. Lin Chuan, big brother, don't scare me. Chu Yan, am not scaring you. Any level of wild beasts can appear outside the protective barrier at night. The danger index from the day is completely invalid at night. Shinxiu, sure, so did the cloud pattern spirit steed run to your doorstep? Chu Yan, otherwise. Illustrated guide: Tirfang hyena and a whole bunch of these monsters, dozens of wasteland level ones, scared the cloud pattern spirit steeds into a frenzy. Sun Yuan, my heart stopped for 3 seconds from fright. Dozens of wasteland level monsters. Chu Yan, so they fought until now. Tang Shinro, Chu Yan, what do you think about this team task? The task especially reminded us that it takes a long time. Hu Ju and Hao, what Shinro said is also my biggest concern. Chu Yan, can this task still be done? Yunshan, the castle issue is indeed time-sensitive. Those in the group whose main city hasn't upgraded expressed some concerns. The castle really is a heavy burden on everyone. Chu Yan, we must do it. This task is our hope for survival. Hu Juanhao, what news have you received this time? Chu Yan, the claim that the blood moon will descend in a month is incorrect. The most accurate statement is that it will descend after 4 portal cycles. In other words, the blood moon will descend after we go through 4,728 portal cycles, and we have already gone through 12. Xin Xiushi, so that's how it is. This means that the timing of the team task is completely unaffected. Hu Juanhao, this is fantastic news. Chu Yan, next let me explain in detail. After the blood moon descends, the attack mechanism of the castle heroes will be. The significance of the team task is. The characteristics of the pets are. In summary, this team task can be described as timely aid. A crucial life-saving task. Lin Chuan, amazing. It's forcing us to improve our combat levels. And Cheng, but we support players still can't withstand the attacks. Chu Yan, that's another issue. We must prioritize dealing with the castles around the support players. Hu Juanhao, I understand. Combat players still have a chance to fight for survival while support players face only dead ends. Wang Jingwei, I have a question. Does the loyalty of your heroes fluctuate? Lin Chuan, isn't that quite normal? Today's a bit high, tomorrow a bit low, as long as it increases overall. Hu Juanhao, let's get ready to start the task. Everyone prepare quickly. After closing the chat group, Ing Luo and Nanji started walking back from the stables. Chu Yan shouted, everyone get ready, we start the expedition in a quarter of an hour. Ing Luo said in surprise again. You really are leaving no room for the castle heroes. And Nua also laughed. Fortunately, we made a wise choice. If we had to conduct 12 expeditions in a row, the castle heroes would truly be in despair. Chu Yan curiously asked, the blood moon in the 5th week lasts for 1 hour, what about the 6th week? Nico replied, it increases by half an hour each week up to a maximum of 8 hours. The heroes brought this time included Imo Chiu Qian, Tu Yingluan, and Jili Si, and Nua Jialan, Lei Jiao, Nico, and Eric. Feng Xiaoqi, Shi Chui, and Liu Li stayed in the main city. The 3 pets were all brought along now. The attribute points of Huayu and Shu Weimeng far exceeded those of Xingyan, but the 2 little ones were still in their cub phase, which left Chu Yan feeling quite perplexed. With the task initiated, Chu Yan along with his heroes and pets was teleported to the city gate outside a fortress. Then he received a prompt, challenger, you are now temporarily affiliated with the Qinghuan City Beast Taming Guild. Please proceed to the Elemental Hills to stop the demon clan's pollution of the Elemental Hills. Then a map to the Elemental Hills appeared in Chu Yan's mind. He looked around but did not see any team members. Opening the chat group, Yunshan, where are you all? I'm halfway up the Great Snow Mountain. The prompt told me to go to the Frost Dragon Domain. Hu Juanhao, I'm in the Hurricane Valley, told to go to the Giant Mountains. Xin Xiushi, I'm in the Elf Forest looking for little elves to bring to safety. Ma Chenli, it seems like we are all in different places. Tang Nianwei, the common point is that the places we are going to just by the names are related to our pets. Lin Chuan, then everyone should complete their own tasks, stay safe. Hu Juanhao, yes, safety first. Surely this time the task didn't prepare us with combat supplies. Tang Xinro, maybe well receive some during the task. After closing the chat group, Chu Yan arranged the itinerary for his team. Let Xingyan take Ni Qian, Tu and Ing Luo over first. Eric will teleport 5 people, then Xingyan will bring Eric back, and Eric will then teleport the remaining 4 along with Xingyan. Half an hour later, Chu Yanxian, Tu and Ing Luo stood on a hillside over 100 meters high. Looking at the valley before them resembling a fiery hell, Chu Yan felt a bit intimidated. Can we really go in? Ing Luo observed for a moment and replied, with our physical endurance we can manage it. She notified Eric to come over in the chat group of the first city. Eric arrived with the first batch of heroes, Nanjili Si and Nua Jialan and Mo Chiu, and then they boarded the Starfall to return. After the starlight portal behind Chu Yan opened again, Eric arrived with Lei Jiao and Aika Shu Weimeng, Huayu and Starfall. Huayu looked at the valley with delight, waved her small hand and summoned a ball of flames from the valley, then split the flames into small fire sparks. As the small fire sparks floated onto Chu Yan and the others, Huayu said, follow me, I know where the flame sovereign is. Upon entering the flame valley, the small fire sparks on Chu Yan and the others transformed into a shield that enveloped them completely, entirely isolating them from the external flames. Shu Weimeng curiously surveyed the surroundings and said brightly, Huayu, you are really amazing. I can't feel any heat at all inside this shield. Huayu replied, the flame sovereign is the one who is truly amazing, this valley is entirely his domain. Chu Yan asked curiously, do you know the flame sovereign? Huayu nodded, I do. I was born here. Could it be that all the summoned pets were born from this? After walking for half an hour in the flames with Huayu, they arrived in front of a portal. The massive outer ring of the portal was engulfed in scorching flames and 4 flame guardians were nearby. The flame guardians were not humanoid but took on various animal forms. As they reached here, a temporary badge on Chu Yan's chest flickered with white light and one of the guardians spoke, friends from Qinghuan City, thank you for your support. Then after passing through the portal they arrived in a cavern where magma flowed all around. At the exit of the portal here was a middle-aged human man who upon seeing Chu Yan joyfully said, thank heavens, another batch of supporters has finally arrived. There's no time for pleasantries, please follow the left rock river toward the lava lake. We've detected a sharp drop in temperature at the lava lake and there's a high probability that another demon portal will appear there. Please ensure to defend for 48 hours. Here, take this and this. The space stone contains enough food and recovery potions, and this is a temperature alert device. When the temperature alert device shows red, you can take a temporary rest. When it shows blue, be ready for battle. After receiving the 2 items, Chu Yan and his heroes followed the rock river towards the lava lake. The space stone was a 5-slot space equipment, and the items inside were indeed quite complete. When they reached the lava lake, they found that a significant part of it was already cooling down, and many magma creatures were exerting themselves to guide the magma and pale mist in combat. Chu Yan glanced and noticed that these creatures were mostly young ones. Huayu explained, "This is the lava hatchery." Chu Yan asked, "Where is your birthplace?" "The flame spirit pool." At this moment, the mist concentration reached the standard. The cracks in the air began to close, and then a rectangular portal appeared in the middle of the cooling lava lake. Chu Yan smiled and said, "The shape is quite distinguishable. The friendly portals we have seen are all round. The demon portals are square." Monsters began to emerge from the portal, each one appearing at random. The common trait was that they were all ice attribute monsters. Chu Yan's team surrounded the portal as monsters surged out frantically. They weren't very strong, but the key point was that they would self-destruct upon death. The damage from the self-destruction was not high, but the main issue was the cold. Fighting here was truly like being in 2 extremes. The 6th monster killed by Lisi triggered a death effect, resulting in its corpse lying intact at her feet. This situation inspired everyone. Qian too charged into the monsters, prioritizing the kill of a monster that had just emerged, and this monster's corpse was also preserved. After several attempts, everyone understood the monster's self-destruction logic. Killing a monster within 5 seconds of its emergence prevented it from triggering self-destruction. Ying Luo suggested narrow the encirclement and block right in front of the portal. However, if they narrowed the encirclement, not everyone could fit, so Chu Yan divided the team into 2 groups, taking turns to fight. While Enika rested, she began to dissect the monsters and found the key item for self-destruction: frost crystals. Goodness. The task location seemed to be Huayes domain, yet the drops were completely unrelated. After some thought, Chu Yan opened the chat group and privately messaged Yunchang. "Chu Yan, have we started fighting?" "Yunchang, I didn't expect it to just be a change of location to defend the portal." "Chu Yan, there is still a difference. Our main city's portal is round while here it is square." "Yunchang, there is indeed a difference. The forces that open the portals are also different." "Chu Yan, well enough small talk. What did you obtain in the Frost Dragon domain?" "Yunchang, speaking of which, it has me quite frustrated. I ended up obtaining flame crystals from the Frost Dragon domain." "Chu Yan, perfect. Illustrated guide Frost crystals. I am currently at the lava lake." "Yunchang, that's great. Let's trade later." "Chu Yan, that's exactly what I had in mind. It seems like this time everyone is working hard for items needed by others." Yunchang, everyone in the group is speechless. Chat group: Ma Qianli Dam. "The items I obtained are not for my pet." "Lin Chuan, what did you obtain?" "Mine isn't for personal use either." "Hu Juanhao, same here. Mine isn't for personal use. It feels like we will end up exchanging all at once." "Xin Xiushi, it's extremely unreasonable yet also very reasonable." "Tang Nianci, indeed." After the complaints, everyone posted the items they obtained in the illustrated guide and stated what they needed. As a result, it became even more chaotic. A got something that B needed, B got something that C needed, and C got something that D needed. The number of people who could exchange successfully at once was very few. Hu Juanhao, let's exchange everything together in the team warehouse later. No one needs to rush. Right now the real task is to kill monsters and earn more resources. The monsters were killed instantly, leaving no time for self-destruction. Meanwhile, the lava lake gradually reignited the cooled areas due to the continuous supply from the rock river. The temperature in the cavern gradually rose and the portal began to appear ethereal. Then the number of monsters emerging increased and their speed became faster. Blocking the portal was not enough to instantly kill all the monsters, and self-destructing monsters began to appear again in front of the portal. The portal gradually became more solid than it was when it first opened. After another round of personnel rotation, Li stood beside her sister Ying Luo slaying monsters. The little girl particularly enjoyed using the scythe as a boomerang. In fact, this kind of attack didn't deal very high damage, but Li's attacks triggered instant death, so as long as she could hit more targets it was considered a success. An elite monster should be appearing. Heavy footsteps could already be heard behind the portal, sounding quite massive. The silhouette of the monster emerged. A snowman. It truly resembled the snowmen people piled up in winter. However, this snowman was alive and exceptionally tall. Such a cute figure, it hardly seemed like a creature of the demon race. Anno, standing quite far away, shot an arrow at the snowman, causing a layer of snowflakes to fall from it. Then she continued to advance unscathed. Ying Luo struck with her sword and another layer of snowflakes fell. Nicole said with a serious expression, "A monster with a hit count rule." Ying Luo nodded. "It should be. Prioritize attacking it. Monsters with a hit count rule may not be particularly strong, but they generally pose a hassle. Before it sustains a certain number of attacks it won't suffer lethal damage." Lise threw her returning scythe again. With such a large target, the scythe easily struck the snowman. As a result, the snowman died. The instant death rule was even stronger. It ignored the snowman's hit count rule. After the snowman perished, it shattered into a pile of snowflakes, revealing a fist-sized crystal in the center. Luo picked it up and tossed it to Chu Yan, who was dissecting the monster's corpse behind. After receiving it, Chu Yan glanced at the description of the crystal frost source core effect key for ice-type pets to enter their growth phase. This was important news. Thus both the Flame Prison and Water Dream needed such a corresponding attribute source core to enter their growth phases. Jian Tu spoke up. If we were to kill this monster following the normal procedures, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this frost source core. The monster would exhaust its energy before dying. What a stroke of luck. The snowman's unexpected death infuriated the demon commander behind the portal. It let out another furious roar. Then the portal also began to change. It was no longer solidifying but expanding. The portal's area grew larger, quickly exceeding 10 meters in height and 7 or 8 meters in width. Then a gigantic claw emerged from the portal. Just that single claw made a group of heroes feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Jian Tu immediately activated armor onto Chu Yan, shouting, "Everyone fall back." Then he communicated with Chu Yan through sound. "There's a high probability we need to boost our attributes." Chu Yan asked, "What level is the opponent?" "Judging by the claw, at least peak ruin level." "Even surpassing ruin level." Chu Yan's expression grew incredibly serious. Quickly boosting attributes was not as effective as before. Because everyone had too few evolution points. The gap at the ruin level was too vast. Currently Jian Tu had the highest attribute points among all heroes. All four-dimensional attributes were close to 1000 points, but the growth rate was slowing down. Before reaching 799 points, Jian Tu gained 1 attribute point for each person he killed. After 799 he needed to kill 10 to gain 1. Then the armor state would also be recalculated. Chu Yan's attribute values were the same as Jian Tu's, all close to 1000 points. After donning Jian Tu's battle armor, the accumulated attribute value was not 2000 but less than 1200 points. Now Chu Yan also understood the limits. At the ruin level a single attribute could reach 1599 points. The difference between levels within ruin was even greater than the difference between mortals and celestial levels. The maximum total attributes at celestial level is 399415996 points, whereas at ruin level single attributes can reach 1599 points. Moreover, in the enhancement of ruin level, 800 attribute points require 10 times the evolution points. The most direct data shows that to progress from the start of ruin level to its limit, a single attribute requires 8400 evolution points. To max out all four-dimensional attributes requires 33,600 points. Therefore, in worlds where ruin levels can teleport, some can teleport 10 meters at once while others can teleport 10000 meters at once. Just as Chu Yan was about to open the chat group to borrow evolution points from everyone, that gigantic claw retracted again. Then the biggest surprise occurred. The portal suddenly generated a massive suction force. This force directly pulled Chu Yan and Jian Tu into the world behind the portal at the cost of shattering the entire portal. Luo and the others were completely stunned. The portal disappeared and a multitude of space fissures reappeared in the space with icy mist flooding in through the cracks just like before. Mo Chio frantically attacked the space fissures. Luo grabbed her and said, "Our hero contract shows no abnormalities, indicating that Chu Yan is still safe." Anno ran over from a distance anxiously, saying, "We can't reach Chu Yan in the chat group, there's no way to Chu Yan." At this moment Chu Yan and Jian Tu were in a violently churning lake. Jian Tu completely sealed his armor to protect Chu Yan. Chu Yan once again received a series of notifications. Hero contract abnormality detected. Enhancing contract, restoring normalcy. Detection abnormality. Chat channel has been cut off. Continue enhancing contract. Restoring channel connection. Unable to restore. Activating hero contract adaptive function. Activation successful. Unknown world judgment in progress. Judgment result demon realm abyss. Activating language recognition function. Recognition failed. Activating star level soul contract. Activation successful. Language loaded successfully. Challenger. Please find the portal back to any demon invaded world as soon as possible. The star level super evolution function has been temporarily activated for you. Good luck. Damn. In less than half a month Chu Yan had already experienced 2 contract anomalies. The existence behind the trial land seemed not invincible. At least when facing the demon race as an enemy they were at most evenly matched. However, after the language loaded, Chu Yan finally understood the meaning of the voice ringing in his ears. The meaningless roars before had transformed into clear conversations. Lake of Devouring, are you sure it's resolved? Emogio, the enemy will soon be digested after being consumed by our devouring clan. I trust in the abilities of your devouring clan. Alright, I need to keep moving. The Shadow Domain battlefield is of utmost importance. I've already wasted too much time passing through here. Alright, Ilo, you won this time. So they were currently in the so-called belly of the devouring clan. How large could this creature possibly be? If they were indeed inside the stomach of the devouring clan, this lake formed by gastric fluid had a diameter exceeding 500 meters. The Lake of Devouring was headed to the Shadow Domain battlefield, hoping there was a portal there. After about half an hour, Jian Tu transmitted the creature with the claw must have surpassed the Desolate level. I also sensed a large number of latest-stage demon clan members at the Desolate level. Chu Yan asked, what are the signs of the latest desolate level? Domain. Within one's own domain governed by one's own rules. To illustrate this with Nanji, if she grasped a domain when she activated her domain against an enemy, if the enemy has no domain, they would be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Because Nanji's domain rule might be only ice spears can be used within my domain. Remember, only a domain can counter another domain. Damn, this is truly impossible to fight. Shienta continued, of course mastering a domain is very difficult. It's not as simple as just increasing a hero's attribute points to 1200 and then they can instantly grasp it. I understand now. Chu Yan now clearly comprehended the difference between attribute points and real strength. Shinto added, this Chu clan has just reached the latest desolate level with a hint of domain's embryonic form, which is why they needed to use the teleportation portal to swallow us earlier. We can easily kill it from the inside, and when we encounter the teleportation portal we will act according to the situation. Chu Yan said, alright, you take charge. Boring. Just like last time, being locked in a small dark room unable to do anything. Chu Yan occasionally glanced at the time to pass the monotonous moments. After 2 hours it felt like the Chu clan was still on the move. Meanwhile the chat group erupted. Yun Chang, what's up with Chu Yan? Ma Qianli, damn. 983 members in the group. How is that possible? Tang Nianwei, I don't believe Chu Yan is dead. He is the strongest among us, we have all been fine, how could he have encountered an accident? Lin Chuan, I don't believe it either. Hu Juan, how, damn it, not even a hint. Screw his ancestors. Shin Xiushi, let's wait and see. Chu Yan had also encountered abnormal situations in his last mission. Tang Shinro, last time we just couldn't him. This time a group member has directly decreased by 1. Does anyone know Chu Yan's mission location? Yun Chang, he said he was at the lava lake. The monster dropped frost crystals and we agreed to exchange loot with each other. But he didn't specify the exact location. Yunwan, the lava lake is too hard to judge, many places have that. Ma Qianli, Yunwan, where are you? Yunwan, it should be considered a command center. I'm responsible for conveying information from various places and then the Beast Master Association arranges the support. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan's pets are Fire Spirit, Water Spirit and Void Dragon. Are there lava lakes related to these creatures? Lin Chuan, Ma Qianli, good job you little rascal. This response is really quick. Yunwan found it. The elemental hills have the highest probability. There are many elemental creatures like Flame Sovereign and Storm Sovereign there. Ma Qianli, is anyone near the elemental hills? Hu Juan, how, it's not easy to judge. The maps we received are all for individual missions. Some people are indeed in the elemental hills but not in the fire element domain and don't know how to get there. Lin Chuan, there's no way to search. After we reach the destination we all go through another teleportation portal. Xin Xiaoyu, patience, I believe Chu Yan will be safe. At this moment Chu Yan was quite surprised. Domain spirit fruit, after consumption one can gain a certain level of domain comprehension. The Chu clan eats everything in a haphazard manner. Thus most of the things it swallows are intact. While it eats, Chu Yan follows and scoops into the spatial equipment. Unfortunately the spiritual fruit was digested too quickly. Chu Yan didn't manage to grab even 1/10. Ultimately he got 37 domain spirit fruits. Based on the dissolution efficiency of the domain spirit fruit, the digestive capability of the Chu clan is indeed monstrous. If it weren't for Qiantu he would probably have been left with nothing. After about another hour the Chu clan Shi Lake engaged in battle with other demon clans. 3 to 4 minutes later a corpse in the shape of a bird fell in. As soon as the corpse touched the digestive fluid it began to dissolve rapidly. Chu Yan hurried over to excavate the demon core. Besides a desolate level demon core he also found another crystal, the storm source core. This batch of demon clans attacking the pet world is quite special, their bodies contain such targeted crystals. Thus it can be easily inferred that the bird-shaped demon clan was also one attacking the pet world but ended up being devoured by the Shi Lake. This Shi Lake is such a scoundrel. Sneaking up on teammates from behind, what a beast. Shinta spoke, the demon clan is merely a general term for many races in the demon realm. Within the same race they can't even unite, let alone the demon clans. That's indeed reasonable. Chu Yan began to look forward to this scoundrel killing more teammates. After the bird demon clan's corpse completely dissolved it turned out there were 2 spheres, one large and one small, left in its place. Chu Yan swam back over to pick them up. However the smaller spheres suddenly exploded. Then a bunch of random things exploded out. Chu Yan hurriedly grabbed a few items nearby while the others quickly dissolved. Chu Yan exclaimed in shock, this is a spatial equipment. The Chu clan has something indeed. Even spatial equipment can be digested. The larger sphere had not yet disappeared and Chu Yan quickly scooped it up. The moment it was in hand a prompt appeared, spatial origin stone detected, would you like to merge it into the spatial backpack? Spatial origin stone. After trying it couldn't be stored in the storage backpack so he could only choose to merge it. Then Chu Yan's spatial backpack increased by 1 million slots. Chu Yan was momentarily stunned. Incredible. This is too exaggerated. After calming down he found that the newly added 1 million slots were distinctly different from the previous ones, they seemed to be unified. As Chu Yan's thoughts changed these slots could transform into a unified large space. After unification, Chu Yan suddenly became completely calm. A space measuring 100 meters long, 100 meters wide and 100 meters high, a large cubic space. In comparison, it was far less shocking than the previous 1 million slots. But calculating 100,100,100 indeed equals 1 million. A normal spatial slot is a cubic space of 111 with a volume of 1 cubic meter. The side length expanded by 100 times, but the volume increased by 1,000,000 times. What the hell? This is an error of perception. Now to look at the few items just scooped up. He discovered it was the same kind of spiritual herb destiny of the race. Wow. Such a grand name, could it be I found treasure? Looking at the description, destiny of the race greatly increases the sexual desire of beings. Significantly enhances the probability of pregnancy after mating. An aphrodisiac. Damn it, what a disappointment after such high expectations. Shintu also saw this kind of spiritual herb and his perspective was completely different from Chu Yan's. It truly lives up to its name. A very precious treasure. Are you sure? Chu Yan asked in surprise. Shintu replied, not all races can reproduce as easily as your human race. Not to mention other races, just take the Azura race for example. The Azura race becomes fully developed around 100 years old. Then throughout nearly 2,000 years the ratio of being able to give birth to 2 offspring does not exceed 20. On the other hand, the ratio of those who never produce offspring exceeds 30. This kind of spiritual herb is indeed a divine herb that concerns the fate of many races. After a moment of thought, Chu Yan understood Qiantu's words. Snail noodles, stinky tofu and coriander mixed with beef, these are culinary delights of the great celestial empire. For those who enjoy them, not eating for 3 days would cause great anxiety. For those who dislike them, the mere scent could induce nausea. The fate of races follows a similar principle. For the human race, this is akin to a premium aphrodisiac. For species struggling with reproduction, it is truly a treasure that concerns their very fate. The worth of something is not solely determined by its intrinsic value but also by the level of demand people have for it. After organizing the spoils, Qiantu thoughtfully remarked the size of the Chu clan might not be as enormous as we anticipated. Chu Yan also found this deduction quite plausible, similar to spatial equipment which appears small on the outside but is vast within. The Chu clan can devour and digest spatial equipment. They might possess the ability to make it appear much larger internally, just like storage equipment. The demon clan's portal opened once more, and while Ling Luo and the others fought against the demons, they also attempted to enter the portal. Unfortunately, the portal is one way. Now they can only determine that Chu Yan is safe based on their contracts. They can't search for him, and currently they are on an expedition completely unaware of this world. More importantly, the heroes are well aware that the expedition task is immensely beneficial to the Chosen One. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to exert themselves to help Chu Yan complete the expedition. Over 4 hours after the second portal opened, its height had nearly reached 20 meters. Abnormal grade monsters frequently appeared within the portal. Defending became increasingly difficult for Ling Luo and her companions. At this moment, 7 or 8 fire giants arrived at the lava lake, expressed their gratitude to Ling Luo and the others, and instructed them to defend further away. After the arrival of the fire giants, another 10 minutes passed. Abnormal grade demons of the late stage began to appear within the portal. The fire giants activated their flame domain to confront the latest stage demons. Such battles were immensely helpful to Ling Luo and her companions. It could be said that this was the greatest harvest of their expedition as abnormal grade heroes. While the heroes slashed through the demons from the rear, they seriously observed the domains. At this moment, it had been over 8 hours since Chu Yan was removed from the chat group. Yun Shan, last time there was an anomaly at midnight, but Chu Yan returned safely by dawn. What could be happening this time? Shen Xiushi, be patient. From another perspective, last time Chu Yan only returned after the mission ended. Perhaps this time is similar. Wang Jingwei, what if? I'm just saying, what if Chu Yan doesn't return safely? How do we handle the remaining castles? Ma Qinli, what do you mean by that? Feng Qiaoyu, exactly. The mission isn't over yet. Moreover, this time the immense gains from the team mission were all initiated by Chu Yan. Lin Chuan, don't forget, last time was also initiated by Chu Yan. In the first 2 instances, Chu Yan played a crucial role. Furthermore, the surplus rewards from the previous 2 instances were also obtained with Chu Yan's help. Tang Nianwei, to be fair, without Chu Yan our team would have lost dozens or even hundreds by now. Perhaps even more. After 4 portal cycles, those near the main city with castles could face total annihilation. Wang Jingwei, I'm just speculating. We have to consider the worst case scenario. Shen Xiushi, what is there to consider? Without Chu Yan, we'd all just be looking out for ourselves. Additionally, hey race, a harsh truth, those who resolve the castle issues aren't necessarily out of danger. I heard from Sister Bai that there are basically around 3 castles within 100 kilometers of the main city. The further away the castle, the stronger its power. Actually, thinking about it now, Anqing is the luckiest. She is likely the safest right now. Hu Jiu and how damn. Xiushi, are you serious? Shen Xiushi, I haven't personally verified it, but Sister Bai's loyalty is already at 80 points. She must be truthful. Anqing, ah. Is that how it is? I thought I was the unluckiest. wishing for Chu Yan's safety. Hu Ju and how everyone calmed down. Let me finish first. If there were no Chu Yan, would we be able to handle the castle issues? Shin Xiushi, almost impossible. I understand your thoughts. Now I have Sister Bai and Wang Jingwei has an abnormal great hero relying on these two heroes to attack the castle. But you must consider a problem among the castles we have dealt with. 2 had 3 abnormal great heroes and 3 had 2 abnormal great heroes. What if when dealing with the castle we first encounter a castle with 3 abnormal great heroes? The result would be total annihilation. Not all abnormal great heroes are Qian too. Think about what Chu Yan said, Sister Bai can't defeat Ing Luo and Ing Luo can't withstand a single strike from Qian too. The gap between abnormal great heroes is even greater than that between zombie dogs and heavenly level heroes. Yunwan video instant kill on a giant skeleton. Everyone can see my abnormal great hero. At that time Chu Yan deemed the hero level in my castle to be low and the risk controllable, so he had me sign a contract with him. Moreover, Qian too mentioned that this abnormal great hero has extremely solid fundamentals, nearly invincible among the abnormal grades, and can guide me to improve my combat level. My hero is named Lingran. I have been training him with all my might these days and his loyalty has reached 95 points. Lingran mentioned that Qian too is truly invincible at the same level and no one can withstand his killing moves. Lin Chuan Dam. Is this really an abnormal great hero? Ma Qianli, my god. Even my earth level hero couldn't achieve such an effortless instant kill on a giant skeleton. Tang Xinro heavenly level heroes can indeed easily kill giant skeletons, but they really can't match Lingran's grace and composure. Tang Nianwei, this is astonishing. Is this the pinnacle power within a level? I genuinely believe that over 90 of earth level heroes wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. Yunshang 90 is still too low. The maximum attribute points for earth level heroes is around 199 points, while for abnormal level heroes it's 99 points. This attribute gap is enough to prevent one from blocking this naturally perfect strike. Hu Ju and how my own attribute points have already exceeded those of the abnormal level, yet facing this strike I can only wait to die. Surely I felt that I was being bullied to death by the giant skeleton earlier due to insufficient attribute points. Now I understand it was a problem of combat level. Lin Chuan Lingran's level serves as a reminder for us. We might find it difficult to reach such a combat level, but we must at least be capable of effortlessly defeating giant skeletons to meet the requirements of the trial ground. Otherwise, even if we barely survive battling a giant skeleton now, we will eventually fall to the hands of other dual monsters. Yun Shang, I agree with this deduction. We really need to work hard to improve our combat levels. The novel clearly states, if you want to take you must first give. I feel embarrassed to ask for reviews or gifts without adding a chapter. Hey, race an additional chapter as a reward. I sincerely ask all the readers who follow for updates to help write. The evaluations and engagement reviews, comments, gifts of readers following updates are the most important factors in the work's rating. Currently a rating of 6. 8 is really unfriendly to the novel. In the 2 days since the rating came out, the reading data has been halved. I kindly ask everyone to help write a review or comment. Thank you. Finally, I thank everyone for reading, wishing everyone a happy May Day. May your lives be fulfilled and happy. Sure Tian clan Sure who either swallowed spiritual fruits it encountered or failing that ambushed its companions. Chu Yan had already unearthed 7 Huan level demon cores and 16 Tian level demon cores. As for lower ranks, there were only 2 D level demon cores. That does not mean Sure who was merciful, it devoured far more D and Xian level demons. Those demons disappeared within seconds after falling into the digestive fluid, which churned violently at every moment, leaving Chu Yan no time to dig. Staring at the hall in his storage space, Chu Yan nearly wished to stay. The delight of unearned bounty is something only those who experience it can truly know. This is not unearned. Swimming over to dig demon cores was hard work, he told himself, inventing an excuse. That way when he killed Sure who later he would feel not the slightest guilt. He checked the time, it was already noon of the second day since the task began. The mission had started at midnight, nearly 2 days had passed. Damn you. How dare you ambush old Sure who? Despicable beast. Scum like you deserve total eradication, you strike at demons without distinction. Want to eat me? I want to eat you instead. In the mid-afternoon around 3, Chu Yan suddenly heard Sure who bursting into curses. Listening to it denounce the so-called evil beast, Chu Yan could not help but smile inwardly. Are you sure you are not describing yourself? Truly venomous cowards always deem others worse. Before long, octopus-like tentacles began to fall around Chu Yan, pitch-black appendages slick with nauseating mucus. Chu Yan scrambled away from them. Worse, upon seeing those things beyond a wave of revulsion, a flood of frenzied malevolent thoughts buried deep in his heart suddenly surged up. Close your eyes. This is an abominable beast. Hearing Qian Tu's warning, Chu Yan hurriedly shut his eyes. The maddening thoughts subsided somewhat but could not be completely quelled. Qian Tu went on, any race may give birth to such abominable beasts, they have no conscience and know only the ecstasy of slaughter. If born among ordinary folk they are at worst lunatics. If born within a mighty people they become a calamity. Their evil is carved into the depths of their souls. As their strength grows they can ascend into rule-bound entities and become nearly indestructible. So long as any creature within their rule domain harbors malice they can continue to grow and regenerate without limit. Chu Yan asked, is there truly no way to kill them? Qian Tu answered. When they reach a certain extreme they head toward annihilation. Self-destruct. Chu Yan suggested. Qian Tu shook his head. I do not know precisely how they die. While Chu Yan and Qian Tu spoke, Sure who kept up its ranting how that legend enshrined evil beast is nothing special. You claim to be late Huang stage yet so easily struck down. Today your life ends. I Sure who will act for heaven and slay you foul beast. What is happening? Is the Sure Tian clan so formidable? Sure Hu's voice grew ever more frenzied. Qian Tu said with concern, this Sure Tian is losing its mind. We might have to face a late Huang stage abomination. Sure Hu's tone descended into madness. Haha, ale bite open your belly and taste your delectable entrails. Qian Tu tightened his grip on his long blade. A blood-like gleam spread along its edge. Suddenly Sure Hu's scream warped into damn your ancestors. You actually lured me right into your mouth. Then Sure Hu apparently began to flee in a frenzy as the digestive fluid churned ever more violently. Damn it. The wheel of fortune turns. Wait until I break through to Hong level and I'll swallow you then. Still plan to rely on ranged attacks. Old Sure Hu can digest any form of energy. Watch me eat your attacks. At that moment a 1-meter diameter orb fell into the digestive fluid. The orb emitted a supremely holy milky white light. The instant Chu Yan saw it, the madness and evil thoughts in his heart vanished without a trace. A surprising calm and peace filled him. Then a thought arose, am I wrong to be preparing to kill Sure Hu? Do I need to reconsider? Damn, Chu Yan jolted awake. Qian Tu said, put it into the pets. Chu Yan asked in surprise, is it alive? Yes. A vigorous life force pulses within. Chu Yan swam over and stored the orb in his pet space. Only then did he belatedly realize how extraordinary the luminous sphere was. After so long in the digestive fluid it bore not a single. Once the orb entered the pet space, Chu Yan's emotions at last returned to normal. Both extremes, wild frenzy and utter serenity, were abnormal. Chu Yan asked, what kind of creature is this? Its defense is as invincible as yours. Qian Tu shook his head. There is no absolute invincibility in this world. Smear Jian Ni Tai on me and within minutes armor will flake apart. A spirit like mine would perish as well. Jian Ni Tai. What is that? I do not know its true name, only that it is a mud like metal. People say they cannot find any use for it. And yet this very thing called Jian Ni Tai by the Xiao Luo effortlessly destroyed the once invincible Xiao Luo sacred armor. Fuck. Can you remember what it looks like? I remember. Good. You protect me in ordinary times. If we meet that cursed thing I will protect you. Qian Tu laughed. Thank you. After a pause he added, it seems we may have learned one way an abominable beast can die. Your idea of self-detonation could indeed be possible. The being within that luminous orb is likely an entity of utmost benevolence. When the two collide, an explosion is highly probable. The world is truly strange. Out of the utmost evil the utmost good is born. Chu Yan found it remarkable and joked, so that bastard Sure Hu really is nothing. The orb had unquestionably saved its life and it then swallowed the orb. Qian Tu said, by taking it in we may have picked up a hot potato. Beings born of extreme benevolence can be terrifying as well. Chu Yan said gravely, indeed it is frightening. I even felt the inclination to spare Sure Hu moments ago. Qian Tu's tone was heavy. Not only you, I was deeply affected as well. Looking back, telling you to rescue it was an unconscious decision on my part. Qian Tu's words made Chu Yan more uneasy. After thinking, Chu Yan suggested, why not when we find the portal later toss it into the demon side? Qian Tu considered and replied, perhaps we can bring it back. Maybe the trial ground can handle it. Did you not say the hidden danger on Zhu Zhu Zi was directly repaired? All right. If nothing else works, keep it in the pet space. Ah wait, will Zhu Zhu Zi be affected? Chu Yan hurried to look into the pet space. Zhu Zhu Zi's egg was indeed bathed in the orb's light. Good heavens. The newly hatched Zhu Zhu Zi won't be so gentle as to start grazing on grass, will it? The situation in the pet space made Chu Yan extremely worried. The spider Zihong was originally entirely fired, with only the tips of its antennae showing a purple hue. Moreover, since it was a female, she was named Spider Zihong. Later during the anti-rebellion battle, Spider Zihong transformed back into a pet egg. The pet egg was covered in intricate patterns of purple and black, making it appear fierce, cold and imposing. Now within just this brief moment the black color and the patterns began to fade. Unfortunately they couldn't deal with the light sphere yet. If thrown out, both Chu Yan and Qian Tu would be affected. This was the demon realm. Before reaching the teleportation portal, Chu Yan and Qian Tu could not kill the demonic lake or they would face an endless life of fleeing, especially since escape might not even be possible. The three hands of the watch completely overlapped again. It was midnight. Having just entered the pet world, it was now the third midnight. A complete 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Public chat group Ma Qinli, it's time to change the battlefield. I've been notified that the battle here has been won and we will be teleported to the realm of life. Lin Chuan has the second stage of the battle turned into a group task. I will also be teleported to the realm of life. Yun Chang going to the realm of life together. Tang Yinwei, it seems to be confirmed. It has turned into a group task. Yun Wan am about to be teleported over. Hu Juanhao, that's great, it's safer to do tasks together. Fang Xiaoyu, I wonder if Chu Yan will show up. Xin Xiusher, maybe by the time we arrive we'll find this guy has long been in the realm of life. Ma Qinli, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xuan, same world, same expectations. At this moment Chu Yan looked speechless. This beast is truly cruel, it's really devouring alive. Although these demonic monkeys are ugly and fierce, they are still alive. Monkeys were falling from above like dumplings. The weakest were like the demonic wolves in the teleportation portal, while the strongest were even at the level of wild, though with relatively low attribute values around 4 or 500. To avoid being crushed, Qian Tu swung his knife and killed a demonic monkey. Then Chu Yan exclaimed in surprise, Qian Tu, hurry and kill. Qian Tu immediately became serious and swiftly killed one demonic monkey after another while asking what happened. 1 yellow level yields 1 evolution point, 1 mysterious level yields 5 evolution points, earth level yields 10 evolution points, sky level yields 20 evolution points, and wild level ranges from 50 to 100. Qian Tu exclaimed in surprise, the evolution points awarded for killing demons in the demon abyss are so high. This might be the manifestation of that time when I was reminded that the starry sky level super evolution function has been temporarily activated for you. Qian Tu, with this, even if we can't escape we need not fear. While killing, Qian Tu asked, what do you want to do? Let me think for a moment. When the falling of the demonic monkeys stopped, Chu Yan's evolution points had already increased by more than 1500. The thought of killing the demonic lake and then pushing through the demon realm arose in an instant. Fortunately, Chu Yan still retained a basic level of rationality. The demons were not a bunch of weaklings. Back then there had been a group of late wild level beings in front of that teleportation portal, along with entities surpassing wild level. If they encountered them, it would be certain death. Moreover, after entering the demon realm, the existence behind the trial land could constantly interfere. Staying in the demon realm carried high risks. Calming his agitated heart, Chu Yan still calmly said, let's prioritize finding the teleportation portal. Qian Tu praised wise decision. True late wild level beings in a world without suppression could have spiritual radiation that spans over 10 or even dozens of kilometers. A single teleport could cover at least 10 kilometers. Once discovered, there would be no escape. Damn, that's terrifying. Chu Yan's adventurous spark was completely extinguished. Why would he engage in such life-threatening acts when he could safely gain thousands of evolution points in the trial land every day? Is he tired of living? After calming down, Chu Yan realized he could still open the hero panel. He then allocated a few attribute points to each of the heroes, including Ying Luo. The heroes in the lava lake were preparing to teleport. Ying Luo, Chu Yan is safe. He gave me attribute points. And Nua, I felt it too. This indicates that his current situation is indeed not too critical. The other heroes also expressed that their attribute points had increased by a few, and now Ying Luo and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to the fire giant, they stepped into the teleportation portal. The demon realm. Has this guy gone mad? Such a blatant devouring of other demons. At this moment a group of demonic pattern naga were falling. Qian Tu swung his knife to slay the monsters and speculated it must have been injured in the battle against the most wicked beast and is now devouring demons to recover. A supersized four-armed naga fell down, and after Qian Tu killed it, he excavated a wild-level demon core and also obtained a blue ice crystal. Source water spirit crystal effect key for water-type pets to enter the growth phase. Unexpectedly obtained the advancement material for water dream in this manner. Now hoping that Yun Chang can obtain the advancement materials for the fire prison. Realm of life. In a hall formed by emerald green vines, challengers and heroes continuously emerged from the similarly huge emerald green teleportation portal. Ma Qinli, wow, Yun Chang, are you preparing to become a nun? Yun Chang, if you can't speak, just shut up. Tang Yanwei, as expected, hairstyles and clothes don't matter. What's most important is appearance. Even if little Yun Chang shaves her head, she is still a beautiful nun, truly a sight to behold. Yun Chang in anger ran over and grabbed Tang Nianwei's doll-like face, squeezing it hard. Xin Xiusher, Yun Chang looks good without hair, she appears even more delicate. When 500 or 600 challengers had already teleported into the hall, Ying Luo and her group appeared. The hall instantly fell silent. Listening Bei's eyes lit up upon seeing Ying Luo, and she walked over, wrapping her arm around Ying Luo's, her habitual lazy tone ringing out, sister, it's been several days since we met, I've missed you. Ying Luo shot her a glance, you miss me so much, yet you insisted on abandoning me and Nanji leaving alone. Listening Bei pouted, we can see each other often now. It's only a matter of making Chu Yan spend 2 evolution points. Sai, where is that guy Chu Yan? Ying Luo replied, he's gone mad. He charged into the demon realm with Qian Tu. Listening Bei's eyes widened, she instantly froze and asked in disbelief, he was so impulsive and Qian Tu didn't stop him. Ying Luo shrugged, there's nothing to be done, Qian Tu dotes on him the most. Since he charged in, Qian Tu naturally followed to protect him. Listening Bei still found it hard to believe, with so many of you couldn't stop a little rookie. And Nua explained at that time there was a terrifying monster about to emerge from the teleportation portal, and Qian Tu, considering our safety, had us retreat a bit. Chu Yan and Qian Tu teamed up to fight, and while fighting they ignited real fire. When that demon retreated from the teleportation portal, Chu Yan insisted on going in to slay it, claiming there were important materials he needed from it. As a result, after Qian Tu rushed in, the teleportation portal exploded. Listening Bai was stunned, asking, is he a... Ingluo said it seems he's been quite carefree. He's been in the demon realm for 2 days now, occasionally giving us some attribute points as a form of messaging. If he has that leisure, it seems there's nothing serious going on. The conversation between Ingluo and Ting Bai was clearly heard by the challengers. So fierce. Chu Yan is truly impressive. He directly slashed into the demon realm through the defensive portal we were so worried about. Real men dare to charge into the demon realm with their swords. So fierce. I'm totally in love with a man like this. Sure Chu Yan isn't in the group, he can't see your confession. Tang Nianwei, you little girl, you love the excitement, don't you? What materials does Chu Yan need? An advanced demon core. By the way, have you guys obtained any high-level materials? For example, this one, the illustration Earth Source Spirit Crystal. Does such a thing even exist? How did you get it? No wonder. Feeding the pets total attribute points to over 1,000 while still in the cub phase, turns out it also needs advancement materials. Monsters that are particularly difficult to kill will drop this. I also obtained one. Aren't those monsters self-destructing in the end? I have a super strong storm giant here. It came and directly twisted the monster's neck, and that's when I got it. Same. We can't achieve a one-hit kill on those monsters right now, so we can't obtain it on our own. At this moment, Yunshan began to imagine. Did Chu Yan charge into the demon realm to get the advancement materials for the frost giant dragon for me? That's great. I burned my hair to get a fire source spirit crystal for him initially just to repay his life-saving grace. Now it's worth even more. So we can both risk everything for each other. Just don't know how he's doing now, hope he returns safely. Demon Realm. The traitor of the Shihol clan, after a series of sneak attacks and killings, finally arrived at the destination. Shinta seriously sensed the surroundings and said gravely, this place is very dangerous. There are countless demons beyond the wasteland level. And the activated portal is incredibly large. Chu Yan said, I hope that this Shihol fellow will go to the other side of the portal to fight. Shinta replied, as long as we can get close to the portal in a short distance, I can still take you out. Alright, let's wait for the right moment to act. After arriving here, Shihol ran to a demon leader and flattered Lord Xian. Shihol from the Shirtian clan has come to report. Lord Shen nodded. You came just in time. Enter the corroded space through the left portal, devour the little spirits and help the shadow demon relieve its pressure. Shihol respectfully said, Lord Xian, I will go now. After entering the corroded space, Shihol immediately joined the battle, beginning to devour the little spirits. Chu Yan also saw what kind of creature the little spirit was. It was just a grayish-white mist ball resembling the shape of a chat software icon. As soon as the little spirits came in, they began to self-destruct. Countless little spirits exploded crazily. The digestive fluid erupted like boiling water. Chu Yan was feeling extremely uncomfortable at this moment. The crazy churning of the digestive fluid in the shockwaves from the little spirits' explosions made it impossible for Qian to stabilize his form. This team task should be renamed as Self-Destruction Experience, which might be more appropriate. Monsters from the portal self-destructed, and we almost self-destructed when encountering fierce beasts. Not to mention the demon monsters, these clearly friendly little spirits also self-destructed. Shihol was in great pain, constantly roaring and shouting, damn little spirits, you guys are making Shihol feel so hurt. After the little spirits self-destructed, there were tiny bits of spiritual light flickering above the digestive fluid. Chu Yan tried to take out the pet space. Unexpectedly, these lights surged into the pet space like swallows returning to their nests. Soon the pet space became dazzling. Qiantu had been patiently sensing, and after a while he said, there is an existence here immensely mighty. I cannot gauge his strength. In terms of enemies, there are 4 monsters beyond the wasteland level, and there is one monster even stronger than these 4. These monsters are besieging that mighty existence, which has a very high life level, but here it seems he cannot fully exert his strength. Are there any portals here? Yes, but it seems to be a reverse portal. The purpose of the monsters opening the portal is to pull that great existence in. Do you think that great existence has a good chance of winning? Qiantu thought for a moment and said, it's hard to say. After all, this is the monster's home turf, and that great existence seems to have only entered as a clone, where the rules here limit his strength. In critical moments one must remain calm. Chu Yan and Qiantu silently waited for the opportunity. Life Sanctuary. The challengers had already formed a lineup at the 3rd defense line. The chat group, this towering tree must be the legendary World Tree or the Tree of Life, right? Hearing what the local spiritual warriors said, it should be the World Tree. This portal is really huge. The demon race coming out is also large. By the way, how do we fight if we really encounter such a towering demon? We wouldn't even be able to chop at their knees by jumping up. Magic attacks are still versatile. Look at Shinro, her ice spear can be thrown for dozens of meters. Throwing 3 spears requires a 3-minute break. My master said that mages cannot fight alone until the late wasteland level. Without other teammates to cover, it would be a spectacular death. If you encounter a dueling space, wouldn't that be very dangerous? So I'm still learning to wield a sword. My master said the greatest benefit of the trial ground is balanced attributes, allowing mages to also engage in close combat. To be honest, my master is also learning close combat from another hero just like me. Normal mages might not have the energy to focus on other attributes and must prioritize enhancing their mental attributes. It's very likely that the panels of outside mages are similar to those of contracted servants, with mental attributes being the only stand. Not possibly. It is indeed like this. My master said her original mental attribute had reached the heavenly limit of 399 points. It was midnight again. The explosions of the little sprites had not ceased. Chu Yan's pet space was already as bright as a small sun. Sure, who was too exhausted to continue scolding, looking listless. Sure, who, what's wrong with you? You've swallowed so many little sprites, yet the other members of the Chu Yan clan are all full of energy while you look like you're about to die. The other members of the Chu Yan clan also looked at Sure Hu with disdain. Sure Hu himself was quite confused and could only vaguely explain, Lord Ingwu, I encountered a vicious beast on my way here and nearly died. So I am still injured and haven't recovered. Ingwu became serious. Where did you encounter this vicious beast? In the marshland. Ingwu thought for a moment and tossed over a bottle of liquid, saying, Life tree juice, this large bottle should be enough for your recovery. Sure Hu was so happy he nearly jumped up. Thank you, Lord Ingwu. Thank you, Lord Ingwu. He then swallowed the entire bottle. Chu Yan stared upwards without blinking. The moment the 2000 milliliters bottle dropped, he swam over to catch it and then stored it in his backpack. Life tree juice, a liquid extracted from the roots of the world tree. It can cultivate specific life forms and rapidly heal injuries. What a great thing. Sure Hu, let me sing you a song titled Thank You. I am really grateful. You are truly a good person, a good member of the Chu Yan clan. At 6 a.m. it was daylight again. Sure Hu was slumped on the ground looking dispirited. Ingwu angrily approached to check on Sure Hu's injuries. After waiting a while, Ingwu remarked curiously, there are indeed still some injuries. Was that vicious beast very strong? Sure Hu replied, late stage of the wild level. I almost unknowingly ran to its mouth. Fortunately I woke up in time. Ingwu thought for a moment and said, let me give you another bottle. You swallow it and let me see the situation. Chu Yan received another bottle and then casually thanked Lord Ingwu. After Sure Hu swallowed it a few minutes later, Ingwu was shocked and puzzled. That's impossible. With your injuries, one bottle of life tree juice should be sufficient for recovery. Sure Hu was also confused. I don't know what's going on. The little sprites have made me dizzy. Ingwu felt he had found the key. Your true injury is not physical but in your soul. Vicious beasts can pollute the soul. Sure Hu was startled. Lord Ingwu, please don't scare me. Yet Ingwu arrogantly said, if it's just a physical injury I have no means to help, but if it's a soul injury our Ngmo clan can certainly assist. Here, drink this bottle of soul healing liquid. Chu Yan caught it again. Soul healing liquid, a unique ability of the Ngmo clan formed by absorbing and purifying the souls of defeated enemies. It can cultivate specific life forms and heal soul injuries. This bottle only contains 1000 milliliters. Is this one even more precious? Sure Hu's injuries showed no signs of improvement. Ingwu motivated himself. I refuse to believe this. Here, drink another bottle. Chu Yan took it and thought for a moment before pouring out 100 milliliters. The soul healing liquid flowed out and instantly transformed into grey mist, quickly absorbed by Sure Hu. Sure Hu's spirit lifted. Lord Ingwu, this effect is truly remarkable. I feel all my mental fatigue has vanished. Chu Yan looked at the bottle in his hand, astonished by Sure Hu's words. Is this thing really that effective? Ingwu also became happy. It seems I was right. You truly have a soul injury. After checking Sure Hu's body again, Ingwu handed him another bottle of life tree juice, saying, if all goes well, once your soul injury heals this time, it should be able to cure your physical injuries as well. Well, if all goes well, then an accident is bound to happen. Sure Hu's physical injuries showed no signs of improvement. Ingwu was somewhat frantic. Here, drink both bottles together. I refuse to believe this. At this moment another powerful member of the demon clan said, Lord Ingwu, we have only obtained 8 bottles of life tree juice in total. Ingwu waved his hand dismissively. I have a plan. The 4th bottle of life tree juice and the 3rd bottle of soul healing liquid were in hand. This time Chu Yan poured out 200 milliliters of life tree juice. Ingwu suddenly became happy. Look, now the injuries are showing signs of improvement. Once you fully absorb the life tree juice you should be able to heal your injuries. Sure Hu gratefully said, thank you very much, Lord Ingwu. Hearing this, it seems the injuries haven't completely healed. To avoid any accidents, Chu Yan poured out another 300 milliliters of life tree juice. Then both Ingwu and Sure Hu were satisfied. Ingwu continued to attack the world tree while Sure Hu happily devoured the little sprites. Time returned to the early morning once more. At this point the team task had already lasted 4 days and 4 nights. The challengers were all lying on the ground in disarray, resting. This time they had 6 hours of rest. Chat group, Ma Chinli, I'm truly exhausted. Since entering I haven't had a single day of rest for more than 4 hours. Lin Chuan, it's worth it. I've already obtained nearly 1000 pet resources, almost enough to cultivate my pets to the heavenly limit. Tang Yanwei, you've obtained so much, I've only got over 800. These monsters are too shameless. They just self-destruct. Xin Xiuxia, it's indeed speechless. I killed thousands of monsters and only obtained over 900 materials. Fang Xiaoyu, I'm actually quite satisfied. During the disaster cave our heroes suffered heavy casualties. At the Great Wall defense, if it weren't for everyone working together and if it weren't for Chu Yan's timely intervention, our defense line would not have held. Nearly all of the 100 or so people on our line would have perished. In the last battle against the rebels, although it was a close call and we were all safe, we reaped great rewards. It was also because Chu Yan noticed the anomaly in time. Otherwise, a large number of exceptionally powerful challengers would have been needed to complete the mission, and if we continued we might have faced total annihilation. In this spirit beast crisis we are truly just tired. Powerful monsters have local life forms to deal with. We were merely picking up the spoils, easily obtaining resources to raise our pets over just a few days. Tang Xinro Qiaoyu makes a good point. This task really counts as the least risky one. Hu Juanhao, we can only say we were lucky. I guess if we hadn't been here the local heroes would have managed just fine. Ma Qianli, that's true. This task had a significant element of surprise. The trial grounds probably didn't expect that at this stage someone would directly obtain 100 spirit beasts. Lin Chuan, it's all thanks to Chu Yan. If those cloud-patterned spiritual steeds ran to my main city, I wouldn't be able to save them. Yun Shang, besides Chu Yan, who else could save them? With so many wild-level monsters surrounding them, who would dare to save them? Shuewu, I wonder if Chu Yan will come back from the demon realm, or will he automatically return to the main city after the task ends? Hu Juanhao, it feels like he needs to come back. Otherwise it might be impossible to teleport back. Once he entered the demon realm, his chat group function was cut off. Ma Qianli, Chu Yan will definitely be able to come back. As the night dissipated, daylight returned once more. The challengers, dragging their weary bodies, resumed the battle. In Chu Yan's pet space, a radiant light had condensed into substance. The presence of the large orb of light and the purple spider was completely invisible. It was already noon. Chu Yan heard a crucial piece of information. Shadow 5 commanded loudly, "Laki, draw in with all your might. Suck this tree root dry." Laki responded, "Lord Shadow 5, the world tree is no longer struggling. There isn't much sap left for me to draw." Shadow 5 replied, "Don't just use your hands to maintain the absorption formation. Your race's innate talent allows you to enhance your abilities by sucking with your mouths. Use your mouths to suck." Laki nodded in agreement. "Understood. Once the absorption formation fails, I will suck the tree root dry with my mouth." Shadow 5 said with satisfaction, "Our main objective this time is to severely injure the world tree. The fools on the other side still think we are launching a full-scale attack." Sherhu chimed in, "Exactly, those fools on the other side haven't even noticed the teleportation portal here." Shadow 5 shot at a glance, "You are the fool. The other side has long discovered this teleportation portal, but they cannot enter. We have deployed the clan's magical artifacts from 27 races to set up this formation. Only those special little sprites can enter through this teleportation portal, no one else can. Do you think the leaders outside are merely watching the show? They are maintaining the formation to prevent the other side from causing damage." Sherhu was somewhat dumbfounded. "Are we really going through so much trouble just to severely injure the world tree?" Shadow 5 replied confidently, "The world tree is too strong. Just injuring it would be quite an achievement. As long as it is injured and unable to suppress the spatial nodes of this world and the demon race, the next time will be our true full-scale attack." Sherhu suddenly understood, "So that's how it is. No wonder our Shurtian clan is only preparing for battle and the powerful members of the clan haven't rushed to the battlefield immediately." Shadow 5 continued to explain, "This time we pretended to launch a full-scale attack and the world tree indeed fell for it. It extended its roots to fully suppress the various spatial nodes, and we seized this opportunity to imprison these roots in different spaces. The confinement formation we set up completely restricts the world tree's separated powers within individual spaces, preventing it from breaking through one by one. Although the world tree still possesses the attack method of the little sprites, this method happens to be restrained by your Shurtian clan. Everyone, victory is within reach. Soon we will completely conquer this world." It seemed that Shadow 5's showboating had upset the world tree, which then abandoned most of its roots, allowing them to wither. Gathering all the power in this space into a thick root, it suddenly launched a surprise attack, instantly binding the transcendent Shadow 5 type. Then the little sprites in the space gathered together, seemingly about to compress into an extremely terrifying spear. The gray-white spear, not yet fully formed, distorted the surrounding space. Shadow 5 struggled frantically while roaring commands, "Sure, who you Shurtian clan, bite off that spear. Swallow it." The Shurtian clan looked somewhat intimidated by the spear. Shadow 5 shouted angrily, "What are you afraid of? There are 20 to 30 bottles of life tree sap right beside you. Are you still afraid of getting hurt?" Hearing this, the Shurtian clan finally mustered the courage to rush forward, preparing to bite off the spear. Kyan Slaughtered gripped his long knife, the blood light on the blade rich enough to seem like it could drip blood. "Prepare. We cannot miss this rare opportunity." Chu Yan released his spirit, showing his trust in Kyan Slaughtered through action. Just as the Shurtian clan was about to reach the spear, a blood-colored blade light erupted from Sherhu. Sherhu was sliced in half, and then Kyan Slaughtered quickly rushed forward to slay the remaining Shurtian clan members. At that moment, both Chu Yan and Kyan Slaughtered heard a kind voice, "Thank you. Please help me kill these demon race." Chu Yan replied with his mind all right, happy to serve. When Kyan Slaughtered charged in front of Shadow 5, Shadow 5 was still unclear about the situation, his expression astonished, yet he arrogantly cursed, "You lowly human ant, dare to kill me." Chu Yan was stunned for a second by such a foolish and hopeless remark. "Are you out of your mind? Do you have any basic intelligence? We are enemies now and you ask me if I dare to kill you." As long as you are an enemy, I don't care who you are. Even if you are a god, I would dare to strike you with my knife. Without hesitation, Chu Yan slaughtered swung down his knife, decapitating Shadow 5. This particular root of the world tree may not have strong attacking power, but its ability to imprison a demon race is exceptionally powerful. The remaining 4 powerful demon races were all bound one by one, with Chu Yan slaughtered transforming into an executioner, taking one head at a time. After the 5 strongest transcendent demon races were slain, the remaining dozen or so demon races were easily dispatched by Chu Yan, slaughtered even without the help of the roots. Moreover, with the assistance of the roots, the entire battle concluded in just a few breaths. The enemy didn't even have a chance to call for help. This space confined the roots of the world tree and also limited their movement to some extent. Chu Yan observed the bodies of the Chu Yan clan. It was just a black large sphere with a pair of wings. The front of the sphere had a big mouth and 2 eyes, and its appearance was quite abstract. It wasn't very large, only slightly bigger than that round orb of light. It turned out that the Chu Yan clan truly had a space of their own inside them. After the battle ended, the roots extended, pointing towards a certain node. At the same time, that kind voice came again: attack here. As Chu Yan slaughtered attacked the node with all his strength, the roots quickly located all the spatial equipment and then absorbed the corpses of the demon race into dry husks. After the space shattered, the roots wrapped around Chu Yan, handing over the spatial equipment while conveying, these are for you. If you give me the life tree sap inside, we will head to the next space. The roots moved rapidly through the void, and Chu Yan integrated these spatial equipment into his backpack, increasing his storage by hundreds of slots along with a myriad of various items. Taking out bottles of life tree sap, the roots grew several branches, entangling the bottles, crushing them, and then absorbing the sap inside. The roots took Chu Yan and Chu Yan, slaughtered, charging into the next space with an unstoppable momentum. This time both roots exerted their strength simultaneously. The roots entangled the enemies while Chu Yan, slaughtered, beheaded. Just like last time, the roots absorbed the life tree sap and the corpses of the demon race while Chu Yan obtained spatial equipment and other items within. On the way to the third space, Chu Yan glanced at his attribute panel and was astonished beyond belief. Over 16000 evolution points. It was simply so exaggerated that he couldn't believe it. It made Chu Yan want to return and rampage through the demon race. However, he understood that the main credit still belonged to the roots of the world tree. Although it currently had no strong attacking power, its life level was significant enough to prevent those demon races from using their domain. It was precisely because of this that Chu Yan, slaughtered, could easily slay the enemies. PS almost 200000. The book test is coming up. Everyone help think of a more suitable title. If the test is successful, I'll add 10 more chapters. I will make up for the missed chapters within a week. During the battle in the third space, Chu Yan carefully observed the growth of evolution points. The leading demon clan in the space rewarded 2,000 evolution points, while the other 4 slightly weaker demon clans each rewarded 1,000 points. The remaining 20 or so rewarded a few dozen to a few hundred points, adding up to around 2,000 points. Thus the total evolution points for one space amounted to about 8,000. In the fourth space, the world tree, which gathered 4 roots, had not only the ability to confine enemies but also possessed a formidable attack. The 4 roots almost directly crushed the leading demon clan. It was only thanks to Chu Yan's mental request that it was stopped in time. Chu Yan sincerely said, "Predecessor World Tree, could you leave the enemies to us for extermination? I believe you have noticed the evolution method of Qian Tu. He needs to slay powerful enemies." The World Tree directly delivered the near-death enemy to Chu Yan. Qian Tu swung his blade to kill the enemy, accumulating a kill count. Chu Yan gained 2,000 evolution points. Moreover, even when Chu Yan killed the demons, it did not affect the World Tree's absorption. Next, the fifth space. The sixth space. When they reached the sixth space, the power of the roots had become terrifyingly shocking. The 6 roots directly penetrated the 6 strongest demon clans, delivering them to Qian Tu's blade. It seemed that the combat power level of the World Tree's roots had increased exponentially, not by addition, multiplication, or even by a factor, but by exponential growth. Starting from the second root, it was like powers of 2. When the 6 roots converged, it skyrocketed to 2 to the power of 6, equivalent to 64 times that of a single root. However, good luck ended here. Once the demon clan realized they could not stop the World Tree, they retreated in time, and the other spaces automatically abandoned the roots confining the World Tree. The demon clan tried to escape, but the World Tree did not want to let them go. Countless roots in the void worked hard to capture the demons. Before a large number of demons could completely flee, the World Tree confined a large group of demons for Qian Tu to slay in rotation. The first 6 spaces gained over 48000 evolution points, and with this wave of kills the evolution points quickly reached 90000. Looking into the void, there remained a solitary giant demon. Chu Yan thought with some regret, "It seems I want to accumulate up to 1000000 points." However, in the next second, Chu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. The evolution points exceeded 1100000. While one demon rewarded 20000 points. What kind of demon is this? At this time, Chu Yan noticed that the roots of the World Tree had reconnected to the chat channel. Thus the red font group announcement arrived as scheduled. Group announcement: Dear challengers, the Spirit Beast Crisis Team task has concluded. This task was rated as outstanding. Special rewards include a bronze treasure chest and a pet exclusive weapon card. Congratulations to the challenger Chu Yan for successfully slaying the demon clan flood level ruler. Rated as peerless. Special rewards include Legion Emblems X5. Special rewards include Energy Stone Flood Level Blessing. Special rewards include Hero Trial Tower. Congratulations to the challenger Chu Yan for ranking 278th on the challenger's contribution list. Each portal cycle earns an additional 2,000 evolution points. Other challengers were instantly teleported away after the group announcement ended. However, Chu Yan was temporarily retained by the World Tree. In front of the towering World Tree, Chu Yan appeared particularly small. The benevolent voice of the World Tree came. Thank you, challenger of the Trial Land. As you depart, I have 2 gifts for you. I hope you are satisfied. In Chu Yan's hands appeared another pet space containing a verdant pet egg and a vibrant branch. Recalling the spiritual light in the original pet space, Chu Yan took out his original pet space and asked what is the purpose of the many spiritual lights inside. The World Tree expressed mild surprise, saying this truly is an unexpected joy. I trust your character. Then the spiritual lights in the pet space surged out and flew towards the World Tree. After all the spiritual lights flew away, the World Tree gifted Chu Yan 2 more items, a withered branch and a diamond-shaped rune. The World Tree finally said, just place this branch on the energy stone. You will come to know the use of the rune in due time. Challenger, may we meet again by fate. Looking forward to our next encounter. The moment Chu Yan returned to the main city, he felt stunned by the messages in the chat group. Chat group: Ma Qianli, Chu Yan, are you trying to defy the heavens? The flood level clan leader, how did you kill it? Lin Chuan: Chu Yan, I'm very curious too. Quickly tell us. Hu Juanhao: Chu Yan, anxiously rushing. Chu Yan, it's simple. The World Tree caught him, confined him tightly, brought him to me, and I just swung my sword and killed him. I didn't even know his identity before striking. Shen Xiu: sure, damn. Although it sounds like you are speaking the truth, it sounds like nonsense to me. Tang Nianwei, jealous to the point of contorting my expression. Why is the World Tree so good to you? Chu Yan, let me briefly explain the process. The demon clan's attack this time was. Their plan was almost successful, as there was no one in the pet world to teleport and help the World Tree. I just happened to stumble upon it. The whole process was the World Tree pushing through. I was really just picking up the leftovers, and at the end I just happened to connect to the chat channel. You guys will understand when you see the video, A Joyful Journey of Cutting Wood. Lin Chuan, this is incredible. It's easier than killing a chicken. Ma Qianli, the World Tree is so strong. The flood level clan leader had almost no resistance. Chu Yan, you saw only the still frames near the end earlier. One root pierced through a flood level demon in one blow. The wild level demons were even casually knocked to the brink of death. After all, the World Tree represents the ultimate guardian of that world. If such a being struggles against a flood level, how can we resist the demon clan? Hu Juanhao, if that's the case, it does make sense. If the strongest being of a high-level world had to fight the wild level for 300 rounds, that would be ridiculous. Chu Yan, the status of the World Tree should be particularly high. It clearly knows we are challengers. Moreover, when I was teleported back, it even temporarily detained me for a while. Yun Shang, that's so exaggerated. Fang Xiaoyu, indeed it's somewhat unimaginable how powerful it is. Ma Qianli, what good things did it give you? Chu Yan, I haven't checked yet, let's look together. Illustrated Guide: World Tree Withered Branch Effect. Under Black Mist status absorbs 100 points of energy per hour for each energy stone based on main city level. Lin Chuan, awesome, far stronger than gathering spirit stones. Hu Juanhao, such non-fixed growth-oriented items are the most precious. Chu Yan, this is indeed suitable for me. I get chopped so many times every day and the energy stone has never been. After discussing the matter of Chu Yan killing the demon race leader of the Han level species, everyone began to talk about rewards. Hu Juanhao, in the bronze treasure chest there is a level 2 summoning card and a main city upgrade card worth 10000 energy. I have a strong feeling that everyone's items are the same. Ma Qianli, indeed. Exactly the same. Yun Shang, I look at my Ice Dragon cub and can't understand how it uses weapons. After giving it a pet exclusive weapon card, it turned into this image Ice Dragon armor. It seems to be more than just a weapon. Xin Xiu, sure, indeed, after using it the pets are all covered in armor. Lin Chuan, actually when you think about it, it's quite reasonable. Many pets rely on close combat and their bodies are their strongest weapons. Tang Nianwei, what you say makes sense. Chu Yan, what does the energy stone Han level blessing mean? Chu Yan, I actually don't want to say too much. Yun Shang, if you don't want to say then don't. Who among us doesn't have a few secrets? Tang Nianwei, sorry Chu Yan, it's fine if you don't say. Chu Yan, illustrated book Energy Stone Han level blessing. I just don't want everyone to become too reliant. Ultimately one must improve their own combat level. This team task already requires us to battle alone for 2 days. In the future we may face situations where we need to fight alone even more. After all, even though we have obtained 5 more Legion badges this time, that only totals 27 teleportation opportunities. It sounds like a lot, but everyone think about our numbers. 27 compared to 984 is really a very small ratio. Hu Juanhao, Chu Yan, everyone let me say something about this. Just because Chu Yan has the Energy Stone Han level blessing, it doesn't mean he can casually rescue in the dual space. At least the current giant skeleton is not within the rescue range. Ma Qianli, support. Lin Chuan, support. Xin Xiushi, strongly support. Yun Shang, strongly support. Tang Shinro, speaking of which, this contribution list is so difficult. Chu Yan can really be said to be saving the world this time. But he is ranked 278. Chu Yan, it's very likely that it's cumulative. Ma Qianli, I also think it's cumulative. If there's something like an outstanding list, Chu Yan's ranking this time would definitely be very high. Chu Yan, damn. Who has seen a platform with such a high handling fee? Illustrated book Hero Trial Tower, a challenge place for heroes to quickly improve their combat abilities. Rules: heroes from the main city where the Hero Trial Tower is located can use it for free. Other challengers heroes in the same area chat channel pay 10 evolution points per hero per attempt, and challengers from the main city where the Hero Trial Tower is located can obtain 0.01 evolution point. Tang Yanwei, I feel sorry for you for 3 seconds. If all of us send a hero in, you can obtain a massive amount of evolution points, up to 983 points. He. Shin Xiushi, how's the effect? Chu Yan, you have to ask the hero about that. Now you should be able to see the Hero Trial Tower icon on your personal panel. After Chu Yan set up the Hero Tower, the heroes like Ying Luo eagerly entered to try it out. A minute later, Lei Jiao was the first to come out. Lei Jiao said naively, "Young master, the Hero Tower is a training ground that's slightly more advanced than that battle training card. However, there are more modes. Besides battling against oneself, one can also battle against various different professions. For example, I can choose to battle against an archer like Anuo. Additionally, there are scene practices in different places like plains and forests. Finally, there's also a real war simulation." Chu Yan laughed and said, "So you chose the invincible experience mode first?" Lei Jiao nodded. "Yeah, I also only managed to hold out for one move. No problem in the future with the Hero Tower, just practice more." "Yeah, young master, I'm going back into practice." After Chu Yan placed the world tree's withered branches on the energy stone, the branches melted into the stone, forming a pattern resembling branches. Then, looking at the energy stone with the energy stone home level blessing, the effect death once in the dual space deducts 1130 of durability. It's that exaggerated. Chu Yan can die 129 times. In the future, when encountering brand new dual monsters, he can freely use the opponents as training targets. After Yuni understood the use of the Hero Tower, he felt a bit down. "I originally thought I could contribute something to the young master, but now it seems the combat space is completely unnecessary. With the Hero Tower, the significance of the combat training card is greatly diminished." Chu Yan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you saying? The combat space is still very useful. I can't enter the Hero Tower. Moreover, I speculate that the probability of large-scale team battles happening in the future is also very high, and I still need your advice." Yuni then gave a solemn bow. "I will do my utmost for the City Lord." Thinking of Yuni's attribute panel, Chu Yan asked, "How did your attributes improve?" Yuni replied, "These are rewards for the years I've been the City Lord governing the castle. Actually, the rewards are quite few. For contracted servants like us, strength begins to increase from level 5 main cities. Perhaps the trial ground believes that only after level 5 main cities can we have the space to perform. At that time our strength will grow rapidly." "How fast?" Yuni smiled and said, "Calculated by the day, spiritual attributes increase by 2 points daily and the other 3-dimensional attributes increase by 1 point daily. Every month there will also be a main city evaluation that will provide corresponding rewards based on the prosperity of the main city." Chu Yan nodded. "Not bad. I told you all have to have ways to improve." Yuni cautiously said, "City Lord, if the Lord of the castle is a contracted servant like me, they are very likely to be willing to surrender because defending the castle doesn't hold much significance for them." "I understand. If they are willing to surrender, I will give them a chance." After Yuni left, Chu Yan went to find Feng Xiaoqi again and gave him the branches of the world tree. "This is for you, nurture it well." Feng Xiaoqi excitedly turned into a motionless wooden figure staring blankly at the branches in his hands. Then Feng Xiaoqi's loyalty level became 100 points max value. Without any surprise, a reward skill appeared. Feng Xiaoqi Fate Exchange Effect. When you encounter death, Feng Xiaoqi will take your place. From then on, Feng Xiaoqi will exist in the form of wood and will recover after a year. Can use soul recovery type spiritual objects to accelerate Feng Xiaoqi's awakening. This skill truly. All words of gratitude seem somewhat pale. Chu Yan handed Feng Xiaoqi 2 bottles of life tree juice and asked, "Is this useful?" Feng Xiaoqi nodded joyfully. "Useful, very useful. 1 bottle can make the life tree quickly take root and sprout." "Life tree? Aren't you referring to the world tree?" Feng Xiaoqi explained, "The world tree is an advanced version of the life tree." "Oh, I see, then you get busy." From the newly acquired pet space, a green pet egg was taken out. This time it had not absorbed the energy of spirit stones, so the pet that emerged was still in its cub state. Pet spirit of nature, Lu Yaohong. Level status juvenile, loyalty 100, strength 200, physique 200, agility 300, spirit 400, skills recovery effect. Lu Yao releases a floral wreath and any target standing within the wreath will receive healing. Although still a cub, Lu Yao's initial attributes were 400 points higher than those of Huayu and Shu Weimang at that time, with each of the 4 attributes being uniformly 100 points higher. Lu Yao's appearance is truly adorable. The lower half resembles a deer while the upper half takes on the form of a little girl, complete with 2 cute little deer antlers on her head. Holding a wooden spear that looks quite sharp, Lu Yao requires wooden spirit stones to enhance her attributes, making her similar to Huayu and Shu Weimang in that regard. However, her appearance leans more towards that of a normal flesh and blood creature, unlike Huayu and Shui Mang, which are clearly elemental beings. Perhaps this is related to the world tree. After Lu Yao emerged, she quickly became good friends with Huayu and Shui Mang, and the three of them got along very well. Finally, there was the orb of light that represented ultimate goodness. After returning to the trial ground, it was indeed slightly modified. However, before the return, the orb had thoroughly transformed the spider purple. The pet egg, which originally had purple-black patterns, now bore purple and white interlaced designs. The trial ground determined that spider purple's potential had greatly improved and gave a positive evaluation. The facts were set in stone, and Chu Yan could only accept it. He poured the orb directly out of the pet space without touching it with his hands. Sitting on a chair, he seriously experienced the effect of the orb. The trial ground's correction was ultimate goodness was transformed into true goodness. Moreover, this time the trial ground was very conscientious. The explanation provided included examples. When you see a little beggar by the roadside, true goodness makes you ponder and reflect on how to truly solve these issues. You might consider whether there is a dark industry chain behind the beggar and whether you can help them escape their plight. When you see workers, sanitation workers or delivery personnel under the scorching sun, true goodness does not merely lead you to give them a few bottles of water or a few ice creams, it also prompts you to think about whether they receive heat subsidies and if the benefits they deserve are genuinely in place. It can be said that true goodness is a well-defined, principled and profound goodness. Chu Yan was very satisfied with this correction. Otherwise, if he were given an extreme altruist, Chu Yan might don his thousands-laying armor and carry out a humanitarian extermination. The orb of ultimate goodness has a truly great significance. Its mission is to eradicate ultimate evil. However, once this orb deviated from its original mission, ultimate goodness appeared to be quite unreliable. Fortunately, it has now been corrected to true goodness. Furthermore, the emotional aura it radiates is calm and just right. The three little ones returned from outside to the castle and curiously gathered around to look at the orb. Then the heroes who returned from the hero trial tower also gathered around to watch the orb. Anu exclaimed, "This orb is so amazing. After getting close, I feel a profound sense of calm and tranquility." Nicole added, "It's actually quite suitable for us. After intense slaughter, it can quell the murderous aura within us." Ing Luo, who was closest, reached out to touch the orb. Chu Yan remained silent as he watched. The moment Ing Luo's fingertip touched the orb, it erupted with a dazzling yet gentle white light. Then everyone was astounded into silence. Ing Luo seemed as if struck by lightning, becoming dazed and paralyzed. On the table where the orb had been, a small version of Ing Luo appeared. Looking about 4 or 5 years old, her appearance and attire were exactly the same as Ing Luo's. Chu Yan compared the two and found that the transformed version of Ing Luo looked quite good, at least pleasing to the eye. Anyway, Chu Yan did not wish for the orb to turn into his own appearance, feeling it somewhat strange. He placed the orb on the table, leaving it to fate. Unexpectedly, the most curious one turned out to be Ing Luo. Lu Yao, Huayu and Shui Mang, the three little ones, leaned curiously against the table for a long time without touching it. During this time, Chu Yan did not stop or remind anyone. After a group of heroes returned, even Lise was only observing curiously. As a result, Ing Luo came over wanting to experience it with her hand. After the pet was born, the panel naturally appeared. Pet True Goodness Wei Yi, named as it is a unique pet. Fantasy level status: juvenile, loyalty 100, strength 399, physique 399, agility 399, spirit 399, skills rational calm. Passive skill effect: targets friendly units that approach Wei Yi within a certain distance will gradually restore their rational calm. Childlike heart. Passive skill effect: Wei Yi can clearly identify good and evil, truth and falsehood, and will not lie. Blessed growth. Passive skill effect: Wei Yi's learning of any skill, including life skills, will increase wisdom, and as wisdom increases, the spirit attribute will also increase, with the other three attributes always synchronizing with the spirit attribute. Counterattack. Passive skill effect: Wei Yi does not initiate attacks, but any creature that attacks Wei Yi will suffer equivalent damage, the damage dealt by the attacker. Note: Wei Yi can autonomously determine whether a target is attacking her. Sacred mission. Passive skill effect: Wei Yi's original mission is to eradicate ultimate evil, and since Wei Yi does not initiate attacks, her overall defense is greatly enhanced. Gift. Passive skill effect: each day the attributes of individuals resembling Wei Yi will automatically increase by 1 point each. True attributes. Inspiration. Passive skill effect: Wei Yi always brings unexpected surprises to her contract holders. After a moment of astonishment, the heroes unanimously came to love Wei Yi's appearance. After all, everyone adores the small, exquisitely carved figure. Ing Luo herself felt a surge of curiosity and quickly accepted Wei Yi. She picked Wei Yi up and smiled at Chu Yan, asking, "Are you afraid I will hit you?" Just now it even added 4 points to my attributes. Now it was Chu Yan's turn to be momentarily stunned. Using the gift passive on a hero was indeed more cost-effective than using it on himself. Hearing Ing Luo's words, he came back to his senses and transmitted, "Open the chat group for City 1. I have detailed Wei Yi's panel for you all." Chu Yan also sent a message in the City 1 chat group. "Chu Yan, everyone come and see our little Wei Yi's panel attributes a special existence with all passive skills." Illustration: True Goodness Wei Yi. The heroes, pets and servants who received Chu Yan's all eagerly opened the chat group. Upon seeing Wei Yi's panel illustration, they began to peruse it with great interest. After everyone reviewed Wei Yi's attributes, Ing Luo was even happier. "I didn't expect such a delightful surprise. Wei Yi's gift is truly indeed, the attributes increase automatically every day, and they are real attributes." At this stage, Ing Luo is effectively gaining 40 evolution points daily. Li Si Chu Yan, do you regret letting your sister be the one to guide Wei Yi's arrival? Chu Yan, no. Wei Yi's passive inspiration has already been a significant help to me. At that moment Ying Luo suddenly came to her senses. I was so curious about Wei Yi's panel attributes that I overlooked it. I just realized you just communicated with me through consciousness transmission. Did you open your sea of consciousness? Chu Yan, yes, after Wei Yi was born I suddenly found I could use my mental power. Jialan, it seems that Wei Yi's passive inspiration is more powerful than we anticipated. Under normal circumstances, young master, your martial arts realm would definitely not allow you to open your sea of consciousness. Nicole, Wei Yi's counterattack and sacred mission combined are quite formidable. That is exceedingly powerful, even extremely so. Recently, through continuous exposure to the vague descriptions of the trial grounds, Chu Yan has been able to roughly assess the extent of the adjectives used. In Wei Yi's sacred mission, the defense is increased greatly. In more intuitive terms, it immunizes over 90 of damage. If an enemy attacks with 1000 damage points, Wei Yi would only take 100 points of damage and the enemy would suffer 1000 points of counterattack damage. The heroes mainly focused on Wei Yi's subsequent passive skills, but Xiao Yishan, Shanwan and Yuni were somewhat concerned about Wei Yi's childlike heart skill. Xiao He, Lord City Master, what if someone approaches Wei Yi deliberately to probe our main city's situation? Wei Yi certainly won't lie. Chu Yan, I believe Wei Yi will be very clever. First, Wei Yi can discern good from evil and truth from falsehood. Second, not lying does not mean revealing the truth. Chu Yan took out a watch to give to Wei Yi and casually asked Wei Yi, if someone asks you how many wild level heroes there are in the first city, how would you respond? Wei Yi looked at Chu Yan and sweetly replied in a soft voice, we have several wild level heroes in the first city. Xiao Yishan, Xianwan and Yuni all laughed heartily, praising Wei Yi's cleverness. This is the corrected true kindness. This is what it means to not lie. Then Chu Yan opened the bronze treasure chest and took out a level 2 summoning card, asking, do you have any heroes in mind that you hope to summon? While everyone contemplated, Eric was the first to speak up. Young master, the headmaster of the Magic Academy I once attended is an exceptionally talented space mage, but he has suffered tremendous soul damage, causing his realm to stagnate. I wonder if the trial grounds can help him recover his injuries when summoned. If so, he would be a great candidate. Chu Yan asked, in your world, how long do archmages typically live? Ying Luo took the initiative to speak. When I first arrived at the trial grounds, Li Si was only 5 years old. After being in the trial grounds for over 200 years, Li Si is now just 25 years old. Chu Yan looked at Li Si surprised and pointed at her, saying, are you sure Li Si is not 7 or 8 years old? Chen Tu interjected, I told you the Shura clan matures at 100 years old. It turns out that the flow rate of time in the trial grounds is different from that of the outside world. Eric continued, I didn't know there was such a distinction before. It was precisely Li Si's situation that led me to believe our headmaster should still be alive. Chu Yan directly handed the summoning card to Eric, saying, you summon him. Chu Yan's decisiveness made Eric hesitate. Young master, what if the trial grounds do not restore the headmaster's injuries? He might not have much fighting power left. Placing 3 bottles of healing liquid on the table, Chu Yan said, even if the trial grounds do not restore his injuries, I can still heal him. Eric no longer hesitated and directly used the summoning card. A new hero, an exceptionally talented space mage, appeared. The moment Chu Yan saw him, he instinctively asked, is your name Gandalf? The archmage was momentarily stunned before responding, my name is Anthony. Master Chosen One, does this Gandalf look very similar to me? Chu Yan nodded, saying, indeed, very similar. However, you look much more haggard. Try this and see if it can restore your injuries. After expressing sincere gratitude, Anthony took the 900 milliliter healing liquid and drank it. After finishing it and feeling his injuries, he opened a full bottle but stopped halfway through drinking it. Half an hour later, Anthony's injuries were healed and he naturally broke through his realm. The moment Anthony broke through, the other heroes instinctively withdrew to a distance. Because after Anthony's domain unfolded, the other heroes sensed a life-threatening crisis. Opening Anthony's panel, hero human race Anthony, home level talent mastery of space, loyalty 100, strength 1204, constitution 1247, agility 1218, spirit 1349, skill premonition swap triggered when loyalty reaches full value effect. When you are in a moment of extreme peril, Anthony can sense it. Anthony can switch places with you, ignoring distance. This skill can be activated deliberately. Passive space seeker effect. Anthony's obsession with spatial magic and his innate talent allow him to learn any spatial magic. After Anthony's breakthrough, fluctuations settled down and Nuwa curiously asked, Anthony, can you open a portal? Anthony nodded yes. Suddenly Chu Yan felt that Eric's spatial star marker was somewhat useless. Because when Chu Yan needed support, Anthony could first use premonition swap and then open a portal to easily transport a large number of personnel. Just as this thought occurred in his mind, Anthony continued, however, I have limited spirit stones left. The portal within 1000 kilometers can only be opened twice. Chu Yan asked, what do spirit stones look like? Are they different from fire spirit stones and water spirit stones? Anthony handed Chu Yan a spirit stone, then explained spirit stones are pure universal energy. The usage restrictions of attribute spirit stones are relatively significant. If I open a portal, I can only use spirit stones for now. How many spirit stones are needed to open a portal? It depends on the distance. The number of spirit stones required to open a portal is the distance in kilometers multiplied by 1. For 1000 kilometers it requires 1000 spirit stones. After that, each person transported requires additional spirit stones based on the distance divided by 1000. In other words, for a 1,000-kilometer portal each person requires 1 spirit stone. Chu Yan probed further, are spirit stones easy to obtain? Anthony shook his head, they are relatively difficult to find in our world. While there is enough spiritual energy for cultivation in the world, forming spirit stones is still quite challenging. Chu Yan suddenly felt that Eric's spatial star marker was truly appealing. Ignoring distance, no consumption for teleportation, and the ability to carry teammates based on distance. Anthony was the first hero summoned whose loyalty reached its maximum value on the same day. Of course, this was largely related to his special circumstances. In Anthony's world, the level was relatively low. The strength of the Grand Guardian was around the late flood level. In battles against the demon race, he had also acquired some healing essence, but only about 400 to 500 milliliters. The over 100 milliliters given to Anthony was merely a drop in the bucket compared to his injuries. Chu Yan truly understood the preciousness of healing essence. Shadow 5 could easily produce it because it was a flood-level demon itself. Under normal circumstances, obtaining healing essence from a flood-level demon would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. The heroes were curious about the hero trial tower, curious about Lu Yao, and curious about Wei Yi. Now they saw Chu Yan easily take out the invaluable healing essence. Everyone was filled with interest in Chu Yan and Qian-Tu's journey in the demon realm. Chu Yan roughly recounted this experience, and Qian-Tu suddenly discovered a problem. That extremely evil beast is somewhat special. Based on its current level, it should have reached a state of madness without any rationality, yet it was aware of Wei Yi's presence and with the assistance of the devouring lake managed to extract Wei Yi. It is indeed strange. There have been extremely evil beasts in our world that lost all rationality at the celestial level. Chu Yan contemplated for a moment and smiled, saying, anyway, it is still in the demon realm's abyss, let the demons worry about it. Looking at the time, it was now 4 in the afternoon. The loot from the Spirit Beast Crisis mission, along with a pile of items in the spatial backpack that had not been sorted out, pet exclusive weapons that had not been used, and the diamond runes with unknown uses would be dealt with slowly in the future. With 2 hours of daylight left, Chu Yan and Qian-Tu hurriedly dealt with several castles alongside Xingyan, otherwise there would be no elite monsters to kill today. Although Qian-Tu's strength was now greater and Xingyan was faster on the way, they had only dealt with 4 castles before the arrival of the Black Myth. The process of handling the castles was somewhat cumbersome. They first had to heavily injure the heroes and then sign a contract. This was far less efficient than direct kills. The 4 castles contributed a total of 784 elite monsters to Chu Yan, and upon returning to the main city they happened to see a group of heroes emerging from the trial tower. Chu Yan teased Anno, I find you the smartest. After experiencing so many castles, you were the first to realize you couldn't beat Qian-Tu. The other lords didn't have such keen awareness. Looking at Ing Luo, he laughed and said even she wanted to have a few exchanges with Qian-Tu back then. Ing Luo, hearing Chu Yan's teasing, didn't respond directly but smiled, hurry up and eat dinner, the training time is almost here. Anno and the others laughed at Ing Luo's counterattack. Although they couldn't beat them now, they couldn't back down. Chu Yan calmly replied, that's what I wish for. During dinner, Fire Abyss and Water Dream were savoring their attribute spirit stones while Lu Yao was full of praise for the normal food. She was indeed somewhat special. Although both were elemental beings, Lu Yao really liked normal food. Fire Abyss and Water Dream had tried it and expressed their dislike. Currently, every meal made by Hua Duo included a dish of spiritual food. Although the added attributes were not significant, it was another way to enhance strength. After dinner, once Anthony understood the situation with the portal, he stated that he didn't need to rent additional heroes, he could block all the elite monsters by himself. The battle training between Chu Yan and Ing Luo was being observed by everyone standing on the side. When healing near the energy stone was first mentioned, someone in the chat group ed themselves and opened the chat. Wang Jingwei, Chu Yan saved me, the castle heroes turned against me. All my heroes are severely injured. Hu Ju and how damn. Chu Yan, there are still teleportation chances today, right? Chu Yan, yes. Wang Jingwei, I placed Qian-Tu in the rental area, rent Qian-Tu first and he'll be there soon. Wang Jingwei, okay, I will rent immediately, hurry and teleport over. Chu Yan instructed Liuli and Lu Yao to simultaneously release their skills to accelerate his recovery. In fact, Qian-Tu alone could resolve the situation, but Chu Yan did not want to appear too exaggerated. Others still believed that Qian-Tu needed Chu Yan's attributes. After more than 10 seconds, the injuries were not fully healed, but it no longer affected mobility. Chu Yan stood up ready to initiate the teleportation, but suddenly noticed something unusual. Wang Jingwei had not rented Qian-Tu. Now, no matter which main city Chu Yan teleported to, everyone had already rented Qian-Tu in advance, waiting for Chu Yan's arrival to act immediately. There's a problem. In the chat group, Wang Jingwei, Chu Yan, why haven't you teleported yet? Chu Yan, why didn't you rent Qian-Tu? Wang Jingwei, I'm being chased. I'll rent Qian-Tu right away. Ma Qianli, calm down. Have you been scared, silly? Renting heroes is just a thought. Do you really think I can't bring heroes over by myself right now? Besides, you really don't understand the effects of the Legion emblem. Teleporting requires the challenger's approval from the main city, but returning does not. Picking up a Blood Soul card of the Desolate level wouldn't be bad either. Chu Yan turned and instructed Eric, when I teleport over, immediately take Qian-Tu and Anthony to my side. If the distance is too far to teleport, both let Anthony switch places with me. Eric, Qian-Tu and Anthony nodded simultaneously. The moment Chu Yan teleported to Wang Jingwei's main city, the Desolate level hero immediately attacked Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who was well prepared, easily dodged this attack. The desolate level hero continued to pursue without worry, mockingly saying, the newly born challenger is truly naively adorable. The next second the smug desolate level hero was restrained in midair by Anthony. Once Chu Yan relaxed, Eric said, young master, this time I can bring 2 people over, but I can't determine the exact distance. Chu Yan smiled and nodded, saying, that's quite fortunate. Then he turned to look at the desolate level hero, his expression calm, and said, what do you have to say now? The chat group vibrated continuously, but Chu Yan did not check what the messages were, thinking he could look later. The 4 heroes summoned by Wang Jingwei were already severely injured on the ground. Another celestial hero had subdued Wang Jingwei, while the last celestial hero stood aside looking inexplicable. Wang Jingwei shouted in terror, Chu Yan, save me, save me. The celestial hero threatened with a fierce expression, Chu Yan, let go of our lord or I'll kill him. Chu Yan replied expressionlessly, Anthony, kill him. Anthony extended his right hand and gently grasped, causing several spatial fissures to appear beside the desolate level hero, turning it into a pile of remnants. Seeing the scene, the celestial hero understood that Chu Yan would not spare him and directly snapped Wang Jingwei's neck, then charged towards Chu Yan. Anthony lightly waved his hand and the celestial hero met the same fate as the desolate level hero. Anthony could easily save Wang Jingwei, but Chu Yan chose not to. Speaking of which, Chu Yan wanted to thank the celestial hero for their decisiveness. Regardless of the reason, Wang Jingwei's actions undoubtedly aimed to harm Chu Yan. Even if he had reasons for being coerced, wanting to use Chu Yan as a scapegoat was unforgivable. If Chu Yan had not happened to see Qian Tu standing by and watching before teleporting, then today would have been extremely dangerous. Because in the absence of sufficient preparation, Chu Yan might not even have time to use the Legion Emblem's return function. It could be that Feng Shaoqi would have to fall into a slumber. Moreover, if it weren't for Eric's marked teleportation and if Anthony wasn't there, even if Chu Yan knew that the desolate level hero harbored ill intentions, he couldn't handle it immediately. The best outcome would be merely returning safely while being helpless towards the enemy. Furthermore, not knowing the location of Wang Jingwei's main city, wanting to take Qian Tu to take revenge would have to wait until who knows when. Chu Yan even wanted to thank King Luo. It was because he was injured at that time and still recovering that he did not teleport immediately. Previously, when there was a call for help in the group, Chu Yan would immediately click to teleport. However, when Chu Yan arrived at other main cities before the other party had already rented Qian Tu, today was considered a lesson learned. Finally, why did he come today? Someone wanted to kill him when he had the power to counterattack. Why drag things out? They might not understand the return mechanism of the Legion Emblem, but they certainly understood its teleportation mechanism. Chu Yan's teleportation could not bring heroes, but it could bring Fire Abyss and Falling Star. Without the participation of the desolate level hero, with just Wang Jingwei's other heroes wanting to kill Chu Yan would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Since the desolate level hero wanted to act, he must be killed today. Missing the last teleportation opportunity today would make it truly difficult to kill him. After all, who knows how far Wang Jingwei's main city is from him? Chu Yan had never had a bottomless kindness. He didn't have it in the past, doesn't have it now, and won't have it in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resolutely thrown Zhang XX to his death on the first day. With goodwill in his heart and a knife in hand. This is Chu Yan's life creed. Chu Yan looked at the last heavenly level hero. The heavenly level hero pleaded, Chu Yan, I am willing to sign a contract with you. At first we surrendered because we sensed your immense power. Moreover, I do not agree with attacking you today. These heroes did not die at my request. The 4 heavily injured heroes spoke up to confirm the words of the heavenly level hero. Chu Yan remained non-committal and asked, tell me the specifics. The heavenly level hero replied, after surrendering we had already accepted the current outcome and were prepared to stay peacefully in this main city. At least until we were absolutely certain we could deal with you, we had no other thoughts. The surprise was that during the last expedition you suddenly disappeared. Wang Jingwei had his own thoughts and asked if we could deal with other castles. During this process Nora obtained crucial information. Your strength comes from the armor you wear, also you cannot teleport it without the consent of the main city's chosen one, and the number of teleports is very limited. This information revitalized Nora's thoughts. He had already killed 8 chosen ones, and with 2 more deaths he would qualify as a challenger. In the end, Nora launched a surprise attack today, capturing Wang Jingwei and threatened him to lure you over, promising to let him go after the deception. Chu Yan continued to ask, then why did you make a different choice from Nora? And can the number of kills accumulate? The heavenly level hero honestly replied, I have always believed that smart people do not expose all their trump cards. I just made the most prudent preparation. And yes, the number of kills can indeed accumulate. The limitation is whether or not one has obtained the castle. Chu Yan nodded. If I die and continue to follow Nora, if I succeed I will ask you to sign a contract. It's a good plan, but those who waver will generally meet a bad end. I do not like those who waver either. Moreover, your reason is that you protected these heroes from death. May I ask what relationship do these heroes have with me? The heavenly level hero sighed with a bitter smile. Fate is indeed unpredictable. I have always wanted to follow the chosen ones, yet all 6 chosen ones I followed did not survive even 2 teleportation cycles. Wow, you must be a jinx. The remaining 5 heroes would not yield much benefit if killed, and they indeed did not attack Chu Yan. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan privately messaged to Juanhao, Chu Yan, you rent Eric. Who? Juanhao? Chu Yan, what exactly is going on? Chu Yan rent Eric, let's see if you can follow him here. Who? Juanhao, okay, wait for me. Hu Juanhao followed Eric to teleport to Wang Jingwei's main city. As a result, this guy completely forgot about the main issue. He immediately said, "Wow, Chu Yan, why didn't you say earlier that you have such a hero? He could help bring us to your main city, we could have a gathering or something." Chu Yan helplessly said Eric only gained this skill after his breakthrough and it has distance limitations. If it's too far he can't teleport up. However, if it really could teleport we could gather next time when we have the chance. Sounds good. I am really looking forward to it. After some idle chit-chat, the heavenly level hero explained the situation to Hu Juanhao once again. After Hu Juanhao finished listening he sighed, "This really is a classic example of if you don't seek death you won't die." After saying that he teased Chu Yan, saying, "You also have to take the blame for your sudden disappearance." Chu Yan, speechless, said, "If I don't enter the demon realm can you get bronze treasure chests and exclusive weapon cards for pets? Besides, why didn't others have similar thoughts?" Hu Juanhao sighed, "That is true. Most of us were worried to death. In fact, there were signs at that time. Wang Jingwei proactively discussed what our team would do if you really died." Chu Yan sighed as well and rationally said, "Perhaps Wang Jingwei himself indeed had no intention of killing me, he just wanted to enjoy the glory of having someone like me. However, no matter what, the fact is that this has happened. In the end, if he hadn't acted so cleverly but instead chose to tell us the truth, he might not have met his demise. He was the one who first lost trust in the team, believing that the team could not help him. We communicated the most and had a relatively high level of trust. To be blunt, if it were a team that had been through life and death together for 4 or 5 years, they might truly regard the team as family and see the other members as brothers in life and death. Our team hasn't reached that level yet. We have come this far, established initial trust and united. I believe it's more about everyone having basic rationality, able to analyze the most beneficial ways for themselves. We are on the path to becoming brothers in life and death, but this still requires time and more experiences together, sharing more burdens." Hu Juanhao patted Chu Yan's shoulder. "You really surprise me, so young yet not disturbed by hatred to lose basic rationality. I think Wang Jingwei's current state is like those nouveau riches. Suddenly having overwhelming strength yet losing him, he seems to think that he can also earn everyone's respect or even worship just like you." Chu Yan waved his hand, "No need to say more. You don't have to lecture me like an old man. I have always understood a saying, true tragedy is never because bad people are so bad, but because everyone stands on their own position doing what they believe is right." I scroll through the chat records. If I really die this time, Wang Jingwei has indeed been thinking about taking over the castle, which he considers a very glorious task. Moreover, I naturally believe that the vast majority of our team consists of trustworthy teammates. Hu Juanhao was speechless. "Damn it. Fine, since you can see through it yourself I won't say much. Since receiving the group announcement, my biggest worry has been that you might have some resentment towards the team." Chu Yan smiled and said, "Do you have any thoughts about these heroes?" Hu Juanhao nodded. "I actually do have some thoughts." "Aren't you afraid?" Hu Juanhao replied, "Look at the private message I sent you." Chu Yan saw the hero's illustration sent by Hu Juanhao, and the most eye-catching was one of the skills. Team Veza is an outstanding commander-type hero. He commands heroes in battle and can earn war evaluations. Based on the evaluation, the team receives exclusive evolution points. These evolution points can only be used on heroes who participated in battles commanded by Veza, effective for the day expired afterward. Additional effect: Veza can directly command heroes with the number of commands equal to the spirit attribute divided by 100. The loyalty of heroes commanded by Veza can be rapidly increased. Chu Yan exclaimed in surprise, "There is such a hero?" Hu Juanhao nodded. "Actually, after this team task is completed I also received a hidden reward, just like you unlocked the strategic group last time, but it wasn't displayed in the announcement. My hidden reward hinted that the next time I summon a hero I will definitely get a commander-type hero. Are there many evolution points awarded by Team Will?" Hu Juanhao was speechless. "How can I know suddenly?" "I'll tell you after today's teleportation ends." Chu Yan nodded. "Then next time you encounter a surrendering hero you can consider it." Hu Juanhao calmly said, "First I need to confirm the reward situation of Team Will. Secondly, I don't plan to recruit wild-level heroes for now." I strongly agree with Sun Yuan's viewpoint. Preserving life is paramount. Wanting to go far, speed is not the most important issue. The most important thing is to walk steadily. Chu Yan nodded. "Not bad, an old cunning approach." Hu Juanhao corrected, "You can use a different idiom, steady and Alright, enough talk, quickly sign the contract. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. This hero says he is eager to follow the challenger, but all 6 challengers he followed did not survive even 2 teleportation cycles." Hu Juanhao shivered all over, his face turned pale. "Damn. So terrifying." Yes, he said so himself. "Now make your choice." Hu Juanhao took a deep breath. "My life has always been quite tough. Besides, isn't there still you? I sign. Watch me break the shackles of fate. Courage is commendable. Truly. I support your approach. After all, we must have our own judgment." Knowing that Hu Juanhao was willing to sign a contract with them, the 5 heroes were overjoyed to the point of tears. Otherwise they would have faced a 3-year penalty of attribute value locking. The gratitude for being recognized, even the life-saving grace, caused the loyalty of these 5 heroes to rise above 75 points, with that heavenly level hero reaching an impressive 85 points. After signing the contract to discuss loyalty, Chu Yan and the others directly chatted privately. Hu Juanhao, the loyalty of these heroes is truly high, while my own heroes are still around 70 points. Chu Yan, we have only been here for a little over 10 days. How high do you expect the loyalty of the heroes to be? In fact, excluding the talent bonuses, my heroes are not even at 70 points. Hu Ju and how everyone thinks that 90 points is a threshold. When the spiritual beast crisis occurred and you weren't around, we discussed that once a hero's loyalty reaches 80 points it becomes extremely difficult to improve. Once loyalty surpasses 90 points, heroes will actively inform us about challengers. Tang Shinro knows quite a bit. Chu Yan, over time they will eventually reach 90 points. Hu Ju and how that's true. How should we handle this main city? We both have castles, will you take it back and dismantle it? Chu Yan, are you sure it's me who will take it back? Hu Ju and how I can take it back too. You're quite busy. Chu Yan, it's not about being busy, can you even return to your own main city right now? Hu Ju and how, damn. It seems our gathering plans are about to fall through. Chu Yan, it does seem that way. I just realized that myself. When you mentioned transferring the main city I was already wondering how you would get back. Hu Ju and how it's truly frustrating. Chu Yan, we will definitely meet again in the future, perhaps the level 5 main city will be the turning point. Hu Ju and how, alright then you go back first, I'll take the main city back. After Hu Ju and how returned he began dismantling the main city while explaining the situation in the group. He issued a warning to maintain vigilance over the castle heroes. And urged everyone to trust the team. Chu Yan did not provide much explanation but directly sent a video. It was recorded from the moment they arrived. Chat group: Chu Yan video from start to finish. This is the detailed process. My viewpoint aligns with Junhao's, hoping everyone can trust the team a little more. Yun Shang, as long as you're safe. After everyone quickly watched the video they began to discuss. Shin Xiushi, one can only say that there must be something hateful about the pitiful person. At that time the group announcement said you were actively attacked by Wang Jingwei, and when it was free for counterattack I wanted to rush to his main city with a knife. And you, Chu Yan? Chu Yan, knowing there was a problem, why did you teleport over? Are you thick-head? Tang Yanwei. Luckily Chu Yan had other means to bring over heroes and ultimately arrived safely. Chu Yan, take a look at this screenshot. Image: a confession. Just now Sister Xiushi spammed the chat screen 3 times, all telling you not to go. At this moment Chu Yan was also reviewing previous records. He indeed saw Shin Xiushi sent over 100 messages all saying Chu Yan don't go. Before Qian 2 arrives, do not teleport. Ma Qianli, Yin Shang, Lin Chuan Tang, Xinro Fang Xiao Yushui Wusher Lei Yunwan and Qing Tang Yanwei and many others also spanned dozens of messages. There were simply too many to list. Chu Yan did not count them in detail, but over hundreds of people expressed that they didn't want Chu Yan to go. When Chu Yan asked why he shouldn't rent heroes, everyone quickly reacted and urged him not to go. No wonder the chat group went haywire at that time, sending chills down Chu Yan's spine. Sad things happened and Chu Yan did not want to continue the discussion, directly changing the topic. Chu Yan, Tang Yanwei, thank you for your screenshot, I saw it. In the future if you and Xiushi encounter danger at the same time I will definitely go save Xiushi, don't worry. Ma Qian leaped. Haha, that stings my friend. Lin Chuan, Chu Yan, you are truly remarkable. I never expected this line of thinking. Tang Shinro, it made me laugh so hard my stomach hurts. Fang Xiaoyu, I can only say haha. Tang Yanwei, boohoo. Chu Yan, how ruthless you are. You just abandoned me like that. How can I say I'm not your little matchmaker? The heavy atmosphere in the group eased a little. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan put 10 combat training cards on the team warehouse shelf, then explained Chu Yan illustrated guide combat training card. The effect is like this. The hero training tower is better than this, it has more modes. Overall I suggest everyone send their heroes for training if conditions permit. Perhaps everyone is not clear about the gap in between. Let me put it this way, among my heroes except for Qian 2 all were one-shot killed in invincible experience mode. I myself am the same. Moreover Shin Xiushi, I heard Bai had experienced it last time and unsurprisingly was also one-shot killed. Finally, when heroes come over be sure to tell them not to casually experience the invincible mode. They must be able to hold on for at least a quarter of an hour in adaptive mode before seeking differences in invincible mode, otherwise it would be a waste of evolution points. Ma Qianli, damn, the gap is so large. The 3 fairy sisters of Yingluo were all one-shot killed. Lin Chuan, is the gap really that big? Yun Shang, thinking about Yunwan's profound level hero Ling Ran, it is understandable. Hu Ju and how Chu Yan, how can we obtain these cards? Chu Yan, the hero trial tower challengers cannot enter, so we can only use these combat training cards, and the method to obtain them was the skill of the castle lord from Yunwan's castle. Video combat space. Last time I opened a portal specifically to collect these cards. Using this shortcut to obtain victory in the portal will only yield combat training cards. I plan to open 2 more portals to specifically obtain these training cards to provide to everyone. The quantity will definitely not be enough for everyone to share equally, so they will need to be exchanged using team points, which also serves as a consumption channel for team points. Yunwan, the combat space resolves portal battles without even granting evolution points. That's why Ling Ran is still profound level after such a long time. Hu Ju and how, thank you Chu Yan. You have made a tremendous contribution to the team. Tang Yanwei, thank you Chu Yan. You have made a tremendous contribution to the team. Thank you Chu Yan. You have made a tremendous contribution to the team. Thank you Chu Yan. You have made a tremendous contribution to the team. After everyone spammed for a while. Yun Shang, the portal is about to open. Chu Yan, you haven't rented a hero yet. Chu Yan, oh, I forgot to tell everyone, don't wait for me, you can open the portal directly and there's no need to rent a hero for now. Shin Xiushi were the two great mages you went with just now that impressive. Chu Yan, it's hard to say about the attack, but their ability to split the battlefield is absolutely top-notch. In his words, with 1,000 enemies our side has 3 people and I can still make our side maintain an advantage in numbers. Ma Qianli 666, our 3 people proudly tell the 1,000 enemies you are surrounded. Hu Ju and how I have already completed the statistics and organization of the pet resources each person has obtained this afternoon. After we all finish fighting we will uniformly exchange using the team warehouse. Lin Chuan, okay. Shen Xiushi, okay.